Volume 10. Chapter 901, Courting Death. Chapter 901, Courting Death. Gotcha. Xiongqi put an abstruse crystal in its mouth and nibbled on it. It seemed like it was suffering. In the distance, Lin Feng was sitting. He made his awareness go out of his body and saw everything Xiongqi was doing. Is that possible? Surprisingly, Xiongqi was eating pure abstruse crystals. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. Whatever Lin Feng thought, Xiongqi used to be an emperor. His current condition was tragic. Even though Lin Feng knew that Xiongqi had stolen abstruse crystals, but he didn't try and prevent him from doing so. Lin Feng breathed in deeply and started studying the march Xiongqi made as well as his deployment skills. At the same time, people in Shandong were recognizing Shi Ju Tian's disappearance, so they sent some people to find him. They had heard that all the strong cultivators they dispatched had probably died in Shuiyu. The Firmament Empire was situated between Micheng City and Shuiyu in the Shuiyu region. At that moment, in a huge palace of the Firmament Empire, someone was sitting on a throne. However, that person wasn't an official of the Firmament Empire. The actual leader of the Firmament Empire was sitting below them and looked scared. Someone arrived at the gate of the palace. The one sitting on the throne said, "Come in." The one waiting outside walked into the palace and bowed in front of the leader in a solemn and respectful way. "We have some news from Shuiyu. The group from Shandong didn't manage to capture Lin Feng." Eh? That person was surprised. His eyes twinkled and he released powerful qi. The group Shandong had dispatched, led by Shi Ju Tian, wasn't enough to capture Lin Feng? Really? It is said that they were all killed in Shuiyu. They all died? The strong cultivator was astonished. Even though Shi Ju Tian wasn't the strongest cultivator of Shandong, he was extremely strong. How could he have failed to capture a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer? Did Tianqi send people to help? I don't know of anyone from Tianqi being in Yangzhou City. Some Tian-level beasts seem to have helped Lin Feng," said that person. The news had surprised that person as well. They all didn't understand how Lin Feng could have killed all those people in Yangzhou City. The monarch remained silent. He rolled up his long sleeves and said coldly, "Zoom cultivators from Shandong will probably go and avenge Shi Ju Tian and the others. If that's the case, it won't be easy anymore. We need to go to Shuiyu as soon as possible. We can't allow Lin Feng's treasures to fall into anyone else's hands than Jade Heaven." "Indeed," said that person, again in a solemn and respectful way. Shandong thought that nobody knew that they had sent people to Shuiyu. They thought that they were carrying out top-secret operations. In fact, Jade Heaven controlled everything. Only they knew what the treasures from the mysterious world were, and only they knew how to use their ancestors' treasures. Initially, they had thought that Shi Ju Tian would succeed and then they would have killed him and captured Lin Feng themselves. However, Shi Ju Tian had disappeared. After a short while, a group of people left the palace of the Firmament Empire. Those people all had a mysterious and unfathomable qi. However, after that group of people left, some new people appeared outside of the palace. They looked back at those who were leaving. Those people were wearing dragon robes and looked incredibly powerful. They must all be strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Jade Heaven was spying on Shandong while the East Sea Dragon Palace secretly knew the relations between Jade Heaven and the Emperor's tomb in the mysterious world. Therefore, they knew that Jade Heaven would never give up on Lin Feng, so the East Sea Dragon Palace spied on Jade Heaven instead. Everybody's goal was the same, capturing Lin Feng, or more precisely, stealing his treasures. In fact, nobody really knew what Lin Feng had obtained. He had something, for sure, but they could only guess what it was. People who really knew had disappeared or died. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he had no idea that so many strong cultivators were after him, but he understood that he had offended many people. It was because of this that he asked Yan Di for help and had asked him to protect the whole palace. The next day, in a beautiful place inside the palace, Lin Feng was sitting on a chair with Shui Linglong crouching gently on his shoulder. Xin Yi was there too. She was painting. From time to time, she would look over at Lin Feng without stopping what she was doing. "Sister, you paint so well," said Xiaoya with admiration. Shui Linglong jumped off Lin Feng's shoulder and looked at the drawing too. She looked inspired by its beauty. It was a portrait of a young man. He was sitting and looked both calm and serene. The landscape around him was astonishingly beautiful too. There was a very cute little white animal perched on his shoulder. Its fur was snowy white. Shui Linglong jumped onto Xianya's shoulder and put her paws on Xianya's face. Xianya smiled in a gentle way, looked at Shui Linglong and said, "Mengqing, sister, you will always be the most beautiful one." Shui Linglong rubbed her furry head against Xianya. It was just adorable. Lin Feng smiled and stood up. That painting was so beautiful, he couldn't help but smile in a sweet and gentle way. Lin Feng, get the hell out here. At that moment, someone shouted furiously from outside. That voice contained an incredible strength, so everybody heard what they said very clearly. Lin Feng was startled as he raised his head and looked at the horizon. Finally, they came, thought Lin Feng. He had waited for a long time for someone to kill him. Xie, Meng Qing, don't come out with me, just stay here, said Lin Feng, still smiling. Xie nodded and Lin Feng left in the direction whence the voice had come. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 902, Strong Cultivator's Death. Chapter 902, Strong Cultivator's Death. A short while after, Lin Feng arrived outside of the palace. There was a group of people proudly standing in the sky. Their qi was so cold that ordinary people would freeze if they approached them. Because of Lin Feng, people from Shandong and more precisely, people from East Shandong and North Shandong, had disappeared in the mysterious world. Shi Ju Tian, West Shandong's leader, and his group of people had come to Yangzhou City, but have also disappeared. Out of 4 districts, only one remained, South Shandong. Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already seen the leader of that group. It was the Zun Cultivator who had once taught Lin Feng a few things. After the great competition of Shuiyu, they traveled back to Shandong and met with a Zun Cultivator. Lin Feng, long time no see. You've already killed the leaders of 3 districts from Shandong. What should I do with you? Said the Zun Cultivator in cold way. Lin Feng looked at his interlocutor in a neither haughty, nor humble, and neither servile nor overbearing way. Mister, you should understand my position, I had no choice. If I hadn't killed those people, they would have killed me. Did I have a choice? And me? Do I have a choice? You've killed so many of my people. I obviously can't forgive you. So what? Do you want to kill me too? Said the Zun Cultivator, staring at Lin Feng. His voice contained an incredible energy. He didn't sound furious, but he did sound majestic. Mister, you know that I had no choice. However, even though we met only once, you taught me some things. I would never want to kill you. Therefore, I hope that you can just leave of your own free will. Said Lin Feng as if he had been talking about something normal. However, people from Shandong were flabbergasted. So, according to Lin Feng, the thing is, he didn't wish to kill the Zun Cultivator? He wanted the Zun Cultivator to leave on his own free will. How arrogant. How audacious. The Zun Cultivator was just astonished. He looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. How can you be so confident? The Zun Cultivator was intrigued. Lin Feng, surprisingly, stated that he didn't want to kill him. I like to be magnanimous. I never wanted to be enemies with Shandong. However, Shandong keeps chasing me. As far as you and I are concerned, we are not enemies at all. Therefore, I don't want to fight you and I wish even less for your death. So the best thing for the both of us is for you to leave. Lin Feng sounded friendly, neither proud nor arrogant. He was just calm. It seems like you really obtained incredible treasures in the mysterious world. Shi Ju Tian and the others came and you killed them all. Now, you sound like you're defying the laws of the universe. What kind of deadly weapons have you obtained to act so confidently? I really wish I could see them. Said the Zun Cultivator. The other people from Shandong were surprised and looked back at Lin Feng. The Zun Cultivator was right. Shi Ju Tian and the others had come and had been killed by Lin Feng. On top of that, Lin Feng really sounded self-confident, he wasn't pretending. Therefore, he really might have obtained a deadly weapon. Everybody was suddenly even more interested in Lin Feng. Mister, I have already said everything I wish to say on the topic. If you keep insisting and really want to kill me, then I will not be able to remain magnanimous. I will have to kill you. Said Lin Feng calmly. The Zun Cultivator sighed. It's too bad before, Bei Ming had eyes but couldn't see. He made a terrible mistake. I don't want to be your enemy, but because of Shandong, I have to kill you. Never mind, I really want to see the Jade Emperor's precious treasures too. As you wish. Said Lin Feng. If they had a clear conscience and really wanted to kill him, he had done his best to solve the situation peacefully. The Zun Cultivator didn't attack immediately. He looked around before saying in a detached way, since everyone is already looking at us, no need to hide the head and show the tail. From the horizon, many people appeared and flew over. Their qi was incredible. However, they were not from Shandong. Jade Heaven, the East Sea Dragon Palace, it seems like you've been spying on us for quite a long time, said the Zune Cultivator. Surprisingly, both Jade Heaven and the East Sea Dragon Palace had sent a Zune Cultivator. That proved that they considered Lin Feng a threat. The Zune Cultivator from Shingon knew that those influential groups had been spying on them since the beginning. They just wanted to use Shingon. However, they were unable to conceal themselves. They were afraid that the Zune Cultivator from Shingon would kill Lin Feng and leave with the treasures if they were too far away. He. Of course, we also want to see Lin Feng's precious treasures with our own eyes, said the leader of the group from the East Sea Dragon Palace. He didn't sound upset, just majestic. He was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. At the same, he confirmed what the Zune Cultivator from Shingon had guessed: Lin Feng definitely had a deadly weapon. Same here, said Jade Heaven's leader. He also thought that Lin Feng had obtained a precious treasure from the Jade Emperor's palace. He really wanted to know what his ancestors had left behind and what happened in the mysterious world. Huang Feng had a map of the Jade Emperor's palace. How could he lose to Lin Feng? All this was a mystery that only Lin Feng could explain. Shingon, the East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven. Lin Feng glanced at them all. Someday, when I reach the clouds, I will pay you all a visit in order to express my gratitude for your kind attitudes. You are facing 3 Zune Cultivators and surprisingly, you're still thinking that you will reach the clouds someday. I wonder if your self-confidence is really founded or if you are just ignorant. Even if you have an amazing weapon, I doubt it could help you defeat 3 Zune Cultivators, said the Zune Cultivator from the East Sea Dragon Palace. One strike and you could die. Lin Feng glanced at him and fearlessly said, many people from the East Sea Dragon Palace have told me such things before. However, they're all buried now. Maybe that it's your turn now. Lin Feng abruptly turned around and ran back into the palace. Where are you going? Do you think you can escape? Said the Zune Cultivator. An incredible amount of strength from the earth and sky appeared in his hand. Die. At the same time, the Zune Cultivators from Shingon and from Jade Heaven followed him. They wanted to see what kind of treasure Lin Feng would use to fight against 3 Zune Cultivators. How could Lin Feng fight against 3 Zune Cultivators? However, at that moment, it seemed like some mysterious marks started to glow. In the blink of an eye, they became dazzling and everything in the palace was wrapped up in those dazzling lights. It seemed like they had been cut off from the outside world. Ruahar. Boom. Tshh. Dot. The wind whizzed, flames roared, ice and frost were freezing the atmosphere, sword chi was lacerating the firmament. In the palace, a terrifying fire strength suddenly started flowing through the mysterious marks, an apocalyptic strength. What's going on? The facial expression of the 3 Zune Cultivators suddenly changed and they looked nervous. They could sense that their chi was constricted by the abstruse energy. Fire and sword abstruse energies were attacking them and it seemed like it was the end of the world. Kacha, people's hearts were pounding. Tian-level cultivators were terrified, especially those who were near the Zune Cultivators. Their bodies had already started to disintegrate. What kind of strength is that? Many people were shouting desperately. What kind of sorcery was that? We're doomed. They were doomed and they knew it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 903, Panic Attack. Chapter 903, Panic Attack. BZZZ. BZZZ, inside the palace, people from Shuiyu were shaking as well. What kind of powers did the palace of their country have? It seemed like the world was going to collapse. Mysterious marks, how's that possible? The attackers were astonished. Shuiyu was an insignificant country, how could it have deadly mysterious marks? Lin Feng, the attackers were furious, but Lin Feng looked calm and detached. He was just observing the scene. Zune Cultivators or not, you're going to die. In a flash, an infinity of deadly energies came out of the marks and horrible shrieks sounded. No one could see anything anymore because the atmosphere was completely distorted. There were many abstruse crystals buried in those marks, making the strength of the marks incredibly powerful. If Zune Cultivators decided to use their own abstruse strength, the marks would absorb it immediately and would only strengthen the marks. In a flash, the 3 cultivators died as their souls were torn apart. Before dying, one could see absolute fear on their face. Such talented cultivators. Everybody admired them. However, in a flash, they had wasted everything. They died trying to kill a cultivator of the first Tian Chi layer. All their dreams had vanished in the blink of an eye. Apart from the 3 Zoom cultivators who died, a myriad of Tian-level cultivators who were with them also died. They weren't able to resist more than a few seconds. Their bodies were immediately torn apart. The marks had twinkled for a few more seconds as a myriad more of cultivators died. Those who stood farther away and hadn't died, but were seriously injured. How had all those people died? Shameless cheater, said someone coldly. Who would have thought that there would be hidden traps in the palace of Shuiyu, deadly to the extent that even Zoom cultivators couldn't resist? People from 3 powerful empires came to my palace, a trivial country such as Shuiyu, 3 Zoom cultivators and many Tian-level cultivators. They all wanted to kill me, a cultivator of the first Tian Qi layer. And you dare say I am shameless? Said Lin Feng. If he hadn't thought of a solution, he would be the one dead now. Those Tian-level cultivators looked at the marks as they progressively disappeared. Maybe they could be used only once? Die! Shouted someone furiously, throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he used his agility technique and appeared somewhere else. He was standing next to Yu Menghe, Lin Hai and the others. Kill him! The strength disappeared. Shouted the enemies furiously. Boom! Boom boom boom! A terrifying strength appeared. However, it was immediately absorbed by the ground and they started shaking violently. Slash, slash, deadly energies spread through the air towards their direction. The attackers died one after the other and their bodies fell down from the air. It wasn't the same kind of strength as the one which had killed the Zoom cultivators. Anyone who used pure Qi were killed by those lights. In a flash, all those attackers died and their corpses fell to the ground. The remaining attackers were speechless and started shaking with fear even more. So many people were dying so quickly. People from Shuiyu could easily hide in that palace, and they were safe. The attackers realized that using pure Qi in the palace was impossible, anyone who tried would die. Lin Feng smiled. He slowly walked forwards and looked at the remaining attackers. There were 5 people left. In the blink of an eye, so many strong cultivators had died. Yendi's marks were terrifying, making Lin Feng think that in the future, he should be nicer to him. Even though he hates me, I don't think he wants to kill me, thought Lin Feng. Otherwise, he could have easily plotted against him. Dear sirs, do you still want to kill me? Said Lin Feng while smiling devilishly. He hadn't released an iota of Qi, those 5 didn't know whether to attack or not. Hearing Lin Feng's mockery made them furious. They were glaring back at him. It seems like you don't feel like arguing with me anymore, said Lin Feng mockingly and smiling indifferently. Those 5 people were furious but couldn't do anything. The Zun cultivators had died. Tian-level cultivators who were stronger than them died as well. Shouldn't they run away? Being in the palace of Shuiyu was way too dangerous. It seemed like nobody could kill Lin Feng once inside or even near it. How had Lin Feng obtained such powers? You have no choice here, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his Xiaoyao agility technique and punched a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer. Eh? The others were astonished. Lin Feng actually possessed such strength? Boom! One punch was enough to kill these cultivators. Lin Feng's enemy didn't even have the chance to counterattack. The 4 others released their own pure Qi when they saw that. They were determined to remain extremely vigilant. Lin Feng smiled at them as if it was nothing. 4 more to go, said Lin Feng while smiling like this was a sport. The 4 others looked terrified. What could they do? They thought that Lin Feng was just a piece of trash. Now, they thought that he was demoniac. Lin Feng, wait till I go back to the sect and inform them, they will definitely kill you and everyone in this palace, threatened one of the 4 while slowly inching back. Destroy my palace? People from the East Sea Dragon Palace can all come here if they want, I will kill them all, and you are no exception, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released bestial Qi and that person abruptly turned around as several gigantic shadows came towards him. He stopped and released as much Qi as he could. Slash! A deadly light pierced through the atmosphere and cut through his body. 3 more, said Lin Feng, still smiling. The 3 remaining cultivators' hearts were pounding. They were terrified. Kill him, shouted Lin Feng furiously. The snow eagles flew towards one enemy. He released a lot of Qi, but just as he was readying to mobilize that energy, sword intent pierced through his body and killed him. 2 people, said Lin Feng smiling in a resplendent way. He was driving them crazy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 904, Killing in Shingong. Chapter 904, Killing in Shingong. In the Shuiyu region, Micheng City was surrounded by a mysterious cloud. A seemingly ordinary old man went inside. Besides his normal appearance, his speed was astonishing. Someone thought that they had just seen a shadow, as if there had been someone, but there definitely wasn't anyone there. The old man crossed the clouds with incredible speed before stopping. He didn't say anything, he just calmly looked around. A long time passed and the clouds in front of the old man dispersed and a gate appeared as well as a person. That person was surprised to see the old man and said in a cold way, "Who are you? Do you know where you are?" The old man said nothing. He just crossed the gate. The person at the gate wanted to stop him, but he couldn't move his body. When the old man disappeared from his field of vision, his body continued to freeze and he eventually froze to death. Some more people saw the old man. "Stop right now!" shouted two of them. Many people came to that direction when they heard the shout. Surprisingly, an uninvited old man had entered Shingong. However, it suddenly started snowing and a blade-sharp wind began blowing. The atmosphere was chilling to the bone. The old man kept running without saying anything. However, it seemed like the piercingly cold chi came from his body. Kacha, kacha. Everybody who tried to stop immediately froze and became as motionless as an ice statue. Nobody could escape this fate. "Hurry up, call the Zune cultivators," said someone hastily. There was a myriad of frozen people already. Nobody dared to try and stop the old man anymore. They knew they couldn't. Anyone who approached him turned into a statue. Shingong was turning into a landscape of desolation. People didn't have time to get near the old man before they were already frozen. Many strong cultivators came towards that direction, but when they saw the landscape full of frozen people, their facial expression changed drastically. Shingong's people started to think that they had never seen such a tragedy. It would probably be the first and last time they would. Finally, Shingong's Zune cultivators were notified. Even though who were in a state of meditation practicing cultivation, someone had come to destroy Shingong? The old man seemed like he was having a walk in a garden, he seemed quite relaxed. However, each of his steps terrified people. Was he going to free Shingong's entire territory? "Who are you, dear friend? You should have warned us that you were coming so we could welcome you properly," said someone very far away. Finally, a Zune cultivator was coming out. A terrifying chi spread in the form of a whirlwind. It seemed like that chi was attempting to thaw out the ice. An unknown person not worth mentioning. Shingong is not a restricted area, so if I want to come, I can as I wish. Why would I need to inform anyone? Said the old man calmly. He didn't stop running. He sounded very confident. "Dear friend, you sound like you despise Shingong," said the Zune cultivator from Shingong. His chi was lacerating the air and breaking through the old man's ice. Shingong's people looked delighted. A Zune cultivator had come out and his skills were certainly extraordinary. They hoped he would kill the old man. The old man looked at the hurricane without much emotion. He immediately stepped on the wind and released more ice energy. The hurricane immediately froze. Abstruse ice energy, it could freeze anything in the world. The Zune cultivator from Shingong didn't look happy at all. The old man was terrifyingly strong and didn't seem to like Shingong very much. "Dragon, kill!" shouted the Zune cultivator from Shingong. He made gestures with both his hands and in a flash, a dragon-shaped hurricane appeared. It whirled around the old man and divided into 8 parts, attempting to attack the old man from every side. "Freeze!" said the old man. The terrifying dragon made of wind instantly froze. The Zune cultivator from Shingong was astonished. "Kacha, kacha." The atmosphere was freezing around the Zune cultivator now. If he couldn't protect Shingong, who would? His facial expression changed drastically. He punched the frozen atmosphere and a vortex of wind appeared. At the same time, the old man jumped forward and punched another side of the ice block. The atmosphere trembled as ice energy appeared on every side. His facial expression changed drastically. A tornado appeared around him, but the old man shook his hand as strident sounds could be heard. The old man seemed to be absorbing the ice into his hands as well as everything else, including the Zune cultivator. "Die!" The Zune cultivator from Shingong turned into a hurricane. However, the old man punched it again and the abstruse ice energy penetrated into the wind dragon. Again, the wind froze and slowly stopped. The Zune cultivator's body also started to freeze. He looked astonished and even scared. Punished heart. The old man moved his hands. "Break!" The old man shook his hand and in a flash, the Zun cultivator's heart which was frozen started to break apart. Die. The old man moved his hand again and the dragon-shaped hurricane broke apart as well. The Zun cultivator and all of his strength had turned into a block of ice. A Zun cultivator from Shandong was killed by an old man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 905, 2 News Items. Chapter 905, 2 News Items. Roar. In the distance, a terrifying wind appeared. It was filled with incredible energies that shook the earth and sky. Another Zun cultivator was coming and he was furious. Someone dared killed their people in their own territory, including a Zun cultivator. The old man raised his hand and glanced at him calmly. The old man seemed like he was in another world, a world made of ice. The world of cultivation is ruthless, Tianxian makes the sky shake. The old man remained motionless. Terrifying energies dashed to the skies. At that moment, it seemed like he could control the earth and sky. It seemed like he just had to breathe to move the strength of the earth and sky. Suffocate! Shouted the old man furiously while punching in front of him. It seemed like the earth and the sky were turning upside down with this punch. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere fell apart. The Zun cultivator hadn't arrived yet, but he was already shaking violently. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He felt oppressed, like he couldn't attack anymore. At the same time, a terrifying and powerful strength crashed onto his body. Suddenly, his face turned deathly pale. His body looked distorted and he had no more strength. Die! The old man jumped and appeared in front of him. He raised his fist which were filled with an incredible strength. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd was suddenly crushed down onto the ground and blood splashed out of their mouths. They looked like they were in terrible pain. The Zun cultivator was propelled backwards. His body was torn apart, his soul had broken apart, and he died. The old man looked at the crowd. He didn't look like an ordinary old man anymore. He looked like a strong and invincible cultivator. I came to Shandong to tell you all that you can't harass my disciples as you wish. I am from Tianqi. Next time, I won't come alone. After that, the old man immediately disappeared. Tianqi. The crowd was dumbfounded. The old man was from Tianqi and he had just killed a myriad of people in Shandong, including 2 Zun cultivators. In the distance, 2 more Zun cultivators appeared. When they arrived and saw the desolate landscape, a gloomy expression appeared on their face. Let's follow him, said one of them. The other one nodded. Wait, said someone coldly at that moment. The 2 others immediately stopped, turned around and looked at that person in a respectful way. If you follow him, you're going to die, that person explained. The others looked vexed. Was the old man from Tianqi that strong? Would the 2 Zun cultivators die if they followed him? For them, the Zun cultivators of Shandong were incredible, almost like gods. They forgot that even in the world of Zun cultivators, there were cultivators of different levels. A single level could equate to huge level differences between Zun cultivators. Shandong has never been so humiliated, said one of the Zun cultivators, not happy about the other's decision. A man had killed a myriad of people, a huge number of Tian level and Xian level cultivators, 2 Zun cultivators. Shandong's reputation was ruined. If we want to get our revenge, we need to become stronger, said the one who had just arrived. He said this in a calm way while gazing into the distance. A few hundred years ago, 2 peerless cultivators rose up in Tianqi, one became the leader of Tianji and the other one became the leader of Tianxian. Nobody was as strong as them in the Ganyu region. Later on, they both left Tianqi. They wanted to go on a cultivation trip to become even stronger. They gave Tianxian and Tianji to their disciples. Nowadays, there's no need to mention how strong the leader of Tianji is. Besides, Tianxian's leader is introverted and many people think that he's a terrible cultivator. Nobody knows that when he had just become a Zun cultivator, he killed 3 Zun cultivators who had teamed up against him. Tianxian's leader is precisely the man who just came here. The 2 Zun cultivators were speechless. The old man who had just attacked Shandong and killed 2 Zun cultivators, was that scary? The one who was talking glanced at the 2 Zun cultivators and said, "You want to ask me how I know that, right?" Amongst the 3 Zun cultivators who got killed by him, one of them was my fellow disciple. The 2 Zun cultivators' hearts were pounding. The story they had just heard happened such a long time ago. Well, how strong was the old man now though? So then, can we forget about that and let him off? Said one of the Zun cultivators, obviously still not satisfied. Of course, we won't. Shingon is now riddled with gaping wounds, so we can't afford to be careless anymore. I will inform our leader. From now on, Shingon isn't divided into 4 districts. There will only be one Shingon and only one leader, said that person. He rolled up his sleeves and suddenly disappeared. He was also furious. In the Imperial Palace of Shuiyu in Yangzhou City, the 2 remaining cultivators wanted to escape. However, one of them ran into the illusion and died. Lin Feng didn't kill the other one though. He let him leave. Lin Feng wanted that cultivator to go and inform his group about what happened. He wanted everyone to understand that if they came to Shuiyu with evil intentions, they would die. Lin Feng couldn't stay in Yangzhou City the whole time. Therefore, he needed people to talk about what happened and how dangerous it was to challenge him inside of Yangzhou City. Then, he would be able to leave with peace of mind. After a short time, the news spread. Zun cultivators who went to Shuiyu with evil intentions would die there without question. Zun cultivators were amongst the best cultivators in the world. They had to understand that if they wanted to kill Lin Feng, they would have to find him outside of Shuiyu. The news spread everywhere, not only in Shuiyu and its surroundings. People in Ganyu were also astonished by the news. Shingon, Jade Heaven, the East Sea Dragon Palace. They all wanted to send Zun cultivators to Shuiyu to kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng wasn't afraid. 3 Zun cultivators and countless numbers of extremely strong cultivators died in Shuiyu, and only one person was left alive to tell the tale. However, some other news spread that was just as astonishing, if not more. Even though people had tried to hide the truth, nothing can remain a secret in the long run. When Shingon sent people to Shuiyu to kill Lin Feng, a strong cultivator from Tianqi went to Shingon and killed countless numbers of Tian level and Xian level cultivators as well as 2 Zun cultivators. Then, he left as gloriously as he came. According to rumors, the leader of Tianqi, Mr. Tianqi, had gone there for Lin Feng. He didn't like how everyone was attacking Lin Feng. According to other rumors, it was rather the leader of Tianxian who had gone there. Lin Feng was a member of Tianxian, so Tianxian wanted to protect their disciples. All in all, a bloodbath occurred in Shingon. No matter which rumor was true or not, they all had something to do with Lin Feng. It was incredible. As before, some people wondered why the only people who had come out of the mysterious world alive were people from Tianqi. Nobody knew what had happened there. After that gossip spread, it seemed like Ganyu became calm again. Nobody would fight anymore. Nobody could go to Shuiyu because Zun cultivators could die there. It also seemed like Tianqi was rising up again. However, it was only the calm before the storm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 906, Danger in Tianqi. Chapter 906, Danger in Tianqi. It was snowing in Tianqi and the snowflakes were beautiful, extremely beautiful even. There were 3 silhouettes in the sky above a valley. One of them was wearing a dragon robe and looked both proud and arrogant, as if he was the world leader. Next to him was a cultivator wearing a jade heaven robe. That person looked like an emperor, conceited and presumptuous, as if he were the world's emperor. The last person looked calm and was wearing a black robe with mysterious drawings on it. He looked scary. The leader from the East Sea Dragon Palace, King Dragon, Jade Heaven's leader, Prince Duanmu, Shingon's leader, Mia Chang. Why did you come to Tianqi? Someone said from the distance. 7 people arrived very quickly. Those 7 were the leaders of Tianqi's 7 snowy peaks. King Dragon was the East Sea Dragon Palace's leader. Jade Heaven's leaders were always called prince since they considered themselves as the emperor's children, and finally, Shingon's leader was Mia Chang. Those people were the leaders of the most influential groups in the Ganyu region, and at that moment, they had all gathered together. So, of course, the leaders of the 7 snowy peaks had to show some face. Your disciple came to the East Sea Dragon Palace a while back and killed my people. He even killed my disciples. You must hand Lin Feng over now, said King Dragon indifferently. However, Lin Feng having killed Duan Wuya wasn't the only problem which existed between the East Sea Dragon Palace and Lin Feng. Almost everybody disappeared in the mysterious world. Tianqi's people are the only ones who came back. I want explanations, said Duan Mu coldly. Tianxian leader, you came to Shingon because of Lin Feng and killed many of my strong cultivators. You even killed 2 Zun cultivators. Can you explain to me why? Said Mia Chang. They all had similar reasons for coming to Tianqi. Lin Feng. Dragon King, the problem between Lin Feng and you is because you sent people to kill those closest to Lin Feng. He killed some of your people because he wanted to get his revenge. What's wrong with that? Now you come here and tell me you want me to hand him over? I'm sorry, said Mr. Tianji. Then, he looked at Duan Mu, what you said is even more groundless. Many influential groups from Ganyu went into the mysterious world to acquire precious treasures. Everybody knew that it was a matter of life and death. Your people died, my people survived, how could I explain why? That's ridiculous. As far as you are concerned, Mia Ching, you sent people to kill my disciple. How could I tolerate that? What should I tell you? Mr. Tianji was talking loudly and glancing at those people challengingly. So if you came here to talk nonsense, you can go back. Whether you want Lin Feng or explanations, I can't give you either. People from Tianqi take themselves seriously, eh? Said Mia Chang laughing. Too bad, Tianqi was rising up again. Now it seems like you want to go back to your good old state, a bunch of no-goods. Mia Chang, if you wanted to get your revenge, you could come back with people and try to kill Tianqi's people. Maybe that, after all the fighting, Shingon would lose everything then? Said Mr. Tianji in a sharp way. Mia Chang was threatening Tianqi, so Mr. Tianji had to be firm. Very good. Said Dragon King smiling. Alright, so Tianqi is the greatest and controls the entire region of Ganyu. At least it seems that way considering how they despise everybody else. Then, we're off. But, we'll be back. Let's go. Said Duan Mu indifferently. Just as quickly as they came, they all left. After they left, Mr. Tianji frowned and said, we can't leave Tianqi for a while. We need to practice cultivation and become even stronger. All right. Said everyone nodding. It seemed like Tianqi was in danger. At that moment, someone groaned coldly. Lin Feng annoyed 3 influential groups. He even went to them and killed them. Now because of him, we're in danger. Mr. Shui, the Snow Zone cultivator, glanced back at Tianshu Zi. Are you from Tianqi? Tianshu Zi looked angry and pointed at the Snow Zone cultivator. You. That's enough, shouted Mr. Tianji furiously, interrupting Tianshu Zi. How dare you offend Tianqi? Even if nothing happened, you must follow Tianqi's rules. You must protect your fellow disciples. You can't forget that this is our religion. In any case, I don't think that they will come and attack anyways. But even if they tried, Tianqi isn't afraid. And on top of that, they probably wouldn't risk starting a war which could kill everyone. If that were to happen, they would also lose everything. Said Mr. Tianji as he left. He had never thought that Shingon, Jade Heaven, and the East Sea Dragon Palace could join hands to attack them anyway, especially over some treasures. One day later, some news spread in Ganyu that a cultivator of the Nine Cloud Sword sect was outside, minding their own business, and someone froze them to death. It was said that the culprit was a person from Tianqi. According to another rumor, a disciple from the Xiaoyao sect was also frozen to death, and the culprit was believed to be a cultivator from Tianqi. Tianqi was at the center of all rumors in Ganyu. Another rumor spread that said the East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, and Shingon had gathered in Asoka, an ancient city, to convoke all the sects of Ganyu. They wanted everybody to get together to fight against Tianqi. They wanted Tianqi to explain why their disciples were the only ones who had come out of the mysterious world and why the others had all disappeared. Tianqi had to give them an explanation. When the Nine Cloud Sword sect and the Xiaoyao sect heard about the meeting, they immediately headed for Asoka to join. They were also angry at Tianqi for their sudden power. Even though everybody understood clearly that the old tippler's delight didn't reside in the wine, they all wanted to take a chance and share the profits. Many people felt like it was a chance they couldn't miss. The situation was becoming dangerous for Tianqi. Many people were starting to head for Tianqi. Shingon was using people's greed for their own benefit. That way, they wouldn't need to rely on their own strength to challenge Tianqi. At that moment, in Shuiyu, a sick-looking person with a yellow face was in Yangzhou City. It was obviously Lin Feng. He was riding Xiongqi, his ancient wild beast. Apart from people in Shuiyu, very few people knew about it. A beautiful snowy white animal was on Lin Feng's shoulder as well. From time to time, Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng with envy. Go! Lin Feng tapped Xiongqi's head violently and made him roar. He then said coldly, I'm warning you, if you dare touch her, I'll crush you. I won't. I'm a great emperor, I don't care about Shui Ling Long, shouted Xiongqi furiously. And also, I'm carrying you, so you have to respect me. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi and said, I understand you very well. You know many great places in the continent. I know you want to help me, but for now, just listen to me and don't hope for too much. Roar! Xiongqi roared furiously. He had to help Lin Feng because he was an animal now. He couldn't go wherever he wanted because people might try to capture him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 907, Proud Young Man. Chapter 907, Proud Young Man. Lin Feng stopped in a city in Ganyu. He arrived in a bar where there were many sorts of pickled vegetables and alcohol. Lin Feng was alone again. Lin Feng had left good things in Shuiyu. Mr. Hua and the other alchemists had also returned to the imperial palace in Shuiyu. Lin Feng used their ingredients to concoct powerful pills, including nature pills to help them. Xin Yi wanted to stay with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng convinced her that it was impossible. There were too many dangers outside of Shuiyu and too many people wanted to kill him. Besides, Lin Feng had left Shuiyu now, so nobody would go there. They were interested in him, not in Shuiyu. Han Man and the others went on a trip on their own. Lin Feng was sipping on some hot unit which reminded him of Yu and Jun Imoshi. He was wondering how strong they had become since he last saw them. With Zun cultivators as teachers, they had probably broken through to the Tianqi layer already. They were very talented, and last time, they had already broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer. Xiongqi was crouching on a table. He grabbed a glass of alcohol with his claws and drank it. Everybody was surprised. What a funny animal, it enjoyed drinking alcohol. Lin Feng didn't mind. Xiongqi used to be an emperor, poor thing. Just the thought softened Lin Feng's heart. Xiongqi. At that moment, a voice resonated. The person seemed surprised. Xiongqi really exists. I would have never thought that I would ever see that ancient animal, especially here in such a small place. Someone else said. Someone had seemingly recognized Xiongqi. Xiongqi raised its head and coldly glanced at those people in a despising way. This surprised them. Amongst them was a young nobleman wearing white clothes who smiled. Xiongqi is funny. The crowd gradually gathered. They wanted to see that extraordinary beast. They all had an imposing appearance, especially their leader. He was tall and handsome. On his side was a very beautiful woman wearing a green skirt. She had beautiful facial traits. She was wearing a beautiful necklace with a crystal on it that looked like an extraordinary jewel. Behind the young man was another young man wearing black clothes. He also looked extremely strong. Those three people were together and stood out the most. A Xiongqi. Many people were looking at Xiongqi now, intrigued by everyone else's interest. They were wondering how a sick-looking man could control a Xiongqi. The young man with the white clothes walked towards Lin Feng. The young woman and the young man wearing black clothes followed him. Can you exchange that Xiongqi? Asked the young man in white clothes. At that moment, he also glanced at the snowy white furry animal on Lin Feng's shoulder. That animal looked extraordinary as well, but the young man in white clothes didn't know why exactly. Shui Linglong also used a trick to transform into an ordinary-looking fox so people couldn't see how strong she was. Her mother had taught her how to do so. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at those three people. They were all young, but they had all broken through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was surprised. In Ganyu, there were so many geniuses. In such a small town, he had already encountered three. I'm sorry. You probably know that Xiongqi is a precious animal, so I can't exchange it, said Lin Feng with a gentle smile on his face. That young man and the young woman with him were both very proud. Lin Feng thought that they belonged to a rich and powerful group, otherwise, why would they all be in such a small place, especially that young man in white clothes? He had already broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. That was quite astonishing. Don't worry, I won't rip you off. If you want anything, just tell me. Intent crystals, whatever, or maybe Tian level skills or techniques, said the young man in white clothes indifferently. The other people in the bar were shocked and looked at him with admiration. Intent crystals, Tian level skills and techniques, and it seemed so normal for that young man. As expected, thought Lin Feng smiling. He was right, he just didn't know which group that young man belonged to, but for him, intent crystals and Tian level skills and techniques were normal things. If you want to have a drink or two, we can, however, I won't exchange my Xiongqi, said Lin Feng smiling indifferently. What if I want it no matter what it takes? Said the young man. His voice sounded slightly colder. A cultivator of the 1st Tianqi layer was refusing an exchange? What a humiliation. It's all right. An exchange is already beneficial for you. No need to be boring. If you need something to cure your disease or make you look better, I have pills for that, said the young woman in a gentle voice, yet mockingly. Many people immediately got even more interested and wanted to see what would happen. Lin Feng was challenging the young man in white clothes. Lin Feng, with his yellow face, did look ugly. Lin Feng looked at the girl and smiled indifferently. Well, when I look at your face, my fine liquor seems tasteless. When you drink a fine liquor, you need to pay attention to whom you're looking at. If you look at a beautiful girl, the alcohol tastes sweet and rich. However, when I look at you, my alcohol is difficult to swallow. When the girl heard Lin Feng, she looked surprised. Her facial expression suddenly looked hideous. Lin Feng was making fun of her. I'll give you one chance only. You're going to trade your Qiong and take back what you just said, said the young man in white clothes. He sounded proud and aggressive. Lin Feng shook his head and continued drinking, ignoring the young man. It's rare to talk to people who are as calm and indifferent as you, but usually they are very strong. I wonder how strong you are, said the young man, who didn't sound as furious as before. He was even smiling. The girl walked closer to Lin Feng and sat down at the table. The young man in black clothes was still standing there, motionless. His qi seemed to be very powerful and contained blood energy. It seemed that he had killed someone recently. If you had accepted our young master's proposition a moment ago, maybe you could have had the opportunity to know him. Unfortunately, you refused, so you might die now, said the young man in black clothes, as if getting to know the young man in white clothes was an honor. I don't care about your master, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Then, he continued drinking his glass. He ignored the young man in black clothes, who had broken through to the first Tianqi layer, just like him. You don't know how to differentiate good from bad, said that young man in black clothes furiously. He jumped forwards. In a flash, he released very sharp energies. Lin Feng frowned. That qi seemed extremely powerful, and it contained very powerful intent. That man had probably killed many people. He had plenty of battle experience. Besides his strength, he was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was curious. That guy was a young master's servant and was already so strong. Interesting. Lin Feng stood up and ran backwards. The young man in black clothes followed him. He was very fast. He was using a special agility technique, it seemed. Lin Feng rose his fist and punched the young man's fist. When their fists collided, the young man in black clothes suddenly lost feeling in his arm. Lin Feng was so strong. The young man in white clothes seemed intrigued. He perfectly knew how strong the young man in black clothes was. He could easily defeat ordinary cultivators of the first Tianqi layer, so he was very strong. However, Lin Feng pushed him back. See if you can get him to become my servant, said the young man in white clothes. He wanted Lin Feng to become his servant. He is obstinate and unruly. I don't like him, whispered the girl, shaking her head before adding, kill him. Lin Feng had humiliated her. Alright, I'll kill him, said the young man in white clothes while smiling as if he could decide Lin Feng's fate in one sentence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 908, Strange Soul. Chapter 908, Strange Soul. At that moment, the young man in black clothes stretched his hand towards Lin Feng, and a strange strength enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked expressionless as he punched the air in his opponent's direction. He was so strong that he didn't fear many people. Boom! Their fists collided. Lin Feng sensed a strength fill up his fist, which was painful. He could have lost his arm, it felt like. He released strength at the same time, and crackling sounds could be heard. Piss off! Lin Feng jumped forward, and the young man in black clothes groaned with pain as he was propelled backwards into a wall inside the bar. Parts of the wall fell down as the man was propelled into it. His arm was hanging loosely and was broken. You're quite strong, but not strong enough to defeat me, said the young man in white clothes indifferently. Lin Feng turned around and looked at him. He said indifferently, even though your cultivation level is higher than mine, you're nothing but a know-it-all. I can crush you in one strike. Both had sharp words. They stared at each other for a while before the young man in white clothes slowly stood up and issued a strong wind. The table in front of him even broke under the pressure. I will teach you a lesson now, said the young man in white clothes while releasing an insane amount of energy. Lin Feng decided to release his fire energy. People quickly avoided the flames and moved away even though they wanted to watch. Level 5 fire intent. How talented, said the young man smiling. From behind him, a terrifying black wind started blowing with strange marks in it. Slash, slash, kacha. Everybody who had stayed in the bar felt like they were suffocating. Explosions sounded as the bar was breaking apart. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying energy which almost made him suffocate. Apparently, that wind was very powerful. His fire intent was destroyed. Worse yet, it was absorbed by the wind. It's a soul. Lin Feng was not prepared for that. What a strange soul it was at that. He had rarely seen others with strong souls. But there was Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wuya who had the Dorseal soul. However, there was a strong correlation between a strong soul and a Zun cultivator's blood. Few people inherited a Zun cultivator's soul. Therefore, it could be assumed that most people only possessed ordinary souls. However, the young man in front of him wasn't ordinary. His soul alone could destroy intent. That was a powerful advantage. Have you never seen such a soul? You're such an ignorant weakling. The continent is vast, you can't imagine how many types of strong souls there are. I told you, I can easily kill you. The bar was already destroyed. Lin Feng and his opponent were fighting outside now. No need to talk to a piece of trash, just kill him, said the girl in the background. She despised Lin Feng. All right, said the young man. A strong wind started blowing again. Lin Feng moved back. Even with his physical strength, that wind would still hurt. Lin Feng knew that he could encounter extremely strong cultivators in the continent. They weren't like those cultivators of the second or third Tianqi layer he easily killed before. Master Tian Lin, shouted a few people at that moment. A group of people had arrived. The young man in white clothes turned around and nodded at them. The leader of the group saw that the young man was fighting and shook his hand. In a flash, a group of people surrounded Lin Feng. Master Tian Lin, why would you fight such a person? It's an honor for them to fight you, said the leader of the group in a respectful way. The patriarch told me to come and pick you up. Don't be angry, please. No problem, said the young man in white clothes. The whirlwind behind him disappeared and went back into his body. The atmosphere became calm again and everyone finally exhaled. They had almost suffocated a moment before. Master Tian Lin, the patriarch is waiting. They will take care of that person, so there's no need for you to fight anymore. All right. He humiliated the woman I love, so kill him and bring me back that Shang-Chi, said the young man. No problem, said that person, nodding. Then he said to the others, follow the orders. Poor boy. He doesn't know he offended powerful people and missed an opportunity, said the young man in a despising way. Lin Feng was an insect to him. He turned around and left with his wife. Those people are from the Xiaoyao sect. Were they talking about the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect just now? Many people were whispering. Who is that young man then? Who could it be for the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to send people to pick him up? How prestigious. Many people were looking at Lin Feng. He was insane to provoke people with such high status. He had almost died a moment before, but now he was surrounded by Tian-level cultivators, so it would probably end the same, he would probably die. Stupid boy, thought the crowd. That young man probably came because of the meeting in Ahsoka? Must be, Ahsoka is not far. He's probably going there. Lin Feng heard what those people were talking about. He didn't expect to meet people from the Xiaoyao sect there, and what meeting were they talking about? At that moment, a strong energy surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at them. Those people weren't weak. There was even one person who had broken through to the fourth Tianqi layer. Lin Feng suddenly rose up in the air, telling Xiongqi to do the same. Where do you think you're going? Shouted someone furiously. Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to escape. Impossible. Lin Feng moved very quickly. Humph. Those people groaned and started following Lin Feng using the Xiaoyao agility technique. Where did Lin Feng think he was going? Lin Feng glanced at those people and started using the Xiaoyao agility technique too. Those people were speechless. That was the Xiaoyao agility technique, the agility technique of their sect, the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Feng could use the Xiaoyao agility technique, how? On top of that, Lin Feng seemed to have mastered the technique even better than them. Chase him! Shouted someone furiously. All those people started chasing Lin Feng. They had to find out where he had learnt the Xiaoyao agility technique and then kill him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 909, Ahsoka City. Chapter 909, Ahsoka City. Lin Feng had learnt the Xiaoyao agility technique from the Three Lives Demon. Even though his cultivation level was inferior to theirs, he was faster than them. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in a desolate place and slowed down. Poof! Where are you going? Shouted someone furiously. Many people were following him now. However, when they got near him, Lin Feng turned around and a demon seal stone appeared. "Kill him!" shouted someone furiously. Lin Feng threw his demon seal stone and ran away as fast as he could. The first two people felt oppressed, like they couldn't move any further. The strength of that demon seal stone was incredible. Their faces showed hints of worry as they knew they couldn't avoid it anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sounded as Lin Feng's strength, coupled with the power of the demon seal stone, killed those two strong cultivators and immediately reduced them to ashes. Lin Feng glanced at the others and continued moving. He was hiding his true identity so he couldn't use his full strength, otherwise people might recognize him. Therefore, he was attracting people to different corners to kill them. "He's got demon seal stones, be careful!" shouted someone. Then, they continued using their Xiaoyao agility technique to chase Lin Feng. This time, they stayed in a group to avoid acting careless like the two others from before. Lin Feng took out a red sword which was full of thick blood qi. Lin Feng released a terrifying sword qi and his entire body turned into a sharp sword. At the same time, he released the qi of 1,000,000 swords. His sword qi dashed to the skies as his enemies hesitate for a second. Lin Feng then stopped in the air. "Be careful!" shouted someone. They all stopped and looked up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and was smiling. "Are you tired? Don't be nervous." Lin Feng then continued running. "Bastard, dot. You really want to die?" shouted someone furiously. Lin Feng was playing with them. But again, Lin Feng turned around and released an infinite amount of sword qi. They suddenly all looked desperate. If Lin Feng's sword qi reached them, they'd die. Boom, boom, boom. Die. They all released a terrifying strength. However, Lin Feng turned into a sword using his human sword fusion. Slashing sounds spread in the air as two corpses fell from the sky. Arg! The others were going insane. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had already killed 4 of them. Just as they turned around to face Lin Feng again, Lin Feng's sword qi disappeared. A mountain appeared in Lin Feng's hand which shot out at them. Die! Bzzz, boom boom boom. Lin Feng used his Tianxian treasure. Many people who were too close were immediately crushed alive. Lin Feng glanced at the enemies, only 2 were left. He recalled his Tianxian meteorite and stood there. He looked like a god despising those strong cultivators. "You still want to kill me, but can you?" said Lin Feng. "Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng," said someone staring at Lin Feng. Demon seal stone, blood sword, that meteorite which looked like a precious treasure from Tianxian, that person had to be Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already famous in Ganyu. He had demon seal stones, he loved swords, he was a member of Tianxian. All those things weren't a secret anymore. It was easy to guess that he was just wearing a mask. You just found that out? It's too late now. Lin Feng jumped forwards with his gigantic mountain in hand. The 2 enemies ran backwards. Lin Feng threw his meteorite at them. The strength of the earth and sky rolled in the air and chased those people. A terrifying mountain fell down onto one of the enemies' back and crushed them to death as blood splashed everywhere. 1 strike, 1 death. In a flash, Lin Feng recalled the meteorite back to his hand and it disappeared. Lin Feng had killed all of his opponents but 1 now. The last opponent started running like a madman. Lin Feng had killed so many people in the blink of an eye. If he didn't manage to escape, he would definitely die. He used his Xiaoyao agility technique. He was running so fast that the wind buffeted against his body. "And where do you think you're going?" shouted Lin Feng loudly, startling his opponent. He had been chasing Lin Feng the whole time and now he was being chased. What a coward. Die. Lin Feng released a terrifying fire energy from his fist which turned black. Then their fists collided. Boom. As their fists collided, the strong cultivator gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng crushed his fist and continued on to crash into his chest. Lin Feng had just killed the last one. Lin Feng was still standing in the air. Xiaoyao sect, the meeting. Lin Feng continued running. He understood what was happening in Ganyu. When he was in Shuiyu, his teacher had gone and killed people in Shingon. Shingon, Jade Heaven, and the East Sea Dragon Palace had joined hands and went to Tianqi. When that didn't go their way, they called the big sects from the Ganyu region with the sole goal of destroying Tianqi. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that all of Ganyu wanted to destroy Tianqi. Lin Feng didn't stop. After he guessed about the meeting, he headed straight for Ahsoka. Tianqi was good to him, he couldn't let them down now. Ahsoka was in the center of the Ganyu region, so bringing together all those sects was most convenient. The East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, Shingon, the Nine Cloud Sword Sect, the Xiaoyao Sect and so on were already there. There were so many Zun cultivators there as well as countless numbers of Tian-level cultivators. Many people were leaving as a group of people arrived. Their leader was wearing white clothes and looked both rich and handsome. A beautiful woman stood by him. Master Tianlin. The members of the Xiaoyao sect greeted him politely and respectfully. Patriarch. Long time no see, said the young man in white clothes, smiling indifferently. Even when faced the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, he still acted proud as if he were the best in the world. Indeed, long time no see. I wouldn't have thought that you'd come to the Ganyu region. It's an honor to see you again, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, smiling. Members of the Xiaoyao sect were surprised. Who was this man that was respected by even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect? His social status must be very high. Patriarch, you're too polite. I'm not the only one who came to Ganyu. I heard that an emperor's treasure has been found and that many influential people had come to practice cultivation, said Tianlin. What Tianlin meant was that things were not going to happen smoothly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 910, Qiongqi's Abnormal Behavior. Chapter 910, Qiongqi's Abnormal Behavior. Tianlin, you're incredible. Even I, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, feel so small compared to people like you. It's incredible to see such geniuses, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, smiling. He understood that geniuses needed to leave their nests to become stronger. They all left for better places at some point before they became stronger. Geniuses were people who had incredible abilities. They had to fight wars and struggle through hardships to become stronger. Something was happening in Ganyu. A treasure had been found, so it had attracted lots of very strong cultivators. Those geniuses were all coming to Ganyu to fight Lin Feng. This seemed perfectly normal to almost everyone. The war was going to be fierce this time. At that moment, the person who had gone to pick him up avoided looking at him. This intrigued Tianlin. When is my beast arriving? That person pulled a long face. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect said coldly, Speak. Prince Tianlin, when I realized that they weren't coming back, I sent someone to check if everything was alright and they found that everyone died. What? Tianlin frowned. So many strong cultivators lost against a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer? What happened? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. A bunch of trash. Prince Tianlin, I'll send people personally to bring you back that Qiongqi. He must be gone already. If I meet him again, I will kill him personally. If I don't see again, he can consider himself lucky. It's unfortunate though, I really wanted that ancient wild beast, said Tianlin, annoyed. Somewhere else, at that same moment, Lin Feng arrived in Ahsoka. It was in the central part of Ganyu where wars never took place and where strong cultivators gathered. Many influential groups often met there. Lin Feng checked a map. He was still getting used to its geography. He also heard a few things about the meeting and recent news in town. He realized that everyone was talking about him. He had unknowingly become famous in Ganyu. Everybody was astonished by what happened in Shuiyu and by the fact that 3 Zun cultivators were killed. Lin Feng also found that some people knew that he wasn't in Shuiyu anymore, which was actually a relief for him. He wanted Shuiyu to experience some peace. According to some rumors, he was in Tianqi because he was afraid and needed Tianqi's protection. Some other people said that he was probably hiding somewhere to practice cultivation and that he would come out only after becoming stronger, then he could get his revenge. Very few people thought that he had come to Ahsoka. That would simply be too audacious. So many powerful people were there to plan an attack against Tianqi, after all. There was a trading market in Ahsoka, larger than any others he had seen before. Lin Feng was walking through the market wearing his yellow mask. He still looked fragile and sick. Roar! Lin Feng walked past a vendor's booth and Qiongqi roared loudly. Lin Feng immediately lowered his head and went to that vendor's booth. Qiongqi had roared, so that meant there was something interesting there. There was something that shone like a jade stone. It was smooth and round and it was glowing. Sir, are you interested in that deployment spirit jade? Asked that street vendor when he saw Qiongqi's reaction to it. Qiongqi even put its claws on the item and grabbed it. You're lucky that your beast could recognize the item, said the owner, smiling. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the item. He asked, what does it cost? It's a very, very precious item. Its deployment and sealing powers are incredible and work for a long time, explained the owner. He then continued, I would want 2 fire intent crystals for it. No problem. Lin Feng took the item and took out 2 fire intent crystals in exchange. The owner was surprised at how rich Lin Feng was. Lin Feng continued walking and saw many items but nothing interesting. Xiongqi told Lin Feng that since he was traveling with Lin Feng, he also needed to protect him. Xiongqi seemed to mean that he needed items from the market to fabricate precious treasures to protect Lin Feng. Lin Feng was skeptical but bought everything Xiongqi wanted. He couldn't do much more. He was rich with intent crystals, so it wasn't a problem. Sniff sniff. Xiongqi stopped and grabbed the bottom of Lin Feng's trousers with its mouth. Lin Feng had told him not to speak, instead to find a way that doesn't draw other people's attention. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi. Each time it wanted something, it did that. Did Xiongqi find an extremely powerful item? Xiongqi looked in one direction. There was a vendor's booth where there were skills and techniques, Tian level skills, which made Lin Feng curious. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi, he didn't understand. Did Xiongqi want to learn new skills? Xiongqi walked towards a picture scroll. It was a white picture scroll with nothing on it. Why was it with other Tian level skills? Your beast is smart. Surprisingly, it saw that picture scroll, said the street vendor, smiling. He looked at Lin Feng and said, even though there's nothing on that picture scroll, it is absolutely something special. Weapons, water, fire, anything, that scroll is an extremely precious weapon, but I've never heard of how strong cultivators use it. Even if it's powerful, there's nothing on it. It's a piece of paper, said Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling. The old man was a good businessman. Whatever Lin Feng looked at, the man would tell him it's a great item. What do you want for it? Asked Lin Feng. It's extremely precious. I need 5 and 10 crystals of any type, said the old man. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That old man was full of hope. Roar! Xiongqi roared in order to show Lin Feng that he had to agree. Lin Feng was skeptical, but maybe Xiongqi had discovered something? All right. I'll buy it, said Lin Feng while nodding. He took out 5 and 10 crystals and gave them to the old man. Xiongqi immediately grabbed it and looked at it. But there was nothing on it. Lin Feng didn't understand and was annoyed. Even though intent crystals weren't that precious, he didn't want to waste them either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 911, The Precious Picture. Chapter 911, The Precious Picture. After they left the market, Lin Feng asked Xiongqi, why did you want that scroll? How could you understand? Replied Xiongqi mockingly, which made Lin Feng feel vexed. Roar! Xiongqi started roaring and grabbed the scroll from Lin Feng's hands. It then put it on the ground, its eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi but didn't say anything. Could that scroll really be special? That fire chi is incredible, that's why it drew my attention, said Xiongqi, examining the scroll. It said to Lin Feng, use fire to burn it. Even though your fire is extremely weak, it can only help. Since you criticized me, you can do it yourself, said Lin Feng. Even though he had turned into an animal, Xiongqi hadn't changed. If I recover someday, I'll be able to spit fire at you and kill you instantly, said Xiongqi proudly. When he realized Lin Feng was ignoring him, its tone of speech changed and he said, but now I can't do anything because my powers are restrained. You understand that the picture scroll contains incredible secrets. If you don't want to know exactly what, then forget it. You're so stubborn, said Lin Feng, frowning, but he didn't forget that Xiongqi was Yen Di. Lin Feng crouched down and put his hand on the empty picture scroll. He then released fire. His fire was scorching hot and dazzling. He released as much as he could, however, nothing happened. The old man had actually told him that it was difficult to know how to activate that scroll. No use. You can't be wrong though? Said Lin Feng. He was starting to get more curious. You're the useless one, said Xiongqi to Lin Feng. Then, he put his claws on Lin Feng's hand and made Lin Feng's hand move as if he was drawing something. Lin Feng clearly sensed something. It was as if he was drawing some mysterious marks and his fire became even more intense. That empty scroll was suddenly glowing like fire. Lin Feng suddenly moved his hand back. It was scorching hot. So hot, thought Lin Feng. He knew the Cosmos Burning Sun technique, he understood fire intent quite well. He was more talented with fire than most fire cultivators. However, after touching the empty scroll, he actually feared burning himself. Lin Feng and Xiongqi stared at the picture scroll. It started burning, but not entirely, only piece by piece. The marks they had just drawn were filled with fire strength. What a terrifying fire strength! Sighed Lin Feng. As expected. How could I be wrong? Said Xiongqi proudly and arrogantly. He looked very satisfied. The fire burnt for a long time until only the ravine-like marks were left. It's a map. Lin Feng had just realized what it was. Ahsoka. Lin Feng looked at that map. He also took out another map and looked for Ahsoka on it. Both maps were very similar, so it meant that that fire map was indeed Ahsoka. Even though they looked similar, they were not entirely the same. The map he had bought before was a standard map of what Ahsoka currently looked like. The fire map was different. It was a map of what Ahsoka looked like a very, very long time ago. If Xiongqi hadn't found that map, Lin Feng would have never been able to find it. The initial owner of that map was probably extremely strong, otherwise, the fire on it wouldn't be that hot. Whispered Lin Feng. You're ignorant, but keep talking shit. Said Xiongqi arrogantly, glancing at Lin Feng in a despising way. He was making fun of Lin Feng again. But Xiongqi saw that Lin Feng was annoyed and said, that picture scroll was created 300 years ago. It is made out of a kind of leather which itself was made out of a very strong fire beast skin. It was probably a Zune-level beast. Even if a weak abstruse fire energy was used on it, it would be impossible to find out its secret. That's why nobody found its use for such a long time. The one who created the map apparently wanted to find an extremely strong fire cultivator whose level wouldn't be too far from his. What you mean to say is that the picture scroll contains a precious fire item? Lin Feng understood things quite well. Xiongqi was also extremely strong, so he could guess people and beasts' cultivation levels. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the map. As expected, that map was showing a mysterious place. The one who drew the map was telling the reader to go there. Bullshit again. If the one who drew the map didn't want people to find a secret, why would he have drawn the map? All that I hope is that the precious item is a fire-type one. Said Xiongqi. Xiongqi was the Flame Emperor, only fire could help him get back his strength. Fire, whispered Lin Feng. Xiongqi glanced at Lin Feng and said in a despising way, you understand nothing. You don't know what real fire is. Fire is infinitely powerful, even though your Cosmos Sun skill is not bad, it is still lacking. Against real fire skills, you'll burn to ashes in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng didn't understand as much as Xiongqi, but was he really that weak? What did it mean to be a real fire cultivator? Hurry up and take the map. We're going to that place. Said Xiongqi impatiently. He needed real fire. Lin Feng put the map away and said to Xiongqi, let's go back. Roar. Xiongqi said to Lin Feng, what do you mean? Why now? We're not done with my business. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Roar. Xiongqi showed his teeth to Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched Xiongqi and said, even though you're an emperor, I am your master right now. Don't bare your teeth at me. Lin Feng then headed for the city center. Xiongqi was proud and wanted nothing more than to get back his power. Lin Feng was aware of that and wary of it. Roar. Xiongqi was really angry. Lin Feng still didn't clearly understand the purpose of the meeting. But he knew he didn't have time to go treasure hunting with Xiongqi. A strong cultivator had hidden a treasure somewhere a few hundred years ago, so it probably wasn't that easy to find. Lin Feng was more concerned about Tianqi. Lin Feng arrived in the city center of Ahsoka where people were gathering for the Great Sect meeting. Lin Feng found out that many extremely strong cultivators had come just for this meeting. Cultivators of the first Tianqi layer were insects in the middle of this crowd. A majority were cultivators at the top of the Tianqi layer, which made Lin Feng worry even more. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 912, Ahsoka Mountain. Chapter 912, Ahsoka Mountain. There was a mountain in Ahsoka which used to be considered a holy place in ancient times, but later on, it gradually became a normal place where cultivators who were not so strong went. The Ahsoka Mountain was vast, as big as a small town. This was where the meeting would be held. There were 3 peaks which symbolized a tripartite balance of power. Between those 3 peaks was a huge flatland that was a few hundred kilometers wide. It was perfect for a large meeting. There were 3 more days until the Great Sect meeting started. After Lin Feng figured all of this out, he went to Ahsoka Mountain but decided not to talk much. Now and then, he'd go to a bar and drink some alcohol. Once in a while, people would look at Xiongqi enviously. In the evening, the lightened streets of Asoka Mountain were calm and peaceful. Many people had taken refuge around and on the three peaks to practice cultivation alone. Sometimes, there were also groups of people taking a stroll. Lin Feng, Xiongqi, and Shui Linglong were there. Xiongqi was unhappily following Lin Feng and would sometimes roar. Shui Linglong was always happy to be on Lin Feng's shoulder. There was a large stage that had been set up. Lin Feng could imagine Jade Heaven as well as the East Sea Dragon Palace and Shingon's people plotting against Tianqi. Lin Feng asked Xiongqi, couldn't we use a deployment technique with the mysterious marks? Idiot. There are so many people practicing cultivation here. Even though I can carve marks without making any sound, I need abstruse crystals and the chi from the abstruse crystals would definitely draw people's attention. Do you think all those people are as stupid as you? Lin Feng seemed thoughtful. Xiongqi was right, if they used abstruse crystals, Zun cultivators would definitely smell it and they would be doomed. But if I used flame energy to carve marks, even Zun cultivators wouldn't be able to smell it. Xiongqi raised his head and sighed. But Lin Feng smiled and said, you're Yan Di. That should be a piece of cake for you, right? Xiongqi looked even prouder. I can do that for you, but first you need to come with us to the secret place on the map. We need to see if there is something I could use there. Damn animal. Thought Lin Feng, but he said, alright, but we're in a hurry now, so we need to do that here and then we can go treasure hunting. Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng and said, alright, but if you try to fool me, you'll die. Don't worry, I will never try to fool you. Lin Feng said. They went onto the stage and Lin Feng took out some abstruse crystals from his ring and gave them to Xiongqi. He needed Xiongqi to ruin this great sect meeting. Xiongqi, said Lin Feng. Some people were coming and one of them was wearing a strange robe. Half of it looked like it was made of fire and the other half of ice. That person looked at Xiongqi, but Xiongqi lowered his head and continued walking. Lin Feng looked at that young man with curiosity. Another extremely powerful young man. He was young and as strong as the young man in white clothes he had seen last time, the third Tianqi layer. The other young people with him were much younger, but none of them had a level inferior to the Tianqi layer. After they disappeared, Xiongqi whispered, that young man is extremely strong, if you ever encounter him, be very careful of his fire. Even worse, it's mixed with ice. Xiongqi was actually praising that young man? He reminded Lin Feng of Lin Xian, who had both an ice and fire soul. Too bad that Lin Xian was so proud. Alright, can we get going? Asked Lin Feng. Xiongqi nodded and slowly lowered his head. There was no chi and nobody could see him or smell his energies. Although Lin Feng trusted him, he was worried that people could discover Xiongqi. Time passed slowly as Lin Feng released his godly awareness and scouted the surroundings. At the beginning, he could see Xiongqi, but after a few minutes, he couldn't. Lin Feng was surprised. Could Xiongqi hide that well? Lin Feng felt even more relieved. Lin Feng hid in a dark place in order to not draw attention. A long time passed and Lin Feng opened his eyes. Xiongqi came to him looking satisfied. Are you done? Asked Lin Feng. Bullshit. When I do something, I always succeed. When I get back to my normal state, I will show you what it means to be an emperor. Said Xiongqi, which made Lin Feng smile. Alright. We're done, so let's go now. Said Xiongqi. Alright, let's compare the two maps first. Said Lin Feng while taking out the two maps. One could clearly see the paths on the new map, but the other one was very old and blurry, so comparing both maps was the best way to find the target destination. We need to find a mountain range. Said Xiongqi. There were a few mountain ranges in Asoka. However, Lin Feng couldn't find the one on the map. Strange. Whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't find it and Xiongqi found it strange too. Look, here. Said Xiongqi, pointing at place on the old map. Then, he pointed to Asoka Mountain on the new map and they looked alike. It seemed like the treasure was in Asoka Mountain. However, there were 3 mountains in Asoka Mountain, but the area on the old map seemed gigantic. Could it be that the Asoka Mountains have changed in the past 300 years? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 913, Clash of the Geniuses. Chapter 913, Clash of the Geniuses. If this is Asoka Mountain, then which of the 3 mountains are we talking about? Lin Feng was staring at the map. The fire wasn't showing a precise place. On the old map, it almost seemed like the 3 mountains were together, but nowadays, which mountain was the right one? Lin Feng looked at both maps again but didn't find anything. The treasure had to be in Ahsoka Mountain. If a war had occurred a few hundred years ago, why had the three mountains remained intact? Zhongqi said to Lin Feng, "We're going there." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the same place where the Great Sect meeting was would be the same location as their treasure. Was it a coincidence or had someone done that on purpose? If it were a coincidence, were they the only ones who knew about the treasure? Or were they the only ones? Could there be other people hunting the treasure? Let's go. Lin Feng started walking and Zhongqi followed him. He was more interested in treasure hunting than in the Great Sect meeting. That map was made by an incredible fire cultivator. If he could get it, maybe he could become much stronger again. After all, he was the Flame Emperor Yendi. He had chosen Zhongqi's body because Zhongqi was a fire beast, so it was more beneficial for him. The Ahsoka Mountain was famous in Ahsoka history. There were many legends in Ahsoka about a strong cultivator who practiced cultivation there. Lin Feng and Zhongqi's silhouettes flickered. From afar, they thought the three mountains weren't that far away, but getting there actually took much more time than they thought. When they arrived at the center of the three mountains, Lin Feng saw many people. Why were those people silently practicing cultivation there? Especially in the middle of the three mountains. It's him. Lin Feng saw the young man in white clothes. It was the one with the wind soul and was extremely strong. The beautiful girl was also there with him. There were many Tian-level cultivators as well. Many were wearing the same clothes as those who had attacked him. They were probably members of the Xiaoyao sect. Who is he? Lin Feng wondered. The Xiaoyao sect was powerful in the Ganyu region, but surprisingly, they respected the young man in white clothes and admired him. They almost acted like servants around him. Lin Feng was wondering whether that young man was a high-class disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. But at that moment, apart from the young man wearing white clothes and his group, there were other people who seemed to be confronting them. Especially another young man of the same level, the third Tianqi layer. There was another group as well which consisted of a young woman and a young man who were about the same age. The young man had broken through to the fourth Tianqi layer and the young woman through to the third. She was wearing a red skirt and looked beautiful. So many strong cultivators from Ganyu. Imagine fighting against them. Could you defeat them? Asked Zhongqi as if he was gloating over Lin Feng's misfortune. Lin Feng's opponents were usually weaker than him, so Lin Feng easily despised them. But now, those people seemed extremely strong and powerful. Right now, they were in the middle of the three mountains of Ahsoka Mountain. Was it a coincidence? Lin Feng knew that Zhongqi was right. Those people were extremely strong and extraordinary and so on. As if the young man in white clothes sensed something, he turned around and looked in Lin Feng and Zhongqi's direction. He suddenly had a strange facial expression. "You're here," said the young man, surprised. According to what the guy from the Xiaoyao sect had told him, Lin Feng had killed those people last time. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was now inside the Ahsoka Mountains. He must be here because of the Great Sect meeting, thought the young man. He glanced at Lin Feng and Zhongqi and then turned around again. Indeed, the one he was currently fighting was more important than Lin Feng. The others saw that the young man in white clothes seemed to know Lin Feng, so they glanced at him too. Then, they turned around again. That was just a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. In their eyes, he was just a nobody and didn't deserve their attention. At that moment, Tianlin slowly rose up in the air and released a terrifying qi. The members of the Xiaoyao sect and Tianlin didn't look scared at all. "Since you challenged us, come and fight," said the young man aggressively at Tianlin. His robe was fluttering in the wind and he looked sharp. "Look. Who are you? How dare you challenge Tianlin?" said a member of the Xiaoyao sect. Tianlin was an aristocrat. Even their patriarch respected him. "Let's fight first," said that young man who had also broken through to the third Tianqi layer. Then, Tianlin threw himself at the aggressive young man. However, the aggressive young man didn't even glance at Lin Feng and prevented him from moving. His blood was boiling like a raging ocean. A dazzling golden light appeared and a golden pattern appeared behind that young man. It slowly rolled in the air. Slash! The golden wool suddenly started moving. In a flash, the members of the Xiaoyao sect were surrounded by that light and they fell down from the sky dead. "What a powerful soul," sighed Lin Feng. It was similar to Tianlin's soul in that it could easily kill people using their soul. "You've never seen an emperor's descendant, their souls are terrifying," whispered Zhongqi. "The stronger the ancestors, the stronger the offspring's souls. Zun cultivators can transmit their blood and the peculiarities it contains." Lin Feng nodded. The world of cultivation was unfair where talent was just a matter of transmission. Some people had everything from their birth while others had to rely on themselves. Lin Feng didn't know how long ago his ancestor, the Zun Cultivator, had lived on his mother's side, but they still inherited his soul from generation to generation. However, their strength was still proportional to other Shuiyu's souls. In many places, there were people whose parents were Zun-level emperors and they were much stronger than someone whose ancestor was a Zun cultivator from hundreds of years before. As Qiongqi had said, emperors' children were extremely strong. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 914, Confrontation. Chapter 914, Confrontation. Qiongqi looked at Lin Feng and saw that his eyes were twinkling. He was seizing each opportunity to bully Lin Feng. Of course, the conditions at birth were important, but the cultivation conditions were also important. Those people's souls were strong and powerful and they had powerful skills and powers. Even though Lin Feng's soul wasn't as strong as theirs, he had learnt extremely powerful skills and techniques, and in a real fight, he would definitely be able to surprise them. Of course, for Yan Di, who had been an emperor, those people weren't geniuses. Many people dreamt of being close to emperors and he had seen many sorts of such geniuses. Poor him, he was now Lin Feng's pet. He had to become stronger and someday he'd become an emperor again. For that, he needed Lin Feng's help though. If they only rely on their soul and don't know any other tricks, then they're not geniuses to me, said Lin Feng almost as if he had guessed what Qiongqi was thinking. He smiled at Qiongqi and added, for example, if we were of the same cultivation level and if I could easily kill them, wouldn't I be a genius then? Qiongqi sighed because Lin Feng was less and less irritable. The aggressive young man's golden lights were more and more dazzling. When the members saw their fellow disciples die, they became furious. You really want to die? How dare you kill the members of our sect? Shouted someone furiously. Their silhouettes flickered and they released a terrifying chi. A bunch of trash. You're as bright as fireflies and yet, you think you can compete with the sun? Said the aggressive young man. ///. The golden lights were extremely sharp and nothing could stop them. More people were suddenly cut by those lights. There were some more slashing sounds as more corpses kept falling down from the sky. When people tried to attack, they automatically failed. They couldn't stop those golden lights and instantly died. People behind pulled a long face and they looked dispirited. They wanted to leave, but it was already too late. How could the aggressive young man let them off? In the blink of an eye, he killed all the members of the Xiaoyao sect, leaving no one alive. However, from the beginning to the end, the aggressive young man didn't move, his soul was doing all the work. Tianlin, was it fun to send people to die for you? Come on and fight me now, said the aggressive young man. I'm not interested in fighting against someone who was so obviously insane. Many people came here, so there's no need for me to fight you. If you really want to fight, why don't you fight against her or the one with the fire and ice soul? Said Tianlin, pointing at a young man and a young woman who were siblings. Their family name was Hua and they were extremely strong and powerful. They'll have to wait their turn, first you and then them, said the aggressive young man. Nonsense. When the time is right, I'll fight you, said Tianlin. He then moved towards Lin Feng. Coward, said the aggressive young man mockingly when he saw that Tianlin was leaving. His soul disappeared and the golden light vanished, leaving only the moonlight. The aggressive young man then left as well. Tianlin slowly walked towards Lin Feng and Qiongqi. He still looked proud and arrogant. I'm surprised you survived last time, said Tianlin indifferently yet still sounding conceited. Since you're so self-centered, you'll often be surprised in life, said Lin Feng smiling. Tianlin seemed surprised. You're lucky that you survived before, but now you will die. The young woman seemed even more furious. Lin Feng had humiliated her and she wanted her revenge. You don't fight those of the same level as you, so you go and bully those who are weaker. Prince Tianlin is really majestic, said the young man who hadn't talked the whole time. Brother, you understand that it's not that I was afraid to fight, it's rather that I didn't feel like it, said Tianlin indifferently. He didn't sound angry. That's what you say, but now you're bullying an ordinary cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. Do you think that your actions support your claim? Said the Huashur girl. The fact that a girl said that provoked Tianlin even more. Two people are against me, alright, if he can withstand a single attack, I won't kill him, said Tianlin, releasing his spirit. His terrifying hurricane spirit appeared again. Lin Feng could sense it and it felt like his body was going to break under the pressure. Tian Lin did as he wished because he didn't respect people. Lin Feng was nothing in his eyes. If the siblings hadn't said anything, Lin Feng would be dead already, but since they had said he was too weak, he agreed to attack him only once. Do you think it's fair to use your soul to attack a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer? Said the young woman coldly. Tian Lin was 2 layers higher than Lin Feng and had a powerful spirit. Lin Feng was an ordinary cultivator. He would probably die. How is that fair? I don't give a damn about what's fair or not. If he can withstand a single attack, that's good. If he can't, he should die, said Tian Lin. To him, there was no such thing as fairness. The cultivation world wasn't fair. You won't kill me if I can withstand your attack? Said Lin Feng, smiling before adding in an indifferent way, I want to see how you will kill me then. Come and attack. You're a brave boy, said Tian Lin. His spirit appeared from his back. A hurricane moved towards Lin Feng, who could sense the power of his soul. It was quite powerful. Die! Shouted Tian Lin furiously. His soul moved towards Lin Feng at full speed and shook the entire space. He only released a tiny part of his soul, but it sufficed to kill a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. Even a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer without any particular power would die against this attack. Lin Feng looked at that wind, motionless. He punched the atmosphere in the direction of the hurricane. There were pale lights in his attack, and his punch contained demon sealing strength. Slash, slash. Suddenly, subtle sounds spread in the air. Then, buzzing sounds spread in the air and the hurricane immediately stopped and disappeared. Eh? Tian Lin was incredulous. What a terrifying sealing power. It seemed like he had underestimated Lin Feng. The siblings were just as surprised. Wait, said Lin Feng. He raised his head and looked at Tian Lin in a despising way. Tian Lin was surprised and smiled coldly. All right, let's try again then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9:15, How can you be so proud? Chapter 9:15, How can you be so proud? You're not respecting your promise, said the young woman. Tian Lin said he would attack only once, but now he continued the battle. Lin Feng was certainly going to die. Humph. Tian Lin groaned coldly. His soul appeared again and started rotating like a tornado. The thought of him putting his entire soul into an attack was scary. Lin Feng was still standing there as he raised his fist, which started glowing. He pushed the demon sealing strength into his fist. Seal! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying strength assaulted the tornado. Die! Boom! Tian Lin shouted furiously. His wind moved through the air with a fury capable of destroying anything. Such powerful attacks could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the third Tianqi layer. How could Lin Feng resist? At that moment, Lin Feng shouted, Break! A fist shadow came out from his hand and fought the wind. Whistling sounds invaded the air as Lin Feng's shadow fist collided with the wind. Disappear! Shouted Lin Feng using his demon sealing strength, and then the wind broke apart. Tian Lin's facial expression looked even colder. From his back, the wind was blowing stronger and stronger. He was struggling to kill a trivial cultivator of the first Tianqi layer and was losing face. That's enough, said the brother Hua Shi. He released some qi and attacked Tian Lin, who was propelled backwards. Lin Feng sensed the energy and jumped back before it could reach him. The young man wanted to put distance between Lin Feng and Tian Lin. What the hell are you doing? Said Tian Lin, glancing at the young man furiously. His wind was still floating in the air. If I remember right, you promised you won't let him off if he withstood one of your attacks, and he did. Now you're releasing more and more of your soul to attack him. Even a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer would die against such an attack. You're shameless to attack somehow so much weaker. Don't you think? Brother Hua Shi said indifferently. Tian Lin pulled a long face. He changed his mind and said he wanted to continue. I wanted to show him how strong I am. You're not that strong though, said Lin Feng from behind. Tian Lin was aghast and looked back at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He smiled and said, You should be able to kill people of the first and second Tianqi layer quite easily. Now, you have broken through to the third Tian layer and you release 3 layers of your soul, and yet, you're still unable to kill me. What a disgrace. Tian Lin was enraged but couldn't contradict Lin Feng. With the strength of the third Tianqi layer, he was unable to kill Lin Feng even though his cultivation level was lower. He even released 3 layers of his soul and still failed. Your pride is not founded. When you face weak people, you act all high and mighty. A moment ago, the guy challenged you and you refused. Instead you came and challenged me because my level is lower than yours. How dazzling. In the end, you still managed to lose face. You even violated your promise. You said that if I withstood one of your attacks, you'd let me off. You're such a coward, said Lin Feng mockingly. Tian Lin was becoming more and more furious. You don't need to look at me that way. You never understood me. You didn't even know how strong I was. You just said you could kill me in one strike because you wanted to show the others how strong you are. In fact, you're not much different from most cultivators. When you fight against weaker people, you win. Can you guarantee that if you use your full power, that is, your whole soul, you can kill me? Said Lin Feng. Everyone was astonished, including the siblings Hua Shi. Lin Feng seemed quite self-confident. Could he really resist Tian Lin's whole soul? Don't try and find an excuse saying that you don't fight against weaker cultivators or something like that. Come and prove that you're strong now. Strong cultivators have defeated their own ego by your level. Really strong cultivators only fight cultivators who are stronger than them, something you must not be used to. Lin Feng said despisingly. Since that's what you want, I'll show you my strength and kill you, said Tian Lin. Lin Feng had humiliated him, he was furious. If you want to be sure, just use your full power, said Lin Feng while running at him. Tian Lin heard the brother Hua Shi say mockingly, it seems like Prince Tian Lin can only fight weak cultivators to prove that he's strong. Let's see how this goes. You're distracting me on purpose, said Tian Lin coldly. He then glanced at Lin Feng and said, alright, I told him that if he withstood a single attack, I wouldn't kill him. So I won't kill him this time. However, if I see him again, I will not be so merciful. Forgive me? You're funny, said Lin Feng shaking his head. Lin Feng really wanted to kill him, but the Great Sect meeting was approaching and that young man's social status seemed quite high. He couldn't use his full strength without drawing attention. He would have to wait to teach him a lesson. As they weren't battling anymore, Lin Feng and Xiongqi left. They soon arrived in a flatland where there was nothing. There was also no sign that it was the place indicated on the old map. Even if that place was different from everything they had seen in the region so far, there should have been marks or something, but there was nothing. What do you think? Asked Lin Feng. Xiongqi looked around. Give me the map, said Xiongqi seriously. Lin Feng passed him the map and Xiongqi examined it carefully. Look, there are other people here. Do you think there's only one copy of that map? Said Xiongqi. On a beast, that facial expression looked quite strange. If they came here, they might have a map too, replied Lin Feng. Xiongqi nodded and looked pensive. Let's go, said Xiongqi turning around. Lin Feng asked him, did you find something out? Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng, remained silent for a few seconds and said, am I not an emperor? A little insect seems to think he can teach me something. Of course I understood everything. All we have to do now is go and pick up the treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 916, The Teacher Arrive. Chapter 916, The Teacher Arrive. Lin Feng smiled and said, why are the two maps different then and where is the precious treasure? How could you understand anyway, you're just a basic cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Telling you is a waste of breath. It was difficult to get information from Xiongqi. He despised Lin Feng, but he didn't know that Lin Feng secretly despised him too. Xiongqi made fun of Lin Feng because he was a Tian-level cultivator, but he was forgetting that he was a Xian-level beast. Someone cast a huge space spell here, said Xiongqi. He seemed very serious at that moment. A huge space spell? Lin Feng immediately thought of Shingon, the mysterious world in Tianya Hage, the world of the picture scroll. Weren't those places huge space spells? What is a huge space spell? Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng in a despising way and said, it's a spell used to create a new world out of nothing. A spell used to create a new world out of nothing. Lin Feng was perplexed. Shingon or the mysterious world could really be huge space spells. You're so weak, you can't understand what it means. Huge space spells are used to create small worlds, of which, there are many small worlds in our world. So many that if there is a small world just next to you, if the creator doesn't want you to know, you will never know unless you're stronger. After reaching a certain cultivation level, you'll be able to sense small worlds. Continued Shang-Chi. What you mean is that the treasure is in a small parallel world, but I can't see it? Asked Lin Feng. Shang-Chi nodded. He seemed pensive. Can you open those small worlds? Asked Lin Feng. That was the most crucial aspect. It's difficult. My current level is too low, so I need more strength, said Shang-Chi. He seemed annoyed. He knew where the world was and knew there would be incredible treasures in there, but he couldn't get them. How frustrating. As a former emperor, it was a tragedy to end up in such a state. But, if he managed to get into that world and find incredible treasures, he might be able to get back to his normal state. He couldn't miss that opportunity. Little boy, I need your help with something else, said Shang-Chi, still talking seriously. Lin Feng looked at Shang-Chi and asked, what do you need? I can't open that world. I need to borrow some strength from other strong cultivators. It could be dangerous, and the treasure hunting quest could be dangerous and difficult as well. I hope you can help me, only one time. Shang-Chi didn't seem like he was joking, and he didn't look arrogant anymore. He looked extremely serious. He almost looked human. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. Shang-Chi was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would accept so quickly. Are you sure? Asked Shang-Chi. What? Lin Feng shouted furiously, I've told you that we're partners now, we're a team. You help me, I help you. Roar. Shang-Chi roared. Lin Feng had his moments, it seemed. If you find incredible treasures, don't forget about me though, said Lin Feng. Shang-Chi just looked at him in a despising and ferocious way. He didn't look as nice as a few seconds before. Where are you going? Shouted Lin Feng. I need to prepare something. If the little world can't be opened, how will we get in? Said Shang-Chi as it walked into a dark area. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry either. In the darkness, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and started practicing cultivation. The more he practiced cultivation, the more he understood that he wasn't strong enough. Lin Feng was confident in his abilities. His level was inferior to those geniuses' levels, but he hadn't practiced cultivation for such a long time, and he wasn't born in perfect conditions to practice cultivation. It wasn't a problem though. He just had to persevere. After all, those geniuses didn't have such a strong skill set as his. At that moment, from the darkness, someone approached Lin Feng. That person looked like an ordinary old man. He wasn't releasing any qi. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and released a terrifying amount of qi. He was ready to attack. Little Lin Feng, it's me, said a voice Lin Feng knew all too well. In a flash, his qi disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the old man and frowned, he couldn't believe it. That's good, you recognized me, said the old man with a gentle smile. Teacher? Lin Feng was speechless. His voice sounded febrile. What's wrong? You can hide your face, but I can't? Said the old man, giggling. It was Mr. Bai, the Snow Zoom cultivator. His teacher was doing the exact same thing as him. He had changed his face so people couldn't recognize him anymore. You couldn't recognize me, so I must be good at transforming. People who don't know me that well won't be able to recognize me even, said the old man, smiling. He seemed satisfied. Teacher, how come you're here? Asked Lin Feng. Besides, how did you find me? Lin Feng was worried. In Ahsoka Mountain, there were many strong cultivators, and the purpose of the Great Sect meeting was to plot against Tianqi. It was quite dangerous to be there. On top of that, the one who had taught Lin Feng how to change his face was Mr. Xiaoya's grandfather. How could his teacher find him? Some people want to destroy Tianqi, our empire. I can't let my people face that danger alone. Besides, you're here, so am I. Is that so surprising? Whispered the Zun cultivator. Concerning the fact that I found you, don't forget that I am one of the owners of the Tianshan stone which you have with you now. With it, I can find you anywhere. I see. Lin Feng hadn't, though his teacher could find him because of the Tianshan stone. Teacher, everything that's happening to Tianqi is my fault, said Lin Feng. He felt guilty. What do you mean? It's not every day that you have such a great disciple. It's an honor for Tianxian. Tianqi needs you to rise up, said the old man, shaking his head. Don't worry too much about Tianqi, you need to practice cultivation serenely. Don't let other things influence you. Concerning that stupid Great Sect meeting, do they really think they can bully Tianqi that easily? Tomorrow morning, some people are going to pay the price for their actions," said the old man with sharp cold lights in his eyes. Some people wanted to destroy Tianqi and one of its disciples. Tianqi obviously wouldn't let that happen. They never let their fellows down. "All right," said Lin Feng with a magnificent smile on his sick-looking face. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 917, Beat Around the Mountain to Scare the Tiger. Chapter 917, Beat Around the Mountain to Scare the Tiger. Shang-Chi came back after a long time. The old man was surprised to see that Lin Feng had an ancient beast with him. He stared at Shang-Chi, as if trying to read through him. Shang-Chi sensed that the old man was trying to inspect him, so he roared loudly and lowered his head. He didn't want to stare at the old man. "That old man is extremely strong, especially his godly awareness," thought Shang-Chi. He used to be an emperor and still thought that the old man was extraordinary. He wasn't a high-level Zune cultivator, but his awareness was incredible, his blood too. The old man had a very strong blood strength. The old man had the feeling that there was something strange about Shang-Chi, but he couldn't tell what. He gave up and used telepathy to talk to Lin Feng. "Little Lin Feng, there's something strange about that beast." "I know. Don't worry, teacher, I know it quite well." He didn't want to hide anything from his teacher, but Shang-Chi's story was very sad, so there was no need to tell everyone about it. If strong cultivators heard the story, it could get dangerous for the both of them. He was an emperor, that was more precious than any item in the world. If people knew about him, they would go insane. "Since you know about it already, there's no need to talk about it. I'm off," said the old man. He then disappeared in the darkness of the night. "My teacher is going into the tiger's den," thought Lin Feng, looking at his teaching disappearing in the darkness. He hoped nothing would happen to him and that nobody would recognize him. "Have you heard about what happened to Shen Gong?" someone said in a bar. "Of course, who hasn't? Tianqi is a very powerful group and they are rising up, it seems. Sending strong cultivators to destroy Shen Gong is an act of bravery. I think it's one of the hottest pieces of gossip in Ganyu." Indeed. Shen Gong was also one of the most powerful groups in Ganyu, but in one night, they collapsed. Apart from Mia Chang and the strong cultivators he brought here, the others were all killed by Tianqi. As of today, it almost doesn't exist anymore. Getting back to what they used to be will be extremely difficult in the future. Tianqi's people are brutal. Someone from Tianqi went to Shen Gong and killed so many of their strong cultivators. Then he left without any resistance. He also said that next time, he would come back with more Zune cultivators, and that's what he did. He went to Shen Gong and destroyed them completely, in one night. Everybody was talking about the same things. Shen Gong had been destroyed by Tianqi. What incredible news! "Shut the hell up!" shouted someone furiously from inside the bar. The walls of the bar were trembling from his voice. People turned around and looked at the one who had just talked. They wanted to make fun of that person, but that person's chi was so scary that the crowd remained silent. That person was probably from Shen Gong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been that furious. Lin Feng was also in that bar. He heard all the stories about Shen Gong and so on. Finally, Lin Feng understood what Price Mr. Bai was talking about. Tianqi had started their assault. After news of this spread, many strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven hurried back to their country. They were worried that Tianqi would do the same to them, destroy their group while they were away. Many influential groups weren't as confident anymore. They seemed to forget that Tianqi's Zune cultivators were alive and could walk. If they wanted, they could leave Tianqi and take advantage of this meeting. The crowd understood Tianqi's message. By annihilating Shen Gong, they were telling everyone that participating at the Great Sect meeting would make them enemies. Because Shen Gong was involved in the meeting, many people were starting to leave. They didn't want to end up like them. However, at that moment, an extremely loud voice spread in the air. "The Great Sect meeting is starting earlier. Everybody go to the meeting point in Ahsoka Mountain, right now." Early? People raised their heads. Shen Gong had been destroyed. The other influential groups were scared and wanted to start the meeting earlier. New problems cropped up unexpectedly because they were wasting time. Nobody could say that they could defeat Tianqi on their own, therefore, they needed this meeting. The voice resonated everywhere in Ahsoka Mountain and everybody heard it. Although everybody was surprised, they understood that Tianqi forced some hands to be played. Everybody walked towards the meeting point. They didn't know how many groups would participate in destroying Tianqi. Lin Feng was in the crowd as well. He remained absolutely silent. "My friend," said someone who tapped on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man and a young woman smiling at him, the Huasher siblings. "What's your name again, my friend?" asked the young man. He was talking in a simple way, but he looked extremely rich. "My family name is Lin," said Lin Feng, smiling. "Lin?" The young man frowned and smiled. Lately, a certain person whose family name is Lin and first name is Feng is at the center of all conversations. "Brother Lin, do you know that Lin Feng? I've heard of him, but I've never seen him." "I've never seen him either. There are many rumors about him. I wish I could see him someday." "Maybe you will see him today," said Lin Feng jokingly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. What trick did you use last night to release sealing strength and oppress Tian Lin's soul?" whispered the young man. How could Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the first Tian Qi layer, dominate Tian Lin, who had broken through to the third Tian Qi layer? That was absolutely rare. That was nothing powerful. You managed to push us both, Tian Lin and I, away. That was scary, replied Lin Feng. "What are you talking about?" said the young man, shaking his head. "Brother Lin, if we have great opportunities because of this great sect meeting, I hope that you'll obtain some great treasures as well." After that, both of them remained silent. The young man seemed like he knew what was going to happen during the great sect meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 918, Lose Face. Chapter 918, Lose Face. "Brother Hua, you, Prince Tianlin and another young man are not from Ganyu, right?" asked Lin Feng. The young man smiled and said, "Indeed. I come from very, very far away." "The place where you come from must have much stronger cultivators and geniuses than Ganyu," said Lin Feng. This made the young man smile indifferently. "I'm not a genius. There are many people who are much stronger than me where I come from. If you ever have the opportunity, you can go and see. If you tell me where you're from, I'll definitely go and visit," replied Lin Feng. "I'm from the Holy City, have you ever heard of it?" said the young man, smiling. Lin Feng was astonished. The Holy City was at the center of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Some of the strongest cultivators in the world were there. "Of course I've heard of it. You come from there?" "Kind of," replied the young man, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng didn't ask much. Even though he was curious, his interlocutor didn't seem to want to tell him much. What did he mean by kind of though? Both arrived at the meeting point in the middle of the three peaks and were met by many people. There were all sorts of people. Some people were unruly, others had just come to see what the meeting was about and to enjoy magnificent landscapes. Would the Great Sect meeting really work? Brother, Jade Heaven, the East Sea Dragon Palace and Shingon organized the meeting together, but now Shingon has been destroyed. Who do you think will act as the leader? Prince Duan Mu from Jade Heaven or King Dragon from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Asked Lin Feng. The young man had a very high status. He might know about these things. Perhaps, none of them, said the young man indifferently. This stimulated Lin Feng's curiosity. Who then? You'll know soon enough, brother, said the young man, smiling in a resplendent way as if he knew what was going on behind the scenes. More and more people were gathering. There were many sects and groups, about 1,000. There were 1,000,000 cultivators in total. If they had all been flying in the sky, the sunlight wouldn't have found a gap. At that moment, a dazzling light appeared in the sky. People were surprised. 3 silhouettes appeared: King Dragon from the East Sea Dragon Palace, Duan Mu from Jade Heaven and Mia Chang from Shingon. Many people looked at them with admiration. Those 3 were leaders of powerful groups in Ganyu. It was an incredible scene to see those 3 extremely strong cultivators walking together. Of course, there were many extremely strong cultivators in the crowd who didn't look at them with as much admiration. The leader of the Nine Cloud Sword sect, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect and the leader of the Necropolis sect were also there. There were many, many strong cultivators in Ahsoka Mountain at that moment. We are delighted to see so many people here for the Great Sect meeting, said the 3 leaders at the same time. Even though they were satisfied to see so many people, they didn't really show it. We don't need to tell you much, you have already heard the news since you're here, said King Dragon before adding, Tianqi's people are ruthless and shameless. They destroyed Shingon while Mia Chang and some of his strongest cultivators weren't there. All the strongest cultivators of Tianqi took advantage of the situation and utterly destroyed Shingon. Tianqi is in a killing frenzy and they kill without principles. They're trying to take over Ganyu by eliminating all their competitors. Their disciples also killed a great deal of people. Many people disappeared in the mysterious world except for Tianqi's people. We don't know what kind of trick they resorted to achieve that. With such people around, we won't be able to protect Ganyu for long. The crowd remained silent. They all understood that if Tianqi took over Ganyu, then the situation would become dangerous for them too. Of course, another problem was that Lin Feng had a precious treasure which he had received from the mysterious world. Ridiculous! Someone said, breaking the silence. Everybody heard that person. Surprisingly, someone dared challenge the King Dragon. He was humiliating the three leaders and all of their backing. Many people looked around, but couldn't see the person who said that. It was as if the voice had come from every side. The three leaders in the air were terribly angry. They glanced around but couldn't see anything either. Surprisingly, nobody could find who that person was. If you're not a coward, come out. No need to hide like a weakling, shouted King Dragon furiously. If you're not even able to find me, then go searching for excuses, said the voice again. King Dragon looked angrier and angrier. He lowered his head and looked at the crowd. The people who he looked at were terrified and would lower their heads. It couldn't be them. You called people to help you destroy Tianqi. Should they sit and wait for death? The fact that Tianqi destroyed Shingon proves that Shingon consists of a bunch of crappy cultivators, said the voice. It was rolling through the sky, coming from every direction. If you have balls, come out to talk, said Mia Chang, again trying to antagonize him. Come out and get killed by all the people who will accept to help you? If you're such a crappy cultivator that you can't even find me, don't try and find excuses, said the voice. The crowd remained silent. Someone dared disturb the great sect meeting. Was that person from Tianqi? Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He couldn't be sure that the person was his teacher, but he admired them. However, if it was his teacher, it seemed like he had underestimated his strength. His teacher went to Shingon alone and killed many people, uncontested. He had even killed 2 Zun cultivators. In the past, he was just his teacher, but now he understood that Mr. Bai wasn't an ordinary old man. The three leaders in the sky pulled a long face. The great sect meeting had just started and someone was already disturbing them. They didn't know what to do or where to look. They felt humiliated. That person has an extremely strong soul and understands the strength of the earth and sky to a high degree, explained the brother Hua Shi. He wouldn't have thought that he'd see such powers in Ganyu. Not bad. The three leaders in the sky weren't weak, but they weren't strong enough. The three leaders glanced around. King Dragon said again, if you have any balls, there's no need to hide. However, there was no voice. The one who had interrupted before had seemingly left. The three leaders looked extremely angry. That person had just played with them as mere toys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 919, Imperial Cultivation Disciple. Chapter 919, Imperial Cultivation Disciple. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time. The one who had talked wouldn't come out. King Dragon continued talking, Tianqi is sly, they are wild beasts. In the mysterious world, everybody disappeared but their members. We don't know what happened to the rest, maybe they're dead, or maybe they are prisoners. They resort to incredibly evil methods to take over Ganyu. If we don't destroy Tianqi, we're all doomed. We need to destroy Tianqi. If we all survive, things can go back to normal. If many of us die, we'll avenge them, said Duan Mu. If we don't destroy Tianqi, how could all the other sects keep rising? Said Mia Chang. Tianqi had destroyed Shingon, that was already a tragedy for them. The three leaders were using strong and biased words to convince the crowd. They wanted to recruit everyone to their side using fear. Today, we need to find a leader who will bring everybody together against Tianqi, said King Dragon. The crowd was surprised. Indeed, a leader was essential. He would lead 1,000 sections. The three leaders had organized the great sect meeting, but in the crowd, there were even stronger cultivators. If one of the three leaders led the war, they might fail. Of course, the leader can only be someone who was here and they must want to destroy Tianqi from the bottom of their heart. I know that there are many incredibly strong people in the crowd. Those who don't care can simply leave. Only those who are actually motivated to destroy Tianqi can stay here, said King Dragon. Wow! Whispered Lin Feng. Those who had come out of curiosity or for their reputation were treated like good-for-nothings. Choosing a leader for such a big undertaking is a normal thing," said the Huashur brother, smiling indifferently. King Dragon continued talking. "I will give you a minute. If you're not really motivated, you can piss off and leave this mountain. Those who don't leave will stay here and go to the war against Tianqi. They will also be able to vote for the leader. If anyone stays and violates our agreement, we'll kill them." "Indeed. If you're not motivated or if you're a traitor, piss off," said Niacheng. 1 minute. People started talking. If they stayed, they had to go to war against Tianqi. If they left, they would lose face. Besides, they wouldn't know who the leader would be. They would also miss the war. Many people were hesitating. Very few people immediately left because they were too weak. Going to war would be the same as suicide to them. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Not many people left, which made him feel uncomfortable. It meant people were tacitly agreeing to go to war against Tianqi. 1 minute passed. The three leaders looked at the very few people who left and smiled indifferently. Tianqi was going to be destroyed. Since you decided to stay here, it means you will fight against Tianqi from now on. We're one army. If anyone wants to leave or betrays us, they'll die," said King Dragon. Until they annihilated Tianqi, nobody was allowed to leave. They had to annihilate Tianqi together. "All right. I'll now introduce you to a few real geniuses," said King Dragon. People were surprised. Couldn't they choose a leader themselves? Why did he have to introduce the real geniuses? What did the word genius mean to him? "If you're a real genius, please come onto the stage," said King Dragon. At that moment, the Huashur brother nodded at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, come onto the stage. Don't decline to shoulder your responsibilities because you think you're not a genius." Eh? Lin Feng instantly understood what Huashur was telling him. King Dragon, Duanmu and Niacheng probably knew who the geniuses were already. "No need for me to go. You go and stop worrying about me," said Lin Feng politely. How could he go onto the stage? The Huashur brother had said that just like that, he couldn't know Lin Feng's background. He nodded at Lin Feng and stepped onto the stage. Apart from the Huashur brother, Lin Feng saw Tian Lin. There was also the aggressive young man against whom Tian Lin had refused to fight and the young man with the ice and fire chi. 6 people, but in reality, there were only 4. The Huashur siblings counted as 1, Tian Lin and his girlfriend counted as 1 as well. The crowd was surprised. They were all extremely young but so strong already. They all had an incredible chi that people were envious of. "Those young people come from the holy city," said King Dragon, smiling indifferently. People were all astonished. The holy city. They knew about it, but it was extremely far away. It was the holy place of the continent of the 9 clouds where most of the strongest cultivators came from. The holy city was also surrounded by 8 territories, 10 cities, and incredibly powerful high-level empires. They all harbored extremely powerful cultivators. Surprisingly, some of those people had come for this war. "Xiaoyao sect, come here for some introductions," said King Dragon, looking at someone in the crowd. That person jumped onto the stage using the Xiaoyao agility technique. It was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. "All right," said the patriarch, smiling. He then added, "I don't know all those geniuses, I only know one of them, Prince Tian Lin." He smiled and continued, "King Dragon is right. They're all from the holy city. Besides, the Xiaoyao sect is a daughter sect to which Prince Tian Lin belongs. You probably knew about it already if you understood the hierarchy of our section stat. The Xiaoyao sect was an influential group in Ganyu. Most people obviously understood how the Xiaoyao sect worked. The main sect was the godly Xiaoyao sect. They had an emperor and possessed incredible powers. The Xiaoyao sect was just a little sect which depended on the godly Xiaoyao sect. Tian Lin came from there. No wonder that he was so extraordinary. Apart from Tian Lin, there are other geniuses, who are all experienced cultivators. Of course, they all have the same social status too. They are all imperial cultivation disciples. Imperial cultivation disciples. The crowd was astonished. Imperial cultivation disciples, emperor's direct descendants. Incredible. Those people were all emperor's disciples? Did it mean that they had the opportunity to see real emperors? Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he looked over at Xiongqi. Xiongqi was looking at those people in a despising way and said, "Trivial and insignificant imperial cultivation disciples. They don't even have the opportunity to see emperors. What is so good about that? I also had a myriad of disciples in the past, but I only knew a few." Yan Di was still referring to his glorious past, But what did it mean to be an Imperial Cultivation disciple? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 920, Fighting Power. Chapter 920, Fighting Power. Do those people really have an emperor as a teacher? Asked Lin Feng. It's just a name. Those who really receive the emperor's teachings are rare. It's just a name for glory. Many people become Imperial Cultivation disciples, but it's just a way of show off. But they do receive several privileges. Besides, the stronger a cultivation emperor is, the more people will want to become their disciple. Whispered Xiongqi. He used to be an emperor. For him, it meant nothing. For Lin Feng it was different. For Lin Feng, those Imperial Cultivation disciples were really lucky. For an emperor, of course, they were just low-level cultivators. Those who were particularly skilled and talented could sometimes receive a few private teachings from the emperor, and those who were really strong could sometimes become direct disciples of the emperor. Then, it can't be only one sect, can it? Whispered Lin Feng. Imperial Cultivation disciples were a bit like those high-ranking officials in the antiquity who could have their own disciples in schools. Emperors attracted lots of cultivators and many geniuses. Those sects and schools could become extremely powerful, influential groups. Xiongqi glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was somewhat smart. Imperial Cultivation disciples represented a large group of influence with many different schools of thought. If an emperor had a problem, all the subsequent sects would help him. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw people's expressions, he laughed and said, "If some people doubt my words, average Tian-level cultivators can come and see the truth for themselves. Of course, it's just to give it a try. The Imperial Cultivation disciples won't hurt you." Average Tian-level cultivators. The crowd was in a daze. Those Imperial Cultivation disciples had, apart from one person who had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer, all of them had broken through to the 3rd and 2nd Tianqi layers, but the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was inviting average Tian-level cultivators, which meant of the 5th Tianqi layer. It seemed like cultivators of the same level had no chance against them. Many people were hesitating. The Imperial Cultivation disciples seemed extremely strong. At the same time, they wanted to see how strong they were. They were wondering what the difference between people who came from the holy city and them was. "I'll give it a try," said someone proudly while jumping up in the air. That cultivator had broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. Did that mean that they thought that they were as strong as the Imperial Cultivation disciples? "Prince Tianli, I have also broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. Feel free to offer me your advice." Prince Tianlin was a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect and an Imperial Cultivation disciple. Being able to fight against him was an honor. "All right, let's fight," said Prince Tianlin. He looked both proud and calm. An ordinary cultivator of the 3rd Tianqi layer wanted to fight against him, but they stood no chance. "All right." The cultivators started dancing about. He understood wind intent, level 4 wind intent in fact. That's why he was so self-confident. How fast? Not bad. How will Prince Tianlin react? The challenger wasn't bad, thought the crowd. Bzzz. A whirlwind appeared behind Prince Tianlin which contained an oppressive strength. Boom! An explosion sounded and a silhouette flew away. Their clothes were torn apart and the wind was following him. "You're way too weak," said Prince Tianlin mockingly. His wind disappeared and his opponent's wind disappeared. What kind of soul is that? Many people were surprised. They understood that there was never a weak soul, only a weak cultivator. Prince Tianlin glanced at the crowd proudly. He was an Imperial Cultivation disciple and proud of it. He despised all the cultivators of the Tianqi layer in the crowd and even some Zun cultivators. Prince Tianlin was fearless and self-confident. He. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was satisfied and smiled. He looked at the crowd and said, "Does anyone else want to try?" The best would be for the challenger to have broken, at least, through the 5th Tianqi layer. Some other geniuses haven't fought yet. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect really wanted average Tian-level challengers. Low Tian-level cultivators had no chance. "All right, I'll try," said someone else. His fire chi was terrifying. That person had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. 5th Tianqi layer, he should be able to compete against an Imperial Cultivation disciple, thought the crowd. The young man stepped onto the stage and looked at someone who had long black hair. His robe was particular, half was made of fire, the other half of ice. His fire was scorching, his ice was ice cold. "You're also a fire cultivator, so you fight?" said the cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer. The one in the black robe agreed, let's fight. All right. That person jumped forwards and explosions sounded. His fire was scorching hot. The young man was suddenly surrounded by fire. He released both fire and ice energies. His energies surprisingly became smaller and almost disappeared. Fire and ice fusion strength, you can't imagine how powerful that combination is, said the young man indifferently. His energies slowly moved towards the challenger. The energy fused together with the fire from the cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer as if it didn't affect him. Fire alone isn't the scariest part, fire is only terrifying when combined with ice, said the young man. Ice reached the challenger's body. The challenger sensed the fire and ice, and then ice. It was difficult to react to it. His skin started to crack. The fire was burning his skin. It felt like 1,000 needles. The challenger gave a horrible shriek and jumped backwards. Stop! Many people didn't understand what had happened. Only the young man knew that dual intent was terrifying. The young man looked calm. His fire and ice intent disappeared as if they were never there from the start. An ordinary cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer was a piece of trash in his eyes. His victory was absolutely normal. The Imperial cultivation disciples were terrifying. Cultivators of the same level couldn't compete with them. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. Why did those people use special powers to defeat the challengers? Maybe they wanted to prove to everyone that they should be chosen to be the leader of the war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 921, Looking for Trouble. Chapter 921, Looking for Trouble. No wonder they're Imperial cultivation disciples, they don't need to use their full power to win, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The crowd enjoyed watching the battles. What level did a cultivator need to be to defeat them? Cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer couldn't defeat them. What about cultivators of the 6th Tianqi layer? You won't have this opportunity every day. Does anyone else want to challenge an Imperial cultivation disciple? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was smiling, but at that moment, everybody remained silent. It was pointless to fight them, they were way too strong. Even cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer couldn't defeat them. Besides, the geniuses weren't even using their full strength. It made challengers feel dispirited to fight such people. So, nobody else? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect smiling. He looked at everyone and said, we organized the great sect meeting to plan the war against Tianqi, we need leaders for that. Ganyu is really big and it would be difficult to convince everyone, especially since there are so many influential groups in the region. I won't pretend to be a leader either. Those cultivators are real geniuses, they are Imperial cultivation disciples. Besides, they have a very high social status so people trust them. As the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, I decide that those Imperial cultivation disciples are the leaders. Does everybody agree? What? The crowd was surprised. The crowd thought that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had given them the opportunity to challenge the Imperial cultivation disciples to show their strength and become leaders. They hadn't thought that those Imperial cultivation disciples would end up the leaders. I agree, said King Dragon. I also think that it's the best thing to do. It is even an honor for us, Ganyu's people, to have these cultivators with such a high social status become the leaders of our war against Tianqi, said Duan Mu. I agree too, said Mia Qing indifferently. The three leaders agreed. Even though I admit they are talented, the Imperial cultivation disciples don't have a very high cultivation level. Aren't they too weak? Many people whispered in the crowd. Many were skeptical. They have a high social status and they are talented. We could just listen to their orders, isn't that even better? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect when he saw people's faces. So, in fact, he wanted to keep them in control. How sly! Groaned Lin Feng coldly. The three leaders didn't need to say they were the leaders, they just had to put a few talented young people in the front and control them from behind. The Imperial cultivation disciples wouldn't decide anything important. But in any case, behind the scenes, there was something going on between the Imperial cultivation disciples and the three leaders. Indeed, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw a smiling old man. Teacher, Little Lin Feng, shouldn't we cause some trouble together? Said the old man, narrowing his eyes and looking at the stage. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled and he replied, using telepathy, Teacher, was it you a moment ago? The old man smiled and nodded. He was the one who had talked and humiliated those people. Those people wanted to join hands and destroy Tianqi as if Tianqi were evil. Alright, teacher. Let's have some fun, said Lin Feng. He looked at the stage and said, Patriarch, why do I have the feeling that this is all staged? Everybody was stupefied and looked at him. When they saw that the one talking was a sick-looking young man with a yellow face, they looked at him in a despising way. Was he tired of living? It was surprising they accused them of such things. It was dangerous to offend the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Explain, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looking cold. Patriarch, if you want to be the leader, organize the great sect meeting and tell everyone that you're the leader. Why do you need those imperial disciples? They're talented but that's all, said Lin Feng indifferently. People were astonished. Talented but that's all? Do you not believe that they're extremely strong and that they're geniuses? Asked the patriarch. They have a high social status but they are imperial cultivation disciples, so what do they have to do with the Gonyu's internal affairs? Everybody clearly understands that those people are a bit more talented than average cultivators and that they participated in a few battles. Is that enough to convince everyone that they should become leaders? Said Lin Feng before adding, for example, if I challenge a few people and say I'm an imperial cultivation disciples, can I become a leader too? The patriarch stared at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that someone would cause him trouble. How audacious. Come onto the stage, said the patriarch. All right. Today is the great sect meeting. I think that you can convince everybody that you are right, said Lin Feng while slowly getting onto the stage. Tianlin was staring at Lin Feng in a cold way as he said, You again. Indeed, said Lin Feng smiling at Tianlin. He then looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and said indifferently, Patriarch, they only fought once, won once, and were chosen to be leaders because they possess so much social sway. If I fight against a few people and win, will that prove that I am also extremely talented and will I be able to act as a leader? Show us first if you're even strong enough to be standing on this stage, said the patriarch while smiling coldly. You have only broken through to the first Tianqi layer. Fight against a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer and if you lose and die, it'll prove you're a piece of trash. The patriarch looked at the crowd. In a flash, someone stepped onto the stage and stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood what the patriarch meant, and that person had broken through to the third Tianqi layer. Since you dare proclaim yourself a genius, I will make things difficult for you. If you lose, I'll kill you for causing trouble at the great sect meeting, said the one who challenged Lin Feng. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect wouldn't kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was saying he was a genius, so if the challenger killed him, the challenger would be considered a great warrior. Boom! That person used the Xiaoyao agility technique and it became difficult to track his movements. Lin Feng looked at that person and released his godly awareness. Everything around him suddenly seemed very clear and precise. He could see every single movement the challenger made. Die! Lin Feng didn't release any chi at all. In fact, he remained motionless. When the challenger saw that Lin Feng wasn't moving, he closed the gap. He was moving so fast that it created a strong gusts of wind. Boom! He tried to punch Lin Feng, but Lin Feng grabbed him when he got close enough. The challenger couldn't move any further. Lin Feng was gripping his hand and it seemed like he was going to crush it. Lin Feng had the strength of the Haruka and the body of a Buddha. Trying to compete with Lin Feng using physical strength was way too dangerous. Boom boom boom. Then, Lin Feng punched the challenger's throat and released some sword energy. It felt like a million swords were penetrating his throat and suddenly, he flew away. Initially, it was supposed to be a way of exchanging views on cultivation, but since you threatened to kill me, I can't remain polite, said Lin Feng indifferently. In the distance, a thump was heard. It was the challenger's body which had finally fallen down from the sky, dead. Lin Feng, a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer, had killed a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer in one punch. Lin Feng had just proved he was strong. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Patriarch, I did the same as them. Since they are leaders, can I be a leader too? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 922, A Godly Awareness Solid as a Rock. Chapter 922, A Godly Awareness Solid as a Rock. They are imperial cultivation disciples, they have a very high social status and everybody already wants them as leaders. What is your social status? You can fight, so what? You can't compete with imperial cultivation disciples, shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Did Lin Feng want to die? You're the only one who keeps talking about their social status without regarding that this is Ganyu's internal affairs. This is none of their business. You want to be the real leader and control things from behind the scenes. There's no need to stage everything anymore," said Lin Feng. "Shut the hell up," shouted the patriarch furiously while releasing his godly awareness and attacked Lin Feng's awareness. Lin Feng's godly awareness shook violently as he took a step back. "Insolent!" shouted a voice furiously. An extremely powerful godly awareness spread in the air and aimed at the patriarch. Bzzz, bzzz, the atmosphere was trembling under this assault. Even the color of the earth and sky changed. "What?" The crowd was astonished. Surprisingly, someone actually attacked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Who was attacking though? There was no need to look for him this time. Suddenly, an old man rose up in the air and he looked majestic. His entire body was surrounded by incredibly powerful energies. He was precisely the one who had attacked the patriarch. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pulled a long face. He had sensed the old man's godly awareness and it was terrifying. How come he didn't know him? He knew most of the strongest cultivators in Ganyu. "Die!" shouted the patriarch furiously. In front of the crowd, how could he flinch? His godly awareness turned into many hands which attacked the old man. "Mountain-like godly awareness!" shouted the old man furiously. Bright lights illuminated the whole area. A golden mountain appeared. It was lofty and seemed like it could crush the entire world. Boom, 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 boom. The mountain-like godly awareness was incredible as it crushed all the hands. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was shaking under this pressure. The golden lights fused and turned into an ancient mountain. The crowd was speechless as they looked at the godly awareness turn into an ancient mountain. What a terrifying godly awareness! It was gigantic. Duan Mu, Mia Cheng, and King Dragon were astonished too. What a terrifying godly awareness! They had never seen that old man and they had never even heard of such a strong cultivator in Ganyu. Did the old man come from another region? How strong? Thought Lin Feng. He never thought that his teacher could be so strong. Even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was scared. Xiongqi's eyes were twinkling. He was in the sky with Lin Feng as well. The old man's cultivation level was lower than the patriarch's, but his godly awareness was so much stronger. The patriarch pulled a long face. He looked at the golden mountain and shouted furiously, "Die!" Many shadows appeared and turned into a gigantic hand. Boom, boom, boom. His godly awareness was extremely fast. The ancient mountain and the gigantic hand quickly collided. The ancient mountain slightly shook but nothing more. The gigantic hand, however, was shaking violently and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect wasn't any better off. "Die!" shouted the old man furiously. He moved his golden mountain again. The gigantic hand continued to be pushed backwards. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect kept running backwards too. His face was deathly pale. He recalled his godly awareness. His robe was fluttering in the wind. It seemed like he wanted to fight against the old man's mountain-like godly awareness with his strength. "Humph." The old man groaned coldly. His voice was so loud that people's heartbeats accelerated. The golden mountain-like godly awareness turned into a bright dazzling light which was composed of an infinite amount of godly awareness. Then the old man recalled it. "Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, what kind of social status is that? You dare bully my disciple, do you think you can do that?" said the old man upset. His disciple? Everybody looked at Lin Feng. So he was his disciple, it was no wonder that he attacked. But the old man was really strong. Surprisingly, he even managed to scare the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect with his godly awareness. Lin Feng had accepted a challenge so he could become a leader. The old man was just as aggressive. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pulled a long face. He had bullied his disciple so he had indirectly humiliated that young man's teacher. Then, the old man had attacked him and he had flinched. "It seems like you decided to cause trouble here, right?" said the patriarch glaring at the old man. "Don't blame me. You're a clown who chose a few young people based on the fact that they're imperial cultivation disciples. My disciple is not any less talented than them but you decided to bully him. Do you think all the people who came to the Great Sect meeting are idiots? Do you think you can play with them as you wish?" said the old man. "You are not the only person who can decide who will be a leader or not. Everybody should have a voice. You could have explained your vision directly. Do you think you can treat people as mere tools?" The atmosphere turned silent. The old man was audacious, but many people secretly agreed with what he said. How could the three leaders give all the orders and force people to obey? Other people should have the right to express themselves. Lin Feng expressed himself and he got bullied. That wasn't fair. So what do you think would be fair? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. If you want to choose leaders according to their talent, then compare people's talent. If you want to choose them according to strength, then compare everyone's strength. Make all the strong cultivators fight. Besides, you don't need that many leaders, one should be enough. The old man said indifferently. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, "You all agree, right?" Indeed. To choose a leader, the strong cultivators should all fight. Indeed, the strongest one should become the leader. Fight, fight. After a few seconds, many people decided to speak up. All of a sudden, the whole crowd was shouting. The old man had said exactly what they were thinking. You want to fight against me? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked at the old man and said in a cold way, "Those who want to become a leader, come out. If you don't, you'll have to accept the final leader." The old man smiled. Those three people wanted to control the entire meeting and so many strong cultivators. How could it be that easy? He wanted to see if the leaders would agree to fight as well. They were all leaders, so if they fought, they had to show how strong they were. If they lost, they'd lose face. If they didn't fight, they'd lose face. King Dragon, Duan Mu and the others looked at the old man. They didn't know where he came from, but surprisingly, he wanted to ruin their plan. Since you organized the great sect meeting, you should explain yourselves, especially those of you who came from very far away. We're not idiots. Nobody is stupid here. You organized the meeting, but if you don't tell the truth, then it's useless. Lin Feng's voice was gentle, but he was smiling coldly inside. How would they deal with that situation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 923, The Defeat. Chapter 923, The Defeat. Damn dogs keep barking. Someone screamed. People turned around. Tian Lin had erupted with anger. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Who are you insulting? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Do you think that you and the crappy old cultivator can disturb everyone as they wish? You're a piece of trash. Last time, I didn't kill you, but don't think that it's because I can't. Said Tian Lin. You both are crap. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can become a leader? Boom. A terrifying energy suddenly shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved like the wind and threw himself at Tian Lin. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A golden light appeared between his eyes as his godly awareness turned into an ancient bell and moved towards Tian Lin. Tian Lin's facial expression looked gloomy. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Tian Qi layer and had already understood godly awareness. Not to mention his godly awareness was extremely strong. Bzzz. Tian Lin released his godly awareness from between his eyes. His godly awareness resembled his soul a bit. Piss off. Lin Feng arrived in front of Tian Lin and punched him directly. Lin Feng's punch contained the force of the earth and sky as well as a sharp qi and physical strength. Lin Feng punched with all his strength. Tian Lin felt like he was suffocating under that punch. How could Lin Feng's physical strength be so powerful? He had only broken through to the first Tian Qi layer, but his punch was as strong as a cultivator of the third Tian Qi layer. Boom boom boom. Their godly awarenesses collided. The ancient bell emitted buzzing sounds. Tian Lin's godly awareness was made of wind, and as it was pushed back, it pushed Tian Lin back as well. He didn't have time to think, he raised his fist and wanted to punch Lin Feng. Boom, boom boom. The atmosphere was trembling. A terrifying strength crashed onto Tian Lin's body. Lin Feng was 2 levels lower than Tian Lin, but his punch made Tian Lin move backwards violently. He was propelled backwards so fast that his feet made a loud sound against the ground and 2 fire trails appeared on the ground. Die! Tian Lin was still pushed backwards, but the ancient bell made buzzing sounds again. Die! Shouted Tian Lin furiously. He released his spirit and a terrifying wind started blowing. Boom boom boom. Another punch. Tian Lin had just started releasing his spirit but was already punched again. He kept sliding backwards. When he stopped moving, Lin Feng stopped too. His golden godly awareness was still floating there. Lin Feng was surrounded by golden lights as he said, "Imperial cultivation disciples? You're just pieces of trash, still sucking on your mother's nipple. Yet you dare talk to me so arrogantly. If I had broken through to the third Tianqi layer, you would already be dead. I could easily kill you. How can you be so arrogant knowing that? Lin Feng was so aggressive. Tian Lin pulled a long face. Lin Feng had punched him twice and propelled him backwards violently both times. Tian Lin was a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer, Lin Feng of the first, so that was a big difference. You called me a piece of trash, but you're an imperial cultivation disciple, don't you feel ashamed? Continued Lin Feng. He really wanted to humiliate Tian Lin. Of course, Lin Feng was lucky because Tian Lin was slow. However, it doesn't mean that Lin Feng wasn't strong. The imperial cultivation disciples you chose really aren't strong, said the old man indifferently yet jokingly. My disciple would be a much better leader, said the old man smiling. The old man and his disciple seemed really close. Patriarch, let's play with them, said Tian Lin to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. All right, said the patriarch nodding. He stared at the old man challengingly. Could those two people compete with them? If my teacher and I win, will we be the leaders? Asked Lin Feng mockingly. He loathed Tian Lin and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. You will die today, said Tian Lin aggressively. His wind spirit made whistling sounds as he used more and more qi of the earth and sky. Is that so? I want to see how an imperial cultivation disciple will kill me, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He then looked at his teacher and smiled. Teacher, let's fight. All right, said the old man nodding. Teacher, I'll bring them to a place and you should follow me. Don't use your full strength, just protect yourself, said Lin Feng using telepathy. The old man looked surprised but didn't say anything. He just replied, all right, you should also be careful. That guy's spirit is extremely strong. Besides, he surely has some amazing skills and techniques. I understand, replied Lin Feng. Both were using telepathy so other people couldn't see that they were communicating. They turned around and saw the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and Tian Lin release terrifying energies. We'll see if you still act so proud later, said Tian Lin coldly. His spirit was emitting terrifying sounds now that it had surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at that hurricane and narrowed his eyes. He joined both hands to condense energies. Piss off, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then started punching the wind faster and faster and it seemed like the wind was starting to disperse. Die, shouted Tian Lin. He released even more of his spirit to attack Lin Feng. The hurricane turned into a black tornado made of strength and it was becoming even more difficult to see. Lin Feng condensed pure qi and rose up in the air, but his pure qi was destroyed immediately. Lin Feng started running quite far away. You think you can escape? Said Tian Lin. He chased Lin Feng, he was extremely fast as well. He also knew how to use the Xiaoyao agility technique since he was a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect. The wind kept roaring as the old man was also calmly protecting himself. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't defeat him. The crowd was watching those strong cultivators in the sky. Lin Feng kept running away in the sky. He was going towards the last mountain of the mountain range. Where are you going? Shouted Tian Lin furiously. His soul was also extremely fast. Piss off. A shadow fist came out from Lin Feng and attacked Tian Lin and then he continued running. What? The old man saw where Lin Feng was going and frowned. He then started following Lin Feng too. Do you think you can save your disciple? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect while smiling coldly. If you dare attack the imperial cultivation disciple, we will all join hands and kill you. Those four people were flying in the sky at incredible speeds. Lin Feng's level was lower than Tian Lin's, so who was going to win? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 924, Flame Mountain. Chapter 924, Flame Mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng, Tian Lin, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the Zun cultivator ended up fighting in the third mountain, precisely where Lin Feng had wanted to lead them. Where are you going? Tian Lin looked at Lin Feng and released more wind. Seal. Lin Feng used some demon sealing strength. The strength of the sealing stone obstructed the wind. Lin Feng continued running and used pure qi to go even faster. You want to die, you will definitely die, shouted Tian Lin furiously. His terrifying wind spirit rose up again and turned into a black cloud. His strength was tearing apart the atmosphere. Boom! Lin Feng looked at that terrifying spirit. He was almost sure that Tian Lin's parents were Zun cultivators now, otherwise, his spirit couldn't be so strong. Bzzz. A beam of light appeared and it moved straight towards the hurricane. A dazzling light also appeared on the ground. What? Tian Lin was surprised. What were those lights? Tian Lin frowned. His wind spirit suddenly looked much weaker, as if he had forgotten that he was fighting. What's that? Whispered Lin Feng. It was as if his pure qi had activated something. Lin Feng knew what it was, of course, he was just pretending. Tian Lin's hurricane looked much weaker. His spirit came back behind him. He used more pure qi and more lights appeared. Some people arrived, they didn't understand what was happening either. The Imperial Cultivation disciples were surprised too. They all started releasing pure qi. Very quickly, the ground seemed to become brighter. It was as if a picture was appearing on the ground. Boom boom boom. 2 marks appeared. The old man and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect separated too. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was staring at those marks. Was it going to appear? Duanmu and Miacheng were also looking at that. It was as if they had thought of something. Lin Feng and Tian Lin weren't fighting anymore. The patriarch and the old man also stopped fighting. People hurried over, they wanted to see what was happening. Something big was happening. You knew, right? Said the Zun cultivator to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, using telepathy, Teacher, we're going to open the door to a small world. The old man was surprised, a small world? What was going on? Please help. Said Tian Lin to all the leaders. He seemed excited. Why did marks appear? Had a strong cultivator cast a huge space spell there? Those marks seemed like those left from casting a huge space spell. All right. The leaders nodded, landed on the marks and released pure qi. They were surrounded by dazzling pure qi. The marks were becoming more and more distinct. Quickly, more marks appeared between the 3 mountains. What is that? Why are there such powerful marks here? The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had found those terrifying marks. They were curious, why hadn't they seen them before? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect glanced around. The strength of a small world was emerging. Everybody, together. Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Everybody nodded. They looked calm and solemn. Using only one person's strength, it was impossible to unlock the secrets of that small world. All right, together. Said King Dragon at that moment. He released an extremely powerful strength as well. At the same time, strength was seeping out of the marks. Boom! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stomped on the ground. Boom! Kacha, strong cultivators were all attacking the ground together. The marks were becoming more and more distinct. Apart from those who were in the sky, everybody started feeling extremely hot. What's going on? The crowd started panicking. The strong cultivators didn't stop through, they did the opposite, they released even more strength. They looked solemn. Someone was asking them to help open the door to a small world, that was a chance they couldn't miss. Boom boom boom. People were starting to feel hotter and hotter. The ground had started collapsing. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. A scorching hot qi made them sweat. Steam was propelled upwards from the ground. Huge space spell, a small world. Lin Feng looked at the scene. The ground was cracking in the middle of the 3 mountains and a small world appeared. It was like Shingon. However, Shingon used an illusion to create a door to the small world. Here, the small world had been sealed. If Xiongqi hadn't found the place, nobody would have. Even the strong cultivators who were there were not able to find the small world. Boom! Terrifying flames appeared. The crowd stepped away from the newly formed hole. The mountain range was shaking as a sea of flames appeared. It was a mountain range made of scorching hot flames. That's the landscape of the picture scroll, a mountain range made of flames. Thought Lin Feng. The map showed that exact place. Flames, flames. Thought Lin Feng. What a strange mountain range. A gigantic cave appeared as well and it was filled with flames as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 925, Void Fire. Chapter 925, Void Fire. The mountain range was on fire. It was burning. The fire looked both real and fake at the same time. Fake fire? People frowned. That fire wasn't real. But the red color of the fire meant that it was fire energy of the highest level. Void fire. Tianlin and the other Imperial Cultivation disciples were astonished. There was void fire in that small world. They had to obtain it. Let's go. Some people rose up in the air and then dove into the fire mountain range. King Dragon, Miachine, Duanmu and the others dove into the void fire. Everybody, don't forget about our agreement, said Tianlin indifferently. Many strong cultivators frowned. They had heard about that small world because the Imperial Cultivation disciples had told them about it. That's why they had decided on the Ahsoka Mountain for the location of the Great Sect meeting. The Imperial Cultivation disciples had set a few conditions to help those strong cultivators. First, they had to give the Imperial Cultivation disciples good items, and in return, they had to help destroy Tian Qi. Don't worry. I remember our agreement, said King Dragon smiling, but his heart was pounding. Void fire. Besides, such a strong fire was more useful for Zun cultivators. With such a fire, they would become even more powerful. Even for them, it was difficult to find such a precious thing. Not that it was in front of them, the people from Ganyu had to enjoy it too. You better remember, you must help us obtain that fire. If you violate our agreement, our fellow disciples and our teachers will come here and destroy all your sects and territories, said Tianlin. The strong cultivators from Ganyu looked annoyed. He was threatening them. However, considering Tianlin's social status, they remained silent. They had to show respect. An emperor was at the head of many sections. They had a myriad of Tian-level and Zun-level cultivators. They also had a few incredibly strong Zun cultivators. Even if they didn't necessarily receive direct teachings from the emperor, he would still help them when in need. A Zun cultivator and a group of Imperial Cultivation disciples could probably destroy Ganyu. Don't worry. We can't obtain that fire anyway, so you can have it, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect in a nice way. They couldn't offend the godly Xiaoyao sect. Alright, now help us and lead the way, said Tianlin indifferently. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others turned around and led the way. They made pieces of mountain explode on the way to create a path. Zun cultivators could easily destroy mountains. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions sounded as the mountain range was breaking apart. The fire was getting hotter. Those Imperial Cultivation disciples came here because of the fire in Ahsoka Mountain, said someone suddenly. Those Imperial Cultivation disciples had an agreement with the leaders of the influential sections. Those people wanted to steal their region's treasures. However, could Imperial Cultivation disciples who were only at the Tian-level cultivators use the void fire? Fire kept burning. Suddenly, a road appeared from within. It led to a mountain where the void fire was housed. Thank you, leaders, said the Imperial Cultivation disciples. Then, they walked towards the mountain and groaned coldly, we have an agreement, so don't get any closer. Instead, you should help us prevent other people from getting any closer. The leaders remained silent and blocked the way. Brother Hua doesn't need that fire, I hope you can gift it to me, said Tianlin to the Huasher brother. Void fire is a kind of fake fire, of course I need it. Ask them if they can give you their part of the fire, said the Huasher brother while shaking his head. Tianlin didn't think it would hurt to try, he knew that guy wouldn't give up. And there was the insane guy. If he obtained some of that fire, he might kill Tianlin. So Tianlin had to be careful and not offend him for the time being. There was also the young man with the ice and fire energies. He would never give up that fire. I need to obtain that fire for myself, thought Tianlin. Let's use spells, said the young man with ice and fire energies. He walked towards the void fire. If he acquired void fire, he would become so much stronger. However, the others wouldn't give him everything. Come back, said someone furiously. Suddenly, the Huasher brother attacked, and in a flash, the young man with the ice and fire energies couldn't move. Piss off, he shouted furiously. He released ice energy and everything froze. At the same time, Tianlin's silhouette flickered as he ran towards the void fire. Where are you going? Dazzling golden light spread in the air towards Tianlin. He immediately released his spirit. They were all fighting. They all wanted the void fire for themselves. In the distance, the crowd gathered and watched the 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples. They couldn't get any closer because the 3 leaders had an agreement to prevent anyone from nearing. Some people really wanted to get the fire too. They were waiting patiently to see if they could get a chance to get close. They had to try, at least. Many people started breaking pieces of the mountain to create a path. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were still arguing while moving forwards. Without realizing it, they arrived at the fire but couldn't stop fighting. Fake fire. Someone used pure chi to grab the void fire. However, when trying to grab the void fire, they sensed a terrible pain through their body. They couldn't get too close to it. Piss off, all of you. You can't take that fire because you're too weak, shouted Tianlin coldly. However, amongst the flames, it started snowing. The snowflakes melted only as they arrived in the flames. How could it be snowing in the middle of those flames? They gazed into the distance and saw a silhouette surrounded by snowflakes. They looked surreal. The young man walking on the snowy path just glanced at them and continued on. The crowd was even more astonished. They couldn't sense any chi, but they could see him. That young man had long black hair, his pupils looked ice cold, and he was surrounded by demonic chi. A demon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 926, Demoniac Power. Chapter 926, Demoniac Power. Snowflakes were floating in the wind. Suddenly, the demoniac young man disappeared from where he was. The crowd frowned. Then, he appeared again, but this time, he was at the end of the path where the void fire was. Where are you going? Shouted Tianlin furiously. He used his Xiaoyao agility technique and moved with incredible speed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the demoniac young man. The others didn't prevent him from going there this time, they had to prevent other people from stealing their treasure. You really want to die? Shouted Tianlin furiously. A whirlwind appeared in front of him and moved towards the demoniac young man. Demoniac energies rolled in the air as pure demon energy was flowing from the young man. Even though he had only broken through to the first Tian Chi layer, his demon energies were incredible and terrifying. Explosions sounded as the demon energies met the wind. Gigantic demon hand! Shouted the demoniac young man. A demon hand appeared and assaulted Tianlin. Boom! The gigantic hand collided with the wind. The wind was strong, even people who were standing far away could sense that strong wind. The demoniac young man remained motionless. He was 2 levels weaker than his opponent, yet his opponent suffered even more from the attack. Where did that demoniac young man come from? The demoniac young man turned around and looked at the void fire, his eyes twinkled. The crowd suddenly saw an incredible amount of fire move towards the void fire. Surprisingly, someone was stealing the void fire. Die! Tianlin smiled coldly. The other Imperial Cultivation disciples also smiled coldly. Someone was actually trying to steal their void fire. He was surely begging for death. The fire mountain broke apart and some fire penetrated into the mountain and surrounded the void fire. He is about to bring about his own destruction, said the crowd mockingly. They didn't know what his fire was, but in any case, he wanted to die. However, the cultivator's fire kept absorbing the void fire. The fire strength became weaker and weaker. Even the mountain, which was initially colorful, was turning colorless. What's going on? The crowd frowned. That cultivator's fire was actually absorbing the void fire? How audacious, stealing the void fire! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. He released his wind spirit and attacked the young man. Slashing sounds spread in the air. The young man's silhouette flickered away. Xiaoyao agility technique. Tianlin's pupils became extremely wide. But then a terrifying demon strength rolled in the air, demonic fire energy. Xiaoyao agility technique. How come that young man could use the Xiaoyao agility technique? Destroy! Shouted the demonic young man furiously. A gigantic hand appeared in the sky and headed for Prince Tianlin. Boom ka! A terrifying chi rolled in the air. The gigantic hand punched Prince Tianlin and propelled him backwards. His wind spirit flickered and moved towards the demoniac young man. Die, die, die! Shouted Tianlin. His voice echoed far away and pierced through people's eardrums. Rumbling sounds spread through the air. Tianlin was propelled backwards again, this time his face was deathly pale. But he was fixedly staring at the demoniac young man. Die! Shouted Tianlin. His wind spirit rose up in the air as his hurricane turned into a tornado. The demoniac young man raised his head and he shouted, "The path of cultivation is merciless, demons are all conquering, die!" Roar, the demoniac young man released an infinite amount of energy. Tianlin's wind spirit was already applying a lot of pressure, but when the demoniac energies invaded the whole atmosphere, the wind energies were completely oppressed. Your wind spirit is strong, but I can easily destroy it. Kaboom, boom boom. The infinite amount of demoniac energy turned into a gigantic hand. The wind spirit was emitting whistling sounds, but it was becoming weaker. Die. The terrifying gigantic hand grabbed Prince Tianlin. The gigantic hand was filled with demoniac energies. Prince Tianlin stretched out his hand, trying to protect himself. Boom! The gigantic demoniac hand turned black. They collided and blood splashed everywhere. His wind spirit was suddenly weak. The crowd was astonished. Who was that demoniac young man? He was so strong and had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, but he could already defeat Imperial Cultivation disciples. His fire was swallowing the void fire during the entire exchange. The lights emitted by the mountain were progressively fading. The crowd realized that there wasn't much void fire left. Oh no! The proud and aggressive young man's facial expression changed drastically. He started running towards the void fire. The demoniac young man turned around and said coldly, "Stop, Dut." The aggressive young man glanced at him and released his dazzling pattern spirit. Die! The pattern spirit emitted sharp lights. The demoniac young man's facial expression looked even colder as he released even more demonic energies. The Huasher brothers started helping the aggressive young man and released terrifying energies too. They had to defeat this demonic young man. They couldn't let anyone steal the void fire from them. The demoniac young man looked at those attacks and stood without fear. His chi rose up in the air. Great celestial demoniac skill, die! The demoniac young man shouted furiously. A gigantic hand appeared, it was even larger than the hand used against Lin Tian. 3 lives demon, great celestial demoniac skill, shake the earth and sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 927, Ancient Demon Destruction. Chapter 927, Ancient Demon Destruction. The demoniac young man was Lin Feng, of course. Back then, he had practiced the 3 lives demon emperor's skill. He hadn't used it until now, but he could use it to steal the fire from the Imperial Cultivation disciples, so now was better than ever. His demon energies rolled in the air. Back then, the 3 lives demon emperor had taken control of Lin Feng's body and taught him the skill. The 3 lives demon emperor had cultivated in the Death Valley for a very long time. Of course, when Lin Feng used the 3 lives demon emperor's skill, it wasn't as powerful as when the emperor used it, but it was still extremely powerful. An infinite amount of demonic energies enveloped the Imperial Cultivation disciples. Their souls were shaking. Were they going to die? Everybody, hurry up, we need to kill him. Tianlin almost looked drunk. He punched himself to instantly regain his consciousness. He released terrifying wind energies that shook the earth and sky. Dazzling lights appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. Boom, boom boom boom, thousands of demonic beasts roared from the earth and sky. It was difficult to imagine that a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer had the advantage against Imperial Cultivation disciples of the 3rd and 4th Tianqi layer. The Imperial Cultivation disciples had easily defeated those challengers. However, that demoniac young man was even stronger than them. Even 1 against 4 wasn't enough. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were staring at the young man's energies. Where did that demoniac young man come from? How come he was so strong? Insane demoniac attack, roar! Shouted the demoniac young man. His voice was loud, it was deep and scary and made them shiver. An illusion appeared which resembled a demonic shadow. He spun his hand thrice, and suddenly the demon shadow wanted to kill them. Die, 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 the 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were all using their full strength. His chi was that terrifying. Boom, boom boom boom. Roar! The earth and sky were unceasingly shaking. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were finally propelled backwards. They managed to stop the attack, but their arms were almost paralyzed. In such a crappy region as Guanyu, there was this miraculous young cultivator. They looked at the mountain and the void fire which was constantly being absorbed. The young man was going to steal everything from them. Let's kill him together, said Prince Tianlin again. The 4 others nodded, they had to join hands to kill Lin Feng. How could a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer be so strong? Spirit! Shouted Prince Tianlin. He released his wind spirit once again. Spirit! shouted the young man with the dazzling pattern spirit. Golden lights illuminated the entire space. Spirit! Shouted the Huasher brother. Spirit! Said the young man with the ice and fire spirit. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples released their spirits and surrounded Lin Feng. No wonder they are Imperial Cultivation disciples, their spirits are so scary. Thought the crowd. Could the young man resist them with his strength of the first Tianqi layer? Die! Die! Die, die, die! Deadly energies were rolling in the atmosphere. The wind spirit turned into a tornado. The pattern spirit became oppressive. The ice and fire spirit directly surrounded Lin Feng, so much so that he could barely move. Lin Feng glanced at them and raised his hands in the air. He drew some marks in the air which seemed to contain demon energy. Ancient demon destruction, destroy! Shouted Lin Feng as he finished drawing marks in the air. His energy turned into a destructive demonic power. Gotcha! The ancient demon destruction attack emitted insane sounds. Lin Feng rose up in the air as his destruction demon power dashed to the skies. The wind spirit collided with the demonic energy, but it couldn't block it. The golden lights also collided, but it still wasn't enough. The Huasher brother couldn't make a dent either. The young man with the ice and fire spirit was just as helpless. What kind of strength is that? Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. They had inherited from their parents' spirits, Zun cultivators, so their blood was extremely strong. However, the 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples couldn't resist a single cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. The 3 other Imperial Cultivation disciples were astonished. What kind of power did Lin Feng have? Could it be that he knew Emperor-level spells? Inside the crowd, a demon shadow rose up in the air. He was fixated on Lin Feng's battle, murder filled his eyes. It was the patriarch of the Necropolis sect. When he sensed Lin Feng's demon power, he was surprised. Not only was it strong, it was very pure. Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice cold. Die! Said Lin Feng. He attacked the Imperial Cultivation disciples again and their spirits were propelled backwards again. How scary! Even with powerful spirits, they can't defeat him. Thought the crowd. It's too bad that his ancient demon destruction spell wasn't stronger, otherwise he would have killed his opponents with it. If his cultivation level was higher, he would have ended the battle by now. In the mountain, the void fire was extremely weak, so much so that it had almost disappeared. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples couldn't do anything anymore. Even though they were Imperial Cultivation disciples, they had come for that void fire and they wouldn't get it at this rate. Patriarch, help us! Shouted Prince Tianlin. The strongest cultivators had to intervene, it seemed. Many people looked at the void fire. The patriarch of the Necropolis sect was still staring at Lin Feng. To him, Lin Feng was much more interesting than the void fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 928, Strong Words. Chapter 928, Strong Words. Lin Feng frowned when he saw how all those people wanted to attack him. Suddenly, many snowflakes appeared in the air as the demonic cultivator released a bestial chi. How cold! Many people started to feel very cold, especially at their feet. It was as if they were going to freeze on the spot. Hurry up! Shouted Lin Feng. He was obviously talking to Qiongqi. The fire was being absorbed by Qiongqi, who was hiding inside the animal tower. Lin Feng didn't want Qiongqi to show himself, otherwise, the enemies would know that he was the sick-looking young man with the yellow face. Qiongqi knew he had to hurry up. At that moment, he was using his full strength to absorb the void fire. Apart from Qiongqi, who was a Xian-level beast, nobody else could absorb that fire. For example, if Lin Feng had gone into it, even with his strength of the Tianqi layer, he would have burned and died. However, the 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples knew about that fire, so they had probably brought something to contain it. Otherwise, if Lin Feng and Qiongqi hadn't shown up, how else would they have taken it? Humph. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect groaned coldly. He used his Xiaoyao agility technique. He was wondering how Lin Feng could steal that fire. They weren't in a hurry. With their strength, they could wait until the last minute to steal the void fire. They could also easily kill Lin Feng. Gotcha, gotcha, terrifyingly cold energies spread in the air. A wall of ice appeared in front of the patriarch from the Xiaoyao sect. He frowned. Who? That ice energy was incredibly powerful. There must be an incredible snow cultivator around. The other strong cultivators hurried over, but the ice was rising and it seemed to be swallowing them. Break! They all shouted. They were punching the energy, forcing some cracks to appear in the ice. Boom, boom, boom. The strong cultivators joined hands and broke the ice bits by bits. They then hurriedly started running towards Lin Feng again. The earth and sky were freezing as a voice suddenly sounded, "Freeze." The strong cultivators' feet were stuck in some ice and they started to freeze slowly as the ice climbed up their legs. Boom, boom, boom. Even more ice appeared in front of them. This time it was an iceberg obstructing their way. Bastard! Boom, boom, gotcha. The strong cultivators were furious. They broke the ice again and continued running forward. Who was helping that demonic young man? Could it be that they were from abroad like the Imperial Cultivation disciples? Otherwise, how could that young man of the first Tianqi layer be so strong? Surprisingly, he was stronger than all 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples together. At the same time, the 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples who were near Lin Feng frowned. Who was helping Lin Feng? They were all staring at Lin Feng. Could it be that the young man was like them? From abroad? Otherwise, how could he have such powerful demon skills? And who was the extremely strong cultivator who was helping him absorb the void fire? They looked at the void fire and watched as it was dimming. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were furious. They tried to control Lin Feng with their spirits, but failed. Die, die, die. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples continued attacking together as energies rolled everywhere. The sky seemed like it would collapse. Gotcha! A sound spread in the air. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were again disheartened. Piss off! The young man with demon skill shouted furiously. Lin Feng's demon destruction skill pushed their spirits away again. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples looked enraged. They started running towards Lin Feng themselves. Do you think you have a chance? Said Lin Feng coldly. It started snowing even more as those strong cultivators rushed Lin Feng. However, they found that the distance between them and Lin Feng was lengthening. Space strength. The 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples were astonished. Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the mountain. At the same time, the void fire completely disappeared. Capture him! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. The strong cultivators started punching Lin Feng's illusion to break it. Cracking sounds were heard as Lin Feng's illusion eventually broke and they continued to chase him. However, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and stared at them coldly. He released an ice-cold bestial qi. You guys are scared of those crappy cultivators, the Imperial Cultivation disciples, but you're not scared of me? Lin Feng said indifferently. At that moment, Lin Feng's black robe fluttered violently in the wind. His bestial qi was growing stronger and stronger. Even though he had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, he was using demonic and bestial energies. He was stronger than the 4 Imperial Cultivation disciples. He was so strong that he had even stolen the void fire. Prince Tianlin and the others were Imperial Cultivation disciples. Could it be that the demonic cultivator of the first Tianqi layer had no social status? Lin Feng stopped them in their tracks. He made them second-guess themselves. Don't listen to him, just kill him and get the void fire, said Prince Tianlin coldly. Shut the hell up! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He stared at Prince Tianlin and said, a piece of trash like you should respect me. You're a disgrace for Imperial Cultivation disciples. You're probably one of the weakest Imperial Cultivation disciples in the world. The only people who respect you is crappy Ganyu. Prince Tianlin remained silent for a few seconds and pulled a long face. He couldn't contradict Lin Feng. He had broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer and couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Even the other Imperial Cultivation disciples couldn't. Lin Feng said that they were trash, so they couldn't contradict him either. If Tianlin knew that both were the same person, what would he think? People were astonished. Prince Tianlin and the others were real geniuses, but could it be that they were weaker Imperial Cultivation disciples? Imperial Cultivation disciples were extremely strong, so the crowd believed in what Lin Feng said because of his strength. Since Prince Tianlin and the others could be Imperial Cultivation disciples, Lin Feng could too. Void fire. At that moment, Prince Tianlin and the others were astonished to find the fire was completely dried up. Patriarch, if you don't attack, don't blame me for being impolite, said Prince Tianlin, threatening the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Even though Prince Tianlin was a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect, how could he treat the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect in such an impolite way? However, he couldn't argue Tianlin. He released terrifying energies which surrounded Lin Feng. If you dare attack me, I guarantee you that will die. Lin Feng said this with a devilish smile. He slowly turned around and jumped into the fire. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect hesitated because the fire seemed terrifying. "Attack!" shouted Prince Tianlin like a madman. Boom! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect finally decided to attack. The mountain broke apart. The fire disappeared and turned into a light. Like a meteor, it moved towards another direction. Even the Zune cultivators couldn't keep up with that light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 929, Zhong Xiongqi levels up. Chapter 929, Zhong Xiongqi levels up. Is he gone? The crowd was astonished by how fast the demonic young man disappeared. Boom boom boom. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect punched the mountain once again and it broke apart, but there was nobody there. He was astonished. Where was the young man? The void fire disappeared and now the young man had disappeared. They thought that with their strength, they would have easily chased him. While they were hesitating, the young man had seized that opportunity to escape. "Chase him!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect as if he had regained consciousness. However, it was too late. They had no idea where he was now. Prince Tianlin and the others pulled a long face. The young man had fought alone against the 4 imperial cultivation disciples. He was weaker than them and won. If the demonic young man was a real genius, what were they? Very quickly, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect came back. Prince Tianlin, the patriarch, and the others were insanely furious. All right. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pulled a long face. What a humiliation. The young man had said a few words and had left. "Who are you?" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, furiously gazing into the distance. Who was that guy? Nobody replied. The atmosphere turned silent again. Does anyone have a suggestion? Said Prince Tianlin, turning to the crowd. He seemed angry at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. They're probably people from Tianqi. There are powerful cultivators Tianqi, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Indeed. It can only be Tianqi, said Mia Cheng. He hated Tianqi so much, he would say anything to hurt them. Tianqi, said Prince Tianlin, coldly glancing at them. He then asked, is Tianqi a strong group in Ganyu? Extremely strong, otherwise, we wouldn't have organized the Great Sect meeting. Shengong was extremely strong in Ganyu, but Tianqi annihilated them completely. Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Alright, I will ask my fellow disciples to come to Ganyu so that we can destroy Tianqi, said Prince Tianlin. He wanted to gain back his reputation. He also wanted to see if it was possible to find the void fire. The crowd was shaking. He was going to ask his fellow disciples to come back in 7 days? Prince Tianlin was an imperial cultivation disciple, so his fellow disciples had to be imperial cultivation disciples too. In 7 days from now in this same place, the Great Sect meeting is going to happen again, said Prince Tianlin, rolling up his sleeves. Then, he disappeared. The other imperial cultivation disciples' eyes were twinkling. They were all thinking the same thing. Then, they all left too. Everybody should stay in Ahsoka Mountain. In 7 days, we'll gather again. The Great Sect meeting will happen again, and this time with all the imperial cultivation disciples. We will definitely destroy Tianqi, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He was smiling inside. Perfect. The imperial cultivation disciples were probably members of the godly Xiaoyao sect. If he participated, the Xiaoyao sect would gain back its reputation. The Zune cultivators pulled a long face, those Tianqi bastards. With the help of the imperial cultivation disciples, they would definitely annihilate Tianqi. Did you get the void fire? Asked the Snow Zune cultivator to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng had turned into a demon, although surprising, it made the old man smile. He didn't know his disciple was so strong. He had just hidden his powers from Tianlin not to cause a bigger upset. The crowd didn't know that after the young man left, the sick-looking young man with a yellow face had come back. If the Great Sect meeting had continued, he would have loved to continue killing challengers, but now he knew that the Great Sect meeting wouldn't start again for 7 more days. He would have to make his way back to Ahsoka Mountain. The mountain range of the small world had already turned into a real mountain range. Many fire cultivators had taken advantage of it to practice cultivation inside. Lin Feng found a cave for himself and sealed it with qi. At the same time, Xiongqi was motionless on the ground. Fire was shining all around him and Lin Feng was sweating. A mere Xian-level beast, and he was able to swallow a Zune cultivator's void fire. Maybe I could benefit from it, thought Lin Feng. He had helped Xiongqi big time. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and practiced cultivation too. The crowd couldn't imagine that the one who stole the void fire was inside the mountain range, practicing cultivation. Xiongqi's fire was becoming weaker, as if he was swallowing it. His qi, however, was becoming stronger and stronger. He didn't practice cultivation like Lin Feng. He possessed an animal body, but his soul was the soul of an emperor. Therefore, in terms of cultivation level, he could also break through to different cultivation layers. 3 days later, in that cave, a scorching hot fire woke Lin Feng up. It was almost as strong as the qi of a Tian-level beast. Is he going to become a Tian-level beast? Thought Lin Feng. What speed was that? Lin Feng was happy and annoyed at the same time. He had to practice cultivation very diligently to become that strong. Each layer seemed like another world. For Xiongqi, it was all a blur. He just had to swallow void fire and could break through several cultivation layers. But Xiongqi used to be an emperor, so Lin Feng also thought that it was normal that Xiongqi could use it. Void fire was useful for Zoom cultivators, so if Xiongqi used it to become stronger, then only getting to the Tianqi layer was less surprising. He's going to break through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng realized while watching. Lin Feng moved back to give space to Xiongqi. Xiongqi's body seemed more distinct than usual. Bestial qi and fire qi were rolling in waves inside that cave. His body was growing, which was normal for wild beasts when they became stronger. Boom! Lin Feng could barely breathe. Luckily, he had closed the cave so strong cultivators wouldn't sense the qi. Lin Feng made pure qi flow around his body to protect himself. He could breathe a little bit better after that. Boom! More flames appeared. Boom boom boom, qi invaded the cave as 9 flames appeared around Xiongqi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 930, Godly Awareness Palace. Chapter 930, Godly Awareness Palace. The fire was creating some cracks inside the cave. Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at the fire. Roar! Xiongqi roared and his 9 flames turned into one. An illusion appeared. Its qi was very weak, but it looked majestic. That's Yan Di? Lin Feng was astonished. He watched the illusion in the flames as it slowly merged with Xiongqi's body. Rumbling sounds were heard in that cave as magnificent red lights then appeared. They all moved into Xiongqi's body. Xiongqi opened his gigantic eyes. He was all red now and his qi had become much stronger. Practice your fire skills, there's still some void fire left. Xiongqi instructed Lin Feng. His voice had become deeper now. Lin Feng immediately sat down cross-legged and started practicing his Cosmos Burning Sun technique. A terrifying fire appeared all around him. Xiongqi opened his mouth and spat out some fire. That fire was dark red and looked fake. As the fire landed on Lin Feng, he suddenly felt like he was burning alive. You're practicing a sun skill, so I can help you control the fire energy so that you can slowly absorb it. Start channeling some pure qi, advised Xiongqi. He was weakening the void fire a bit so Lin Feng wouldn't die from it. Lin Feng channeled some fire pure qi around him. He slowly swallowed the void fire and turned it into his own pure qi. Slowly, the dark red fire fused together with Lin Feng's pure qi and his qi became even stronger. Xiongqi continued to manipulate the fire to protect Lin Feng, all the while observing him as he became stronger. Finally, after a long time, a strong fire dashed to the skies. Lin Feng's pure fire qi had hit a new level. It now contained void fire qi and appeared dark red. Boom! Fire qi dashed to the skies, it even pierced through the seal obstructing the cave. Lin Feng opened his eyes. I broke through to the next Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was astonished. His Cosmos Burning Sun technique had become much more powerful as well. You broke through to the second Tianqi layer because your strength was sufficient enough for you to control that fire. Otherwise, things wouldn't have progressed that smooth, said Xiongqi, and Lin Feng nodded. If he hadn't been strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the next Tianqi layer. He absorbed the fire and looked back at Xiongqi, smiling. I wouldn't have thought that the void fire would help you break through to the Tianqi layer. Can you turn into a human being now? Of course, said Xiongqi indifferently. In a flash, a young man with red hair appeared in front of Lin Feng. It wasn't the man from the illusion though, it was Xiongqi's body. Incredible. It's no wonder you're an ancient beast, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. The young man had dark hair and a beautiful red robe. His qi was terrifying. He not only looked aggressive, he also looked extremely handsome and even wild. Bullshit, I was much more handsome as an emperor, said the young man. He sounded old now and Lin Feng wasn't used to it. Even though Qiongqi could turn into a handsome human being, the man of the illusion was infinitely more handsome and majestic. So it was normal that Yan Di wasn't used to it. Yan Di, what do you think about what we discussed before? Asked Lin Feng smiling fatuously. About what? Said Qiongqi sounding skeptically. Each time Lin Feng called him Yan Di it meant that he wanted something from him. I helped you steal the fire and it was very dangerous, I almost died, so, Lin Feng was smiling fatuously. Qiongqi's gigantic eyes became wider. I also helped you break through to the second Tianqi layer and you didn't lose anything. You broke through so many cultivation layers at once and even broke through to the Tianqi layer. I almost died for one cultivation layer. You're lucky you're an emperor, otherwise, I wouldn't have been so generous, said Lin Feng. Just tell me what you want, said Qiongqi annoyed. All right, nodded Lin Feng. I want you to teach me something to control people. Body capture? Asked Qiongqi. Nah, it wouldn't work. I want to control other people, not get a body for myself, replied Lin Feng. He didn't need the body capture technique. He didn't want to be in someone else's body. If you don't use body capture, you will only be able to control someone but not their strength, said Qiongqi indifferently. Only the body capture technique allowed a cultivator to control someone entirely. What you mean is that if I don't use the body capture technique, I can only destroy people's godly awareness and then control their corporeal body? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed. Lin Feng was disappointed because the evil spirit had told him the same thing. Evil spirits could control people's bodies. Actually, there's maybe something that could help you do what you want, said Qiongqi with some thought. But you can only use it if your soul is stronger than your opponent's. But for you, I think it's useless. Even I wouldn't learn it, if I were you, said Qiongqi proudly. Lin Feng understood. Lin Feng smiled and said, no need to talk in an enigmatic way, if you don't know it, then forget about it. Bullshit. Soul skills are dishonest methods, only cowards use such skills, so I have never used it, shouted Qiongqi furiously and proudly. Soul skills, Lin Feng looked at Qiongqi and said, you don't need such skills, but I do. Please teach me, Qiongqi looked at Lin Feng. That bastard, he was being absolutely despising. Soul skills weren't that difficult to learn as an emperor, but Qiongqi never needed any of them. I know millions of skills and techniques, that's why I never needed a soul skill, said Qiongqi proudly and arrogantly. Alright, I believe you. Then, teach me something powerful to attack people's godly awareness, said Lin Feng indifferently. Alright, I will teach you a skill to attack people's godly awareness. You will love it, said Qiongqi furiously. Get ready. Alright, said Lin Feng nodding. He closed his eyes and a light appeared between Qiongqi's eyes. It moved straight into Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng suddenly saw some memories. You've never used a powerful godly awareness skill. Get ready to learn one that will knock your socks off, said Qiongqi in a majestic way. Lin Feng smiled. Qiongqi was funny sometimes. He had learnt only one skill from the three-lives demon emperor, which was already amazing, but Yan Di thought it was too weak still. Godly Awareness Palace, whispered Lin Feng. That was the name of the skill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 931, Ba Huang, Jiu. Chapter 931, Ba Huang, Jiu. All of the Imperial Cultivation disciples were at the Great Sect meeting. The demonic young man had stolen their void fire and then left. It seemed gone you would be going through difficult times again. Stronger cultivators were now headed to Ahsoka. This time, Tianqi was definitely going to be annihilated. Rumor had it that Tianqi's people were hidden in the crowd to help someone steal the void fire. The Imperial Cultivation disciples would never let them off for this. There were many strong cultivators in Ahsoka Mountain now. Many people were practicing cultivation, especially fire cultivators. They had heard that a strong fire appeared there just a few days ago. Even though the void fire disappeared, a strong fire remained. Only one day was left before the second session of the Great Sect meeting. One person appeared from the mountain, his face was yellow and he looked sick. However, the beast walking beside him was extremely strong and its fire was scorching. It's him. He's still here, said some people who recognized Lin Feng. The sick-looking young man had stood out at the first session of the Great Sect meeting. His teacher and him wanted to be the leaders. That beast is actually an ancient beast. Do you know that young man? The newcomers didn't know who Lin Feng was, so they were curious. Of course I do. He was at the last Great Sect meeting, so everybody knows him now. Don't underestimate him because of his appearance. Even though he's only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, he can defeat cultivators of the third Tianqi layer. He humiliated the Imperial Cultivation disciples. His teacher, a Zun Cultivator, is terrifyingly strong as well. Explain someone. That strong? Anyways, I just checked his cultivation level and he seems to be of the second Tianqi layer. But, you said first? What? The person who had just talked looked at Lin Feng and frowned. He really broke through to the second Tianqi layer. In just 6 days, he managed to become stronger. Now, it will be even easier for him to defeat the Imperial Cultivation disciples. His teacher and him will probably become the leaders of the meeting. I wonder if his teacher will come this time. Impossible. Prince Tianlin invited so many extremely powerful cultivators to help this time. Maybe. Many people had tried to guess what was going to happen after seeing Lin Feng during the previous meeting. Lin Feng remained calm. He was coming from the fire mountain and didn't mind if other people saw him. He had stolen the fire disguised as the demonic young man so nobody could recognize him. Apart from Lin Feng's teacher in Xiongqi, nobody knew about him. Lin Feng was really happy to have such a great teacher. He defended him against Tian Shuzi back when and had made him a young leader in Tianxian. He even gave him a precious treasure from Tianxian, the Tianxian stone. Lin Feng was extremely grateful. Brother Lin. Someone said at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw the Huasher siblings. He smiled slightly. Brother Hua. Brother Lin, you surprisingly stayed here, said the Huasher young man. He was surprised because Lin Feng had offended Prince Tianlin and a few other Imperial Cultivation disciples. Tianlin had called many extremely strong cultivators, so the Huasher brother thought that Lin Feng would leave while he still could. Brother Lin, your Qiongqi has become so much stronger now, said the Huasher brother smiling. Last time he had seen Xiongqi, it was a weak Xin level beast, but now it was a Tian level beast. If you want to see him like last time, I can hide his cultivation level again, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile on his face. The Huasher brother was surprised but smiled. I see. You're actually an expert at concealing skills. I see, last time you also hid your real cultivation level, said the Huasher brother. Although he was skeptical, he still believed Lin Feng. After all, it was almost impossible for a low Xian level beast to turn into a Tian level beast in a few days. At the same time, Lin Feng was so strong that him breaking through to the second Tianqi layer was actually normal. The demonic young man had impressed everyone, Lin Feng had as well. If they were both there, they would have easily defeated the Imperial Cultivation disciples. Lin Feng smiled and didn't deny anything. He wasn't close to the Huasher brother. But he wasn't interested in the Imperial Cultivation disciples, so the Huasher brother could think what he wanted. So you're going to come to the Great Sect meeting tomorrow? Asked the Huasher brother curiously. If someone offends me, I won't have a choice but to get aggressive again, said Lin Feng. So your teacher hasn't left either? I personally think you shouldn't come. Prince Tianlin is coming with many strong cultivators this time, even stronger than the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. We'll see, said Lin Feng. If he hadn't cared about Tianqi, he wouldn't go in the first place. But the Great Sect meeting's purpose was to gather people to destroy Tianqi. How could he let them do that? Lin Feng also knew that those people were after him. If Prince Tianlin really brought people stronger than the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, it would be a bit difficult though. Brother Lin, you should relax anyways. Let's not worry about those things. You are like us, you are a genius. Come with me and I will introduce you to some other geniuses. It will be easier for you to walk around if you know them, the Huasher brother said smiling. He wanted to be friends with Lin Feng because he considered Lin Feng a strong cultivator. He didn't care about Tianlin and Lin Feng's tensions. After all, he wasn't friends with Prince Tianlin either. All right, nodded Lin Feng. At least, he was going to see how strong the other geniuses were. Lin Feng and the Huasher brother walked together, alongside Xiongqi. He talked to Lin Feng using telepathy. Little boy, let's leave Ganyu and go to another region. Whether it be Ba Huang or Jiuyu, they're all much better than Ganyu. If you come with me to where I used to reign, nobody will bully you again. When I'm ready to go there, I'll tell you, replied Lin Feng. Xiongqi had obtained the void fire and wanted to become even stronger. Xiongqi was becoming stronger, so Lin Feng had to be careful that Xiongqi wouldn't use the spirit sealing technique on him. Lin Feng wouldn't feel safe leaving for other regions until he could control Xiongqi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 932, Xiongqi, the Ancient Ferocious Animal. Chapter 932, Xiongqi, the Ancient Ferocious Animal. Most of the bars and restaurants in Ahsoka Mountain were full. However, one of them was relatively empty. There weren't so many tables inside, only 8. And even though it was so small, it wasn't even full. There was a group sitting together and chatting like a family at one of the tables. The sound of people's footsteps caused them to raise their heads and look at the front door. There was the Huasher siblings, however, he had brought someone. It was a young man with a yellow face and an ancient beast, a Xiongqi. An ancient beast? Some people whispered. They all turned their heads with curiosity. It really was an ancient beast, a Xiongqi. And it was at the Tian-level beast. The young man next to the animal looked so weak though. Many people glanced at him in a despising way. "Brother, where did you find that animal?" asked someone to the Huasher brother. He lowered and shook his head while smiling. "It's not mine. It's my friend's, Brother Lin." "His?" Suddenly, everybody was looking up at Lin Feng, not because of his abilities but because of his animal. "You again?" said someone coldly. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Prince Tian Lin. "I wanted to say the same to you. It seems we're unlucky," said Lin Feng smiling. Prince Tian Lin stared at Lin Feng aggressively. He wanted to attack him right there. Everybody looked amused. Tian Lin and Lin Feng seemed to already be enemies and Lin Feng seemed to be Brother Huasher's friend. Interesting. In a trivial place like Ganyu, surprisingly, a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer dared offend Prince Tian Lin. "Brother, what is the meaning of all this?" asked Prince Tian Lin. The Huasher young man was protecting Lin Feng and actually walked beside them. "Prince Tian Lin, Brother Lin is my friend. I brought him here to introduce him other geniuses. Why don't you learn to like him as well?" said the Huasher brother smiling. Lin Feng and the Huasher brother walked towards a table with 7 seats. The Huasher siblings and Lin Feng sat down. Xiongqi sat down, too, but took 4 seats. "Brother Lin, let me introduce you my friends. That's Brother Shui, and that's Brother Han," said the Huasher brother. The others nodded at Lin Feng indifferently, just so they didn't humiliate the Huasher brother. Then, they looked at Xiongqi. They seemed more interested in Xiongqi than in Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, you're lucky to have a Xiongqi as a friend," said Brother Shui with an indifferent smile yet mockingly. Lin Feng just smiled. Those people had an imposing appearance, they looked rich and strong. They had all broken through to at least the 3rd Tianqi layer. Those people were not ordinary, so Lin Feng didn't really know how to act in front of them. "Indeed, I'm quite lucky but not as lucky as you, Brother Shui," said Lin Feng with a gentle smile. A sharp expression appeared in Brother Shui's eyes. He. Hua Zhangfeng smiled wryly when he saw Brother Shui's reaction. He then said to Lin Feng, "Brother Lin, all the others are geniuses too. Let me introduce them." "Brother Hua, why is he here with us?" said someone mockingly. That person was sitting at the same table as Prince Tian Lin. Indeed, Hua Zhangfeng should understand that dragons stay with dragons and snakes with snakes. "Why did you bring a snake to us dragons?" said someone else mockingly. "You're more interested in the beast than the cultivator as well, right Hua Zhangfeng?" "He's a piece of trash," said Prince Tian Lin mockingly. "Dragons stay with dragons and snakes with snakes." That's right, Prince Tian Lin already forgot the humiliation from a few days ago. "I admire those who are still with him," said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. "Watch yourself," said that person coldly. Prince Tian Lin pulled a long face. Lin Feng was humiliating him again. A bunch of crappy cultivators who just know how to bark. "Are Ba Huang and Jiu Yu completely unpopular now?" said Xiongqi. "What a good pet, he wants to protect his master." That person mocked Xiongqi. Xiongqi's eyes twinkled as he glared at that person. That alone was almost enough to scare them. "Hua Zhangfeng, I have much esteem for you, so let's see if the guy you brought deserves your attention," said that person coldly. They raised their hand and shot some ice-cold energies at Lin Feng. Bzzz. Scorching hot flames appeared. The ice-cold energies and scorching hot energies mixed in the restaurant. Lin Feng stood up and smiled at that person. If you want to fight, let's go outside. It's too small in here. Prince Tianlin is a piece of trash, so you're probably not much better, said Lin Feng as he then left the restaurant. Kill him, said Tianlin. That person nodded. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his ancient animal. An animal had surprisingly humiliated them as well. They all went outside. The others were amused. The sick-looking man Hua Zhengfeng had brought was funny. He seemed arrogant, but was he strong? Many people recognized Lin Feng outside and came closer to watch the fight. He was the one who had offended Prince Tianlin 6 days before. Now, it seemed like he had offended Prince Tianlin's friends. Prince Tianlin's friends were all incredibly strong, they were even considered geniuses. Let me fight, said Xiongqi to Lin Feng. Surprisingly, that person had humiliated him, an emperor. He wanted to die. What? Lin Feng was surprised but nodded, all right. Xiongqi was a Tian-level beast and was a lot stronger now. Lin Feng was curious to see how he would do in a battle against a cultivator of the 3rd Tianqi layer. Stupid animal. I will capture you first and then I will kill your master. Afterwards, I will be your new master, said the young man smiling coldly. Suddenly, Xiongqi flapped his wings and spat out fire while releasing some fire qi. He flapped his wings even more and rose up in the air. How fast? The crowd was surprised. Xiongqi turned into a meteor, people couldn't even see him clearly as he was moving across the sky. I'll get you, shouted the opponent loudly as he released a wide range of punch attacks in the air. Roar! Xiongqi roared loudly. His roar seemed to make people's soul shake. The opponent was even startled. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and his punch shadows were destroyed. Xiongqi then moved towards his opponent to attack him directly. Roar! Xiongqi spat out some fire. It was becoming difficult to breathe normally because of that fire. Then, Xiongqi's opponent and Xiongqi disappeared in the smoke. Stupid animal, die! Shouted a voice furiously. However, a few seconds later, the atmosphere became calm again. What? The crowd didn't know what happened. Then, the terrifying fire disappeared. Xiongqi was standing on his opponent. He had blood around his mouth and looked ferocious. The young man's face, however, had turned pale and rigid. He was lying in his own blood. What a cruel animal! The crowd was shocked. As expected, it was a brutal and ferocious animal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 933, Defeating Prince Tianlin. Chapter 933, Defeating Prince Tianlin. He was dead. The crowd was astonished. Nobody saw what happened in the fire, but it must have been incredible. Lin Feng was astonished too. Xiongqi had bitten his opponent to death? What a piece of trash! He dared act arrogantly in front of me, an emperor. I killed him with only one bite, said Xiongqi. He looked majestic and ferocious. Dragons bite, snakes die. As expected, Xiongqi is a dragon, not a snake, said Lin Feng mockingly. A moment before, those people were incredibly arrogant, but now their colleague was dead. Prince Tianlin pulled a long face. Xiongqi had eaten his friend alive. How audacious, said Prince Tianlin coldly. Lin Feng turned around and looked at him saying, What? You were trying to impress us with your strength. You even said you wanted to kill me and steal my animal, but you're not strong enough. So now what? You want to threaten me using your imperial cultivation disciple status? Prince Tianlin looked even worse now. Indeed, he wanted to kill Lin Feng, but his fellow disciple had failed. The one he was calling a piece of trash and his animal were surprisingly stronger than his group. I truly believe that there are incredibly strong and powerful imperial cultivation disciples, but you guys must be the crappy bunch, said Lin Feng, slowly walking towards Prince Tianlin and pointing his finger at him. Last time, our battle was interrupted. Today, let's have an educational battle again to see how strong the imperial cultivation disciple who calls me trash really is. Lin Feng was pointing his finger at Tianlin and humiliating him. That piece of trash wanted to fight against him again. Today is your last day, said Prince Tianlin coldly. He shook his hand. A strong wind began blowing. Die! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. He immediately released his spirit and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his hand as beams of light appeared. They immediately blocked Prince Tianlin's wind. Do you think you can do anything against me? I told you, you're going to die today, said Prince Tianlin. His spirit spun again and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the strength of a hurricane. He raised his head but couldn't see the sky anymore. His wind spirit is very strong. Even with the strength of the second Tianqi layer, it is still difficult for me to fight against him, thought Lin Feng. He had to be careful, he couldn't use his full strength, otherwise people would recognize him. Lin Feng took out a stone and firmly held it. Then, he released his book spirit. With that, everything around him became clear and distinct. He could even see the movements of the wind spirit clearly. Energies and strength came out of the stone and flowed into his body. He was absorbing the strength and force of the earth and sky at an incredible speed. Lin Feng sensed the force of the earth and sky as bright lights appeared in his hands. They flowed into his body as he condensed strength. The wind was roaring. It had now fully surrounded Lin Feng. His clothes were suddenly riddled with gaping wounds. If his corporeal body wasn't so strong, he would have died by now. Die! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. However, at the same time, Lin Feng raised his hand and punched the wind spirit in a very ordinary way. His punch looked ordinary, but it contained the force of the earth and sky. Boom boom! A collision sounded in the air as the wind spirit was propelled upwards. Lin Feng's strength could actually block the wind spirit. What? The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng, using pure physical strength, had pushed away the wind spirit. Prince Tianlin was just as surprised. Lin Feng took this opportunity to throw himself at Prince Tianlin. Prince Tianlin was startled. Lin Feng raised his hand again. It contained an incredible amount of physical strength. I don't believe that you can punch twice with so much strength, said Prince Tianlin. Sure, it was surprising that he pushed Prince Tianlin away with a single punch, but how many times could he keep it up? Die! Roar! Prince Tianlin's wind emitted whistling sounds and turned into a furious dragon. Boom boom! Lin Feng raised his hand. It looked like a normal punch again, but the strength it contained made the whole area shake violently. The terrifying dragon-shaped wind was instantly destroyed. Prince Tianlin's facial expression changed drastically. He kept punching blindly, but Lin Feng's strength was too great. Lin Feng found an opportunity and punched Tianlin into the air. His organs were damaged and felt painful. He hadn't been able to block Lin Feng's attacks. Gotcha! Blood splashed in the air. His wind spirit went back into his body as he then heavily crashed onto the ground. His face was deathly pale. Imperial cultivation disciples say I'm a piece of trash? You're so strong, huh? You're even weaker than a piece of trash, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Prince Tianlin was furious, but his organs were preventing him from doing anything. The others were astonished. They would have never thought that Prince Tianlin could lose against Lin Feng, especially with his powerful wind spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 934, Strong and Powerful Disciple. Chapter 934, Strong and Powerful Disciple. Dragons flock together and snakes have nothing to do with dragons. I agree, you and I belong to different worlds, said Lin Feng mockingly. They all pulled a long face. They had mocked Lin Feng a moment before, and now they were the ones being mocked. Lin Feng had shown them how strong he was and had defeated an imperial cultivation disciple, Prince Tianlin. Prince Tianlin had a very powerful spirit, but it still wasn't enough against Lin Feng. On top of that, Lin Feng had only relied on physical strength to win. Lin Feng's punches looked ordinary, however, they contained an incredible, explosive power of the earth and sky. Prince Tianlin, should we continue calling you Prince? If you hadn't inherited a powerful wind spirit, you'd be even worse than trash. Don't you feel shameless when you insult other people? Said Lin Feng, slowly walking towards Prince Tianlin. Prince Tianlin suddenly jumped on his feet and stared at Lin Feng. Try and kill me if you dare. You wanted to kill me, everyone heard you. I am stronger than you, why wouldn't I dare? Apart from bragging, what other things can you do? Said Lin Feng. Suddenly, he jumped forwards with incredible speed. Therefore, if I cripple your cultivation, nothing will have changed. Said Lin Feng. Prince Tianlin's face turned deathly place. Lin Feng wanted to cripple his cultivation. If his cultivation was crippled, his life would be useless. Prince Tianlin used his Xiaoyao agility technique to run away. Xiaoyao agility technique? Said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Feng released wind intent and moved in a graceful way. It was a mixture of the Xiaoyao agility technique and his own technique. He looked free and unrestrained. He was too fast. He quickly caught up with Prince Tianlin, who had started feeling hopeless. Lin Feng was better than him in terms of both speed and strength. Even though he was a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect, his Xiaoyao agility technique wasn't any better than Lin Feng's. The others were astonished. Prince Tianlin was extremely fast but still slower than that sick-looking young man with a yellow face. Besides, Lin Feng now had the strength of the second Tianqi layer, so it was even easier for him to defeat Tianlin. Hua Zhangfeng had millions of thoughts running through his head at that moment. The other day, had Lin Feng really hidden his real strength, or had he broken through to the second Tianqi layer later on, which now allowed him to defeat Tianlin? Die! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. He released his wind spirit once again. You really want to die? Said Lin Feng furiously. He raised his hand and attacked Prince Tianlin with his fist. The wind spirit was shaking violently. Boom! A terrifying strength crashed onto his body. Again, he flew away. Lin Feng looked emotionless. He continued running after Tianlin as he yelled, "The other day, I told you, if you and I were of the same level, I could kill you like an insect. You're a good-for-nothing, a piece of trash. You're not even capable of evaluating your own strength." Lin Feng was making big steps as he raised his hands and sharp energies appeared. He wanted to cripple Tianlin's cultivation but not kill him. Prince Tianlin's face turned deathly pale. He looked at the other imperial cultivation disciples who were with him, but nobody helped him. He had no friends at all. Their relations were only superficial. They didn't care about him having his cultivation crippled. Prince Tianlin felt desperate, hopeless, and furious. Lin Feng was now in front of Prince Tianlin, whose face was as white as paper. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "If you kill me, my fellow disciples will kill you. Let's talk about it after I meet them," said Lin Feng, smiling. He didn't care anyways, nobody knew who he really was. Qiongqi could help him too. He was safe as long as Qiongqi stayed with him. And in any case, he could hide his identity in the future as well, nobody would recognize him then. "Goodbye, genius," said Lin Feng, raising his hands. "Stop," said a voice furiously from very far away. Lin Feng felt oppressed by that voice. Without hesitating, he jumped backwards. A huge crater appeared where he was standing a few seconds before, in front of Tianlin. What a terrifying power! The crowd was amazed. They raised their heads and saw a young man in a golden robe. His facial expression looked ice cold, he looked domineering and majestic. Looking would make a person shiver. No one could guess his real age though. How strong! That was already a high-level cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect. Yet, he seemed so young. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that that person wasn't really young. They looked young thanks to their cultivation level. Xian-level cultivators, for example, could live up to 200 years, whereas Tian-level cultivators could live up to 500 years. Concerning Zun cultivators, they could live for a very long time, it just depended on their cultivation level. It was said that some Zun cultivators could live up to 1,000 years. Therefore, Xian-level cultivators couldn't compete with Zun cultivators in appearance. At 100 years old, a Xian-level cultivator had already lived half of their life, so they looked old. However, a 100-year-old Zun cultivator looked extremely young. "Brother, kill him," said Prince Tianlin. The cultivator was an imperial cultivation disciple, Tianlin's fellow disciple. They were both members of the same imperial cultivation sect, but that cultivator was infinitely stronger than Tianlin. The crowd was stunned. Prince Tianlin's fellow disciple was there. Lin Feng was doomed now. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with compassion. Lin Feng was doomed. Qiongqi roared, jumped, and landed behind Lin Feng. He stared at the cultivator in the sky and said to Lin Feng, "That person is extraordinarily strong. I'm not even sure your teacher can defeat him. He must be one of the strongest imperial cultivation disciples." Lin Feng nodded. "Damn Prince Tianlin, what a coward. I told you that if you had come abroad with me, things would have been different," said Qiongqi, but Lin Feng replied, "With you on my side, I am safe anyway." "Bastard, do you think I will always protect you?" said Qiongqi furiously. "If I die, you won't necessarily meet someone as nice as me," said Lin Feng indifferently. Qiongqi was speechless. He knew that the continent of the Nine Clouds was huge. If an extremely strong cultivator captured him, what would he become? Even though Lin Feng could be annoying, he was at least tolerable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 935, Sword Reincarnation. Chapter 935, Sword Reincarnation. Imperial Cultivation Disciple. Said Lin Feng mockingly with a magnificent smile. What are you laughing at? Asked the person in the sky. I laugh because you all have extraordinary lives, but at the same time you are all so ordinary. For example, Tian Lin, he thinks he's the strongest and the most powerful person in the world. He thinks nobody can defeat him. In the end, my cultivation level is lower than his and I easily defeated him. If I were at the same cultivation level, I would have killed him in a flash, like an insect, like a nobody. Therefore, I think I can say that Imperial Cultivation disciples are mere trash. Said Lin Feng. Today, Tian Lin lost and you came, do you think that's fair? You guys are just empty. If you want to attack, do it directly. Why do you need to stay in the sky and pretend to be so mysterious? If you and I were at the same level, I'd do the same to you, you'd be on the floor like an insect. The only difference between you and I is that you have practiced cultivation for more time, there's nothing glorious about that. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Many people, even in the distance, were sweating because of that statement. How scary, he didn't even fear death. However, bowing and begging for his life wasn't Lin Feng's style. He was proud and had the utmost self-esteem. All right. Said the person indifferently. Unfortunately, you will never be the same level as me. Maybe I will. Said Lin Feng smiling. Is that so? The young man released dazzling golden energies, as dazzling as the sun. Most people couldn't even keep their eyes open. Nobody can predict the future, but at least, if I kill you now, you won't come back to life. Said the young man. His energies were more and more dazzling. Lin Feng found it difficult to keep his eyes open too. Fighting against someone much younger than you, you're really shameless. Said someone. The voice came from very far away. At that moment, Lin Feng said to Qiongqi using telepathy, let's go. But Qiongqi didn't react. He looked at the sky, there was a dazzling silver light. A sword, it's a sword. People were slack-jawed. The earth and sky looked pale when compared to those lights. Even the other cultivators' golden lights didn't look as bright in comparison. It was as if a silver river were flowing from the sky. When the lights dispersed, the other cultivators' golden lights had disappeared as well. The man in the golden robe was aghast while gazing into the distance. The cultivator who had just arrived was wearing a silver robe and carried a silver sword. His long black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were dark. How handsome! Thought the crowd. Another terrifyingly strong cultivator. Thought the crowd. Qing Lin. Said the man in the golden robe in a respectful way. That person was extremely famous. You came to Ganyu. Said the man in a golden robe. Qing Lin had come to such a small place as Ganyu. You came, so why couldn't I? Said Qing Lin indifferently. You shall, you're lucky to be a genuine Imperial Cultivation disciple and to receive the Emperor's teachings. Surprisingly, you came here to bully low-level cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Don't you feel ashamed? He attacked our fellow disciple, I had to attack. Replied Yu Xiao coldly. What does it have to do with you anyway, Ho Qing Lin? I couldn't help watch something so despicable, so I attacked. Replied Ho Qing Lin indifferently. Is that enough? Said Yu Xiao narrowing his eyes. Could it be that easy? Qing Lin was extremely famous. He was famous for being able to reincarnate into a sword. Even stronger cultivators found it difficult to fight against him. All the Imperial Cultivation disciples on the ground looked at him with admiration. Even the one with the golden robe directly received the teachings of the Emperor, but they had never heard of him. However, Qing Lin was very famous. Tian Lin looked pale, what happened? Why had he protected Lin Feng? Only a few words, he couldn't help it. He was proud and had moral values, that was why. From the distance, many more strong cultivators arrived. You Xiao, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect when he saw the young man in the golden clothes. Prince Tian Lin had managed to bring Yu Xiao to Ganyu. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect understood that it was only thanks to his parents, he himself wasn't famous enough. Who was the other one? With the extraordinary qi and the silver robe. Incredible. The Snow Zoom Cultivator also arrived. When he saw that Lin Feng had broken through to the second Tianqi layer, he felt relieved. Besides, Xiongqi had also become a Tian-level beast. Void Fire. The Snow Zoom Cultivator knew that Lin Feng and Xiongqi had stolen the Void Fire. How come Xiongqi had become so much stronger though? How could he swallow the Void Fire as a Xian-level beast? Teacher, the one in the golden clothes is Tian Lin's fellow disciple. He attacked me but someone else protected me. Do you know him? Said Lin Feng using telepathy. He was wondering if the cultivator was from Tianqi after all. Lin Feng didn't know many strong cultivators. The Snow Zoom Cultivator shook his head and said, he is very, very strong. Tianqi doesn't have such strong cultivators. I don't know him either. His name is Ho Changlin, Qinglin's sword reincarnation, that's a kind of surname. Lin Feng wanted to see if his teacher had ever heard of him. Qinglin, sword reincarnation, Ho Changlin. The old man remained silent. No, it didn't ring a bell at all. I don't know him at all. So strange. Thought Lin Feng. He didn't understand why that person had helped him. Forget it, this has nothing to do with you. Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to Ho Qinglin. It seems like the Xiaoyao sect really wants the godly Xiaoyao sect to control everything. When your people lose a battle, do you always send extraordinarily strong cultivators to retaliate? What is the purpose of the great sect meeting then? Why don't you go straight to Tianqi and annihilate them directly? Said the Snow Zoom Cultivator slowly while releasing ice-cold energies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 936, Chaotic Battle. Chapter 936, Chaotic Battle. Ho Changlin looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and smiled indifferently. I heard you organized the great sect meeting to find a leader. Yu Xiao came here to apply and so did I, and that's fair. The great sect meeting only concerns us in Ganyu. You getting involved might not be that appropriate. Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Yu Xiao and the other imperial cultivation disciples are among Ganyu's people. Why are they allowed to participate and I'm not? Could you please explain? Said Ho Changlin to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Yu Xiao is a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect, so him participating is a normal thing. You said the meeting only concerned those from Ganyu, not the Xiaoyao sect. I don't think that the godly Xiaoyao sect owns Ganyu, do they? Said Ho Changlin indifferently and calmly. No need to find lame excuses. If Yu Xiao can participate, then I can too, and that's final. Do you want to become an enemy of Ganyu? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Are the members of the Xiaoyao sect all that shameless? Said Lin Feng, who couldn't bear it anymore. He then said coldly, Prince Tianlin is shameless and stupid. He called me a piece of trash even though he's even worse than a piece of trash. Now, you're saying that Ganyu's affairs are the Xiaoyao sect's affairs. If you came here, it's only because you want to take over Ganyu. Then, you say that other participants who aren't members of the Xiaoyao sect are enemies of Ganyu? Let me ask you something, are you a complete retard or am I the one who has trouble understanding your logic? Moron, how dare you disrespect an elder? Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. His voice made Lin Feng's entire body shake. Lin Feng looked at the patriarch and said, You're an old barking dog, do you still have teeth to bite with? Boom! The patriarch was suddenly infuriated. An old dog? A trivial cultivator of the Tianqi layer was insulting and humiliating him. The crowd around was astonished. Did Lin Feng have a mental breakdown? How could he call the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect an old dog? Lin Feng was audacious indeed. Of course, he wasn't careless. The other guy was humiliating him, so how could he accept that? He didn't care, nobody would recognize him in the future anyways, whether it be the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect or other people. You want to die? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. Ah, the old dog wants to bite. There's no need to hide, if you want to bite, just do it directly. There's no need to pretend you're a human being. Said Lin Feng mockingly. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was going to burst in fury. That old dog does seem to have sharp teeth though, so be careful or you could get injured. Said Xiongqi. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was shaking with fury. An animal and a cultivator of the Tianqi layer were humiliating him and calling him a dog. You both want to die. Said the patriarch, releasing energies which immediately moved towards Lin Feng and Xiongqi. However, the Snow Zoom Cultivator laughed and said, You don't respect other people, why should they respect you? People being disrespectful to you should be a normal occurrence for you. The Snow Zoom cultivator jumped into the air, he raised his fist and attacked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. "Kill him and that animal," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. In a flash, all of the Xiaoyao sect members' silhouettes flickered. They immediately attacked Lin Feng and Xiongqi. "Since you want to kill my disciple, don't blame for being impolite," said the Snow Zoom cultivator coldly. He punched the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect again and propelled him backwards. At the same time, he flew downwards and released energies to attack the other members of the Xiaoyao sect. In just that moment, he had killed so many people. "How dare you!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. "You want to kill my disciple, there's nothing I don't dare," said the old man coldly. He continued attacking other people with his godly awareness and shouted furiously, "Mountain-like godly awareness, die." The old man's godly awareness turned into a mountain oppressing the enemies. Boom boom boom. Collision sounds spread in the air. Many people died instantly. Arg! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect released his godly awareness and attacked Lin Feng. "Do you think you will have such an opportunity?" said the old man with a cold smile. His mountain-like godly awareness moved towards the patriarch's godly awareness and directly oppressed it. "Old dog, or maybe you're a pig? By ordering the members of the Xiaoyao sect, do you want to kill them?" said Lin Feng mockingly. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was infuriated. The old man was able to protect Lin Feng, but the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was unable to protect his own people. The old man was too strong. The remaining members of the Xiaoyao sect didn't dare attack Lin Feng anymore. They couldn't get close to him if the old man was there. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was unable to keep the old man under control. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect really hoped that a member of his sect would become the leader, but with Lin Feng and his teacher, it would be difficult. Some of his amazing members were already dead. What he didn't know though was that Lin Feng and his teacher weren't really interested in becoming leaders. Their purpose was to spread chaos. The more chaotic the meeting was, the better. The members of the Xiaoyao sect are pieces of trash. How come they dare act so arrogantly? With an old dog as a patriarch, you guys have no future, unlike my teacher and I, said Lin Feng pointing at the members of the Xiaoyao sect. How arrogant. Everybody was looking at him despisingly. Are you not convinced yet? If you aren't, then come and fight. I will fight cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer alone, my teacher won't even get involved. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering pigs, said Lin Feng. The old man and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect were already fighting using their terrifying godly awareness, they couldn't be disturbed. I will fight you, someone said, jumping out using the Xiaoyao agility technique. Lin Feng smiled. He started running and released a terrifying qi. He was holding his Tianxian stone and condensing the explosive strength of the earth and sky. Explosions sounded in the air. His opponent had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. Die! Shouted Lin Feng while releasing his ancient bell godly awareness. You want to die? Said the cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer. His godly awareness turned into gigantic wings which bombarded Lin Feng's ancient bell. He wasn't afraid of Lin Feng. Bzzz. The ancient bell emitted buzzing sounds. Was it going to break? Boom boom. Another sound spread in the air. The ancient bell was broken and dazzling lights had appeared. It was Lin Feng's godly awareness palace, but it didn't seem as real as the ancient bell. Lin Feng immediately attacked the wing godly awareness even though his godly awareness palace hadn't completely appeared yet. Slash! Lin Feng raised his hand. Golden lights moved towards his enemy. That person was caught off guard. His wing godly awareness crashed into the godly awareness palace but was stuck inside. The golden lights pierced into his head and through his eyes. A subtle sound spread in the air as that person's face turned deathly pale. His wing godly awareness slowly disappeared inside the palace and blood splashed everywhere. You bastard! Shouted someone furiously. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would kill his enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 937, Space Reincarnation. Chapter 937, Space Reincarnation. Bastard? I have broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer and he has broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, that's a huge difference. How dare you insult me? Said Lin Feng coldly. He raised his hand and attacked again. Boom boom. That person was violently propelled backwards. He released all his qi and shouted furiously, let's kill him together. Bzzz. People started releasing energies. "Be careful!" shouted someone furiously. The one in the front turned around and saw the corpse of his fellow whom Lin Feng had just killed. He was furious. "Piss off!" That person immediately attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. However, at that same moment, a bright dazzling light appeared between his eyes. "That's him!" Lin Feng was attacking with his godly awareness. "Move back!" shouted many people at the same time. The cultivator turned around, but he had no time to move. Lin Feng moved like the wind, appeared in front of him and punched his head. He didn't have time to shout, he died instantly. Lin Feng then called back his little spirit. "How shameless!" shouted someone at Lin Feng. In a flash, he had killed 2 people with his little spirit. However, his enemies hadn't even realized Lin Feng was using a spirit. Lin Feng smiled at them mockingly and moved back. Many people chased him, but Lin Feng smiled and said, "I can't fight against cultivators who are above the 5th Tianqi layer. If that time comes, my teacher will fight." Those people stopped. "Bastard!" said Yu Xiao. "Bastard? Members of the Xiaoyao sect are good for nothings. You bully those 2 people, his cultivation level is even less than yours. With the strength of the 2nd Tianqi layer, he defeated a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer and you actually insulted him?" said Ho Qinglin to Yu Xiao. "Yu Xiao, you better not attack, otherwise, I will unsheath my reincarnation sword." "Are you threatening me?" said Yu Xiao while staring back at Ho Qinglin. "I am, indeed," said Ho Qinglin glancing at him indifferently. Yu Xiao really wanted to see how strong Ho Qinglin's reincarnation sword was, but he wasn't brave enough. If he fought against Ho Qinglin, one of them would die, or nobody would survive. Ho Qinglin didn't plan to attack Yu Xiao anyway, only as a last resort. He was convinced that Yu Xiao wouldn't attack him. Someone else attacked Lin Feng with a terrifying chi. A Zun cultivator. Lin Feng was astonished. A Zun cultivator was attacking him. "Let's see if your teacher can save you," said that person coldly. "Another old dog," said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He ran towards Chong Qi. "Humph, die." That person released a terrifying chi and raised his hands. He was condensing the energies of the earth and sky. He could kill Lin Feng in one strike if he reached him. A Zun cultivator attacking a cultivator of the 2nd Tianqi layer, how shameless, said someone indifferently. A silver light moved towards him at the speed of light. "This has nothing to do with you," said the Zun cultivator indifferently. "I can't help it," said Ho Qinglin. Dazzling lights appeared as he released his sword. It was silver, dazzling and quite clean. It contained reincarnation chi. It didn't contain the energies of the earth and sky, it just contained a pale reincarnation chi. The Zun cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect was surprised. Could he compete with Ho Qinglin? The sword was leaving trails of small worlds behind it. The atmosphere became distorted. Reincarnation marks seemed to appear. The Xiaoyao sect Zun cultivator's face turned deathly pale. He pulled a long face, that sword was actually terrifying. The Zun cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect wasn't the only one to be surprised. King Dragon, Mia Qing and the others were all astonished. "A real genius," said Xiong Qi. He looked very surprised, which made Lin Feng surprised. Xiong Qi used to be an emperor, he saw many geniuses, but at that moment, he looked at that man with admiration. It probably meant that that man was extremely strong, he was a real genius. "Is he that strong?" asked Lin Feng. Xiong Qi nodded and said, "I can't be wrong, I am an emperor. What you see is the tip of the iceberg." Lin Feng remained silent and continued watching. The reincarnation marks moved towards the Zun cultivator and propelled him backwards. Ho Qinglin took out another sword and crevasses appeared in the air. The Zun cultivator was surrounded by a void valley. The reincarnation marks looked like a black hole moving towards him, about to swallow him. The Zun cultivator's face was deathly pale. He had no way to escape if the black hole swallowed him. "No!" he shouted furiously. He had no more strength. He was going to die and reincarnate assumedly. A terrifying wind started blowing as was swallowed by the reincarnation black hole. His silhouette slowly disappeared, as if he had never existed. The crowd was astonished, speechless. Even the Snowzoom cultivator and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stopped and stared at the scene. How incredible! Such powers were too much. Even those who were leaders in Ganyu were astonished. That guy was a real genius. They couldn't even understand how he did that. The Imperial Cultivation disciples gulped down when they saw that. The reincarnation sword was terrifying. With such powers, that cultivator didn't have many enemies. The Imperial Cultivation disciples felt really weak in front of such people. The tip of the iceberg, Lin Feng was astonished. That guy was incredibly strong and he hadn't even used his full power. A metallic sound spread in the air as Ho Ching Lin recalled his sword. People looked at him with admiration and fear. He helped little Lin Feng again, thought the Snow Zune cultivator while looking at Ho Ching Lin. He was also astonished by his strength. However, he recalled what Lin Feng had told him. He had helped him once and now Ho Ching Lin had helped Lin Feng again. Why? Who was he? Why did he keep helping Lin Feng? What was going on? The continent of the Nine Clouds was gigantic. Such strong cultivators had nothing to do in Ganyu. What was he doing in Ganyu and why was he helping Lin Feng? The Snow Zune cultivator was skeptical. I can't help but intervene when a Zune cultivator attacks a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, especially of the second Tianqi layer, said Ho Ching Lin indifferently. The crowd glanced at him, but nobody said anything. He was way too strong. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 938, The Arson. Chapter 938, The Arson. Yu Shao, the name of the meeting is the Great Sect Meeting, which means it includes all sections. How come I have the feeling that the protagonist of the meeting is the Xiaoyao sect though? I think that the Xiaoyao sect had already planned who the leader was going to be from the start, said Ho Ching Lin indifferently while glancing back at Yu Shao. If I see any weak cultivators get bullied by strong cultivators again, I will attack. If you want to fight, do it with principles. The crowd was speechless. His strength was astonishing and on top of that, he had morals. If an ordinary cultivator talked that way, he would be dead already. I have the same impression. It seems like a plot. The Xiaoyao sect is just using an excuse to take over Ganyu. If you become the leaders of the Great Sect Meeting, I wonder what will happen to Ganyu, said the Zune cultivator. Then, he looked at King Dragon and said, King Dragon, Miaching, Duanmu, you also participated in the organization of the Great Sect Meeting, so please tell us the rules to becoming a leader. If things remain so chaotic, the Great Sect Meeting will fail and it will have been useless to come here. King Dragon, Miachang and Duanmu obviously wanted to be leaders too, but with Prince Tianlin and the other extremely strong cultivators of the godly Xiaoyao sect, they couldn't say much. By letting those people become leaders, they were forced to help them. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng and his teacher would ruin their plans. Later on, Prince Tianlin invited Yu Shao to come, so it was obvious that Yu Shao would become the leader. This time, Ho Ching Lin was the one who had ruined everything. We're going to discuss these things tomorrow, when the Great Sect Meeting starts. We'll tell you our thoughts, said King Dragon. Many people nodded and dispersed. I am convinced you will make the right decision, said the Snow Zune cultivator indifferently. See you tomorrow, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly, glancing at Lin Feng and the Snow Zune cultivator. He would have never thought that such a big battle would happen on that day or that the Xiaoyao sect would lose so many members. Even a Zune cultivator had died. What a loss. Tiny little insect. Sooner or later, I will kill him, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect glancing at Lin Feng. He rolled up his sleeves and left. I really don't think that such an old dog could harm anyone, said Lin Feng mockingly. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was upset that Lin Feng kept humiliating him and calling him an old dog. People slowly dispersed. Ho Ching Lin glanced at the crowd and said, I also want to see what will happen at the Great Sect Meeting. I will stay here for 2 days. If I see anything disturbing, I won't be able to hold myself back. Then, he jumped up in the sky and disappeared from everyone's field of vision. He may have disappeared from their fields of vision but not from their memories, especially his silver sword. His sword seemed like it could open the doors of life and death. What an incredible power. Teacher, let's go and rest too, said Lin Feng to the Snow Zune cultivator who was still in the sky. The Snow Zune cultivator nodded and landed. Then, they left together. They hadn't booked a room in Ahsoka Mountain, so they had to stay in the Fire Mountain range. Cultivators didn't need hotel rooms anyways, sleeping on the ground in the wilderness was normal for them. It was best to practice cultivation in a cave. Lin Feng and Mr. Bai were wondering who Ho Ching Lin was. Why was he helping them? The only explanation was that he really couldn't stand seeing shameless people. The strongest cultivator Lin Feng knew was Mr. Shao, but that cultivator clearly wasn't Mr. Shao. In the Fire Mountain, there was a cave outside of which a fire had been built. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi and said, "Greatest Emperor." "Greatest Emperor?" Xiongqi was surprised. He looked at Lin Feng with his big eyes and said indifferently, "Just call me Emperor or Yendi, no need to call me Greatest Emperor. In the antiquity, there were many, many strong cultivators. Even though I am extremely strong, I am not the greatest emperor." Lin Feng laughed and said, "You'll have to get used to it, haha." I was wondering, did Ho Qing Lin learn that skill or did he inherit it from birth? Both, of course, said Yan Di indifferently. Ganyu is a tiny region, so you don't know how terrifying cultivators can be abroad. There are many different types of spirits. Many people inherit from their parents' powers. I supposed Ho Qing Lin's spirit contains reincarnation intent and he practiced it later on. On top of that, he must be extremely intelligent, he must have amazing understanding abilities. He is still so young and yet so powerful. He can even make black holes with his sword. If continues on like this, he will definitely become an emperor," said Yan Di in a solemn and respectful way. He looked at the sky and thought about his past. He felt nostalgic. Even though he had broken through to the Tianqi layer, he still had a lot to do to regain the strength he had in the past. "What about me? Will I become an emperor or even a great emperor?" asked Lin Feng with a smile. "Bullshit, with me on your side, how could you not become an emperor? I just have to closely monitor your progress," said Yan Di indifferently. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. According to Yan Di, becoming an emperor wouldn't be difficult for him. "Yan Di, according to you, Zun cultivators can be referred to as emperors. So how should I differentiate their cultivation levels?" asked Lin Feng curiously. "When you become an emperor, you don't differentiate cultivation levels like before. But you can't understand such things now. You don't need to learn too much at once anyways. When you become a Zun cultivator, I will explain those things to you," said Xiongqi. Lin Feng felt annoyed. Are there stronger cultivators than great emperors? Lin Feng felt overwhelmed with thought. He recalled the demon emperor in the Jade Emperor's palace. Were there peerless cultivators? Was there a strongest cultivator in the world? Stronger than great emperors? Whispered Yan Di, and then he remained silent. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Yan Di. He was looking at the sky too. Lin Feng wondered what he was thinking. But Lin Feng also understood that thinking about those things was useless. Nowadays, imperial cultivation disciples could still humiliate him. He had a long way to go. Phew, Lin Feng breathed deeply, stood up and said to Xiongqi, "Your Majesty, let's go, what do you think?" Xiongqi stared at Lin Feng and said, "What do you want to do?" He. Lin Feng smiled evilly and said, "Let's see the members of the Xiaoyao sect." "Silly boy, you want me to help you again?" said Xiongqi. He didn't want to go. The dormitory for the members of the Xiaoyao sect was on fire. Someone had set it on fire, but who would have set their living quarters on fire? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was incredibly furious. People kept humiliating him today. He had been injured in his fight before, now someone set his living quarters on fire. Each time he couldn't protect his people or capture his enemies. What a humiliation! Even though that fire didn't injure anyone, it was still extremely annoying. The great sect meeting was becoming a nightmare for the members of the Xiaoyao sect. Because of the fire, their faces had all turned black. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 939, Violent Death. Chapter 939, Violent Death. On the contrary, Lin Feng was having fun. He was in a very good mood, especially when he saw the Xiaoyao sect members' burnt faces. "What happened yesterday in the middle of the night in Ahsoka Mountain?" asked Lin Feng indifferently. Many people looked at him with murder. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're the one who started the fire, aren't you? If I had set your living quarters afire, you would have all died because you're all pieces of trash," said Lin Feng while laughing mockingly. He was the one who had set the fire though. Humph! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect groaned and said to Lin Feng, using telepathy, "Don't think that he can protect you. I don't think he'll stay on your side forever, you're just a nobody after all. You offended the Xiaoyao sect, so you will pay the price with your life, sooner or later. Why don't you talk in front of everybody? I'm so weak compared to you and yet, you still don't dare talk openly. Why use telepathy to threaten me?" asked Lin Feng very loudly so that everybody could hear him clearly. Surprisingly, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect used telepathy to threaten Lin Feng. "Humph, the Xiaoyao sect is so dignified," said the Snow Zun cultivator sarcastically. Everybody was looking at him. Then, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked at Lin Feng. He hated him, he wanted to kill him. But when he saw Ho Ching Lin sitting on a stone throne, he shivered. What was that guy doing in Ganyu? Yu Xiao had told him that he was very famous because of his strength, but what were his connections with Ganyu? Old dog, come and attack me if you can't bear it anymore. If you have no balls, then stop acting so arrogant. Said Lin Feng to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect using telepathy. This made the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect come back to his senses. He needed a leader and Lin Feng couldn't become one, that was certain. Lin Feng was threatening him using telepathy, but could he tell everyone openly that Lin Feng was doing that? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect gulped and remained silent. At that moment, many incredibly strong cultivators arrived on stage. King Dragon, Niachang and Duanmu glanced at the crowd and King Dragon said, "We talked yesterday and decided that we couldn't have one leader, we need an influential group as a leader, a group of leaders. That's the fairest solution." As expected. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Once again, the rules were in favor of the people with whom they had affinities. They really wanted to keep the great sect meeting under their own control. Everybody understood but nobody could refute the rules. Besides, choosing an influential group as the leaders wasn't groundless either. If an influential group only has one or two people, will they have to confront an entire group to compare their strength? Shouted Lin Feng. No, said King Dragon, shaking his head. He added, those who want to apply can come onto the stage. If there is an influential group, they can have 5 people come on stage. If they don't have 5 people, then everybody can come on stage. Their strength will be the only factor used to choose the leaders. So influential groups could choose their strongest cultivators. How many groups can help an influential group? Someone asked. 5 groups can help another group, said King Dragon. The Xiaoyao sect, the East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, Shingon, the Nine Cloud Sword sect and the Necropolis sect, 6 influential groups, that was perfect for them. All right. Those who want to apply, choose up to 5 people and have them come on stage. Then, we can either proceed with votes or battles to choose the leaders, said King Dragon. Very quickly, some people jumped on the stage. They belonged to 6 groups of influence, the Xiaoyao sect, the East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, Shingon, the Nine Cloud Sword sect and the Necropolis sect. Apart from Tianqi, they were the most powerful groups in Ganyu. Competing with them would be very difficult. Besides, the 4 people on stage were incredibly strong and the 5th one was still in the sky looking at everyone from above. Does anyone else want to apply? Asked King Dragon. It seems like there are only those 4 and who knows if that one in the sky wants to apply or not, said Lin Feng. King Dragon glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way. Yen Di, get ready to fight, said Lin Feng to Qiong Qi using telepathy. Qiong Qi roared in a low voice. He knew what he had to do. He wasn't near Lin Feng in order to not draw people's attention. Lin Feng glanced at the people on the stage in a cold way. This time, he wasn't playing around. Those who want to apply to become leaders, come on stage, this is the last call. I'll give you a minute to think about it carefully, continued King Dragon. Nobody stepped on the stage. With those strong cultivators, it was difficult to compete. They could only watch and accept. Many people were whispering. This time, it seemed like the leaders were already chosen. Nobody in the crowd felt like opposing them. They just wanted to go to Tianqi and see if they could obtain precious treasures. They knew that Tianqi's people had obtained incredible treasures in the mysterious world. Lin Feng had probably obtained the Jade Emperor's treasures too. So if they were lucky, they could get an Emperor's treasure. Many people didn't care about Tianqi but cared about its treasures. However, they didn't know that Lin Feng was among them. I thought you two wanted to apply. You kept talking about it, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to Lin Feng and Mr. Bai with a cold smile. 2 people, so 2 battles at same cultivation level, alright? Asked Lin Feng. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't reply but groaned coldly. If not, then stop talking shit. 2 people against 5, is that fair? You're really shameless, said Lin Feng. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect grinded his teeth. He hated Lin Feng so much. Impolite brat, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but did nothing more. The atmosphere became calm, the crowd was waiting for the minute to be over. What? At that moment, Yu Xiao frowned and looked at the stage. He sensed something. What? There's something wrong. The strong cultivators sensed something. Back! Shouted Yu Xiao extremely loudly. A fireball appeared. It was dazzling as it fell from the sky and fell on the stage, bursting into flames and exploding. Ah! 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 People gave horrible shrieks. Those lights contained deadly abstruse energies. They were so powerful that they could crush Zoom cultivators easily. People who were close to the stage jumped backwards, but some people didn't have time to avoid the attack and died. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect used his Xiaoyao agility technique and rose up in the air, then he released an incredible amount of energies. Slashing sounds were spreading in the air as he was soaked in blood. Nobody could do anything against those abstruse energies. 6 influential groups, 30 people, a dozen people were already dead. Everybody was astonished by that power. Bastard! Lin Feng was annoyed that Yu Xiao had sensed something. Otherwise, everybody would have died. The 6 leaders had all managed to avoid the attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 940, Revealing his social status. Chapter 940, Revealing his social status. The crowd ran away. Those who hadn't died and were standing in the sky could only observe. The stage was completely destroyed and turned into dust. The bodies of those who had died had turned into dust too. What a tragedy! Those who had managed to avoid the attack were all injured though, just not to the same extent. The members of the 6 influential groups were furious. Someone had cast a deadly spell on the stage which could kill Zoom cultivators. Even those who had managed to escape would have died if they had moved a second too late. Mysterious marks. Ho Chang Lin's eyes were twinkling. Surprisingly, someone extremely strong and powerful knew how to use mysterious marks. It aroused his curiosity. Even amongst Zoom cultivators, only the strongest ones could understand and use mysterious marks. Besides, that chi was extremely pure. That kind of strong cultivator was much, much stronger than the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others. Such a strong cultivator didn't even need mysterious marks to defeat those people. Unless, Ho Chang Lin suddenly thought about something. There were 2 possibilities. The first one was that there was an incredibly strong cultivator who has mastered mysterious marks, but was bad at practicing cultivation. That possibility could be eliminated immediately. Such strong cultivators didn't need to do things that way. The second possibility, and the only probably one, was that there was an incredibly strong cultivator who was injured and could only rely on mysterious marks to kill his enemies. Ho Chang Lin had no choice but to accept that hypothesis. He was very intelligent and had almost guessed right. However, no matter how smart he was, he couldn't guess what was really going on. There was a great emperor who wasn't as strong as before and who could only rely on mysterious marks to kill people. Yu Xiao had also recognized those mysterious marks and his facial expression changed drastically. Surprisingly, someone was plotting against them and was attempting to ruin the great sect meeting. King Dragon and the other strong cultivators pulled a long face from their injuries. Who did that? Asked King Dragon to the other leaders. No matter who did that, that person must be in Ahsoka Mountain and possibly amongst the crowd. Said Duan Mu coldly. The fire chi was still burning his skin. That's abstruse strength. There are not many people who can get that many abstruse crystals. Besides, with that many crystals, it must be someone from a very large influential group. Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Everybody thought the same thing. They were getting closer to the truth. Tian Chi. Said some people at the same time. Who would waste so many crystals to kill them apart from Tian Chi? Nobody. It surely is Tian Chi, no doubt about it. We already knew that they were here. However, who is that strong in Tian Chi? Asked King Dragon. Even the strongest cultivators of his clan couldn't cast such powerful spells, especially without being noticed. No need to guess. I know who. Said someone at that moment. They all looked at that person. It was Mia Qing. Who? Everybody was staring at Mia Qing. King Dragon, Duan Mu, have you forgotten how your people died in Shuiyu? Said Mia Qing looking at King Dragon and Duan Mu. They grew angry as they remembered someone in particular. Lin Feng. The strong cultivators said Lin Feng's name at the same time, Lin Feng. They wanted to destroy Tian Chi, but their real target was Lin Feng. How could they forget their real target? Back then, the East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, and Shingon had sent Zun cultivators to Shuiyu and the mysterious marks had reportedly killed them. They could only guess that Lin Feng had obtained a precious weapon which allowed him to make mysterious marks, and that was how he had set up traps in his palace in Shuiyu. It was similar to what had just happened on the stage. They now understood that it wasn't a weapon per se but a skill that made mysterious marks. Lin Feng, where is he? The crowd was wondering. Very quickly, they looked in his direction, but he had disappeared. They were furious. They grinded their teeth. He is Lin Feng. They were right. The sick-looking young man was Lin Feng. Each time he appeared, it was to confront them. He was definitely Lin Feng. Those people were furious. They had organized the Great Sect meeting to plot against Lin Feng, and when he appeared before them, they didn't even recognize him. Lin Feng had even repeatedly humiliated them. He even called the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect an old dog. If that was Lin Feng, then the old man with him could only be the old man who had destroyed Shingon, the strong cultivator from Tianqi, the leader of Tianxian. No doubt it was them. It was no wonder that he was that strong. But where were they now? They had seemingly disappeared. Chase them, hurry up and chase them. The old man and the sick-looking young man with a yellow face are from Tianqi. They are precisely Lin Feng and his teacher from Tianqi. They wanted to kill us all, shouted the leaders furiously. They weren't interested in how Lin Feng had managed to make those mysterious marks appear, it was more important to capture them. Their ultimate target was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, that was Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished. Surprisingly, the two people who had spread chaos throughout the meetings were Lin Feng and his teacher. Chase them, said people one after the other. Lin Feng had precious treasures. Could they find him though? Who could have thought that Lin Feng was still in the crowd and had transformed again? He was even chasing himself with the others. While the spell was activated on the stage, Lin Feng prepared to escape and communicated with the old man. He hadn't thought that people would find out it was him, but the solution was easy, he just had to change his face. Who would know who he was now? Luckily, Mr. Xiao had given him several masks which all looked incredibly real. Nobody recognized him. Amongst the crowd were some people who didn't move, Prince Tianlin and the others. They knew about Lin Feng, they had heard about him, and they also know that he had incredible treasures. The sick-looking young man with a yellow face was Lin Feng this whole time. He wanted to crush Lin Feng even more. He wanted to destroy Tianqi. Brother, let's go and destroy Tianqi, said Prince Tianlin looking at Yu Xiao, who was still in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 941, Going to Tianqi. Chapter 941, Going to Tianqi. As expected, nobody could find Lin Feng because he was still in the crowd. How could they find him with his new identity? As for the Snow Zone cultivator, even if he had escaped, nobody would have been able to catch up with him. At that moment, King Dragon, Nie Chang, Duanmu and the others were in the sky and looking around. They could see very far away. Everybody, please be silent and listen to me, said King Dragon. Everybody heard him from very far away. King Dragon looked at the crowd and continued, you have all seen how evil Tianqi's people are. They ruined our great sect meeting and killed so many of our strong cultivators. We don't know what kind of treasures Lin Feng has obtained, but surprisingly, he has gained some amazing powers. If we don't destroy Tianqi and kill Lin Feng, Ganyu as we know it is doomed. Everybody heard clearly. His voice was so loud that it hurt some people's ears. However, people remembered one sentence in particular, they didn't know what precious items Lin Feng had obtained. Most people could only guess. However, if Lin Feng had been able to turn into another person and cast an incredibly powerful spell on the stage, then he must have obtained some incredible items. Otherwise, how could he have killed 3 Zun cultivators in Shuiyu? Same for what had happened just a moment before. Besides, we don't need to choose a leader for the Great Sect meeting, the 6 of us can go to Tianqi and destroy them together, said King Dragon. They were determined to go to Tianqi and kill Tianqi's people. They couldn't wait any longer. They had all lost too many people. They had to go. Just follow me if you want to destroy Tianqi. If you don't, piss off. If Tianqi has treasures, those who come will benefit from them as well. Don't blame me for being merciless to traitors, said King Dragon. In the world of cultivation, there was no mercy. If they wanted to be powerful, they had to be strong. Many people were tempted. Tianqi had existed for so long, they probably had incredible treasures such as skills and techniques. Now, let's go. Destination Tianqi, said King Dragon. The 6 strong cultivators nodded and the members of their groups followed them. A whole army full of strong cultivators were flying in the sky. It was happening. They were going to war against Tianqi. Those people had, at least, broken through to the Tianqi layer. Xian-level cultivators couldn't do anything. Let's kill them. Let's kill them. Let's kill them. shouted King Dragon, and instantly, many people repeated what he said. It was like a war chant. Their energies made loud sounds and they looked like a dragon in the sky. There were hundreds of sects together, a myriad of strong cultivators. The scene was impressive. Tianqi is doomed. So many people were joining hands to destroy Tianqi. Lin Feng looked at those sects and looked quite sad. So many people were going to Tianqi to destroy them. Tianqi couldn't possibly resist them all. You will regret, thought Lin Feng. His eyes looked sharp. Someday, he'd reach the clouds and make them all regret. The Imperial Cultivation disciples, Prince Tianlin and the others. Yu Xiao and Ho Chenglin hadn't left, they decided remain there. Why haven't you left Ganyu yet? Asked Yu Xiao to Ho Chenglin. He didn't understand why Ho Chenglin had come to Ganyu. He didn't believe that Lin Feng and Ho Chenglin could know each other. Forget me, what about you? Said Ho Chenglin with an air of superiority. There's no need to mention that Yu Xiao was afraid of Ho Chenglin. I'm not done here, so I'm not leaving yet. Said Yu Xiao to Ho Chenglin. Ho Chenglin was the only person Yu Xiao was weary of. I'm interested in the Great Sect meeting, I want to see how they would handle everything. Said Ho Chenglin indifferently. Yu Xiao remained silent. He didn't want to offend Ho Chenglin. I'm not staying here with you, sorry. Said Yu Xiao as then he followed the crowd. He hoped that Ho Chenglin wouldn't follow him. Everybody was moving extremely fast towards Tianqi Empire. At that moment, Lin Feng had outpaced the crowd with his great rock. There were so many people so they couldn't be as fast as a great rock. A few days later, Lin Feng was surrounded by snowy mountains. Lin Feng wouldn't let those people pollute such a holy place. As Lin Feng arrived, he saw many strong cultivators at the entrance. They were sitting cross-legged in the snow. They were covered with snow so ordinary cultivators wouldn't have seen them. 7 people were sitting in the mountains, the leaders of the 7 peaks. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Many people opened their eyes and had strange facial expressions. The 7 leaders opened their eyes too and looked at Lin Feng. Little Lin Feng, you came back, said the Snowzone cultivator, nodding at Lin Feng. He had been to the Great Sect meeting with Lin Feng and he had seen how scary Lin Feng could be. Someday, Lin Feng would become extremely strong. He might even reign over Ganyu. Teacher, said Lin Feng. I am sorry, it's all my fault. Tianqi has so many enemies because of me. As long as you realize it and admit it, that's fine, said Tianshu Zi with a cold smile. Brothers, listen to me, we should hand him over as I said. If we reject Lin Feng, we won't be in danger anymore, on top of that, we could still use his treasures. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 942, Terrifying Deployment Spell. Chapter 942, Terrifying Deployment Spell. Shut the hell up, Tianshu Zi. Have you forgotten about Lin Feng's social status? If you humiliate Tianxian again, don't blame me for being merciless, said the Snowzone cultivator coldly. He wasn't hiding his cultivation level anymore, so Tianshu Zi was actually scared. The Snowzone cultivator had gone to Shingon and killed Zune cultivators. People in Tianqi had heard the news. They were surprised to learn that he was so strong, even if they were still not fully aware of it. Only Mr. Tianji knew exactly how strong Mr. Bai was. Don't think that I'm afraid of you, said Tianshu Zi. The Snowzone cultivator was threatening him. I never said that you were, but if you continue to humiliate Tianxian, it means you're humiliating Tianqi, which would allow me to attack you, said the Snowzone cultivator indifferently. Tianshu Zi pulled a long face and said to the crowd, Brothers, what are your opinions? Humph, humph. They all kept their eyes closed as if they hadn't seen him. He was furious, but they all liked Lin Feng. They were all practicing cultivation right now to protect Lin Feng. From now on, stop talking that way. We have to protect our disciples because we're all one family, said Mr. Tianji angrily. Then, he closed his eyes again. Lin Feng bowed in front of the old man and said, Tianqi will be safe. Then, he continued towards the depths of Tianqi. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. On the ground, people were shouting Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng saw Tang Yu and Jun Moshi and the others. They had broken through to the Tianqi layer and Lin Feng was delighted to see that. We can have a drink later, said Lin Feng smiling. Then, he continued running. We're waiting for the enemies and he's going to hide inside, said Tianshu Zi, but what actually annoyed him was everybody ignoring him. Everybody's eyes remained closed. They were calmly practicing cultivation. A moment later, Lin Feng arrived at the top of Tianxian Mountain. Lin Feng made Xiongqi come out of the tower. "Yan Di, I can only rely on you now," said Lin Feng seriously. "You need me for a spell again? Damn you, you want me to be exhausted all the time," said Xiongqi. "Yan Di, I helped you obtain the void fire, you have to help me." "You're talking about that again as if you hadn't benefited from it," said Xiongqi annoyed. "Alright, I won't talk about that anymore. In the future, I will help you even more," said Lin Feng. Xiongqi looked at him and said, "Alright, give me more abstruse crystals. I need many of them to cast these spells, trust me." "Don't worry about abstruse crystals, we have no choice," said Lin Feng as he gave his ring to Xiongqi. Xiongqi was surprised. How many abstruse crystals did Lin Feng have? He was quite rich for a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. You're lucky I am helping you. I will cast the spell and at the same time, I will make this place become a holy cultivation zone," said Xiongqi proudly. Lin Feng felt relieved and grateful. "Alright, hurry up," said Lin Feng. He was nervous. "Don't worry, I'm here," said Xiongqi in a despising way. Even though Xiongqi was proud, he also did things properly. He quickly started hiding abstruse crystals and carving marks everywhere with extreme speed. Even though he only had the strength of the Tianqi layer, he could easily use the strength of the earth and sky. If he managed to become as strong as he used to be as an emperor, he would be able to cast gigantic deployment spells without having to draw marks bit by bit. Since he had broken through to the Tianqi layer, he was already much faster than before. He ran around Tianxian drawing marks furiously. Lin Feng was at the top of the mountain sensing the hidden energies. It was almost as if the abstruse crystals had become invisible. "Alright, let's go somewhere else," said Xiongqi. Lin Feng nodded and he brought Xiongqi to the holy place of Tianqi. At that moment, all the people from Tianqi had arrived at the entrance of Tianqi. After all, people were coming to fight them. Xiongqi was doing things really fast. He was sowing abstruse crystals everywhere and at the same time drawing mysterious marks. Tianqi Mountain was filled with an explosive power. Next would be Tianquan and then the last one would be Tianshu. Those 7 mountains work great with the spell. Tianshu is not a bad place. It's too bad that you want them to fail," said Xiongqi while drawing the marks into Tianshu. Lin Feng didn't reply. Tianshu Z hated him. He kept saying he wanted Lin Feng to be expelled and that Tianqi should have taken his treasures. If Tianqi had stolen Lin Feng's treasures, he would be doomed. How could Lin Feng allow Tianshu Z and Tianshu in general to benefit from the war? "Are you done?" asked Lin Feng. "Nope, there's still the last step and it's the most important," said Xiongqi in a solemn and serious way. "Hurry up, Emperor," said Lin Feng. "Of course, those markings aren't difficult. Just wait for a few minutes," said Xiongqi proudly. Xiongqi moved towards the center of the 7 mountains. Lin Feng didn't follow him. The last step was difficult, so Lin Feng didn't want to bother him. Xiongqi took much time to finish. Lin Feng was extremely worried, but just as he was becoming overcome with worried, he sensed an incredible explosive energy. The marks were bound together and suddenly filled with power. "You managed to finish," said Lin Feng smiling. Xiongqi wasn't disappointed. At that moment, Tianqi's people who were at the periphery of the empire looked in that direction with amazement. "What a strong qi, what is going on?" The leaders were stupefied. What an incredible strength! What was going on? They had only seen Lin Feng come in. Was he the one who had done that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 943, Difficult Times for Tianshu Z. Chapter 943, Difficult Times for Tianshu Z. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he arrived in the middle of the 7 snowy peaks. Xiongqi was breathing heavily, he was exhausted. As Xiongqi had said, such deployment spells were difficult to cast for a Tian-level beast. "Are you alright?" asked Lin Feng. "Deployment spells are simple, of course I'm alright. If I had the same cultivation level as I used to, I could cast it in a few seconds," said Xiongqi proudly. Lin Feng was apparently worried for nothing. It'd be a wonder if something happened to Xiongqi. "Alright, I'm going to put you away then," No need to expose you, otherwise, everybody will start guessing things," said Lin Feng. Qiongqi nodded. Indeed, if someone knew that an ancient animal could cast deployment spells, they would guess he used the body capture technique and it would draw strong cultivators' attentions. Lin Feng put Qiongqi away and ran back to the entrance of Tianqi. Now that the deployment spell had been cast, attacking Tianqi would be difficult. The 7 leaders of Tianqi looked at Lin Feng. "Little Lin Feng, what's going on?" asked the Snow Zune cultivator. He also sensed the explosive qi which condensed in Tianqi. "Teacher," said Lin Feng, nodding at the Snow Zune cultivator. He then looked at everyone and said, "Teachers, you can bring everyone back to the snowy peaks. Nothing will happen to Tianqi now." Eh? The crowd was surprised. The Snow Zune cultivator's eyes twinkled as if he had understood something. He recalled the mysterious marks in Shuiyuan on the stage at the Great Sect meeting. He couldn't ask anything right now though. How insolent. "If we go back to the snowy peaks, do you think you can defeat all those people alone? Don't forget that all those people are coming for you. If anything happens to Tianqi, you'll be the first one to blame," said Tianshu coldly. Lin Feng glanced at him with compassion. He smiled coldly. He would cry soon. "Tianshu, if you want to remain here and protect Tianqi here, I don't mind," said Lin Feng with a nice smile. He then looked at the leaders and said, "Teachers, I put some precious items everywhere in the mountains. Those items contain deployment spells. Nobody in their right mind would enter Tianqi now. You can all go back to your snowy peaks because Tianqi is protected." The crowd was curious. Lin Feng sounded so confident. It now made sense that qi was emerging from the mountains. "All right," said Mr. Tianji, nodding. He stood up and said to the crowd, "Go back to your snowy peaks." He then said to his own people, "Tianji's people, follow me, we're going back to Tianji Mountain." He nodded at Lin Feng and left. The Snow Zune cultivator stood up as well and said, "Tianxian people, follow me too, we're going back to Tianxian." The leader of Tianquan also brought his people back to his snowy peak. Quickly, everybody disappeared except Tianshu. He was staring at Lin Feng with murder. "If you don't want to leave, I can't force you," said Lin Feng indifferently, and then he also left for Tianxian. Tianshu pulled a long face and finally stood up. He also brought his people back to his snowy peak. Everybody went back to their snowy peaks and sensed the strong qi emanating from the mountains. When they sensed it, they were astonished to find that it was abstruse qi. How did Lin Feng do that? With that amount of abstruse qi, their snowy peaks had turned into holy cultivation places. "Lin Feng, this is an incredible gift," said Mr. Tianji from very far away. His voice echoed everywhere in the mountains. The snowy peaks of Tianqi had turned into holy cultivation places. Lin Feng hadn't used any ordinary items to do that. Haha, indeed. "Lin Feng, it will only be a few years until Tianqi becomes the leader of Ganyu," said another voice coming from another snowy peak. "Now that Tianquan has turned into a holy cultivation place, I will only let people who truly believe in our philosophies practice cultivation here. That way we can avoid traitors," said a voice coming from Tianquan. "Lin Feng is a real believer. He contributes to making Tianqi strong. We pledge to always protect Lin Feng for Tianqi. We're infinitely grateful and we have no way to thank Lin Feng enough." In Tianxian, the Snow Zune cultivator, the Fire Zune cultivator and the Sword Zune cultivator were next to Lin Feng and smiling in a radiant way. They were proud of their disciple. "All right, enough compliments. That abstruse qi contains an explosive energy. Lin Feng, tell us how you cast that spell," said Mr. Tianji. With their cultivation level, they sensed what the spell was capable of. Lin Feng hadn't lied to them. Inside of Ganyu, nobody could attack Tianqi anymore. Many people were breathing deeply in Tianqi. They were so happy. Everybody was happy. Tianshu's facial expression looked even worse. The disciples of Tianshu were not that happy either. From what everybody said, it seemed like Lin Feng had contributed to making all the snowy peaks turn into holy cultivation places, but apart from a strong deployment spell, there was nothing for them. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't offered Tianshu the same benefits as the other snowy peaks. That was normal though. Everybody knew that Tianshu's people didn't like Lin Feng. Each time Tianshu talked about Lin Feng, it was to say that they should expel him and steal his treasures. How could he give anything precious to Tianshu? All the other snowy peaks had received something apart from them. Tianshu was going to become the weakest snowy peak of Tianqi now. Tianshu was speechless and furious. Lin Feng hadn't given him anything, would he have to steal it from them then? Unfortunately not, everybody liked Lin Feng and Tianqi. If he did anything to him, he would be considered a traitor. Lin Feng, what did you obtain in the mysterious world? Tian Shuzi's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. He looked greedy and envious. He knew that Lin Feng hadn't cast that spell. He could only manage something like that with an item. At that same moment in Ganyu, the 6 influential groups arrived in the Tianqi Empire and they were running towards Tianqi. People in the valleys were concerned. Who were those strong cultivators? They were going to destroy Tianqi. The citizens of the Tianqi Empire looked desperate. They truly loved their empire. All they did was for their empire. Tianqi was their religion. Kill them. Many Tianqi citizens were running towards the city. Mia Cheng attacked them and released abstruse energies. Those people on the ground raised their heads and turned deathly pale. They looked desperate. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy crashed onto the ground and a crater appeared. All those people on the ground were killed. Mia Cheng groaned coldly as if he had just killed some insects in his house. He was merciless. No need to be impatient, Mia Cheng. Tianqi's people are in their city, you'll be able to kill them soon enough, and once you do, it will be a bloodbath, said King Dragon indifferently. They all had cruel smiles on their faces. Tianqi was doomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 944, Looking for a Scapegoat. Chapter 944, Looking for a Scapegoat. It was snowing a lot in Tianqi. It looked calm and peaceful. At the entrance of Tianqi, there were many strong cultivators. They had murder in their eyes and they looked like hunters. They had finally arrived. They traveled all the way from Ahsoka to Tianqi. They looked impatient to destroy Tianqi. Besides, all the treasures of Tianqi would become theirs. After destroying Tianqi, they would kill Lin Feng. No matter where he was, they would find him. Have Tianqi's people turned into turtles, hiding in their shells? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect mockingly. You're funny. Maybe they just ran away because they were afraid, said King Dragon indifferently. The crowd laughed cruelly. Let's go. Let's destroy Tianqi, said Mia Cheng impatiently. Shingon had been destroyed. Now, he wanted to his revenge. The others glanced at each other and smiled indifferently. How come you didn't inform us that you were coming? Said a voice very far away. Everybody was surprised as they gazed into the distance. The voice came from the 7 highest snowy peaks. As expected, they gathered together in their 7 main snowy peaks, but it's useless, thought the crowd. The 7 snowy peaks were going to turn into a battlefield. Since you already knew we were coming, we didn't need to tell you anything, said King Dragon loudly while looking at Mr. Tianqi in the horizon. When you destroyed Shingon, you didn't think that someday Tianqi would be destroyed as well? Said Mia Cheng with murder in his eyes. I think I should destroy Shingon once more, said Mr. Tianqi calmly and indifferently. Duan Mu looked at the people in the 7 snowy peaks. He was impatient to kill them. I admire you for remaining so calm on your judgment day. I think that when people know they're going to die and when they have time to think about it, it's easier for them to accept it. That's why they stayed. They're just waiting to be killed, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Tianqi, an influential group in Ganyu, is going to be completely annihilated today. It will remain an important date in our history, said the patriarch of the Necropolis sect. He then added, Lin Feng ruined the great sect meeting. Where is he hiding now? Indeed, where is Lin Feng? Many people were wondering where Lin Feng was. It would be better if he was there because then they wouldn't need to hunt him down. They wanted to destroy Tianqi mainly because of Lin Feng, or more precisely because Lin Feng probably had some incredible treasures. You all miss me that much, said a voice from the distance. They glanced around and saw a handsome young man in the sky above a snowy peak. Lin Feng. The crowd looked at him with a cruel smile. Lin Feng was in Tianqi. Wonderful. So many strong cultivators, Lin Feng would never be able to escape. Lin Feng, said a voice at that moment. It was Prince Tianlin. He then added coldly, Is that you? Prince Tianlin only knew the young man with a yellow face. Imperial cultivation disciple? Said Lin Feng smiling mockingly. Don't look at me that way. I told you, if I were at the same level as you, I would kill you like a pig. Calling you a genius is a humiliation and a disgrace to real geniuses. I really wonder how a piece of trash like you can act so proud. It's you, said Prince Tianlin while narrowing his eyes. Only Lin Feng would humiliate him like that. Empty words, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Old dog, you're still barking. That piece of trash needs your support, how miserable, said Lin Feng mockingly with a big smile. Shingon, the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Xiaoyao sect, the great and powerful groups of Guanyu. Ha, how ridiculous. You came to Shuiyu and you failed big time. Many of your strong cultivators died in then, and now you want to destroy Tianqi. Come then, I'm here and I'm waiting, Lin Feng said while pointing at those people. Today, you pieces of trash and you old dogs are going to die. I'm going to slaughter you all. A ridiculous cultivator of the Tianqi layer was humiliating them, so of course they were furious. I didn't know you wanted to die so quickly. We'll just need a few seconds to kill you, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect mockingly. Old dog, you only know how to bark. I'm still here waiting. Come and kill me then, said Lin Feng provokingly. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect released a terrifying amount of qi and condensed it. He wanted to torture Lin Feng and kill him slowly. Those snowy peaks are weird, he's trying to provoke you. Can't you see it? Said Yu Xiao at that moment. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was surprised. Weird? Indeed, Lin Feng was provoking them. He released his godly awareness and inspected the 7 snowy peaks. Indeed, they had something strange. They had thought it'd be easy to destroy Tianqi with as many strong cultivators they brought. They hadn't thought the 7 snowy peaks would be filled with abstruse energies. The strong cultivators glanced at each other's. Destroying Tianqi wouldn't be so easy now. Lin Feng looked at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao had tried to kill him, luckily Ho Chung Lin had intervened. Now, Yu Xiao was ruining Lin Feng's plan. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect turned around and looked at the crowd. Who's going to capture Lin Feng? Was it a joke? Lin Feng was in the middle of the 7 snowy peaks now. Even though he was very far from all the snowy peaks, for strong cultivators, it wasn't a great distance. Nobody wanted to take such risks alone. What? Don't forget our agreement. Since you stayed at the Great Sect meeting, it means you're all willing to help. You must obey orders, otherwise we'll kill you, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. Some people had regrets, damn agreement. Who would agree to go and act as cannon fodder? Patriarch, there are 4 snowy peaks around Lin Feng, in front of him and on his left. If we attack him head on, we'll die. It's too difficult, said someone calmly. Many people started talking at the same time. Tianqi cherished Lin Feng, they wouldn't let him die that easily. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect groaned coldly and looked at Tianxian. Alright, we don't need to capture Lin Feng. Let's just go to the nearest peak then. You go first, alright? They all looked upset again, but what could they do? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would be furious if they didn't listen. Patriarch, please follow us closely. We have to attack together. Once we're done with the first peak, we'll have access to all the others. Don't worry, I will protect you, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect indifferently. He wanted to see if the abstruse energy in the snowy peaks was dangerous or not. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 945, Stars of Destruction. Chapter 945, Stars of Destruction. The group of people obeyed the patriarch's orders and moved towards Tianxian with gloomy expressions on their faces. Now and then, they would turn around to see if everybody was following. Luckily, everybody listened to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. They were moving together towards Tianxian. They knew that those snowy peaks were massive and would be difficult to destroy. Very quickly, they arrived near Tianxian. They looked at the summit and saw many people cultivating at the top. Someone said, "It is Tianqi's final day. No need to resist." Tianxian's people looked at them but didn't say anything. They just smiled indifferently. Tianqi's final day? Very often, people die because they are too greedy and because they overestimate their own abilities. I'll give you one piece of advice, leave now. If you attack, you will all die, said the Snow Zune cultivator coldly. Many of those people were strong, but were they strong enough? They were just dreaming. They were greedy, so they had come to Tianqi with hopes of stealing treasures. We don't care about your advice. Tianqi is going to be destroyed one way or another, said someone furiously. They then started releasing a powerful qi. Very well, said the Snow Zune cultivator while rising up in the sky and releasing ice energies outside Tianxian. The atmosphere around Tianxian seemed to freeze. Since you want to attack Tianqi, don't blame me for being merciless. Tianqi, freeze, said the Snow Zune Cultivator. He released abstruse energies and froze the whole crowd. Slash, slash. A terrifying sword chi emerged. The Sword Zune Cultivator was attacking as well. Die, said the Sword Zune Cultivator with a sharp voice. An infinite number of sword lights appeared and cut through the ice statues. 2 Zune Cultivators had attacked and the whole group had died. Those who were behind that group stopped moving. They only now realized how strong Tianqi was. They had incredible Zune Cultivators, so Tian-level cultivators had no chance. Only the Zune Cultivators who were with them could put up a fight. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was furious. He had sent people to Tianxian to see if it was dangerous, but he had failed. Those people had died before arriving. He had to send Zune Cultivators to test waters, it seemed. We can't wait anymore. If we want to destroy Tianqi, we have to join hands and attack all together. First, let's get close and then let's attack at once. That snowy peak should be easy to conquer, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Everybody started moving together. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was also surrounded by several Zune cultivators of different levels. This time, Tianxian wouldn't be able to withstand their assault. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stopped about 1 kilometer away from Tianxian when he sensed the terrifying qi inside the mountain. 100 people were on the patriarch's side. They also all released terrifying energies. I am convinced that we can destroy Tianqi, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Everybody released energies at the same time. It should work this time. Rise, shouted Lin Feng at that moment. A dazzling light beam emanated from Tianqi and it contained abstruse energies. It appeared from all the snowy peaks, including Tianshu, but not including Tianxian. People frowned. What were they doing? What was happening? Abstruse energies had suddenly enveloped Tianqi. There, at that moment, someone saw that the 6 light beams joined at one point, where Lin Feng was. The enemies couldn't see anymore as the lights had become too dazzling. Slash, slash, the crowd stared at the strength condensing into a dazzling star. What a terrifying strength. Was it a group spell cast by all the strong cultivators of Tianqi? Bzzz. The dazzling lights illuminated Tianxian. The Sword Zune Cultivator jumped in the air and his sword also illuminated the atmosphere. The snow peaks were all very far from each other, but at that moment, they looked like they were connected. Back! Hurry up and move back! Shouted people furiously. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was the first one to run away as he flew backwards using his Xiaoyao agility technique. Die! Shouted the Snow Zune Cultivator furiously. The sword energy illuminated the whole atmosphere. There was no sword, only lights, razorblade-like lights. That sword contained the strength of the 7 snowy peaks. Slash, slash. Many people in the sky were unable to avoid the attack and died. The strong cultivators of 6 snowy peaks had joined hands and had lent their energies to the Sword Zune Cultivator. That was a terrifying attack. The enemies were astonished. They were fixedly staring at those lights taking their friends' lives. After that, the Snow Zune Cultivator continued attracting energies to Tianxian. The energies of the 7 peaks condensed. At the same time, on Tianquan, terrifying energies appeared. They were dazzling too and had turned into a star. This time, Mr. Tianji used his sword which turned into 1,000 lights. The enemies looked terrified. Slash, slash, those stars were destroying everything. King Dragon, Nie Chang and the others turned deathly pale. What kind of spells were they using? No! Many people were shouting. Their friends were dying and they were powerless. They couldn't do anything. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 946, Tianshu Peak. Chapter 946, Tianshu Peak. Horrible shrieks were coming from the mountains. Many people had died but some were still alive. They were suffering and shouting with pain, though. You want to destroy Tianqi, but can you? Said a loud voice in the distance. They had all really thought that Tianqi was doomed. A moment later, they had lost so many people. Tianqi could condense the strength of the 7 snowy peaks to attack. How terrifying. The Xiaoyao sect patriarch's heart was pounding. The deadly star had almost killed him. What can we do? What can we do? He thought. He was frantic. They had organized the Great Sect meeting in order to plan the attack, so that nothing unexpected would happen. This was definitely something unexpected. If you continue avoiding the attack, we will all die off. We need to attack the same target and at the same time. If we manage to destroy one peak, they won't be able to cast that group spell anymore," said Yu Xiao to the crowd aggressively. If they dispersed and attacked, they had no chance. There were too many strong cultivators. If they attacked together, they had a chance to win. Together, they could destroy the peaks one by one. "Stay together and we will have an easy time," said Yu Xiao. However, he looked at the 7 peaks with some apprehension. He hadn't thought that there were such strong cultivators in Ganyu. "Easy?" Lin Feng looked at Yu Xiao and said, "You said easy? Well then come and try." "Eh?" Yu Xiao frowned and looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. "Excuse me, are you talking to me? You and Prince Tianlin are the same, you are only pieces of trash. You only bully people whose cultivation levels are lower than yours. I humiliated Tianlin and Ho Chunlin humiliated you. To me, you are a piece of trash, just slightly stronger than Tianlin," said Lin Feng indifferently. Yu Xiao couldn't stand it. A crappy Tian-level cultivator was humiliating him? Lin Feng was the same as an insect to him. "Don't look at me so arrogantly. Prince Tianlin looked at me in the same way and you personally saw what happened to him. If I were at the same cultivation level as you would be the same as Prince Tianlin, a piece of trash, an animal," continued Lin Feng. "If you're so strong, come and kill me. I'm waiting." Yu Xiao looked at him. "Go and kill him?" Lin Feng was in the middle of the deployment spell. He was lucky he hadn't been goaded in a moment before. "I will slaughter you," said Yu Xiao coldly. "Are Imperial cultivation disciples only capable of running their mouths? I'll definitely kill you, sooner or later," said Lin Feng. Yu Xiao was becoming even more furious. He looked at the crowd and said, "Gather together and listen to me. If you do, we'll manage to destroy Tianxian together." Yu Xiao wanted to destroy Tianxian even more. "Hurry up. Everybody gather together, battle formation, from top to bottom and from left to right," shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Everybody mobilized quickly and now looked like an army. Die. On Tianxian's side, more deadly starlights appeared. "Together, let's kill them," shouted someone furiously. Slash, slash, sharp sounds spread in the air as a star appeared. There were whistling sounds and a strong wind accompanied it. The enemies looked at the star, but didn't know what kind of attack it was and didn't know how to block it. Slash. A sharp sound pierced through their eardrums. Those who were directly facing the star turned deathly pale. Slash, 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 after the light beam passed through the crowd, a crater appeared behind them. Those who took on the brunt of the attack were already dead. "So many people are dying," thought the crowd. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect shouted furiously again, "We weren't done condensing our energies. This time, remember to attack at the same time and move further ahead. We'll manage to destroy that mountain together. After that, it'll be easy to destroy Tianqi." Boom boom boom, they kept moving forwards, but they were surrounded by terrifying energies. "You want to die," said Lin Feng coldly. He then said, "Condense." The light beams condensed again. Abstruse energies were rolling in the sky as 7 stars appeared. People from other territories in the Tianqi Empire could also see those lights in the sky. Was their capital city being invaded? It seemed like there was a great war. The 7 stars fused together and penetrated into Tianxian. Tianxian started shining brightly and was emitting dazzling lights. Even the strongest cultivators were trembling in fear. The Snow Zoom Cultivator, the Sword Zoom Cultivator and the Fire Zoom Cultivator were all proudly standing at the top of Tianxian Peak, bathing in abstruse energies. They looked like incredible archmages, standing above the world. "Attack and kill them!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Everybody attacked. Explosions sounded as well as thunderclaps. It seemed like the earth and sky were going to be destroyed. They were all attacking Tianxian together as the 3 Zoom cultivators of Tianxian released abstruse energies. The sword was lacerating the universe, the fire was burning it and the ice was freezing it. The fusion of their abstruse energies was deadly. No, many people were giving horrible shrieks. The sword had mowed down too many people. The ice had froze so many people to death, and the fire burnt the rest alive. Many people collapsed and died, one after the other. At the same time, many others continued attacking Tianxian. The ground started shaking as Tianxian appeared to be breaking apart. However, a star appeared up above and its light enveloped Tianxian. It seemed like the 7 snowy peaks were connected by something unfathomable as a myriad of stars appeared and fused together. What a terrifying spell! After the stars fused together, the new dazzling star moved behind Tian Shu. All of Tian Shu's people were now concerned. Bastard, Lin Feng was a bastard. Boom boom boom. Cracking and explosions sounded as Tian Shu was now shaking. Everybody had started to panic as huge stones were exploding. Tian Shu Z was upset. Damn Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 947, The Tragedy. Chapter 947, The Tragedy. What kind of spell was Lin Feng using that made the power of the 7 snowy peaks condense like that? Apart from that, 6 of the 7 Tianqi snowy peaks were wrapped up in abstruse qi and had turned into holy cultivation places. Tian Shu hadn't obtained the same treasures as the other peaks either. Oddly enough, each time the enemies attacked and no matter which peak they attacked, the energies were pushed towards Tian Shu. It seemed that Tian Shu was being used as a shield. Lin Feng had probably done that on purpose. He wanted to destroy Tian Shu. Lin Feng. He couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Tian Shu Z and said indifferently, with that kind of spell, one peak must receive all the damage. 4 of the peaks are standing at the front, so I could only choose from the 3 peaks in the back. And as you, Tian Shu Z, want to defend Tianqi and its reputation with all your heart, and because you hate me, always wanting to expel me and steal my treasures, I thought that you wouldn't mind receiving the damages for everybody else. Your sacrifice shows how much you love Tianqi. Lin Feng was making fun of Tian Shu Z. Lin Feng was taking his revenge. Tian Shu Z was speechless and terribly annoyed as he glared at Lin Feng. Nobody said anything about what Lin Feng had just said. Apart from Tian Shu, the other peaks kept releasing their energies and attacking the enemies. We're all fighting against the enemies anyways. We're protecting Tianqi, our empire, how come you're not fighting with us? It seems you still have time to chat? Added Lin Feng. Tian Shu Z was incredibly furious. His blood was boiling and he started releasing energies too. He would settle accounts with Lin Feng later. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and stopped looking in Tian Shu's direction. He looked at the Snow Zone Cultivator and the others and said, "Teachers, please take care of the leaders." "All right. That's what we wanted to do anyways," said the Snow Zone Cultivator, nodding. He looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the organizer of the great sect meeting. He was also the one who had invited the godly Xiaoyao sect to destroy Tianqi. The first person he wanted to kill was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. As if he had sensed something, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked in Tian Xian's direction and noticed the Snow Zone Cultivator staring at him. At the same time, the Sword Zone Cultivator and the Fire Zone Cultivator looked at King Dragon and Duan Mu. They were getting ready to attack as well. Let's attack the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect together. No need to attack alone. Let's do this right, said the Snow Zone Cultivator. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and his friends were incredibly strong cultivators in Ganyu. They wouldn't be easy to kill. If they killed the leaders first, the remaining cultivators could all be killed with one strike. All right. The Sword Zone Cultivator and the Fire Zone Cultivator nodded. Then, they looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, who suddenly turned deathly pale. He was strong, but he couldn't defeat 3 Zone cultivators alone. Everybody blocked that attack, otherwise, you'll die next, shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously at his allies. He needed help. Right, if anyone tries to escape, they'll die. Die! Shouted the enemies, one after the other. They gathered again. At the same time, the 3 Tianxian Zone cultivators were bathing in abstruse energies, readying their attack. The 3 cultivators condensed their energies, which turned into a single beam of light. It was dazzling and sharp as it shot towards the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. It was so bright that it hurt people's eyes. If you don't want to die, block that attack, shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Boom, 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 boom. The crowd joined hands to block the attack. However, when they collided with the light beam, they all instantly disappeared. At the same time, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect hadn't blocked the attack with the others, he had used his Xiaoyao agility technique to escape. Slash, in the distance, people could hear the corpses being mowed down by that light beam. A crater had appeared below them and was quickly filling with corpses. After crushing so many people, the light beam was starting to fade. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was still running, but that terrifying strength was oppressing his speed. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. No! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. How? The great and wonderful patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was going to die. How could he die that way? No, he couldn't die. With no other way out, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect used a cloning technique and a myriad of clones appeared. One couldn't know which one he really was. At the same time, he released a terrifying chi. No, he couldn't die. Ah, he shouted loudly. The world seemed like it was collapsing around him. He was slowing down. No matter what he did, the light beam had found him and had finally reached him. He was surrounded by a dazzling light beam. Some people who were running away stopped, turned around and looked at him. Was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect dead? Had one of the most prominent figures of Ganyu just died? Ah, a horrible shriek spread in the air. An explosion sounded as they watched the light fading. There was blood everywhere now. It was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but at that moment, he was soaked in blood and his body was covered in gaping wounds. He had even lost his forearm. Other people shivered when they looked at him. They were scared because if the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help them anymore, what would happen to them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 948, Ho Chang Lin's Goal. Chapter 948, Ho Chang Lin's Goal. The blood of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was spinning and rolling. The strength of his blood was even emitting whistling sounds. He was a Zun cultivator, so his blood was turning into a blood spirit. At that moment, he was trying to use his blood strength to reconstruct his arm. However, it didn't work. Even with blood strength, his injury was too serious. Ah, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't recover, so he shouted in frustrating. He had lost a forearm. Let's go, hurry. The crowd was terrified. They all wanted to leave Tianqi. It was too dangerous to stay and fight. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had even lost a forearm. If they stayed there, they would surely die. The leaders were the fastest to run away. They went to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Patriarch, let's leave and see what we can do in the future, said King Dragon. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was feeling cold and weak because of the injury. He was furious but couldn't do much. He hated Tianqi. They're leaving. People from Tianqi were relieved. Lin Feng's spell was really incredible. The enemies couldn't do anything against them now. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. Even though those people had attacked them because of Lin Feng had defended them honorably. Besides, Tianqi had just become the most powerful group in Ganyu. Nobody could challenge them anymore. However, Lin Feng looked at Yu Xiao and smiled coldly. You said that destroying Tianqi would be easy? Do you still want to try? You're satisfied, aren't you? Said Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao couldn't withstand another one of Tianqi's star attacks. I'm not satisfied. I want to see how you can act that arrogantly. It seems I overestimated you at the beginning. All you do is talk, but your words are empty. You're not using your ass to fart but your mouth. That's why your mouth is so stinky. I really admire you for not being ashamed, said Lin Feng indifferently. You don't need to stay here and show us how useless you are, so just piss off, said Lin Feng. You're telling me to piss off, said Yu Xiao coldly. Lin Feng smiled coldly and waved. He didn't feel like wasting his breath on Yu Xiao. As if they had understood what Lin Feng meant, the leaders of the snowy peaks condensed their energies. If I ever see you again, I'll slaughter you, said Yu Xiao. Then, he turned around and started leaving. When you leave, don't forget to say a few words concerning the fact that you're a genius, said Lin Feng mockingly. Yu Xiao was furious. People from the Tianqi Empire, very good, thought the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He jumped forwards and released energies which surrounded those people. The crowd was afraid. Mister, we are ordinary citizens, you can't be mad at us because of your problems with Tianqi. Those people weren't strong cultivators, they were ordinary citizens. Attacking them was really inhumane. You are citizens of the Tianqi Empire and besides, you care about Tianqi, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect in an evil way. Therefore, you're going to pay for Tianqi's mistakes. Mister, if cultivators attack ordinary people, it will be the end of Ganyu, said that person pulling a long face. Strong cultivators usually fought against strong cultivators, not ordinary people, otherwise, regions wouldn't exist anymore. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had gone insane, he didn't care about anything anymore. Stop, said someone furiously in the distance. Patriarch, how can you be so shameless to attack ordinary people? Said Mr. Tianji. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect heard Mr. Tianji, he looked even more evil. "All you can do is hide in your mountains. Let's see if your religion will protect your people," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect while releasing terrifying energies and killing those people one after the other. The strongest one was a lower-leveled cultivator of the Tianji layer. "How shameless," said the Zun cultivators of the Seven Peaks. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was an evil man. He. King Dragon was laughing. They had failed to make the strong cultivators of Tianji come out, but now it seemed like the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had found a way. Even though they had lost many people during the battle, there were still plenty left. If Tianji didn't have that spell in its mountains, the enemies would have had the advantage this entire time. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect smiled evilly and said, "While I slaughter ordinary citizens, you can keep hiding in your deployment spell. I will tell ordinary citizens of the Tianji Empire that their religion and its followers are killing them," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, whose voice rolled in the air to the 7 snowy peaks. They were all furious. They wouldn't have thought that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect could be so cruel. He couldn't defeat them directly, so he attacked ordinary people. Patriarch, as a leader, saying such things is really shameless. "So what?" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. "Stop talking bullshit. Your people's fate is in your hands." "What a sad person," said someone. Their voice scared the crowd. "Who said that? Come out," shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Someone was flying above them in the sky. Ho Chang-lin. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was aghast. Just looking at Ho Chang-lin's silver eyes made him wet himself. "Killing you would just make my sword dirty," said Ho Chang-lin indifferently, glancing at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. "You haven't left," said Yu Xiao. "Yu Xiao, I won't intervene in Ganyu's affairs anymore. If I leave, you will come with me," said Ho Chang-lin indifferently. "What is that supposed to mean?" "You can choose to stay, but in that case, you'll have a taste of my sword," said Ho Chang-lin calmly. Yu Xiao didn't know what to do. Ho Chang-lin was threatening him. "Why did you come to Ganyu?" asked Yu Xiao. Everybody wanted to know. "I was coming to that. When I finish explaining, you will have to come with me," said Ho Chang-lin. He then added, sounding indifferent, "In 6 months, the Emperor Shi and the Emperor Yu in Bahuan will recruit their first batch of Imperial Cultivation disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 949, See You in Bahuang. Chapter 949, See You in Bahuang. The Emperor Shi and the Emperor Yu in Bahuan will recruit their first batch of Imperial Cultivation disciples, said Ho Chang-lin to Yu Xiao. Did Yu Xiao want to become one of their Imperial Cultivation disciples? The continent of the 9 clouds was huge. The holy city was the most famous city of all. Bahuan was a gigantic territory itself, with 8 provinces and 10 regions. Each region was gigantic, much larger than Ganyu. There were many sects there. Empires were rising together and competing for supremacy. Jiuyu was a mysterious and incredible territory. In Jiuyu, there were 12 empires, and those 12 empires were incredible. They were all high-level empires. Bahuan also had many empires, including a few high-level empires, but they were far from being as strong as the empires in Jiuyu. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were 2 strong cultivators from the northern part of Bahuan who had risen a few hundred years before. They were best friends and they were monstrously strong. Because of this, they were very famous in Bahuan. After all, 2 strong emperors being best friends, that was rare in the cultivation world. Besides, Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi were extremely famous for another reason. They weren't like many of the other emperors. Before becoming emperors, they had never been Imperial Cultivation disciples. They had just received the teachings of normal teachers. Now, they were extremely famous and had followers like Ho Chang-lin. The disciples invited by Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were all incredible heroes. Many people admired them. However, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had never had Imperial Cultivation disciples. This time, Ho Chang-lin had come to Ganyu to tell everyone that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were recruiting Imperial Cultivation disciples. They were recruiting their first batch. Those disciples couldn't be any ordinary Imperial Cultivation disciple, they would personally receive the teachings of the 2 emperors. In the history of Bahuang, each time emperors recruited Imperial Cultivation disciples for the first time, incredible things happened. Many people wanted to become their Imperial Cultivation disciples. If they succeeded, their futures would be incredible. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu are recruiting imperial cultivation disciples for the first time. Great wars will start up in Bahuang, whispered Yu Xiao. This time, two incredible emperors were recruiting disciples. However, Yu Xiao didn't understand why the emperors had sent Ho Qinglin to Ganyu. Bahuang was incredibly vast, there were many incredible cultivators there. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu could find their disciples there. Why send Ho Qinglin to Ganyu? Were they looking for foreign geniuses? Maybe that they wanted to do something original. That was Yu Xiao's only explanation, otherwise, he couldn't think of anything which would explain why they had sent Ho Qinglin to Ganyu. On top of that, he even caused troubles at the Great Sect meeting. Yu Xiao wasn't the only one who was surprised. Everybody was surprised, especially the younger people. Even though they didn't really understand what it meant to be an imperial cultivation disciple, when they saw how proud Prince Tianlin and the others were, they wished they could be the same. Imperial cultivation disciples were infinitely stronger than them. Prince Tianlin and the others could humiliate the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. On top of that, the name itself sounded glorious, Imperial Cultivation Disciples. The expression Imperial Cultivation Disciple was making their hearts pound. They had already forgotten about Tianqi, they were lost in thought, daydreaming about becoming Imperial Cultivation Disciples. If they could become Imperial Cultivation Disciples, wouldn't it be fantastic? The last time an Imperial Cultivation Disciples came to Ganyu, people had to be servile in front of them. Ho Qinglin had shouted so loud that all of Tianqi's people had heard him. The people of the 7 snowy peaks were speechless. 2 emperors were recruiting imperial cultivation disciples. It was so tempting. Such opportunities were extremely rare, especially for foreigners. The 3 Zun cultivators of Tianxian and Mr. Tianji all turned around and looked at Lin Feng. As soon as they heard Ho Qinglin, they thought about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was an incredible genius. He was much more gifted than Tianlin and the others. If Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu accepted applications from cultivators without a minimum cultivation level, Lin Feng definitely had a chance to be selected. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with the same thoughts. He had always wanted to go abroad and become stronger. He had always dreamt of reaching the clouds. He just thought that he needed more time. One question please, does Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu impose a minimum cultivation level? Asked the Snow Zun cultivator. Only Tian level cultivators or above can apply, so Zun cultivators are welcome. There is no age limit either. Talent is the most important thing, replied Ho Qinglin. Many people were suddenly terribly excited. No age limit? They only had to have broken through to the Tianqi layer? Amazing. Of course, people have to be self-aware of their talents. If someone weak crosses the world, arrives and gets rejected immediately, that'd be a lot of wasted effort on their part, said Ho Qinglin, making many people come back to their senses. Indeed, there were many Tian-level cultivators, but becoming an imperial cultivation disciple wasn't easy. Even if there was no age limit, not everyone could apply. Thank you, said the Snow Zun cultivator nodding. He looked at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng sighed, he was nervous. With his talent, if Lin Feng stayed in Tianqi, Tianqi's future would be great. However, his teacher wanted him to leave for his own future. Alright, Yu Xiao, come with me, said Ho Qinglin indifferently. Yu Xiao remained silent and nodded. If he didn't follow Ho Qinglin, he would die. He had no choice but to obey. Ho Qinglin turned around and left. Yu Xiao looked at the crowd and said, "Good luck with everything." Then, he turned around and followed Ho Qinglin. Many people gasped with admiration. Such strong cultivators were amazing. People had admired Yu Xiao since they had first seen him at the Great Sect meeting. Then, Ho Qinglin appeared and they had all forgotten about Yu Xiao. Even Yu Xiao was scared of Ho Qinglin. "See you in Bahuang," said Ho Qinglin before disappearing in the horizon. "See you in Bahuang." The crowd was astonished. What did he mean? Would everyone go to Bahuang? Or was he only talking to one person? Besides, they were still wondering why Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were looking for people in Ganyu. It was the first time that something like that happened. They understood that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu probably didn't want to miss some geniuses. However, Ho Qinglin had gone to Ahsoka first, and there were many strong cultivators there. Why hadn't he chosen someone there? Why had he come to Tianqi? And why had Ho Qinglin first told his purpose in Tianqi? They couldn't understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 950, Responsibilities. Chapter 950, Responsibilities. When Ho Ching Lin and Yu Xiao left, people suddenly came back to their senses. Many people were grinding their teeth. They wanted to go to Ba Huang and become imperial cultivation disciples. Even if they couldn't, at least they would see extremely strong cultivators and travel the world. Die! Shouted someone in the crowd. It was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Real emperors were recruiting disciples. It was an incredible opportunity for many people. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but now, he had lost an arm and he couldn't heal it with his blood strength. He was going insane. Tianqi would definitely pay the price. He was going to kill ordinary citizens of the Tianqi Empire. Tianqi's people, listen carefully. Starting from now on, I'm going to slaughter the ordinary citizens of your empire. If you don't come out, I will slaughter them all in a day. I will keep massacring them until you come out. If you want to see your entire people die, then continue hiding behind your spell," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect maniacally. Nobody doubted that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was insane now. Tianqi's people glanced at each other's. Many people also looked at Mr. Tianji. "Stay here. I'm going," said Mr. Tianji coldly. "No," shouted some people from Tianji. "Teacher, there are too many of them, they will join hands and kill you." "Indeed, that's why we're going together." "We can't possibly go together," said Mr. Tianji while shaking his head. "We have to protect our religion and our empire. I am the leader of Tianqi, so I can't let Tianqi's people die like this. They won't necessarily defeat me. If we go together, even though those people have lost many of their strong cultivators, they belong to some of the biggest groups of Ganyu and could kill you. That would mean the end of Tianqi." Everybody looked desperate. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was so shameless. How could he attack ordinary people? "You're deceiving yourself as well as the others," said someone reprimanding Mr. Tianji. The crowd was astonished because Lin Feng was contradicting their leader. "Teacher, if you go to save your people alone, then you are expecting to die and expecting to hurt Tianqi. If we go together, even if we die together, we at least have a chance at surviving," Lin Feng reasoned. The old man was speechless. Then he shook his head and said, "What can I do, Lin Feng? Don't forget that I am the leader of Tianqi. I can't stay here and watch my people die." "There is a solution," said Lin Feng. The old man was surprised. "What solution?" Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. "What solution? Does anyone have any item to increase speed? The faster the better," said Lin Feng. "I do," said one of the leaders. "I use wind abstruse energy and can use mysterious marks. I put my energy in a talisman which allows me to move with extreme speed." "You can have it if you want." The leader took out a ring and threw at Lin Feng. "It's a very precious item. You can't find such items in Ganyu," said the leader of Yao Guang. Lin Feng nodded and caught the ring. He then bowed, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Feng inspected the content of the ring with his godly awareness and found many talismans. He found the right one and then started flying in the sky. "Little Lin Feng, what are you doing?" said the Snow Zone cultivator. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was charging the enemy. "Teacher, I have to bear the responsibility for what I did. I can't let Tianqi's people die because of me," said Lin Feng calmly. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me." Very quickly, Lin Feng left Tianqi and arrived at the entrance of the empire where the enemies had gathered. Everybody was surprised to see Lin Feng. Why had he come alone? Did he want to commit suicide? "Old dog!" shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. Everybody was astonished, especially the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He turned around and stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was alone. They had almost given up on the idea of capturing Lin Feng and now he was handing himself to them. Did he want to surrender? Lin Feng had precious items, he had even managed to cast powerful deployment spells. "Old dog, stay here and kill everybody slowly. I'm going to the Xiaoyao sect to cast a huge deployment spell, then I'll go to Jade Heaven and then to the East Sea Dragon Palace and so on. I can't stay here to play with you guys. See you." Lin Feng glanced back at the crowd with a cold smile, grabbed his talisman, and disappeared into the horizon. Phew, Lin Feng left a strong wind behind him as he left. Lin Feng wasn't going back to Tianqi, he was going in the opposite direction. Was he going to destroy the Xiaoyao sect for real? "Do you think you can leave just like that?" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. He then used his Xiaoyao agility technique and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng was faster than him though, how come? Was that possible? Slash. A sword light streaked across the sky. The patriarch of the Nine Cloud Sword sect followed Lin Feng. He had only come to Tianqi for Lin Feng. Let's go! Shouted Duan Mu furiously. King Dragon, Mia Chang and the patriarch of the Necropolis sect all followed them. Lin Feng was escaping. They had to catch up with him and kill him. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng was so fast. Lin Feng. Snowflakes were still floating around Tianqi. The crowd was gazing into the distance. Many people were surprised. Not only had Lin Feng cast an extremely powerful deployment spell with abstruse energy in Tianqi, but he was also sacrificing himself to protect Tianqi now. He assumed his responsibilities. Tianqi was lucky to have such a dedicated disciple. The Snow Zone Cultivator and Mr. Tianqi glanced at each other. They understood each that they had to leave as well. Everybody, stay here! Shouted the Snow Zone Cultivator and Mr. Tianqi. In a flash, they appeared at the entrance of Tianqi where the enemies were gathered. Die! Shouted the two old men. They released their chi and attacked all the remaining people. The crowd was astonished. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others were chasing Lin Feng, so nobody could withstand those two old men's attacks. Slash, slash, terrifying energies fell down from the sky, like lightning. Escape, hurry up! The crowd finally understood what was going on. The two strong cultivators were going to kill them all, so they had to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 951, Destroying the Xiaoyao Sect. Chapter 951, Destroying the Xiaoyao Sect. A strong wind was blowing as the crowd heard sonic booms above them. Lin Feng was moving too fast. The talisman Lin Feng was using was created by the leader Yao Guang and contained abstruse energies. With the Yao Guang leader's level of understanding, the talisman was an incredible treasure. However, he hadn't managed to get rid of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao agility technique was an ancient technique. Even though they didn't use the very same one, it was still very efficient. Coupled with the patriarch's high cultivation level and the fact that he was insane from losing his forearm, he was moving even faster. He was definitely going to capture and kill Lin Feng. Old dog, hurry up. It seems like you're too slow, said Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng continued provoking the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. I will show you what it feels like to die. The voice of the patriarch from behind. Both were running so fast that Lin Feng couldn't even hear his voice clearly. After a short time, both of them had already traveled a great distance. That old dog is extremely fast and my talisman is almost all used up, thought Lin Feng. He took out another talisman, absorbed all its energy without hesitating. He couldn't afford to slow down. 5 cultivators were following them, but they couldn't catch up with the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The distance between them and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was becoming greater. From behind, they could barely see the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect or Lin Feng. They were a bit annoyed. They wondered if the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would be able to catch up with Lin Feng. They wanted to be there to attack Lin Feng as well, otherwise the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would keep all Lin Feng's treasures for himself. They really had hoped to destroy Tianqi and steal their treasures, but now it seemed impossible. After a long time, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect slowed down. He was feeling tired because of his injury. Could he stop and watch Lin Feng escape though? He was infuriated. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't see Lin Feng anymore. He had escaped. Finally, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stopped. His chi was weak and he had a gloomy facial expression. He stayed there motionless. After that, some people appeared behind him, King Dragon and the others. They saw the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect standing there motionless, so they also slowed down. Had Lin Feng escaped? Patriarch, why are you not chasing Lin Feng? Asked Mia Cheng. Shingong had been destroyed, Tianqi was safe, and now Lin Feng had escaped? Had they just wasted their time? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his head and looked at Mia Cheng coldly. He was in a very bad mood. Why was Mia Cheng talking shit? Couldn't he see that chasing Lin Feng was a fool's errand? The 6 strong cultivators all looked sad now. Tianqi had gained a great reputation in Ganyu and theirs was now ruined. They had done so much, organized the great sect meeting, invited so many strong cultivators to destroy Tianqi. In the end, nothing worked. Tianqi was safe, Lin Feng was safe, and on the contrary, they had lost a lot of their own cultivators. Most of them were injured, even the patriarch had lost an arm. What do we do now? Asked Mia Cheng. What should he do? Continue chasing Lin Feng or go back to Tianqi? Let's go back to Tianqi. We can continue killing ordinary citizens. Lin Feng will probably have to come back at some point, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Feng had made them leave Tianqi on purpose. Alright, let's go back to Tianqi, said the others, nodding. They wondered what had happened there since they left. They hoped that their allies remained there. If they had, they could continue killing people and then Lin Feng would be forced to come back. When they arrived, they found that the crowd had dispersed and there were corpses everywhere. Those who hadn't died had escaped. It seemed that after they left, Tianqi had attacked. Even worse, Tianqi hadn't lost anyone. They were the last 6, how frustrating. They could only leave now. What else could they do? It was impossible for those 6 to destroy Tianqi alone. Each snowy peak in Tianqi had their own Zun cultivators, none of them were weak. Somewhere else at that same moment, someone appeared in an old town. His face was yellow and he looked sick. A Xiongqi was standing next to him. Lin Feng and Xiongqi arrived at the most famous place of Xiaoyao City, the Xiaoyao sect. It had a gigantic territory, as big as a city. Lin Feng looked around and then continued moving forwards. He went to a hotel in town to have a rest. He closed the curtains and slept. That night, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was an ancient beast, a Xiongqi. He was traveling to the Xiaoyao sect. A fire started on that calm night, but it was no ordinary fire. It was a dark red fire which contained animal and human energies. Some people awoke and saw lights outside. It looked like fire. They were a bit surprised but not alarmed. What was that? But suddenly, a gigantic fireball fell from the sky onto the territory of the Xiaoyao sect. The people who were awake were astonished. A fireball crashed onto the Xiaoyao sect's territory. Very quickly, the fire spread as more fireballs fell down from the sky. The fire became progressively larger. Everywhere, trees and buildings were burning, smoke was filling the sky. Very quickly, the whole territory was on fire. Someone is attacking us by surprise, thought some people. It wasn't long before the whole territory was on fire. They couldn't believe it their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 952, Xiaoyao sect's humiliation. Chapter 952, Xiaoyao sect's humiliation. The Xiaoyao sect was burning and people were giving horrible shrieks. Many people started burning alive too. They couldn't extinguish the fire. Show yourself, who are you and why do you want to destroy our sect? Shouted someone furiously. That fire was so vast that people couldn't see anyone else, only shadows. Where did the fire come from? How strong was the enemy? Considering the power of the fire, the attacker could only be a powerful Zun cultivator. The members of the Xiaoyao sect came out but didn't dare rise up in the air. They were just shouting. Where is your patriarch? Make him come out, said a deep and loud voice while the Xiaoyao sect continued burning. He will come back quickly, please stop attacking us. Some strong cultivators rose up in the air only to avoid the fire. They didn't want to attack Lin Feng carelessly. They didn't know how strong he was. Besides, the attacker was looking for their patriarch, so they didn't want to upset him further. That old dog knows that I am here. He won't show his face anymore because he knows that I'm stronger, said a deep voice. The strong cultivators glanced at each other. That cultivator actually called their patriarch an old dog. It was probably an extremely strong Zun cultivator and he was coming for their patriarch. Since the old dog doesn't want to come out, I'll destroy your sect. I won't kill you though. Go and inform your patriarch, that old dog, that when I, Mr. Lin, say something, I stick to my words. Tell him I am a man of my word, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Who was Mr. Lin? They didn't know who that incredible Zun cultivator was, but it seemed their patriarch had offended a very strong Zun cultivator. Mister, isn't there a way to solve the problem? Asked some people. Solve the problem? Ask that old dog what he did after I cut off his arm, said a deep voice coming from the sky. People shivered. Cut off his arm? Their patriarch had lost an arm. How was that even possible? You're lying. You will see if I'm lying when he comes back. Ask that old dog and he will tell you everything. Then, he will come and find me, said Lin Feng. Don't forget to tell that old dog that Mr. Lin came here, said Lin Feng as he left. The whole territory of the Xiaoyao sect was completely destroyed. The members of the Xiaoyao sect were furious. That fire was too strong to put out. Mr. Lin, who was that? Many people came towards the territory of the Xiaoyao sect wondering what had happened there. Had someone set the Xiaoyao sect on fire? What had happened? Which strong cultivator was so furious that he had destroyed the entire Xiaoyao sect? Had the arm of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect really been cut off? The fire slowly became weaker. The Xiaoyao sect had been wiped off the map and replaced with ashes. Everything they had, all their treasures, their homes, their parks, trees, flowers, everything had disappeared in the flames. Early in the morning, someone arrived. His arm was cut off and his sleeve was fluttering in the wind loosely, and he had a gloomy facial expression. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was now disabled. What a humiliation! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect came back. People in Xiaoyao city saw the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect flying above them. Many people were looking at his arm though. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect come back and one of his arms was missing. Thought the crowd. What the Zun cultivator had said last night was true. He had really cut off the patriarch's arm. He realized that everybody was looking at him, and more precisely at his arm. He was furious. His heart felt like it was going to explode. He moved even faster, at the speed of light, in the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. Finally, he arrived, but there was nothing to come home to. There was nothing left. The mountains were polished like egg shells. There wasn't a speck of grass left, the lakes and rivers were dry, the soil was black. There wasn't even a palace left. Many people were on the ground, injured or dead. The Xiaoyao sect didn't exist anymore. Who? Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect extremely loudly. He felt like he was going to faint from anger. Most of those people were at the top of the Tianqi layer, some were even Zun cultivators who had died or were injured in the fire. Who did that? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Everybody lowered their head, they didn't look at the patriarch. Speak! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Patriarch, that person hates you. It was a terrifying fire Zun cultivator. Said a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. How strong? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. How strong? That person looked petrified. He couldn't know how strong Lin Feng was, nobody had fought him. Very strong, we couldn't compete with him. Said that person. What you mean is that you just watched the sect getting destroyed and that nobody tried to protect it? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect angrily. He released energies which enveloped those people. He said that person was terrified. Speak! Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He said he cut off your arm and insulted you, he called you an old dog. Said that person reluctantly. But he had to talk because the patriarch was furious. Boom! He released a terrifying amount of chi and yelled, tell me, was he a young man? Or a man with a yellow face? He knows then. Thought the crowd. If that person had cut off his arm, it meant that he was extremely strong and that their patriarch wouldn't blame them for not attacking. Because of the fire, we couldn't see clearly. He told us to tell you that Mr. Lin did that. He also said that you should go and find him. Mr. Lin destroyed the Xiaoyao sect, old dog, cut off his arm. Those words exploding inside the patriarch's head. Lin Feng. Lin Feng had made his way to the sect and destroyed it. Lin Feng had set the sect on fire. A cultivator of the second Tianqi layer had scared Zun cultivators and cultivators at the top of the Tianqi layer. Everything was so ridiculous and tragic at the same time, even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was speechless and burst into laughter. He laughed, and laughed, like madman. He had gone insane and the crowd didn't know how to react. Die! Boom boom! A terrifying chi emerged and the cultivator of the Tianqi layer suddenly exploded. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect ignored the others and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 953, Returning to Tianqi. Chapter 953, Returning to Tianqi. Not far from the East Sea Empire, someone appeared in the sky. He was riding a cruel-looking beast and was flying in the direction of the East Sea Empire. The Xiaoyao sect had been destroyed and it was a great humiliation for the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He had probably gone insane from the humiliation. He hadn't been able to destroy Tianqi, so he decided to attack the ordinary citizens of the Tianqi Empire instead. Now, Lin Feng had taken his revenge. The East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, etc. they all wanted to capture Lin Feng and steal his treasures, then kill him. If Lin Feng had the opportunity, he would definitely set their territories ablaze. Xiongqi had swallowed the void fire and turned into a Tian-level beast. His fire was extremely potent. Therefore, setting entire territories on fire wasn't difficult for him. His fire was so powerful that even the members of the Xiaoyao sect were scared to death and wouldn't attack. Only Zun cultivators could possess such a powerful fire. They all thought that Lin Feng was a powerful Zun cultivator. He had even managed to scare them with a few words and had let him burn the Xiaoyao sect as they watched. Many people heard about what happened in Tianqi and guessed that the one who set the Xiaoyao sect on fire was Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect felt extremely guilty. They had been scared of a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. Cultivators at the top of the Tianqi layer and some Zun cultivators had watched Lin Feng destroy their sect. "Little Lin Feng," said a voice at that moment. Lin Feng was surprised. Suddenly, Snow appeared next to him. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng said, surprised to see the Snow Zun cultivator there. "Little Lin Feng, I heard about what you did to the Xiaoyao sect. Are you going to the East Sea Dragon Palace now?" asked the Snow Zun cultivator. Was he omniscient? "Indeed," said Lin Feng, nodding. He wanted to see if it was possible to set the East Sea Dragon Palace on fire as well. "Come back with me to Tianqi," said the Snow Zun cultivator in a grave and solemn way. "Teacher." Those people had humiliated Tianqi and wanted to destroy them. Lin Feng couldn't let them off now. The Snow Zun cultivator looked firm. He shook his head and said, "News spread quickly in Ganyu. Many people will know what you did to the Xiaoyao sect, and when they learn about it, the East Sea Dragon Palace will be prepared to protect their territory. You were lucky it worked the first time, but you can't rely on luck too often. Come back with me to Tianqi, Tianqi needs to talk to you." Lin Feng didn't feel like it. The Snow Zun cultivator said, "Don't worry, little Lin Feng. With your spell in Tianqi, we're only going to rise. Sooner or later, we'll be overlords in Ganyu. Xingong and the Xiaoyao sect have almost completely disappeared and the other powerful groups have lost a lot. Tianqi can only grow now." "Okay," said Lin Feng, nodding. He knew that his teacher was worried about him. After all, he was quite weak. He had actually dared to set the Xiaoyao sect on fire because he had secret tricks, but tricks could only get him so far. "Let's go," said the Snow Zun cultivator, smiling. He turned around and started flying towards Tianqi. Lin Feng closely followed him. Many people in Tianqi and even the seniors admired Lin Feng. Even though all those things had happened because of him, Lin Feng contributed to making Tianqi grow. He was ready to do anything for Tianqi, it seemed. It was calm in the mountains. After what had happened, Tianxian had completely changed. People hadn't thought that the Snow Zun cultivator was as strong as Mr. Tianji. People respected Tianxian even more because that. There were also the Sword Zun cultivator and the Fire Zun cultivator. Even though they weren't as strong as the Snow Zun cultivator, they were surprisingly strong. And Lin Feng was their disciple. He received their teaching so Tianxian would rise to great heights. Lin Feng would probably become the leader of Tianqi in its entirety someday. Of course, maybe Lin Feng had his ambitions elsewhere. At that moment, Lin Feng and the Snow Zun cultivator arrived in Tianxian. Snowflakes were floating around like normal. Everybody was delighted to see them come back. "Lin Feng has balls. He set the Xiaoyao sect on fire, awesome," said the Fire Zun cultivator, smiling. He had also thought of setting those places on fire many a times. Unfortunately, he had only thought about, Lin Feng had actually done it. Lin Feng laughed and shrugged. Not only did he set the Xiaoyao sect on fire, but he also wanted to do the same to the East Sea Dragon Palace, said the Snow Zun cultivator. The Fire Zun cultivator made a face. Lin Feng was going on a rampage. "Hee, next time, could you tell me so that I join?" said Huang Fulong, giggling in a silly way and scratching his head. It must have been such a pleasure to set the Xiaoyao sect on fire. Lin Feng tapped his friend's shoulder and said, smiling, "Brother, you've broken through to the Tianqi layer. You rock." "Bullshit, I can't even fight properly," said Huang Fulong. He hadn't been able to help during the war. "Don't be impatient, the world is big. When we go to other regions and provinces, you'll have the opportunity to battle," said Yun Fei Yang, smiling. He wanted to go to Ba Huang too. He had survived great wars and now he wanted to become stronger. "We have to sharpen our swords first, we are still too weak. In the Shuiyu region, Tian-level cultivators are considered strong, but not abroad," said Jun Mo Shi. "You're all completely off your rockers," said Tang Yuyu with a resplendent smile on her face. "What were those guys talking about? Lin Feng, you must be tired. You should rest. It's good for your cultivation." Jun Mo-shi and the others wanted to battle, but she was worried about Lin Feng. After all, he had done a lot and was probably tired. From Ganyu to Shuiyu and then from Shuiyu to Ganyu. Unfortunately, they couldn't help Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng looked at Tang Yuyu with a gentle smile and nodded. Indeed, little Lin Feng needs a good rest, said the Snow Zune cultivator. However, at that moment, someone arrived. The crowd turned around and saw Mr. Tianji. Behind him was a strong wind. He was quickly followed by other people, the leaders of the other peaks. Tianshu Zi was even there. However, he was at the end of the row and he looked indifferent as if he didn't know the others. First, they nodded at the Snow Zune cultivator and then they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly, he wasn't used to such treatment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 954, The Gift. Chapter 954, The Gift. Lin Feng, said Mr. Tianji. Everybody knows your name in Ganyu now. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Indeed, he had cast a protection spell in Tianchi and had set the entire Xiaoyao sect on fire. Everybody knew him or had heard of him. With your spell and the abstruse energy, you turned Tianchi into a holy cultivation place, and at the same time, you transformed it into a powerful fortress. You are a benefactor to Tianchi, said Mr. Tianji. Lin Feng was still standing there embarrassed. I am a member of Tianxian and have received treasures from Tianxian. I caused this trouble so it was my duty to fix it. No need to praise me anymore, said Lin Feng indifferently. Mr. Tianji shook his head and said, You did great things. Thanks to you, we didn't lose much during the war and we became stronger than ever. From now on, nobody will ever offend Tianchi. Lin Feng, whatever skill, technique or spell you need, tell us and we'll give it to you. Lin Feng remained silent and heard a voice in his head, Bullshit, without me, what would you have done? Yan Di's proud voice made Lin Feng think that Yan Di was, indeed, an incredible treasure. But he had hidden him from everyone, from the beginning to the end. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, in the future, when we travel together, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you or help you find any skill, technique, or spell you need. No need to take anything from them, said Yan Di using telepathy. Lin Feng couldn't ask them anything, that would be shameless. I will remember what you said and will never forget it. I trust you all completely, said Lin Feng. Then, he said to Mr. Tianji, I have all I need for now. The Fire Zune cultivator sighed. Strong cultivators were offering to give him spells, techniques, and surprisingly, he refused. Mr. Tianji wasn't surprised. He smiled and nodded. Lin Feng had probably obtained great treasures in the mysterious world. He had also shown incredible powers, so he probably had all that he needed. All right. Since you don't need anything, I'll gift you a treasure, said Mr. Tianji. In a flash, a sharp and dazzling sword appeared. It seemed like it possessed a soul. Its energy was strange though. When he unsheathing it, 7 dazzling stars appeared, fused together and dashed to the skies. Lin Feng, you also use swords. It's Tianji's sword and it's for you, said Mr. Tianji while removing his godly awareness from the sword and erasing his connection with it. He then handed it over to Lin Feng. Brother! The other leaders were astonished. Mr. Tianji was giving the Tianji sword to Lin Feng. Brother, don't, said Tianshu Zi. He then said, Brother, that is one of the most sacred treasures of Tianji Peak. The one who owns the sword is the leader of Tianchi. How can you gift it to a kid? There's nothing I can't do. I already gave him it now anyways. He's now a descendant of Tianji. Lin Feng, the owner of the sword, can rule over the Tianchi Empire. In 1,000 years, if you want to come back, use the sword. If you don't want to come back, give it to you Tianji, said Mr. Tianji slowly. Tianchi has become a holy cultivation place. I have no pressures as a leader anymore. Keeping the Tianji sword with me would be a waste. Lin Feng, I know that you have a demon sword, but it is too difficult to control right now. Before you manage to completely control the demon sword, you can use the Tianji sword. Of course, don't use it carelessly so as to not draw people's attention. People are greedy, so you shouldn't rely only on it, said Mr. Tianji to Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent and listened to Mr. Tianji. Was Mr. Tianji telling him to leave Tianchi? Take it. You don't belong here. You have to go to Ba Huang and apply to become an imperial cultivation disciple. You will receive treasures from the emperors and become unimaginably strong. It's your destiny," continued Mr. Tianji. Lin Feng looked at the Snowzone cultivator. The Snowzone cultivator nodded while smiling and said, "Little Lin Feng, Moshi, Yu, Fei Yang, and Huang Fulong, go and explore the world with him. Just don't forget that Tianji will always be your home. If, someday, you want to come back, you're always welcome." Lin Feng remained silent and looked at the leaders. They all had resplendent smiles on their faces. "Lin Feng, thanks to you, Tianji will flourish. We don't need to worry about the next generations anymore. The Tianji Empire is gigantic, so there will be many children who, someday, can replace us. Don't worry about Tianji anymore. If the next generations are as strong as you, likewise, I'll make them go abroad as well," said the leader of Yao Guang with a big smile. "Indeed, Lin Feng, if you don't want to leave, your teachers will kick your ass. Ha ha. Come back whenever you want." All the leaders were pushing Lin Feng to leave. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. He bowed lowly and put his right hand on his heart while saying, "It is an honor for me to be a disciple of Tianji. Tianji will always be my home." Lin Feng raised his hands and took the Tianji sword with both hands. The old men looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Only Tianshu Zi was upset. Mr. Tianji had given the Tianji sword to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was close to the leaders of Tianji, so Tianshu Zi couldn't say anything. Nobody would listen to him now. Lin Feng. At that moment, Tianshu Zi suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng was surprised and looked at him. "Yes, mister?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody was smiling but Tianshu Zi. Now, he was smiling in a weird way. "Lin Feng, there are 7 snowy peaks in Tianji and 6 of them have abstruse qi. Only Tianshu hasn't turned into a holy cultivation place. Now, you are an important person in Tianji, you even have the Tianji sword. Can you please put abstruse energy in Tianshu Peak as well?" Tianshu Zi was making great efforts to smile in the gentlest possible way, but Lin Feng could see that it was all an act. He just wanted abstruse energies for Tianshu. "I can't," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "Why can't you? Even though I've been mean to you in the past, you have obtained the Tianji sword. We must forget what happened in the past. Let bygones be bygones," said Tianshu Zi. His facial expression slightly changed. "Since I've been here, you've never been nice. You wanted to expel me from Tianji, you wanted to steal my treasures. Now you want me to help you and give you something?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile. "Besides, when the enemies came, you suggested to hand me over and steal my treasures. You kept saying that it was for Tianji. From now on, when you discover incredible geniuses, you can send them to the other peaks so that they can benefit from the holy cultivation areas. That way they won't be poisoned by your ways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 955, Sky Palace. Chapter 955, Sky Palace. Arg. Tianshu Zi narrowed his eyes and glared at Lin Feng. "No need to talk that way, just say you don't like me and that you don't want to help me." "Indeed. You're right," said Lin Feng smiling in a cold way. "I am not as magnanimous as you, mister. You've always tried to put me in danger, you didn't care when people wanted to kill me, you wanted to expel me from the sect. Why would I want to help you become stronger? That would be ridiculous. If you give up your status as the leader of Tianshu and don't go to Tianshu to practice your cultivation, I will immediately cast the protection spell on Tianshu with the abstruse energy and turn it into a holy cultivation place as well." Tianshu Zi's body turned rigid. He was speechless. Give up his status as the leader of Tianshu? Except not practicing cultivation in Tianshu anymore? What did he mean? He hadn't obtained anything and his past was getting back to him. "You keep saying everything you do is for Tianji and Tianshu, so what do you have to say now?" said Lin Feng provokingly. Tianshu Zi's mouth was twitching. He was speechless though. "If you can't do it, then shut up. You have no moral values. Tianshu's people perfectly understand why they haven't obtained the same things as the 6 other peaks, because of you, their leader. You are a bad leader. Please leave now as you are not welcome in Tianxian," Lin Feng declared coldly. Tianshu Zi was furious and upset. Lin Feng was asking him to leave in front of everyone. "Alrighty, I'm sure we'll meet again," said Tianshu Zi. He rolled up his sleeves and then left. The other leaders shook their heads. In the vast world of cultivation, some people had no principles. Tianshu Zi had proposed to kill Lin Feng a few times. He had always disliked Lin Feng from the beginning. Now, he wanted Lin Feng to help him. How could that be possible? It was all Tianshu Zi's fault. And because of him, Tianshu had a disadvantage. All right. Go and practice cultivation under your teacher's supervision. If you have any question, feel free to ask them. In a month, you're leaving for Ba Huang, said Mr. Tianji to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng nodded. They would soon be leaving Ganyu and heading for Ba Huang. Mr. Tianji and the others left. Lin Feng, Tang Yu and the others chose a calm place in the mountain, where the abstruse qi was rich and dense to practice cultivation. The Snow Zune Cultivator, the Sword Zune Cultivator and the Fire Zune Cultivator were there to assist them. They could ask their teachers any questions. Jun Mo she had recently broken through to the Tianqi layer. Practicing cultivation was extremely important for them now. They were tired and they needed to practice to recover, but their teachers were very patient. On the path of cultivation, apart from having exceptional understanding abilities, a teacher was incredibly beneficial. Sometimes, alone, it was easy to get confused and to miss some key elements. With a teacher, cultivators could practice cultivation much faster. Jun Mo she had an immortal spirit and a very strong soul. Now, he had broken through to the Tianqi layer and possessed a godly awareness. He needed to understand how to use his godly awareness, to learn godly awareness skills and techniques. That was the only way to make his godly awareness become very strong and useful. Yunfei Yan was adept at using the force of the earth and sky, which was one of the Snow Zune Cultivator's areas of expertise. The Snow Zune Cultivator could help him control these force even better. Half a month passed. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in a cave and his eyes were closed. His eyebrows twitched. In his brain, his soul strength was boiling. He had been practicing his broken soul technique. Then he made a palace appear. Godly awareness techniques were even more enigmatic than attacks. There were many ways to use godly awareness. With an ordinary godly awareness technique, it was possible to attack someone's godly awareness directly. The one who was attacked this way usually suffered little, even if the defender's godly awareness was extremely powerful. With a higher level, a cultivator could use his godly awareness to create a sword, a very sharp. Cultivators could use these skills to attack while remaining invisible. Another possibility was to condense an ancient bell, like Lin Feng used to do, with which he could protect his soul. Later on, Yan Di taught Lin Feng a very powerful godly awareness palace technique. Lin Feng learned how to make a godly awareness palace. A palace was much heavier and more powerful than a bell. At that moment, with his current strength, Lin Feng could only make a rudimentary palace. He couldn't make the palace appear, but one could see how powerful it was already. Last time Lin Feng used it, he managed to imprison other people's godly awareness in the palace and then he made the evil spirit kill his opponent's soul. That was one way to use the palace. According to Qiongqi, the bigger the palace, the more ways of using it there were. Even without using it for special purposes, it could be used to simply kill opponents by crushing them. Lin Feng made great efforts and wrote things in the palace. He was trying to make his godly awareness palace look clearer and bigger. Qiongqi had given him a very powerful and complicated technique. Lin Feng needed to study it a lot to use it. A hole appeared between Lin Feng's eyes. He released some soul strength as dazzling lights illuminated the palace. Bzzz. A buzzing sound spread in the air. Beams of light emerged from the hole between Lin Feng's eyes and turned into a jade palace. It was green like jade and looked pure. Lin Feng had only managed to make a small palace. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense the godly awareness strength in the green lights. Qiongqi had his eyes closed and was lying next to Lin Feng before. But as Lin Feng summoned his palace, he suddenly opened his eyes and inspected it. He was surprised. Lin Feng's soul was abnormally strong for a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. He had made a lot of progress. The Sky Palace, what's the date tonight? Qiongqi seemed like he had thought about something. Lin Feng called back his green palace. Then, he turned to Qiongqi. What? Qiongqi saw that Lin Feng had a strange facial expression. He was wondering why he looked so confused. Sky Palace, what's the date today? Where have you heard that before? Asked Lin Feng. Why are you asking that way? Qiongqi was no curious. Tomorrow, a few hours, drunk and asking the blue sky, Sky Palace, what is the date tonight? Whispered Lin Feng. Qiongqi was in disbelief. He stood up and asked Lin Feng, how do you know that? I asked you first. Tell me. It's a song from my hometown, so of course I know it. Replied Lin Feng. Your hometown? Impossible. You're from Shuiyu. It's just impossible, said Xiongqi, shaking his head. He didn't believe Lin Feng. I'm from Shuiyu. Come on, tell me how you know it. Lin Feng insisted. It's just a coincidence, said Yan Di. He stood up and slowly walked out. It was the evening outside. Yan Di raised his head and looked at the sky. He remembered a long time before, all those strong cultivators, fighting to reach the clouds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 956, Leaving. Chapter 956, Leaving. Xiongqi turned into a human being with red clothes. Lin Feng looked at him. He looked perturbed, which made Lin Feng feel confused as well. Had he sung the Sky Palace song only because he felt nostalgic? Yan Di used to be a great emperor, so he had lots of memories. He slowly walked towards Yan Di and looked at the moon. What's the date tonight? Yan Di, an incredible genius, must have said that song back then. Maybe an emperor, maybe a great emperor, right? Whispered Lin Feng, looking at the moon. Yan Di shivered but remained silent. Sometimes, there are enemies whom you respect and admire, even if they ruin your entire life, said Yan Di in a mysterious way. Lin Feng seemed to understand something. It sounded like the one who had ruined Yan Di's life was a very strong cultivator whom he admired. They remained silent for a long time. Xiongqi turned into a beast again and looked at Lin Feng. I gave you the godly awareness palace technique, go and practice it some more. If someday, you can understand the true meaning of the Sky Palace, what is the date tonight, you will look at the whole world with an entirely new perspective. The true meaning. Was that sentence part of an incredible technique? Lin Feng remained silent for a while and went back into the cave. He continued practicing cultivation for a while longer. When practicing, time passed so fast. A month didn't seem that long. At the top of Tianxian, there was a group of young people, Lin Feng and the others. Mr. Tianji, the Snow Zone cultivator, and the others were there as well. The most amazing disciples of Tianji were going to leave together. The old men were happy to see them leave. The next time they saw each other again, those young people would probably be extraordinarily strong. Ba Huang is extremely far. Be careful on the way. There are many strong cultivators abroad, said the Snow Zone cultivator. He looked at Tang Yu and said, Yu, little Lin Feng is impulsive, try to control him when he gets angry. Understood, teacher, said Tang Yu, nodding. His teacher understood him very well. If his friends or family members were humiliated, he would attack. But abroad, there were really strong cultivators, especially in Ba Huang province. So he needed to control himself. And what about them? Are you not bringing them? Asked the Snow Zone cultivator, pointing at the 7 snow eagles. He had given the 7 snow eagles to Lin Feng to protect him. Lin Feng didn't want to bring them with him though. Nah, I don't want them to be tired. The journey will be an exhausting one, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng had enough skills, techniques, plus the animal tower. He didn't need the snow eagles. He didn't want them to be far from home either. Alright, it's your decision, said the Zone cultivator, who respected Lin Feng's choice. The Snow Zone cultivator wanted the snow eagles to follow Lin Feng because they might gain something as well, but if Lin Feng didn't want it, then there was nothing he could do. Alright. Go, said the Snow Zone cultivator. He didn't feel like saying goodbye to Lin Feng. He was lucky to have such an astounding disciple. That sort of thing relationship was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. He would probably never see such an incredible disciple again. Alright, nodded Lin Feng. He turned around and left. Let's go, said Lin Feng. Jun Emoshi and the others looked at Lin Feng from behind and sighed. They bowed to everybody and left. They didn't feel like leaving either. They had good memories in Tianqi. Lin Feng was flying on his great rock. He also had Xiongqi with him. It seemed like Xiongqi was excited to move on. His eyes were twinkling. Finally, we're going to start a new life in Ba Huang. I will help you become famous in Ba Huang and beyond, whispered Xiongqi. A small snowy white animal appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He sat down cross-legged and took her in his arms. She kept licking his face. Mengqing, I feel so sorry for you. I wish I didn't have to keep you in the animal tower. I need to find you a better home, said Lin Feng in a gentle way while smiling. And once we are in Ba Huang, I will definitely find a way to turn you into a human being again. You will always stay with me then. Mengqing smiled in a gentle way as if to tell Lin Feng that he was silly. She put her small paw on Lin Feng's cheek and it was adorable. Can I hug her too? Said Tang Yu in a gentle voice. She found Meng Qing too cute, so she wanted to hug her. Lin Feng looked at Tang Yu. Meng Qing jumped away from Lin Feng and jumped in Tang Yu's arms. A huge smile appeared on Tang Yu's face. Lin Feng always says his wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. I can't wait to see your human form. You must be extremely beautiful, said Tang Yu. Meng Qing was already extremely cute as an animal, so as a human, she probably looked incredible. Meng Qing turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. Then, she jumped in his arms again. You will love her when you see her as a human being, said Lin Feng, smiling at Tang Yu. Xin Yi liked Meng Qing too. I believe you, said Tang Yu, nodding. She couldn't wait to meet Meng Qing in her human form. Together they crossed many countries. Soon, they would be leaving Ganyu. The scenery was amazing in front of them as they arrived in a broad and vast place. Lin Feng. At that moment, Jun Imo called Lin Feng. He acted like he had seen something. What? Lin Feng frowned and gazed into the distance. There were some people who seemed to be waiting for them. Bzzz. Lin Feng's great rock stopped, but they weren't far off. They could clearly see those people. That person had lost one arm and looked incredibly aggressive. Surprisingly, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had been waiting for them all this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 957, Destruction and Betrayal. Chapter 957, Destruction and Betrayal. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was there, coldly looking at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng looked at him. He was surprised at first, and then he looked calm again and said, Tianshuzi? The only people who knew Lin Feng and his friends were leaving Ganyu were the leaders of Tianqi. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was waiting for him there, so the first person Lin Feng thought of was Tianshuzi. This time, let's see how you will escape, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect with an evil smile. Last time, Lin Feng had used the talisman with abstruse energies, but Lin Feng couldn't leave behind his friends. Let's go, said Lin Feng. He took a talisman and started moving with incredible speed. Try, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, throwing himself at Lin Feng and ignoring the others. He could capture the others at any time. Come back. Lin Feng was quick to react. A terrifying energy crashed onto Lin Feng and made him lose balance. Someone was attacking him. Lin Feng stopped moving. His mouth was bleeding. It's you, said Lin Feng. The attacker was Tianshuzi. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was already behind him as well. It was an ambush. That's for Tianqi, right? Said Lin Feng to Tianshuzi. Tianshuzi smiled coldly. He despised Lin Feng. Tianqi is not my home anymore. Those old people helped you even though you asked me to leave Tianqi. You made Tianqi become a bad place. But I bet you hadn't thought that I would get my revenge so soon. You regret what you've done to everyone, right? Said Tianshuzi. Tianshuzi, you're the one who should be remorseful, said someone in the sky. Some people appeared from up above. The Snowzoom Cultivator, Mr. Tianji, the leader of Yao Guang and the leader of Tianquan. Tianshuzi turned deathly pale when he saw them. How come they were there? Attack! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. Freeze! Abstruse ice energy appeared and crashed onto the patriarch's body. He suddenly couldn't move properly anymore. Morning star destruction. An incredible number of stars appeared and condensed, they then turned into a terrifying sword. Arg! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect released his godly awareness to attack Lin Feng. However, Mr. Tianji stretched out his hand and stars appeared around Lin Feng to protect him. Boom boom boom. A mountain-like godly awareness fell down from the sky, diffusing dazzling golden lights. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was furious. He already knew that he had lost. Who would have thought the old men would come? He didn't even attack, he immediately tried to escape. The Snowzoom Cultivator and the others didn't chase him though. If he wanted to escape, with his Xiaoyao agility technique, it would be difficult for them to catch up with him. Instead, they surrounded Tianshuzi and they looked furious. We are very disappointed, Tianshuzi, said Mr. Tianji. He would have never thought that Tianshuzi hated Lin Feng so much, to the extent that he would betray Tianqi and help the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect kill Lin Feng. Tianshuzi pulled a long face and looked back at them. You're all so cruel. I waited until we were very far away to try and kill Lin Feng, but you surprisingly followed me all this way. You prefer Lin Feng, someone who's been a member of Tianqi for only a short time, to me who's been a leader for a long time now. You still don't understand, said Mr. Tianji sighing. Tianshuzi, it's been a long time since you've given up your faith. You've become very selfish. Bullshit. Our world is cruel, who isn't selfish? If you stronger, you wouldn't be the leader of Tianqi, said Tianshuzi. Brother, just be straightforward, what do you intend to do with me, the leader of Tianshu? Those who betray Tianqi get killed, that's all we can do, said the Snow Zune Cultivator. That was one of Tianqi's most important rules, those who betrayed Tianqi were killed. That rule had existed since the creation of the empire. Tianshuzi glanced at him coldly and then at Mr. Tianji, waiting for his final decision. Mr. Tianji remained silent and finally, his lips moved. He finally talked, indeed, those who betray Tianqi are killed, there's nothing else to debate. Tianshuzi had lost all hope. His face turned deathly pale, his lips were twitching. He pointed at Lin Feng and said, for a disciple of Tianxian, you want to kill me, the leader of Tianshu, how cruel. You still don't understand. It doesn't have anything to do with Lin Feng. You, Tianshuzi, betrayed Tianqi, said Mr. Tianji sighing. He wasn't very willing to kill a leader of Tianqi. Ha ha ha, bullshit. If you want to kill me, there's no need to talk so much shit, said Tianshuzi, who burst into laughter like a madman. He was going insane under the pressure. Die. Tianshuzi suddenly threw himself at Lin Feng, he knew he was going to die. He couldn't escape from the Snow Zune Cultivator, Mr. Tianji and the two others. Dull and stupid, said the Snow Zune Cultivator as he released his dazzling mountain-like golden godly awareness. Piss off, shouted Tianshuzi furiously. The mountain-like godly awareness crashed onto his body, making him cough up blood. Freeze, said the Snow Zune Cultivator, released ice abstruse energy, freezing Tianshuzi instantly. Gotcha. In a flash, the ice started breaking as Tianshuzi tried to resist. I'll come help, sighed Mr. Tianji, condensing sword energies which cut through the statue. Tianshuzi was terrified. Slash, still stuck in the ice cube, Tianshuzi's body was cut in half. Slowly, he stopped breathing and died. Bzzz. The stars around Lin Feng disappeared slowly and Lin Feng hastily said, Teachers, Yu, Emoshi. Don't worry, look, said the Snow Zune Cultivator, pointing at a group of people behind him. The two other Zune Cultivators had protected Tang Yu and the others. The Snow Zune Cultivator and the other teachers were incredible. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, feeling confused, Teacher, are you always secretly protecting me? Mr. Tianji and I had a bad feeling when you left. After you left, we observed Tianshuzi carefully and saw him leave Tianqi in your direction. We knew something could happen, so we followed him. Lin Feng nodded and looked at all his teachers, saying, Thank you for helping me again. Lin Feng, that's all we could do. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect escaped. He will probably continue chasing you. You have to be very careful, said Mr. Tianji. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was furious, he had lost an arm in his sect. Now he is insane. I understand. We have to be careful on the road, nodded Lin Feng. Indeed, said the old man while nodding before adding, all right, go. We're going to head back. Lin Feng bowed and jumped back onto his great rock. He would be careful from then on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 958, Huangxi. Chapter 958, Huangxi. Ba Huang and Jiu Yu surrounded the holy city. Those places were already at the heart of the continent of the Nine Clouds. There were many strong cultivators there who could kill millions of people in a flash, creating rivers of blood. Those who were weak were bullied and humiliated there. They could only hope to become strong, someday. Ba Huang was a province surrounded by a desolate sea. Translator's note, Huang means desolate in Chinese, hence the name, which, in the antiquity, was a battlefield. The death chi in that sea was so intense that it could kill people slowly. The scariest part was that people had to cross it to get into Ba Huang. The energies in that sea didn't affect Zune cultivators though. They could wrap themselves up in abstruse energies and protect themselves. However, cultivators of the Tianqi layer couldn't cross that sea unless they had precious items. The sea had existed for a very long time and people could get lost in that sea forever. Some people had found tricks to navigate it though. Some had used precious treasures and created palaces which could move, thus helping those who couldn't cross the sea on their own. At that moment, there was a lot of abstruse energies above the sea and they were moving very quickly. Of course, one had to pay to cross the sea using those methods. Abstruse crystals weren't cheap. Some people offered services to cross the sea and made a living out of those services. Only rich people or strong cultivators had access to abstruse crystals. There were many people who wanted to enter Ba Huang through the northern entrance at that time. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were recruiting imperial cultivation disciples, so people were flocking to their region. A great rock appeared with a few people on its back at the northern entrance as well. A great rock, girls and boys of the first and second Tianqi layers, nobody even looked at them. Tian-level beasts and cultivators who were at the bottom of the Tianqi layer were incredibly normal. Many geniuses were coming because of Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's announcement. The great rock landed. Lin Feng and the others had bright and piercing expressions in their eyes. They glanced at the crowd and looked excited. Almost everyone has broken through to the Tianqi layer, there are very few Xian-level cultivators. We're in the real world of cultivation, whispered Huang Fulong, who looked even more excited than the others. Shu, said Lin Feng, glancing at Huang Fulong. Even though people were excited to see strong cultivators, many also felt oppressed and nervous. If other people saw cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layers, they might kill them out of disdain. Hee, I understand. I won't talk loudly, said Huang Fulong while giggling in a silly way. Some people sometimes passed next to them and glanced at them with disdain. Where did they come from? They had never traveled here before. Let's go and see the Huang Sea, said Lin Feng. The great rock rose up in the air again. They had only stopped for a few days during their trip from Ganyu to the Huang Sea, but they still needed 2 months to arrive. A Tian-level great rock was extremely fast, so it is easy to imagine how far Ganyu was from Ba Huang. After a few minutes, the sea appeared in front of Lin Feng and his friends. That's the Huang Sea. We have to cross it to get to Ba Huang, whispered Lin Feng. How terrifying. They were 5 kilometers away from the sea, but could already sense its desolate qi. Besides the qi, there were also terrifying dead souls in the Huang Sea. They were just waiting to kill cultivators who crossed the sea. There were also powerful dead spirits, even Zun cultivators would die if they happened to cross them. Therefore, there were very few people who crossed relying on their own strength. Many people just crossed using boats or other services. Look, over there, said Yuan Fei Yang. There was a dazzling light in the sky above the sea. The Huang Sea is a strange place. It was a battlefield in the antiquity. So no matter who, people have to be at least 1,000 meters above the sea to avoid getting killed. A sword Zun cultivator. Those who dare cross the sea on their own are rare, and yet, he's one of them. Many people were surprised. Slash. The silhouette streaked across the sky. The sword qi cut through the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and watched the cultivator. What a terrifying sword cultivator, thought Lin Feng. There was even a sonic boom. Those who can cross the sea on their own are terrifying. Indeed, someday, I'll be the same. I'll hold my axe in one hand and cross the sea. That day will come soon, I'm sure, said Huang Fulong. His blood was boiling. He was impatient to become a strong cultivator. He was so happy to be traveling with his friends. You will, said Lin Feng, nodding. He was determined as well. Such a day would come for them all, nobody would be able to defy them anymore. You have no ambition, said Xiongqi suddenly. The others were surprised. Huang Fulong looked at Xiongqi and said, Are you bragging again? Do I need to brag? Said Xiongqi furiously. Alright, I'm used to it anyway, said Huang Fulong, shrugging. PFFF, Xiongqi spat out some flames. They had argued a lot on the way to Ba Huang. Alright, let's go and find a boatman to cross the sea, said Lin Feng. Xiongqi and Huang Fulong continued arguing with each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 959, Gloomy Clouds. Chapter 959, Gloomy Clouds. Finding a boatman wasn't difficult, there were many. There was a group of boatmen called Mingyu sailors. They had many different means of transportation and accidents were quite rare with them. Of course, their tariffs were high. Lin Feng and his friends arrived at the Mingyu sailors. They had a huge palace with many boats and plenty of abstruse crystals. Many people were queuing. So many people, thought Lin Feng, surprised. There were queues at every counter, sometimes big queues, sometimes small queues. Red copper warships, 10 abstruse crystals, 1,000 people capacity, departure in half a month. Purple and gold warship, 15 abstruse crystals, 800 people capacity, departure in 7 days. Purple jade warship, 20 abstruse crystals, 600 people capacity, departure in 2 days, shouted the vendors. The higher the price, the better the boats were and the sooner people could leave. Red copper warships were of the lowest quality and a ticket only cost 10 abstruse crystals, as it could take up to 1,000 people. That was 10,000 crystals for the entire company. It was expensive to cross the Huang Sea, but still, many people didn't mind paying the price. Only those who were extremely strong could cross the sea on their own, after all. Look. That's the best boat there. For that one, we would need to pay 100 abstruse crystals, said Huang Fulong. Paying 100 abstruse crystals to get on a boat, what a rip-off. In Ganyu, Zun cultivators didn't even have that much, and usually, Tian-level cultivators didn't even have any. That's the boat protected by Mingyu sailors. Zun cultivators, 99% safe, said the vendor without saying the price. He insisted on safety. Only 100 people could be on that boat though. Who will take that boat? Said Jun Moshi, shaking his head. Probably only the richest cultivators. Ordinary people certainly couldn't afford it. It is expensive, but safety is important. I heard there are many accidents. Some other companies sell tickets for 2 abstruse crystals, but they don't use many crystals to cross the sea. People who only have a few abstruse crystals usually don't want to take those boats, unless they have absolutely no choice, said Tang Yuyu. The cultivation world was cruel. Rich people had more opportunities than others. Poor people had to take risks. Let's take the purple jade warship. It's 100 abstruse crystals for 5 people and we can leave in just 2 days. It's much faster than the red copper warship, said Lin Feng. He was sad though, he had already used most of his abstruse crystals. He would need to go back into the Jade Emperor's palace again to mine some more. If he didn't have the palace, he would have never had so many abstruse crystals. Many people heard Lin Feng and were astonished. 100 abstruse crystals? They were very young and had only broken through to the first and second Tianqi layers. How come they had so many crystals? Which group of influence did they belong to? People glanced at them, inspected their age and cultivation levels and let them pass. Even though it was astonishing, they were already not bad, enough to draw people's attention at least. Alright, it's good. We'll go back to the sect and the elders will give us more abstruse crystals. We don't lack abstruse crystals there, said Tang Yuyu, which made Lin Feng laugh. He understood why she was saying that. They had to be careful. If people heard they had so many abstruse crystals, they could be attacked. When Tang Yuyu said that, many people lost interest and looked elsewhere. Disciples from rich sects had good items with them, fighting them wouldn't be that easy. Lin Feng walked to the counter where he could buy purple jade boat tickets. After waiting for a few minutes, he obtained 5 tickets. In 2 days, at noon, wait here. Some people will guide you to the boat, said the vendor, who was an old man. Lin Feng nodded and then they left. They left Mingyu sailors and were in a good mood. In 2 days, they would leave and set sail to Bahuang. Some people are fighting over there. Some people were talking. In the distance, dazzling lights were flashing. There was a powerful chi and Lin Feng saw a man with only one arm. Someone had offended him, so he was trying to kill that person. Bastard! Thought Lin Feng. He immediately turned around and went in the other direction. They were all astonished and followed Lin Feng. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had followed them so far. He's insane, thought Lin Feng and the others. They were such in a good mood a few minutes before and now he had ruined everything. He had chased them from Ganyu to the Huang Sea. He wanted to cross the sea and get to Bahuang to find them. They quickly left. Someone had made fun of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect because he had lost an arm and the patriarch killed them. After that, he frowned as if he had sensed something. They have to cross from here if they want to get to Bahuang. If I don't see them here within half a month, it means they'll have gone to Bahuang via another route. Then I'll have to go myself, thought the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had arrived well before Lin Feng. He had been waiting there the whole time because he knew that Lin Feng had many abstruse crystals. Specifically, that's why he was waiting outside of Mingyu sailors the whole time. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends and steal Lin Feng's treasures. Lin Feng and his friends found a hotel restaurant. Lin Feng looked terribly annoyed as if he had realized something grave. That old dog is waiting outside of Mingyu sailors. If he stays there for 2 more days, he'll see us, said Lin Feng, annoyed. He hadn't thought they would already encounter problems. Everybody nodded. They thought the same as Lin Feng. If the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw them 2 days later, it would be a problem. Can't we get on the boat immediately when we arrive? Asked Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng remained silent and said, we can try. If it doesn't work, we'll have to give up. Never mind if we waste our abstruse crystals, we can't take risks like that. That's the only way, said everybody. They didn't have any other solution. Losing 100 abstruse crystals would be a pity, but their safety was more important. 2 days passed quickly, and just like Lin Feng had predicted, in the distance, someone was fixedly staring at the crowd and looking for something. That was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, of course. He was looking for Lin Feng. Sooner or later, he would find them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 960, Getting on the Boat. Chapter 960, Getting on the Boat. Lin Feng inspected the place and saw a boat. It looked like a very ancient boat, and it was surrounded by a purple jade color. Lin Feng and his friends weren't far away from the sea and could sense the sea's incredible qi. If they fell into that sea, they'd die. At that moment, they had all changed their faces. Lin Feng had given all his friends a mask, just in case. The best case would be not to see the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but if he was there, at least, he would not recognize them. Many people were waiting and looked excited. Ba Huang would be completely different. Many people had never had the opportunity to cross the sea in their life. Some people invested all they had just to cross. That was a huge risk. After all, they didn't know what kind of life was waiting for them there. Look, the boat is there, said someone, pointing at a group of people with purple jade badges. They were the ones who stamped people's tickets. People could get onto the boat only if their ticket was stamped. So many young people. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's announcement attracted many people from everywhere in the world. Many people were looking around. There were many strong disciples, but to receive the teachings of an emperor, they were ready to take all the risks. Crossing the Huang Sea was just the start. Many disciples from big sects could only rely on themselves this time. Nobody was helping them. The boat emitted rumbling sounds as a long red bridge appeared. It was made of abstruse energy. You can check in now, said one of the employees. The crowd walked towards the bridge to get their tickets stamped and board. Let's go, said Lin Feng and flew over quickly. Mister, we were late because of a problem and couldn't go to Mingyu Sailors. We came here directly, can you let us go on the boat? No, you'll have to wait until next time, said that person coldly. Lin Feng was surprised. Mister, we all changed our tickets, can you make an exception please? The rules are strict. You missed your chance, said that person, and then said to the crowd, 7 people missed their chance, who wants to replace them? 20 abstruse crystals. How cruel, thought Lin Feng. They had to get more abstruse crystals too. I want 5 tickets, said Lin Feng, grinding his teeth. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect wasn't far, so they had to leave. I want all 7 tickets, said someone in the distance. The crowd turned around and were surprised. There were women and men, and their leader was a woman with a long blue robe. She looked unrestrained and was very beautiful. Which sect are they from? Thought the crowd. That girl was so beautiful, and her clothes too. She was with very strong cultivators. She was probably an aristocrat. Miss Yang. The one in charge of the tickets recognized the girl. He looked at her with admiration and respect. The crowd was surprised. Even the strong cultivators of Mingyu Sailors looked at her with respect. She probably had a very high social status. I want all 7 tickets, said the girl. But there were 9 people. Miss Yang, you should wait for a few days, suggested the one in charge of the tickets. No, I'm in a rush, said the girl, shaking her head. The employee smiled and said, all right then, that's no problem, please board. No need to pay. No need to pay. Mister, I need 5 tickets though, said Lin Feng hastily. Even if he needed to pay, he had to leave as soon as possible. That person coldly looked at Lin Feng, almost mockingly. The girl was already on the bridge going towards the boat. She turned around and looked at Lin Feng and the others. Then, she said to the employee, the boat can hold 600 people, but it doesn't matter if we have a few more. Let them come on board. The employee was surprised but nodded and said, "Since Miss Yang gave you that opportunity, please board." Then, he added, "You're lucky today." "Thank you."
Lin Feng nodded and boarded with his friends. The captain of the board, who was at the very front, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for departure."
The bridge disappeared and an incredible cloud of abstruse energies enveloped the boat. The chi from the sea relentlessly attacked the protection of the boat. "Wait, wait!" shouted someone in the distance.
That person was moving with incredible speed.
The crowd looked at that person. Was that person late?
One arm but a terrifying chi, a Zun cultivator.
"Mister, just leave, please," said Lin Feng.
It was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect.
"What?" The captain looked at Lin Feng.
He saw that Lin Feng and his friends had different faces. They were escaping from something.
"Lin Feng!"
shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He was staring at him. "Lin Feng, don't think I can't recognize you if you change your face. I can even recognize your eyes now."
"Mister, please, let's go," said Lin Feng.
The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was getting near. That person looked at Lin Feng indifferently but didn't start the boat. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was moving with incredible speed.
"Start the boat," said the beautiful woman. The captain nodded and started the boat. Abstruse energies appeared again and enveloped the boat. "Stop!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, attacking the boat.
The captain frowned but didn't stop.
Boom!
The boat turned into a beam of light and crossed the water with unimaginable speed.
Direction Ba Huang.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 961, Windstorm on the Huang Sea. Chapter 961, Windstorm on the Huang Sea.
Very quickly, the boat sailed away while creating huge waves. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect released abstruse chi and used the Xiaoyao agility technique to chase the boat. However, the boat was still faster. After a short while, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stopped and watched the boat get farther and farther away.
He was furious.
Lin Feng had escaped again.
"Die!"
shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, furiously releasing an incredible amount of chi. The people in the distance were surprised.
How strong!
Who had offended a cultivator who could walk on the Huang Sea alone?
Luckily, the boat was well protected and much faster.
The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect rolled up his sleeves and went back to the shore. Even if he was strong, he couldn't rely on his strength to cross the sea.
It was too dangerous. Many people had died trying. Lin Feng was relieved to see that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't follow the boat. "Thank you," said Lin Feng to Miss Yang. If she hadn't asked the captain to leave, he would have waited. That would have been dangerous. "It's nothing, really," said the girl indifferently. She then said to Lin Feng, "He said you changed your face, why can't I see it?"
Lin Feng and his friends took off their masks and they looked even younger.
What amazing masks! They were extraordinary. What incredible masks! Whispered the girl. Surprisingly, she couldn't even see those were masks. "Indeed," said Lin Feng, smiling. Those masks were indeed incredible. Even strong Zun cultivators couldn't see through it.
Lin Feng didn't know how Mr. Xiao had fabricated them. Those masks were probably priceless.
The girl didn't say anything. She walked towards the main hall of the boat.
Inside the boat, there was a main hall and cultivation rooms.
Even on the boat, cultivation couldn't be neglected.
For 20 crystals, there had to be some commodities. Lin Feng and his friends were at the front looking at the abstruse chi which enveloped the boat. It was dark and there was a strong wind. It made their hearts beat faster.
There was a windstorm on the Huang Sea.
A layer of abstruse energy had broke from that wind.
Lin Feng wasn't the only one.
Many people who took the boat for the first time went to the front to look at the dark clouds. How strong are those who can cross the sea on their own and feel nothing?
Thought many of the passengers.
If someday they could cross the sea on their own, how wonderful would that be?
"There's nothing to see, go and rest," said someone. It was the captain of the boat.
He was always at the front, after all, he was driving it. Red copper, purple golden or purple jade warships and Mingyu boats were all extremely solid. They had been created by extremely strong cultivators. The boats were powerful, the captains were also very strong cultivators. There's no need to mention that the protection layers made of abstruse chi were also very solid. The captain looked like ordinary cultivator, but in reality, he was monstrously strong. Lin Feng had lots of admiration for the captain.
Some people went to the main hall to rest, others went to cultivation rooms.
But Lin Feng didn't move, he kept staring at the clouds.
How powerful.
It made him daydream about intent and cultivation. He remembered that in Shuiyu, cultivators of the Xian Qi layer were already considered strong. In Ganyu or even at the Huangxi, the Xian Qi layer was considered as a very, very low level. Lin Feng wanted to become stronger.
He was never satisfied with his current level. What are you thinking about? Asked the captain to Lin Feng when he saw that his friends and him weren't leaving. He was curious about Lin Feng.
Cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layer, chased by a very strong Zun cultivator. Besides, Lin Feng didn't look at the captain with fear like most people.
He just looked normal. But for cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layers to be so calm and indifferent, were they from aristocratic families?
They were probably used to seeing Zun cultivators. He didn't know that Lin Feng had gone through so much. He also didn't understand how Lin Feng felt. Lin Feng had fought against Zun cultivators, he had also received teachings from Zun cultivators, and he had met incredible Zun cultivators.
So of course, Lin Feng remained calm when facing Zun cultivators nowadays. I am just wondering what it would be like if there wasn't that layer of protection. Whispered Lin Feng.
Shut your crow's beak and don't make inauspicious remarks. Said that person furiously. He looked terribly scared. Surprisingly, cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layers dare say such things.
Do you know that even the strongest of Zun cultivators can die in that sea? Please don't be angry, I didn't think before talking.
Said Lin Feng smiling. A Zun cultivator criticizing him because he was just a Tian-level cultivator was normal. Lin Feng was already used to that.
Humph. That person groaned coldly and didn't say anything anymore. Time seemed to pass slowly on the boat.
The crowd couldn't see the sky or anything, they were just surrounded by dark clouds.
It seemed like a thunderstorm could start up at any time.
The sky was becoming darker and darker, almost apocalyptic. The wind was emitting whistling sounds. But, the protection layers were still protecting the boat through it all.
The captain of the boat wasn't happy to see that storm. Damn storm, . He glanced at Lin Feng coldly and said, I hope you didn't bring bad luck to us, otherwise. Then, he glanced at the crowd and said, everybody go to the main hall and don't come out. No matter what, don't come out. You go too. Said the captain to Lin Feng and his friends. Many people looked terrified when they heard the captain. It was a storm. Many people started talking while walking back to the main hall. They were terrified. It was a well-known fact that storms on the Huangxi were very dangerous. It was also Mingyu sailors' biggest fear. Storms on the Huangxi were the most frequent cause of accidents. People could only pray that everything would be alright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962, Island of the Nine Dragons. Chapter 962, Island of the Nine Dragons.
Lin Feng and his friends realized what was going on because everybody on the boat was whispering. They were all scared because of the captain's reaction.
Arg!
At that moment, someone shouted furiously.
The black clouds were attacking the boat and making it shake violently.
How scary! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's attacks aren't that scary,
thought Lin Feng.
They were crossing a windstorm and loud sounds were piercing their ears.
It's a dead spirit.
Lin Feng saw a pair of terrifying eyes. According to the legends, the Huangxi was a battlefield in the past and many people had died there.
Go in!
Shouted the captain of the boat to Lin Feng and the others.
The boat was rocking now. Look! Said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He then added, go to the main hall. I'm coming in 5 minutes. I want to look too.
Said Huang Fulong, whose eyes were twinkling. He was getting excited because of the storm.
A strong cultivator next to them frowned. Those people wanted to watch the storm? As you wish. Said that person, releasing abstruse chi. Boom!
A terrifying abstruse energy crashed onto the protection layer. That person groaned and his chi moved back to him.
What a disaster! Said that person.
The storm was terrifying. The sky was getting darker and darker.
The boat couldn't go back now that they were in the middle of the storm.
It seemed like many dead souls were wailing all around them.
Woo, the sky turned pitch black.
Lin Feng only saw a huge mouth attempting to swallow the boat.
Boom, boom, boom. The boat shook violently.
Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the abstruse energy had started to crack. Lin Feng and his friends were almost knocked off their feet.
Many people were terrified. Was the boat going to sink? Are we going to die? Thought Lin Feng.
He wouldn't have thought that sailing on the Huang Sea could be so scary.
If the storm broke the boat, they would probably die. The atmosphere was pitch black and they couldn't see anything anymore. Lin Feng, said someone. It was Tang Yu. Yes? Replied Lin Feng.
More rumbling sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng was propelled elsewhere.
Are we going to die? Asked Tang Yu.
Lin Feng remained silent.
Were they? He didn't know either. Don't worry. The abstruse energy is solid enough, said Jun Mo Shi. Right. We're going to Ba Huang so we can't die here.
Lin Feng shouted, Fei Yang, Huang Fu Long, talk to us.
I'm good, said Yun Fei Yang. Damn weather, we can't see anything, said Huang Fu Long. That guy was funny.
The storm continued. If the protection layer broke, they'd die. After what seemed like a long time, the storm calmed down.
And everyone felt relieved. Finally, they saw a light.
Lin Feng looked back at the storm.
It felt like a dream. Finally, though, it was calming down again.
Lin Feng raised his head.
The abstruse protection layer looked brighter. There were some cracks in it. If there was another storm, it would definitely break.
Lin Feng turned around and saw Tang Yu and the others.
They smiled back at him.
Lin Feng smiled too. They hadn't thought that they would go through a storm like that. The captain frowned, turned around and walked towards the crowd. He went to the beautiful girl and said, Miss Yang, you must have been scared. The girl shook her head and said, It's all right.
I know your boats are solid. Just be careful. All right. I understand, said the captain, nodding. The boat couldn't go through another storm like that.
The crowd was surprised. The first thing he did after the storm was apologize to the girl.
Who was she? The boat continued moving.
At some point, something appeared. It looked like a wide territory. The chi of the Huang Sea was dashing to the skies in the distance.
What was going on? Another storm? The captain looked tense. Black dots appeared in the horizon and they were very fast.
Very quickly, they saw what those black dots were. They were ships on the sea.
5-6 boats were moving together and towards them.
The captain of the boat was surprised. In a flash, they surrounded the boat. Dear friends, we are from the island of the 9 dragons, we mind our own business and you mind your own,
said the captain.
The Huang Sea was vast.
There were some people who practiced cultivation on some islands.
They had become extremely strong with time. They practiced cultivation in the middle of the Huang Sea and stole treasures mainly. People from the island of the 9 dragons were pirates and they were extremely strong.
You can leave, we just want your boat, said someone rudely. What was going on? After the storm, pirates? If you want my ship, you can go to Mingyu Sailors and get one, said the captain. He was annoyed too. How unlucky was it to encounter pirates?
Those pirates were strong and didn't fear Mingyu sailors.
Bullshit. Fuck off, said that person. Some silhouettes rose up in the air and released abstruse chi.
They were all Zun cultivators.
You didn't come for the boat, right? Said the captain. So many strong cultivators were there, it was obviously not for the boat.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 963, Survival. Chapter 963, Survival. Attack,
said a pirate when he saw that the captain wasn't reacting. His chi was terrifying.
The captain made the boat turn around. Huge waves rolled as he tried to escape. You want to escape? Said a pirate with an ice-cold smile. There were other boats which had surrounded them. Besides, those boats were gigantic.
Some more people rose up in the air and they were also Zun cultivators.
The captain looked hopeless. More Zun cultivators. The pirates had so many Zun cultivators. Miss Yang was surrounded by her bodyguards.
They were staring at the Zun cultivators coldly.
Today, we're very unlucky, said the captain. He understood what was going on. After the storm, their boat was riddled with gaping wounds, their abstruse energy was weakened.
Now, many strong cultivators appeared, so he couldn't protect the people on board. The pirates all released chi at the same time and attacked the protection layers of the boat.
Dazzling lights appeared and the protection layers emitted crackling sounds. "We're doomed," thought the crowd.
The protection layers were breaking apart. There were fissures everywhere.
Gotcha.
Another sound spread in the air.
The abstruse energy continued breaking. Some deadly chi from the sea started penetrating into the boat. "We'll give you one chance. If you're strong enough, come onto our boat and you'll live," said the pirates to the crowd.
They were giving the crowd a chance to live. Relying on their own strength, they had to get onto their boat, but only if they could. If they wanted to live, they had to get onto the pirates' boat. That was their only chance, otherwise they would die suffocating from the chi of the sea.
Boom!
A silhouette turned into a beam of light and moved towards the boat. They wanted to go to Ba Huang, how could they die there?
Bzzz.
A terrifying chi surrounded that person, his skin was suddenly peeled off by the chi from the sea. The crowd suddenly looked desperate.
That chi could destroy almost anything.
That person died in the air and fell down from the sky into the sea.
The crowd was horrified, their hearts were pounding. That person hadn't even survived a single second outside.
The distance between the two boats was ridiculously small, so close yet so far.
Die. Someone else stepped out and turned into a sword. Boom!
The chi of the sea surrounded that person and his skin was peeled off.
"No!" shouted that person. Something was piercing through his body. Then, he died. The crowd was hopeless. They were doomed.
The captain rose up in the air, wrapped himself up in abstruse energy and left. The strong cultivators from the island of the 9 dragons didn't prevent him from leaving.
They didn't look at him. He wasn't their target. He left.
The crowd was speechless. The Zun cultivator of Mingyu sailors left. He had left them alone, facing the pirates.
"Miss Yang, we won't do anything against you, of course. Please come on to our boat," said one of the pirates. People were astonished. The pirates wanted Miss Yang.
Because of her, they had to go through such hardships.
Lin Feng, Tang Yu and the others were panicking. They had survived the storm and now? It seemed really difficult to cross that sea.
"I'm taking you to the island of the 9 dragons.
Hold on and don't panic.
We'll see each other in Ba Huang,"
said Lin Feng.
His friends were astonished.
"What? What about him, Dot? What about you? What are you going to do?" said Tang Yu. What was Lin Feng's plan? "Don't worry. I won't die.
We already agreed to meet in Ba Huang. I will become an imperial cultivation disciple under Emperor Shi or Emperor Yu's supervision, so remember to come and see me," said Lin Feng, using telepathy this time. They understood that he was trying to transmit them a message. He meant that they definitely had to become imperial cultivation disciples to find him.
"No. You have no way to survive. I'm staying with you," said Tang Yu. She didn't believe Lin Feng.
Lin Feng wouldn't bring them to the island of the 9 dragons if he really had a way to survive.
He would stay with them. Unless Lin Feng wanted to go on an adventure.
"No," said Lin Feng, shaking his head.
Tang Yu and his friends didn't understand.
"Lin Feng, you can't go on an adventure alone,"
said Jun Mo Shi. "I have no choice. Listen to me. Believe me," said Lin Feng firmly. Jun Mo Shi and his friends shook their heads.
Lin Feng stretched his hand and touched Tang Yu's cheek, smiling, and said, "Don't worry.
I won't die." Boom! A terrifying energy appeared. A group of people rose up in the air. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Miss Yang escaping with a lifeboat. A lifeboat!
The crowd was astonished.
How could she escape with a lifeboat? "Miss Yang, you can't escape,"
said a pirate, releasing sealing energies.
"No, I don't want to die."
A horrible shriek spread in the air.
The crowd looked at the chi of the sea getting into the boat now. Some people had died and turned into ashes. The crowd was hopeless. Were they going to die? Ice appeared and it started snowing. Lin Feng released Ling Long's chi. In a flash, he looked like an animal with very pure energy. "Empty space bestial illusion technique," said Lin Feng.
Layers of snow appeared around him, and a snowy landscape appeared. "I'm taking you to the boat using that snowy road, trust me, you won't die." Lin Feng told the crowd as a snowy empty space appeared.
Eh? The crowd was astonished as they looked at Lin Feng. That guy could help people get onto the pirate's boat? Just trust me, you will be safe,
said Lin Feng indifferently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 964, Stuck. Chapter 964, Stuck. The snowy path looked like an illusion. Could they really get to the pirate's boat using that path? They were skeptical and hesitated.
If you don't go, I'll cancel the spell and you'll die, said Lin Feng coldly when he saw that the crowd was hesitating.
If they didn't get on that boat, they would die. Let me try, said someone stepping on the snowy path.
That person felt extremely cold, but still he looked fine and happy.
He realized that the chi of the Huang Sea wasn't affecting him. After all, it was its own world. That person arrived on the boat and left the illusion. Boom, boom.
People suddenly starting running frantically towards the pirate's boat. They could safely get to the boat thanks to Lin Feng's snowy path.
Hurry up,
said Lin Feng to Tang Yu and his friends when he saw people weren't hesitating anymore.
Hurry up,
shouted Lin Feng furiously. Some people grinded their teeth and said, "See you in Ba Huang." A few more people walked onto the snowy path, followed by many others.
Eh?
The pirates looked at Lin Feng and frowned.
A trivial cultivator of the second Tian Chi layer new illusion spells? That guy was interesting. Interesting, little boy, get on the boat as well, one of the pirates told Lin Feng.
The pirates were interested in Lin Feng, maybe he had great treasures. Suddenly, though, the snowy path suddenly changed and was now leading inside the Huang Sea.
Little boy, what are you doing? Asked a pirate coldly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything and ran into the snowy tunnel which ran into the Huang Sea. What are you doing? The Zun cultivator's face changed drastically.
He raised both hands and released magnetic energies to try and make Lin Feng come to him. But Lin Feng was now in the Huang Sea.
Huge waves appeared as Lin Feng disappeared into the depths of the sea. Lin Feng,
shouted Tang Yu, whose face turned deathly pale.
Her heart hurt.
Lin Feng had jumped into the sea and hadn't followed them.
Don't worry.
Lin Feng told us we would meet him in Ba Huang, but he certainly has a long way to get there on his own, said Jun Moshi, looking at the inauspicious waves of the Huang Sea as if trying to cheer himself up.
That terrifying sea could destroy abstruse energies and Lin Feng was inside. What was going to happen?
They still felt sad. Could a cultivator of the second Tian Chi layer survive in that sea? What a strange little boy, he doesn't even care about his own life,
said the Zun cultivator looking at the sea.
He hadn't expected Lin Feng to kill himself. Lin Feng was in the sea now and could clearly see what was going on around him. The chi of the Huang Sea was emitting extremely loud and ferocious sounds. Many dead spirits were probably coming to kill him. The snowy tunnel was slowly getting corroded by the chi of the Huang Sea. But a bright light flashed and Xiong Qi appeared.
Yan Di, we're in the depths of the Huang Sea, do you know how we can survive? Asked Lin Feng.
Xiong Qi pulled a long face and spat out chi from frustration. You idiot, that sea used to be a battlefield in the past.
Even emperors can't necessarily survive in here, said Xiong Qi.
Lin Feng was surprised.
It wasn't guaranteed that emperors could survive in here either? It's useless to shout at me now.
You need to hurry and find a solution because I can't hold on much longer,
said Lin Feng.
Lin Feng had actually dived into that sea for two reasons. The first one was his Jade Emperor's palace. If he had no choice, he would go into the palace and practice cultivation there. He would then be able to come out after a few years.
That wasn't the most desirable solution though. The second reason was Xiong Qi.
He knew many skills and techniques and might know how to save him. You want to exhaust me to death, don't you? Said Xiong Qi to Lin Feng. Then, he said, tell me what's going on up on the surface. We met some pirates, they attacked our abstruse energy protection layers and the dangerous chi of the Huang Sea penetrated into the boat. They wanted to capture a girl, said Lin Feng to Xiong Qi hastily.
Give me some more of your abstruse crystals. The rest is in the hands of fate, said Xiong Qi. Lin Feng gave all his abstruse crystals to Xiong Qi. He had none left now. Xiong Qi started drawing marks around them, very clear and distinct marks.
He was using the strength of the abstruse crystals, but he was still too weak. He couldn't draw those marks relying on his own strength yet. Very quickly, a light appeared and turned into a tunnel. However, Xiong Qi didn't stop. He continued using all the crystals.
Inside the snowy tunnel, a new way appeared. "Come!" shouted Xiongqi to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng followed him into the light tunnel. He was wondering what Xiongqi had done.
"You can walk back and forth in that tunnel, all we can hope for now is to encounter a boat. That tunnel can neither take you out of the sea nor to Ba Huang. Everything depends on luck," said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was stupid sometimes. He jumped into the sea. Did he want to die? "Okay, hope we'll be lucky," said Lin Feng. Xiongqi was so annoyed.
Lin Feng remained calm and indifferent. Lin Feng had Xiongqi go back into the animal tower and then stopped using his snowy illusion spell. He started walking back and forth in the tunnel made of abstruse energies.
Lin Feng couldn't breathe properly because of the thickness of the abstruse energies.
He walked back and forth for a long time until rumbling sounds spread in the air. He then made the tunnel go higher up to the surface.
That way, he would have more chances to be noticed.
The chi of the sea kept corroding the tunnel but couldn't reach Lin Feng yet. Lin Feng looked around. He felt so small.
"I hope I will be lucky," whispered Lin Feng.
There were 3 more months before the beginning of Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. Lin Feng hoped his friends could manage to leave the island of the 9 dragons and that he could safely get out.
The sea was extremely vast and Lin Feng was all alone there. Luckily, there was no storm, otherwise, the tunnel wouldn't be able to protect him for much longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 965, Desolate Chi. Chapter 965, Desolate Chi.
The Huang Sea was extremely vast and the only way to get to Ba Huang province was to cross that sea. Even though there were many sailors, the sea was so vast that it was still rare to encounter boats. Therefore, Lin Feng kept running back and forth, looking for a boat. The chi of the Huang Sea was slowly corroding his light tunnel made of abstruse energies. Lin Feng gazed into the distance.
He felt hopeless. Was he going to be lucky this time? Slash.
A subtle sound spread in the air. Lin Feng saw a black dot in the horizon. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he moved toward direction.
However, the black dot almost disappeared instantly. That person was a lot faster than him. How fast? It must be an incredible cultivator, thought Lin Feng. That was what power looked like.
That person didn't need to rely on external factors. That kind of cultivator was fearless. Their own strength was enough to cross the sea.
Lin Feng tried to chase that person anyway.
Besides, that strong cultivator crossed the sea on his own, so he probably knew the surroundings quite well. But Lin Feng wasn't fast enough. That person disappeared in the horizon and he was alone again.
Eh?
At that moment, Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng saw a place.
It was an island, more precisely.
I hope I can survive on that island. Lin Feng threw himself in the direction of the island. It appeared that there was nobody on that island. The air wasn't fresh at all, but it was incredibly vast. There was no grass and no trees.
It looked like an island of death.
The lights around him disappeared as he looked at the horrible chi surrounding him. If Lin Feng stayed on that island for too long, that chi would make him grow old at an accelerated rate, or maybe even kill him. Lin Feng walked farther away from the beach to a more central place. The chi of the Huang Sea was weaker there. But at that moment, a chi from the sea appeared again.
What's going on?
Lin Feng was surprised.
How could there be chi from the Huang Sea in the middle of the island? He looked around curiously.
Lin Feng walked in a direction where the chi was more intense. That Huang Sea chi was becoming even purer. In the middle of the sea, the chi wasn't that pure, as if polluted.
It could peel people's skin off and make them grow old instantly. However, the chi there wasn't the same. It didn't seem polluted. It was extremely old and pure, and quite powerful. What is that chi? Why is it so pure? Thought Lin Feng.
He didn't want to get close too fast, so he decided to walk slowly. That chi was making him grow older and Lin Feng could feel it. On top of that, the feeling was becoming more intense. Finally, Lin Feng found the source of the chi far away from the shore. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart started pounding violently.
What? That's him.
Lin Feng saw someone sitting cross-legged and calmly practicing cultivation. That was probably the person Lin Feng had seen just before, the strong cultivator.
Some people practiced cultivation in the middle of the Huang Sea?
That person was practicing cultivation there and using the chi of the Huang Sea to make it become his own. How powerful!
Thought Lin Feng.
He was surprised to see that. He didn't know it was possible. That was the difference between strong and weak cultivators. Weak cultivators feared the sea. However, some people came there to practice cultivation. Lin Feng also noticed that there were trees around the cultivator and that they were pretty much alive. They were slowly growing with his qi. What kind of tree are those? Thought Lin Feng. Even though they were growing and becoming older, they were getting a lot stronger too. It seemed that the strong cultivator was doing that on purpose. Those trees were probably had a purpose. Lin Feng thought about the demoniac Buddha. The 3 lives demon emperor had turned into both a Buddha and a demon in the Death Valley and had practiced cultivation for centuries. Was that strong cultivator doing something similar? Lin Feng was wondering how strong that cultivator was. He was motionless and his qi was rising. It was as if he were all alone. Lin Feng standing right next to him didn't even exist. That kind of cultivator didn't care about worldly affairs. As long as worldly matters didn't affect him, he didn't care. The qi was getting too intense. Lin Feng could even feel that he, himself, was growing old. He couldn't help but move backwards and get farther away. Lin Feng couldn't stand the qi produced by the strong cultivator. If that cultivator had used it on Lin Feng directly, Lin Feng wouldn't have been any better off swimming in the sea. Lin Feng went very far away so that the qi couldn't affect him. Lin Feng could only wait for a boat to pass. How annoying. Could he do anything else in the meantime? That person can understand the qi of the sea, why couldn't I? If I did too, couldn't I cross the sea without being affected by its qi? Thought Lin Feng. How great would that be to cross the sea on his own? However, with his cultivation level, it would take many years. Lin Feng took out his animal tower and had Xiongqi come out. Xiongqi whispered, "You're quite lucky to have found an island." Lucky? Lin Feng was so annoyed. I'm stuck on that island. How long will we be stuck here? That's not luck. Besides, I can sense the qi of the sea here too, it's slowly killing me. Xiongqi said, "At least, your death won't be as painful as in the sea itself." Is there no solution? Asked Lin Feng. Wait for a boat? Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. Even if you meet someone, they won't necessarily be willing to take you. If I understand the qi of the sea, could I cross myself? Asked Lin Feng. Xiongqi was surprised. Understand the qi of the sea? With the strength of the second Tian qi layer? Xiongqi had seen lots of things in his life, including miracles. He remained silent and asked himself if Lin Feng could possibly understand the qi of the sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 966, Forbidden to Human Beings. Chapter 966, Forbidden to Human Beings. The sea had existed for a very long time, hundreds of years before Xiongqi even. He also had problems with the sea, but then he had become stronger and the sea wasn't a problem for him anymore. However, one thing was sure, he had never heard of anyone who wasn't at least a Zun cultivator who could cross the sea. Only Zun cultivators could understand the qi of the sea, Tian-level cultivators weren't capable. Impossible. Said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was sad as he said, "How can I know if I don't try?" Give it a try then. I'm going to have a walk around. Be careful. There is a very strong cultivator practicing cultivation over there using abstruse Huangxi energy. Don't make him angry. Warned Lin Feng. There's someone? Xiongqi was surprised. Why don't you ask him to take us away? I can't interrupt him while he's practicing cultivation. Why would he help us anyways? Whispered Lin Feng. He understood death energy so Lin Feng couldn't get too close. Xiongqi went away. He was annoyed too. If the other cultivator was too strong, he couldn't deal with him either. Even if they tried to convince him by proposing to give him treasures or something, maybe he would just kill them and steal their treasures. That was normal in the continent of the 9 clouds, especially seeing how there was nobody else on the island. He could kill them like ants. Was it safe for them to say they had precious treasures? Lin Feng sat down cross-legged far away from the sea. He could only rely on himself right now. Desolate qi appeared around him. Lin Feng felt very uncomfortable. He just tried to understand the qi without using any spell, technique or skill. Hopefully, he could manage to understand something. He took out his Tian Xianstone and released some energies. The strength of the earth and sky emerged and it was very bright. Lin Feng could understand the qi of the sea even better this way. After all, the desolate qi was also a sort of energy from the earth and the sky, it was just that it was a dead qi here. When I use my spirit in the Tian Xianstone, I perceive things much better.
Maybe I'll sense the desolate chi more distinctly too, thought Lin Feng.
He took out his celestial book spirit which, with the Tianshan stone, removed the polluted energies from the air around him and bright lights appeared. A mysterious chi appeared in the unpolluted atmosphere. There was desolate chi in that mysterious chi and it looked black.
Desolate chi.
His spirit allowed him to see the chi much better.
With his Tianshan stone, he could even alternate using his demon seal stone.
Now, he was using it to see the desolate chi. His Tianshan stone was making things appear much more clearly.
Desolate strength.
Lin Feng realized that the black chi contained desolate strength. It was deadly, corroding, it could even make living beings grow old in a flash and swallow them whole.
If a cultivator used that kind of energy, he could almost become invincible. Lin Feng remained extremely calm as he studied the energies. The Tianshan stone could help him understand natural energies. His spirit could also help him see things clearly and understand things faster. Those two things together were incredibly powerful. The desolate chi kept rising.
Lin Feng was still sitting cross-legged on a stone while being corroded by the desolate chi. At the same time, Lin Feng could also release small and weak trails of desolate chi. He was using pure chi to release the desolate chi. However, his desolate chi wasn't as pure as the natural one. Maybe he could use his desolate chi to fight but not to prevent the pure chi from the sea from harming him.
Lin Feng opened his eyes, not willingly but because something went wrong.
Desolate chi suddenly started corroding his body even more, his pure chi became chaotic. It was still too dangerous for him to practice using that energy. That person can use the desolate chi and turn it into abstruse energy, but I can't. After all, he's much stronger than me.
I can't understand abstruse energies either. Our cultivation level is too different, thought Lin Feng sighing. He could release tiny bits of desolate chi but it was far from being enough to cross the sea. Lin Feng was only a weak cultivator at the bottom of the Tian Chi layer. I told you, it's impossible for you to only rely on your strength to cross the sea. If it were possible, it would be beyond a miracle, said Xiong Qi. Lin Feng was only a Tian-level cultivator, he couldn't cross the sea on his own. Slash. Lin Feng and Xiong Qi turned around and saw a black dot move towards the Huang Sea which then disappeared. He's gone?
Lin Feng was sad. That cultivator came to the island to practice cultivation.
He could come and leave as he wished. Let's go and see,
said Lin Feng while moving towards the place where the cultivator had been practicing. After a few minutes, they arrived where the cultivator was practicing cultivation.
He had taken the trees too. He probably used them for some kind of benefit. He's gone, said Xiong Qi. He then added, I'm taking you somewhere else. Somewhere else?
Lin Feng was surprised.
Where could they go on that island? There was nothing. Indeed, follow me, said Xiong Qi. He turned around and left.
Lin Feng skeptically followed him. There was a valley with a horrible death energy. There were many holes in that valley, so Lin Feng was even more skeptical. What place was that?
He was curious though and continued following Xiong Qi.
They moved towards a big cave which had black stones inside. Xiong Qi grabbed a black stone and shook it. Suddenly, a hole appeared inside that stone. It wasn't a door but a cave in which an animal shape appeared.
Is that a portal? Whispered Lin Feng. What kind of place was that? How had Xiong Qi found it? Let's go inside and see.
The island has existed for a very long time, it is not the first time that someone has come here,
said Xiong Qi.
Lin Feng entered the dark cave. There was no light, but as a fairly strong cultivator, Lin Feng could still see inside. There was a wall with words written on it. Apart from animals, nobody can enter, otherwise they'll die.
Lin Feng read. Only strong animals could enter?
That cave was created artificially with mysterious marks.
It was probably created by an animal which can fly, said Xiong Qi. An animal, mysterious marks. It was probably a Zune-level beast.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 967, Bestial Consciousness. Chapter 967, Bestial Consciousness. What's inside? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know. I didn't go in,
said Xiong Qi shaking his head.
Are you scared to die? Said Lin Feng laughing. Surprisingly, Xiong Qi hadn't gone inside.
A Zune-level beast had probably written that so only animals would go in.
Bullshit, you're humiliating me.
I don't care about a cave made by a feudal animal.
shouted Xiongqi furiously. An animal had created that cave with mysterious marks, so he was probably very strong. Nobody knew how dangerous it could get inside. Let's go in then, said Lin Feng, smiling. Let me go first then, said Xiongqi, coldly glancing at Lin Feng. Even though he knew Lin Feng was provoking him, he couldn't help but go inside because of his pride. Lin Feng followed him. They arrived in front of the wall with the mysterious marks. Xiongqi put his paws on the wall, lights appeared and rumbling sounds spread in the air. The wall moved aside and a terrifying deadly qi emerged. Lin Feng looked inside. It was extremely vast but still very dark. There were even corpses on the ground. Many people had died inside, very strong cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to open the door using the mysterious marks. Those strong cultivators were dead though. Lin Feng and Xiongqi glanced at each other. Should we go in or not? Asked Lin Feng. Those strong cultivators had died inside. Wasn't it too dangerous for a Tian-level beast and a cultivator of the second Tian-Chi layer? Since we're here already, it would be a pity not to go further, said Xiongqi. Get ready to use your illusion technique. I also have some protection spells. If something feels wrong, we can leave immediately. He has some secret protection spells which he has hidden from me, thought Lin Feng. I will help you, but I don't care about a feudal Zun-level beast, said Xiongqi while roaring. Lin Feng laughed and got ready to use Linglong's holy celestial qi just in case. Let's go in, said Lin Feng. He was still extremely curious. It was an ancient cave in the middle of the Huang Sea. Maybe there were precious treasures inside. Xiongqi was right, they had to go and otherwise Lin Feng couldn't survive. There has been some very powerful corrosive energies in here, said Xiongqi, looking at the skeletons. It almost seemed like they had been polished clean. Many have also turned into ashes, said Lin Feng. Look over there, said Xiongqi, showing him a corpse. That corpse still had flesh but it was rotting. Desolate energy. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed like that person had died from the qi of the Huang Sea. Lin Feng and Xiongqi found out that there were fewer skeletons as they walked further in. There were even more ashes. Look over there, said Xiongqi with a serious tone. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a gigantic skeleton with wings. That's a beast. Had that beast written the words at the entrance? Why would that beast have died then? A blue jade phosphorus Maharaga, said Xiongqi. That beast had wings and looked like a dragon. Its bones shone like phosphorus. Is it very strong? Asked Lin Feng. It is very strong, a Zun-level beast, but how did it die here? Xiongqi was surprised. They continued walking but the air was becoming even worse. Desolate qi. Lin Feng saw some very powerful desolate qi. Empty space bestial illusion technique, shouted Lin Feng suddenly. Xiongqi and Lin Feng were instantly surrounded by snow. That qi was coming from everywhere. Luckily, it didn't have time to reach them. That desolate qi then disappeared again as if it had never appeared. That qi can sense our qi. So when we're in this small world, it can't anymore. That would explain why it disappeared, said Xiongqi. He also had time to see where the qi came from. It came from a hole. Bestial consciousness. Xiongqi was astounded. He understood why the Zun-level beast had died. Bestial consciousness? What's that? Asked Lin Feng. After cultivators break through to the Tian-Chi layer, they can use their godly awareness and condense it. In the case of beasts, it's different. They rely on bestial consciousness, which contains their most fundamental strength. You've probably never seen really strong animals. When they condense their bestial consciousness, it can be terrifying. That Maharaga absorbed desolate qi with his bestial consciousness, said Xiongqi. Humans and animals were different. Humans used godly awareness and pure qi. Animals used bestial qi and bestial consciousness. Lin Feng understood a little bit. There were some holes in the bones of the Maharaga. Can animals have several bestial consciousness? Indeed. The stronger they are, the more bestial consciousness they can have. That Maharaga absorbed almost all the desolate qi of the cave. That's insane, said Xiongqi, nodding. Lin Feng, stop using your illusion spell. I'll release animal qi and we'll see what it does then, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng nodded and did so with the utmost vigilance. Xiongqi released bestial qi which enveloped both him and Lin Feng. The desolate qi didn't appear again.
As expected, it didn't attack animals, it only attacked humans. Unfortunately, not many animals come here, so no animal has found this place, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xiong Qi continued on. They walked towards that gigantic Maharaga. Lin Feng noticed strange marks. The skeleton was shining, it was bluish-green like jade. It kept twinkling, as an illusion appeared. That's a person's silhouette filled with bestial energies. Those eyes looked cruel and sanguinary. That was probably the human form of the Maharaga. Back then, in the restricted area of the Zijin Mountain, Lin Feng had encountered such an animal, and it was a Zun-level beast. He had died but had left his legacy behind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 968, Insane Creatures Think Alike. Chapter 968, Insane Creatures Think Alike.
Young boy, you're lucky to be able to meet me,
said the animal.
Humans always consider themselves as better beings than animals, but I don't agree.
That desolate chi can destroy human beings. No human can swallow desolate chi. However, I did it. It became my own energy.
I don't fear the Huang Sea because it can't affect me at all.
I can even swim in that sea.
Apart from me, those who can cross that sea are human Zun cultivators who rely on their own strength to cross it.
But they can't manage it like me,
said the Zun-level beast in a despising way.
As expected, he's insane.
Imagine that, he can swallow the desolate chi of the Huang Sea,
whispered Xiong Qi.
But he's just a feudal beast.
Even I don't dare act so arrogant. Lin Feng glanced at Xiong Qi. Did he want to die there?
Lin Feng looked at the Zun-level beast. I could absorb all the chi, but it disrupted my energies.
My bestial consciousness stopped functioning properly as I brought about my own destruction,
said the Maharaga, becoming more gentle.
He knew that he had made a mistake.
The desolate chi destroyed my bestial consciousness. I lost my self-awareness, but I need someone to transmit my knowledge to, especially what I learnt about the desolate chi,
said the beast proudly. But, in the end, I managed to swallow the desolate chi and couldn't control it.
Therefore, my offspring will have to empty its bestial consciousness to absorb the desolate chi so that it doesn't mix with anything else.
Insane, what an insane ability, thought Xiong Qi. Absorbing the desolate chi to replace one's own chi? He was insane. No wonder he had died there.
But Xiong Qi also thought that the beast had done more than others because he had dared to do what others hadn't.
He had actually absorbed the desolate chi and made it his own, giving up one's own energies and replacing them with the desolate chi.
That beast had died because he had played with incredibly dangerous powers.
That chi wasn't easy to absorb.
A strong Zun-level beast had died because of it even.
Thank me, for I am giving you an unprecedented opportunity. If you succeed, you'll manage to use the desolate chi and could destroy many people. Of course, if your bestial consciousness isn't strong enough, don't even try it.
If you can't or don't dare, remember to pass on my memories to someone else, said the voice weakly before it disappeared.
The content of the beast's bestial consciousness slowly started to flow out. It was as if it was going to disappear. You and that beast are quite similar,
Lin Feng said to Xiong Qi.
The Maharaga, even after dying, didn't want the world to forget about him. He wanted to transmit his knowledge, an unprecedented opportunity. Bullshit, I have nothing to do with that insane beast,
said Xiong Qi, swearing. But I have to admit that if what he said is possible, it would be great.
Bestial consciousness can be used by talented beasts.
If human beings could also use godly awareness to absorb the desolate chi from the sea, they wouldn't need to be scared of crossing it either.
Lin Feng nodded. He understood.
If the Maharaga had managed to absorb the desolate chi, he didn't need to fear the sea anymore.
After staying silent for a few minutes, Lin Feng asked, "How can I use bestial consciousness? Can bestial consciousness only be used by animals?" "Why do you ask?" asked Xiong Qi, surprised.
I can use bestial strength, so can I use bestial consciousness? Lin Feng figured. Xiong Qi stared at Lin Feng. How could he have forgotten that Lin Feng had Linglong's precious chi? On top of that, it was holy celestial energy.
Are you talking about practicing animal cultivation, or are you talking about swallowing desolate energies? Asked Xiong Qi with a serious tone. Lin Feng was insane as well, it seemed.
Lin Feng nodded and said, Linglong's chi is a holy celestial energy. Her bestial consciousness must be incredibly powerful. It is not polluted at all, which means that I wouldn't need to replace the chi with the desolate chi, I could directly absorb it.
Linglong's holy celestial chi is incredibly powerful. whispered Xiongqi. Could Lin Feng do that?
Besides, Xiongqi had an animal body, it was easier for him to swallow the desolate qi. How can you be sure that the desolate energy won't corrode your body though and then destroy your pure qi? If your qi stops working properly, you'll die just like him. Animal energies and human energies are two separate things. He was a beast and swallowed the desolate energy which affected his other bestial energies. I'm different, there is nothing else in my bestial consciousness and it has nothing to do with my pure qi. If I try to use the desolate energy and it affects my body, then I will just have to put it back in my bestial consciousness and stop using it.
It won't affect my human body, replied Lin Feng. My actual problem is whether I can use bestial consciousness or not. Bestial consciousness could be used by powerful beasts, like godly awareness with human beings. Even though he had Ling Long's holy celestial qi, could he use bestial consciousness? Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng but didn't say anything. Tell me, is it possible or not? Asked Lin Feng. If Lin Feng couldn't use bestial consciousness, Xiongqi would have already insulted him. Xiongqi took a deep breath and said, human beings and animals all have a soul and a spirit created by the earth and sky. Their bodies are different though. Human beings practice cultivation in their own way. Animals have their ways too which they inherit from birth. A human being shouldn't be able to use animal strength, but for you, it's different because you have Shui Ling Long's energies. She gave you holy celestial qi so you have a very pure animal qi. If your bestial energy is powerful enough, you should be able to condense animal energies and use bestial consciousness. What you mean to say is that it's possible, right? Said Lin Feng with sharp lights in his eyes. People have done that in the past. You wouldn't be the first one, said Xiongqi, confirming Lin Feng's statement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969, Using Bestial Consciousness. Chapter 969, Using Bestial Consciousness. I can practice animal cultivation. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled with sharp lights. He had Meng Qing's holy celestial qi and should be able to use bestial consciousness and practice animal cultivation skills and techniques. How do I practice animal cultivation and use bestial consciousness? Asked Lin Feng. Prepare yourself to receive my thoughts, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng closed his eyes and a bright light penetrated into his forehead, between his eyes. Suddenly, he had an animal's memories. Lin Feng calmly received those transmissions. After a long time, he opened his eyes. To practice animal cultivation, he had to circulate animal strength everywhere in his body. Then, he had to use pure animal energy to open his bestial consciousness. Lin Feng looked at the Maharaja. His desolate qi had almost completely disappeared. Lin Feng grabbed his skeleton. It was a very powerful Zun-level beast, so his skeleton was a precious treasure. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged in the cave, started to cultivate. Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng and then left the cave. Lin Feng could try if he wished. If Lin Feng managed to use Ling Long's holy celestial energy to open his bestial consciousness, then he would benefit greatly. Lin Feng released Ling Long's holy celestial energy. Although Lin Feng could only release a little bit of it, it was still enough for him to use the empty space bestial illusion technique to create the snowy path illusion. If he could control it in its entirety, he would be able to carry out incredibly powerful bestial attacks. However, what he was able to use wasn't enough to open his bestial consciousness. He slowly released Ling Long's holy celestial qi. Even though he couldn't do it too fast, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Half a month later, Lin Feng was still in the cave. His holy celestial qi could fill up the whole cave now. Lin Feng's entire body was surrounded by holy celestial bestial qi. If other people had seen Lin Feng right now, they would have thought that he was a beast appearing in his human form. Between Lin Feng's eyes, a sharp bestial energy had appeared. That was where his godly awareness usually came from, but now, that was where his bestial consciousness was. He looked like a beast practicing cultivation. The pure snow qi turned into a vortex as he opened his bestial consciousness. Bestial qi rolled in the air and whistling sounds spread in the cave. Lin Feng's body started shaking. He grinded his teeth and made great efforts to control Ling Long's holy celestial energy. The vortex between his eyes turned into an animal awareness and absorbed the strength from his bestial qi with his third eye. Come out! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Pure celestial lights appeared and they were dazzling. Lin Feng could now control Ling Long's holy celestial qi at a new level. He controlled the energy to open his bestial consciousness. The atmosphere in the cave became calm again. He used Ling Long's holy celestial energy to absorb all the strength which had turned into holy celestial bestial consciousness.
The bestial consciousness was calmly floating around him. Linglong's energy was amongst the purest in the world.
It could also be used to absorb other bestial energies.
Lin Feng didn't forget what the Maharaja had taught him though.
He couldn't pollute his bestial consciousness with desolate qi.
Lin Feng started opening his bestial consciousness, but he didn't stop circulating his holy celestial qi. After a few days, Lin Feng couldn't control it any better than before, so he stopped practicing it. Seated cross-legged, he opened his eyes and now looked like a beast even more. He also slowly closed his third eye. Xiongqi came back inside the cave from the island. Lin Feng had really opened his bestial consciousness. He was just lucky that Linglong had given him her holy celestial qi though.
You're really going to try? Asked Xiongqi.
Yes.
Nodded Lin Feng.
He stood up and left the cave. After all that, Lin Feng had to try.
Xiongqi looked serious. He followed Lin Feng as they quickly arrived on the beach. It really wasn't pleasant to be next to that qi again.
Stay far away, otherwise your bestial consciousness won't stand it,
said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng nodded and opened his third eye. A vortex appeared as Lin Feng slowly started absorbing the qi of the sea using his third eye. It was painful at first. It was as if the desolate qi was trying to destroy Lin Feng's bestial consciousness, but Linglong's holy celestial bestial qi was extremely solid.
That desolate qi stayed inside and circulated quickly.
Xiongqi stared at Lin Feng nervously. Lin Feng opened his eyes again and nodded at Xiongqi, I can swallow it. Xiongqi was amazed and nodded in return. It was a very dangerous but beneficial ability. Lin Feng moved closer to the sea.
His bestial consciousness roared as it absorbed the desolate qi in an insane way.
The desolate qi seemed like it was going to tear apart Lin Feng's bestial consciousness.
Ordinary animals would die doing that.
The Maharaja could only do it because he was extremely strong and his bestial consciousness was very solid,
thought Lin Feng.
However, the Maharaja had swallowed too much and died trying. Linglong's holy celestial qi was releasing a powerful strength which protected the bestial consciousness and prevented the desolate qi from getting too aggressive. Lin Feng stopped and closed his bestial consciousness.
Xiongqi heard Lin Feng's bestial roar.
Lin Feng was now using his bestial consciousness to replace his bestial strength with the desolate qi. If Lin Feng managed to completely replace his animal strength with the desolate qi, he would never need to fear the Huang Sea again. He could cross it fearlessly.
Lin Feng remained motionless, almost like he was in a trance. Xiongqi observed him. Lin Feng was as insane as the Maharaja.
After a very long time, Lin Feng released some desolate qi. Xiongqi was astonished and even opened his huge mouth in awe.
Lin Feng could now release desolate qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 970, Fearless on the Huang Sea. Chapter 970, Fearless on the Huang Sea.
Xiongqi didn't need to give Lin Feng any more advice. Lin Feng knew what to do. Lin Feng wasn't going to play with his own life carelessly. He had put his pure qi, Buddha, and demonic energies aside in his body so they could remain calm. They couldn't mix with the desolate qi, just like the bestial qi. At the same time, the desolate qi invaded his whole body and it was very painful. However, Lin Feng's flesh was strong and he could withstand the pain. Lin Feng remained motionless as he continued practicing cultivation. He used his spirit and his Tian Shan stone to understand the desolate qi even more now. Slowly, his body could withstand the pain much better. Lin Feng did that for 10 days. He slowly absorbed the desolate qi and made it flow everywhere inside his body. Slowly, his bestial consciousness had its own strength, the strength of the desolate qi. It could stay there without any problems, it seemed. He still had the same issue as before though, it was difficult for his corporeal body to mix with the desolate qi. Lin Feng discovered that the more he understood the desolate qi with his bestial consciousness, the better his corporeal body could manage the pain. It was strange. Therefore, the more he understood the desolate qi, the more his body could resist the energy. It was like his body didn't consider the desolate qi as a foreign body anymore. However, it was increasingly more difficult to understand the desolate energy with each step. Understanding external energies naturally wasn't easy to do because they originated from outside their own body, and thus, different from the energies a cultivator or a beast already possessed.
Lin Feng continued absorbing desolate qi and continued walking towards the beach. He was getting so closer to the sea now. Xiongqi stopped. Although Lin Feng could tolerate the energy, Xiongqi couldn't.
Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng with some admiration.
What an incredible guy. He actually succeeded, thought Xiongqi. He thought about the Maharaga again. Bestial consciousness was everywhere in a beast's body, so if they absorbed the desolate chi, they died because it invaded their whole body. Lin Feng was different, his bestial consciousness was just a small part of his body. The most important fact was Lin Feng still had his godly awareness. If someday Lin Feng's bestial consciousness couldn't absorb desolate chi anymore and it spilled over, the consequences would be lethal. 7 days later, Lin Feng was already 500 meters away from the sea. Half a month later, Lin Feng was only 200 meters away from the sea. The wind made his clothes flutter. 1 month later, Lin Feng had both legs in the water and remained straight like a mountain. The desolate chi was blowing against his body, but it didn't affect him. Zhongqi was still sitting there motionlessly watching Lin Feng. Lin Feng had succeeded, he no longer feared the Huangxi anymore. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was knee-deep in the water. He released desolate chi, which was exactly the same as the chi of the Huangxi. I can take a few steps in, but I still can't cross the sea, I think. In the depths of the sea, the desolate energy is even more powerful, thought Lin Feng, sighing. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were going to start their recruitment process 3 months later. If Lin Feng didn't hurry, he would miss the recruitment process. Lin Feng took a few quick steps into the sea, which was now up to his belly. What are you doing? Asked Zhongqi, alarmed. Don't worry, I can do it, said Lin Feng without turning around. He continued walking into the sea. Very quickly, he had water up to his neck. Bastard! Lin Feng had almost completely submerged himself in the sea. Zhongqi was terribly nervous. If Lin Feng couldn't stand it, he would die without the time to regret. Lin Feng had completely disappeared in the water now. Zhongqi couldn't even sense Lin Feng's chi anymore, it was as if he had never been there. He looked at the sea and was still extremely nervous. Had Lin Feng died? Even most Zun cultivators didn't actually go that deep into the sea. After a long time, Zhongqi still couldn't see Lin Feng. Had something happened to him? Boom! At that moment, 1 kilometer away, a silhouette emerged out of the water and rose up in the air. He was absorbing incredible amounts of desolate chi with his third eye. Zhongqi looked at Lin Feng and then looked at his third eye. Then, Lin Feng closed his third eye, turned around and looked at Zhongqi. Lin Feng looked like an animal. Emperor, I can swim in the sea as I wish now. I can absorb as much desolate chi as I want and can hold it in my bestial consciousness, said Lin Feng, smiling like an animal. So many Zun cultivators would be envious. Lin Feng had done it. Idiot, be careful not to harm your bestial consciousness, said Zhongqi. Don't worry. The more I absorb, the stronger my holy celestial chi becomes, shouted Lin Feng excitedly. Desolate chi was his now. He was fearless. It's Ling Long's holy celestial spirit, Zhongqi thought. If Lin Feng didn't have Ling Long's holy celestial chi, he wouldn't have been able to do that. Lin Feng had managed to do what the Maharaga hadn't. Zhongqi watched as Lin Feng jumped into the sea again. He disappeared in the water and suddenly appeared somewhere else again. He was swimming in the sea, fearlessly. Zhongqi didn't need to worry about Lin Feng anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 971, Yang Clan and Xian Yuanshi. Chapter 971, Yang Clan and Xian Yuanshi. Dazzling lights appeared above the Huangxi as something crashed onto the island. Boom boom. A crater appeared and the island shook. Dust flew around. What was that? A beautiful girl appeared who looked like she wasn't in a good mood at all. Behind her were 2 young men who looked like her bodyguards. Come out, said the girl as a lifeboat appeared. It looked broken. The 2 young men looked at the boat and didn't appear happy either. Miss, you can't control it. Without protection layers, we can't go back to Ba Huang province. That boat can't even be used anymore anyways, said the 2 young men. Their eyes were twinkling as if they had been thinking about something. How could they go back to Ba Huang province? The girl looked depressed. They couldn't go back? Were they stuck on that island now? You're both useless, said the girl coldly. We need to go back within a month, no matter what. Miss, we can't protect ourselves against the chi of the Huangxi, how could we go back? We can only wait for the strong cultivators of the clan to find us, said one of the young men. Without abstruse energy, they couldn't go back. Wait for the clan to come and find us? The girl turned pale. She looked terribly annoyed. Do you know how vast the sea is? That island is completely empty. The clan will probably never find us either.
Well, what can we do, miss? Said one of the young men, looking annoyed as well.
We need to come up with a plan. I have to go back to Ba Huang province within a month,
said the girl coldly. The two young men glanced at each other as if they were thinking about the same thing. They stood up and slowly turned around, looking at the beautiful girl.
Eh?
The girl's body became rigid.
What did they want?
When you escaped, we informed the clan.
Maybe they will never find the island, but at least they will start looking for you, sooner or later,
said one of them coldly.
Besides, if we can't go back to Ba Huang province within a month and if the clan finds us someday, so what? Will you have us killed? Said the other one.
The girl slowly started taking a few steps back.
That's not what I mean.
I just hope we can find a solution to get back to the Ba Huang province, that's all, said the girl, looking nervous.
We know why you want to go back. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu will start their recruitment process in a month.
They want to make the Prince Xian Yuan leave the clan and get first place as a new imperial cultivation disciple, so that they can then ask your father for your hand. Then, the Xian Yuan and the Yang's blood could mix and the prince would have the opportunity to have imperial blood, said the guard while walking towards the girl and releasing his qi.
They could obtain your blood and become stronger.
It would be beneficial for all of you, especially if he gets first place at the recruitment process.
Then, they would ask for your hand.
Thanks to Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, they would get your hand easily. Besides, I heard that the prince wants to invite the two emperors to your wedding.
But if you disappear forever in the vast Huang Sea, the best they could do would be to start a war against the pirates of the island of the 9 dragons. Nobody would know where you are even then. However, we are ordinary cultivators. If we have sex with you, what benefits will we get? Said the two, smiling in a dark way.
The girl took another step back. She looked terrified.
If the clan knows about that, they will kill you. They will never find us here. Besides, maybe we'll die out here anyways. If you're not here, they will never find this place. You can give everything you have to us now, said the two evilly. Of course they feared the clan, but at that point, they didn't care about anything anymore. And having sex with the beautiful aristocratic young woman would be incredible.
On top of that, they would get her energies become stronger. From then on, they could practice cultivation, and if they were lucky, they would become strong enough to leave the island on their own and go back to Ba Huang province.
At that moment, one of them turned around and said coldly, "Did you hear that? There's someone else here. It's a pitiful cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. I wonder how he ended up here," said the other one. Lin Feng appeared. He had heard those people and he had recognized them from before. It was Miss Yang from the boat and her 2 bodyguards. They had escaped from the island of the 9 dragons with Miss Yang's lifeboat, but the strong cultivators who were able to protect her boat weren't there anymore. They had probably died on the island of the 9 dragons. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Interesting. That guy didn't die in the Huang Sea." The young woman also looked at Lin Feng but still didn't look happy. Lin Feng was too weak. He had only broken through to the second Tianqi layer, whereas the 2 bodyguards had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer each. One of them slowly walked towards Lin Feng. "You've been listening to us for a while and you didn't leave. Do you think that Miss Yang wants to have sex with you because she saved you last time?" said that person while laughing evilly. "Unfortunately, you are very weak. She would never have sex with a guy like you. However, she will like it when I'm on top of her. Slaves harassing aristocrats. You guys are audacious, but all in all, you're just slaves and you make me want to puke," said Lin Feng mockingly. That person looked surprised and said, "I almost forgot you had some special items, but don't forget that you're only a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. You can't do anything against us." Boom! That person released their qi. Lin Feng dodged the attack using his Xiaoyao agility technique. "You think you can escape?" said that person, moving with incredible speed. Lin Feng could hardly escape that cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. It seemed like a sword came out of Lin Feng's mouth. Boom! That person raised his fists and blocked the sword, and it immediately disappeared. Then, he continued chasing Lin Feng. "You want to die?" said Lin Feng coldly. He opened his third eye and released a green palace made of godly awareness. Eh? The enemy frowned. Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Tianqi layer but could already condense a palace, not bad. "You'll die anyways," said that person, opening his third eye as well. His godly awareness turned into a crescent moon-shaped blade. Die, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. He opened his other third eye and released some desolate chi. Boom! The enemy was stupefied. What was that? An animal eye? That was desolate chi. His internal organs twitched. He walked back, but it was too late. The desolate chi enveloped his body. He gave a horrible shriek as his body slowly turned into ashes and flew away in the wind. He was dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972, Deadly Lights. Chapter 972, Deadly Lights. A cultivator of the 6th Tian Chi layer had died in a flash. Then, Lin Feng recalled his desolate chi back into his bestial consciousness. Lin Feng had two third eyes now. When Lin Feng opened his third human eye to release his godly awareness, his opponent didn't think that Lin Feng could have a bestial third eye as well. Therefore, he didn't have time to react. After killing that person, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. The other bodyguard was already fighting the young woman who had broken through to the 3rd Tian Chi layer. Her clothes were already torn apart and her shoulders were visible. Eh? That person turned his head. When he saw that Lin Feng hadn't died, he frowned. What was going on? Where is my friend? That person released his godly awareness and looked around, but only Lin Feng was left. No need to look for him. He's dead, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. He's dead? The bodyguard was surprised. You killed him? As far as I know, there's nobody else on the island, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. His body was surrounded by bestial chi. The enemy looked perplexed. His friend was dead? His friend had died from a cultivator of the 2nd Tian Chi layer? It looks like I made a mistake. You're hiding your real cultivation level, right? Said that person after remaining silent for a few seconds. Lin Feng was smiling. After all, he had used incredible powers to allow people get onto the pirate's boat. Now, he had killed his friend of the 6th Tian Chi layer. Therefore, Lin Feng could only be hiding his real cultivation level. He couldn't possibly be of the 2nd Tian Chi layer. The young woman actually thought the same as well. Help me kill him, said the girl to Lin Feng. Shut the hell up, shouted the bodyguard furiously. He then looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Your Excellency, you don't know who that girl is. She is from the northern part of Ba Huang province. She belongs to one of the biggest imperial clans, the Yangshi clan. They are very powerful and have a very strong blood. If you have sex with her, you can make your own blood become much stronger. If you agree, you can go ahead first. What do you think? Lin Feng looked at the girl. She was so beautiful. Her skin was silky white. She was very sexy and she definitely had a strong blood. Any man would be aroused by looking at her. Lin Feng had seen how the captain of the Purple Jade ship respected her, therefore, he knew that she had a very high social status. Her clan probably had very strong Zun cultivators. The girl looked at Lin Feng. She seemed scared. The situation looked really bad for her. If Lin Feng didn't care, she would have no way to stop those two men. Help me, said the girl, sounding fragile. She was begging Lin Feng. Your Excellency, you are very talented. If your blood becomes stronger on top of it, you will become unstoppable, added the bodyguard. I have to admit that you convinced me, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile, slowly walking towards the girl. She was suddenly petrified as she looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Your Excellency, you're very smart. Such a beautiful and rich girl, you will enjoy it, said the bodyguard with an evil smile, looking at Lin Feng slowly walking towards her. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of the young woman. She grinded her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. She was disgusted. Snowflakes appeared in the air. Such a beautiful girl, you first, you're dreaming, shouted a voice furiously. Energies emerged behind Lin Feng. Boom boom. However, that strength didn't reach Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng wasn't there. However, at the same time, Lin Feng had already released his own incredible energies. Die, said Lin Feng, punching the air in his enemy's direction. He didn't realize that Lin Feng would act so fast, like lightning. The enemy was propelled backwards. He thought about the fact that Lin Feng could attack him before, so had taken a step back just in case. He looked at Lin Feng, surprised. Moving back was useless. It even seemed like he wasn't moving at all. Piss off. The snowy tunnel was shaking violently now as the enemy raised his hands.
The chi hadn't disappeared yet when a gigantic mountain appeared and started falling on top of him. That mountain contained the strength of the earth and sky. That cultivator of the 6th Tian Chi layer could barely breathe. He continued running backwards, but it wasn't working. He was in an illusion. The mountain crashed onto his body as the entire illusion shook. "Bastard!" shouted the bodyguard. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Crackling sounds spread in the air, the bodyguard's bones were cracking. "Stop, Your Excellency, please stop!" shouted that person. However, Lin Feng ignored him and continued attacking. Boom, boom, boom. The earth and sky were still shaking violently, and so was the snowy tunnel. The bodyguard was already crawling on the ground. The girl looked at Lin Feng as if he were a Zun cultivator, a god. His attacks were too powerful. "Stop," begged the bodyguard. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. Why would he stop? That person attacked him by surprise. Lin Feng wouldn't let him off. His Tian Xian stone turned into a mountain and fell on him. Crevices appeared in the ground as blood splashed everywhere. Lin Feng finally stopped attacking and his Tian Xian stone disappeared. The enemy was dead, crushed, his organs had exploded everywhere. "Attacking me by surprise, eh?" said Lin Feng coldly. He turned around and walked towards the young woman. She still looked scared. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, gently stretching his hand towards the girl. She looked at him carefully and grabbed his hand. Lin Feng shook his hand, a robe appeared and he put it on the woman. "You need to heal your wounds first." The girl didn't look scared anymore. Lin Feng took her to a cave where the desolate chi was weak and where it was better to recover. "Heal first," said Lin Feng, and then he left. He saw Qiong Qi outside looking at the broken boat. "What are you thinking?" asked Lin Feng, but Qiong Qi ignored him. After a long time, he looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, "Little boy, you're lucky. That boat isn't completely broke, I can repair it." Lin Feng was surprised. "You mean that?" "What I mean is that we can leave the island." Qiong Qi smiled. That little boy was quite lucky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 973, Ba Huang Province. Chapter 973, Ba Huang Province. We can leave. Lin Feng couldn't believe it at first, but then a smile gradually appeared on his face. He felt so relieved and breathed in deeply. "Emperor, let's do it now then," said Lin Feng, smiling. Qiong Qi nodded and said, "Give me some time. Besides, if I repair that boat, we need the girl to remove her connection to the boat. So she will have to give it up. You should go inform her about that. Me?" Then, Qiong Qi added, "If I fix that boat, we can't give it back to her. It will be yours. It's good for your safety as well. In Ba Huang Province, you will often face dangerous situations, and possessing a variety of items may just save you." Lin Feng remained silent. He had to agree that having a boat might just be a good idea. "I'll talk to her," said Lin Feng. The girl had helped him a few times. If she hadn't been there to talk to the captain of the Purple Jade ship, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would have come aboard and killed him. Now, her two bodyguards tried to rape and kill her, and now Lin Feng would take her boat. That must not have been fun for her. Lin Feng went to see the girl. Qiong Qi looked at Lin Feng from the back, his eyes were twinkling. He hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, but he knew that Lin Feng was a sensitive person. That attitude might hurt him in this world of cultivation. The girl had broken the boat and Lin Feng had saved her. If they fixed her boat, keeping it was absolutely normal. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, Qiong Qi would have immediately removed the girl's connection to the boat without asking. Lin Feng arrived in the cave. The woman who was healing herself opened her eyes and asked indifferently, "Is something wrong?" "I came to talk to you about your boat. We can fix it." The girl was surprised and said, "Really?" "Yes," nodded Lin Feng. "Please fix it, I'll be so grateful." "I will fix it, but we need to remove your connection to the boat," said Lin Feng. The girl frowned but understood what Lin Feng meant. She nodded, "All right, if you can fix it and take me back to Ba Huang Province, you can keep it." "All right. Continue healing yourself," said Lin Feng as he left again. 3 days later, Lin Feng was swimming in the river. He jumped out of the water and went to the center of the island. There were abstruse energies surrounding the boat now. "Yan Di, did you fix the boat?" asked Lin Feng.
It's your boat now, you just have to learn how to control it, you'll know if it's fixed then," said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng released his awareness and the boat gradually became bigger. "Such a boat must be incredibly expensive,"
whispered Lin Feng.
That boat had probably been created by an incredible cultivator. It required knowledge in certain crafts and illusion spells.
Of course.
To create such a boat, a cultivator needs to be strong, physically and mentally,"
said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng nodded and made the boat become even larger. "That boat works on abstruse crystals and it consumes a lot of them. So be prepared."
"I understand,"
said Lin Feng, nodding. At that moment, someone's voice came from behind them.
Xiongqi and Lin Feng turned around and saw the young woman. "You fixed it?"
Her eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Tianqi layer, so she didn't believe it. She was convinced he was hiding his cultivation level. He had probably just broken through to the fourth or fifth Tianqi layer, but he was able to defeat cultivators of the sixth Tianqi layer. The most surprising part was that Lin Feng, with the strength of the Tianqi layer, had managed to fix the boat.
Even some Zun cultivators wouldn't have managed to fix it. "I have some tools which allowed me to fix it," said Lin Feng.
He couldn't tell her Xiongqi had fixed it.
Nobody could know about Xiongqi's secrets. Even though the young woman didn't really understand, she couldn't ask much.
Lin Feng had secrets and that would have to be normal.
"Thank you for saving me. My name is Yang Ziyi.
You know who I am, I belong to the Yangshi clan from the northern part of the Bahuang province.
I hope you can take me home safely,"
said the young woman to Lin Feng.
"My name is Lin Feng. You helped me too,"
said Lin Feng, nodding.
"I'm going to Bahuang province as well. We can go together."
"Alright, we need to be careful though because the pirates are still looking for me."
"We won't necessarily encounter them, but still. Once we're in Bahuang province, we'll be safe because the pirates won't go there."
"Who are those pirates?
Do they want to mix their blood with yours too? They even prepared an ambush to kidnap you?" asked Lin Feng.
He had sent Tang Yu and the others to the island of the Nine Dragons. He was wondering if they were okay. The pirates consider themselves as the rulers of the Huang Sea. Some traders also go to the island of the Nine Dragons to do business there. They have precious treasures and the sea is so vast that it is difficult to find them.
They want to kill me because some things happened between my clan and them.
But they also want to mix their blood with mine, you are right,"
explained Yang Ziyi. "The pirates just seemed like a normal group of influence, they didn't seem to be evil or anything. Hopefully, Yu and Jun Mo she shouldn't have any problems with them. Were they in Bahuang province already?"
Lin Feng hoped his friends were all right.
"Let's go,"
said Lin Feng as they jumped onto the boat. The boat was surrounded by abstruse energies as it crossed the sea with incredible speed. Lin Feng looked around and felt tiny in the middle of that sea. He also felt like he was still too weak. They continued sailing. There was no storm and no pirates in sight. 7 days later, land was in sight.
It was Bahuang province.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 974, The Yang's Clan. Chapter 974, The Yang's Clan. Bahuang province. We finally arrived.
Lin Feng turned around and looked at the sea. It felt like a dream having finally arrived.
"Finally, I'm back," whispered Yang Ziyi.
"What a terrible journey.
The storm, the pirates, the bodyguards. Where do you want to go?" Yang Ziyi asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds.
He didn't know Bahuang province.
He had never been there.
He also didn't know where Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were organizing their recruitment process. Lin Feng remembered what Yang Ziyi's servants had said about the prince who wanted to rank first at the recruitment process and about inviting the two emperors to their wedding.
"I have no idea. Where are you going?" asked Lin Feng, smiling.
Yang Ziyi looked at Lin Feng and nodded. "Alright, you can come with me."
"I'm going home." "Thanks,"
said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Feng turned off the abstruse chi of the boat. No need to waste abstruse crystals if they weren't sailing anymore.
That boat was incredibly precious, it was even faster than Zun-level beasts.
Considering the fact that human beings could barely catch up with Zun-level beasts in terms of speed, it was almost impossible for human beings to catch up with such a precious boat. The Yang clan was famous in the northern part of Bahuang province. They were amongst the most powerful groups of the region and were located in Tianyuan City. A boat streaked across the sky towards the Yangshi clan's territory in Tianyuan City.
An illusion boat, must be the Yang clan, thought many people when they saw the boat in the sky.
Zhongqi was lying down on the boat as he talked to Lin Feng using telepathy. Little boy, you should drop her off here, there's no need to take her home.
Lin Feng looked at Zhongqi and asked, is there a problem? Are you acting dumb because she's beautiful? Just take her down here.
We're already at their gate, said Zhongqi nonchalantly.
What the hell? Said Lin Feng.
He then said, we're here already and I want to stay with her so that we can go to the Imperial Cultivation Disciple meeting together. Zhongqi looked at Lin Feng in a despising way and said, keep dreaming then.
But, put me away, I don't want to stay with you guys.
Lin Feng didn't understand, but he put Zhongqi back in the animal tower. After a short time, Lin Feng and Yang Ziyi arrived in front of a palace. It was a simple palace though, it didn't look like the palace a prestigious clan would have.
However, Yang Ziyi said it was her home. Let's go down, said Yang Ziyi.
Lin Feng made the boat go down and they landed in front of a big closed gate.
Lin Feng didn't understand why they landed there. Yang Ziyi walked to the gate and put her hand on it.
In a flash, the door opened itself silently and a large road appeared. That was an illusion then, the buildings Lin Feng had seen from above weren't the same as when the door was open.
It looked like its own small world. We're here. Let's go in, said Yang Ziyi.
She looked like an aristocratic young woman again, she didn't want to show other people she had gone through any hardships. Lin Feng followed her. There were positive vibes in that territory, and Lin Feng felt good.
What a pleasant pure chi of the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng.
The buildings weren't gigantic, but they had a very pleasant chi and the architecture looked nice. That was the world of strong and rich cultivators. It seemed like many clans used small worlds, like Shingon. Several people landed next to Yang Ziyi and bowed in front of her. Miss, you finally came back.
We heard that you were in danger in the Huang Sea, so we sent some people. Did they find you? The leader of the clan is really worried.
Lin Feng was amazed. All those people were Zun cultivators. The Xiaoyao sect or Shingon couldn't compete, just these cultivators. I'm sorry, I'm going to see him now to give him some news, said Yang Ziyi in a low voice. She was trying to remain calm though and not show her emotions.
Yes, said those people.
They looked at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng feel uncomfortable.
But they didn't do or say anything.
After a few hours, they arrived in front of a beautiful palace.
The landscape was incredible. Yang Ziyi came back, said a young man with blue clothes.
He smiled at her and said, I heard that you were in danger.
I'm happy you're back, safe and sound. I hate those pirates.
The young man seemed furious when he talked about the pirates. I'm going to see the leader and tell him the pirates actually attacked you, they should all be killed,
said someone else.
All those young men showed how furious they were. They all wanted to kill the pirates.
Sorry for having made you all worry,
said Yang Ziyi with a gentle yet merely polite smile. She wanted to put distance between her and those people.
Those young men were all incredible.
The Yangshi clan was also very prestigious.
Showing the Yangshi clan that they were worried was a good way to be noticed. They were also all single and were all trying to get close with Yang Ziyi. I'm going to see the leader. See you, said Yang Ziyi smiling. Everybody nodded at her politely. Yang Ziyi turned around and said to Lin Feng, wait for me here.
All right, said Lin Feng nodding. He wasn't used to the traditional rules of courtesy in such high-class clans. Make Master Lin Feng feel at home, said Yang Ziyi to the servants before going into the palace. After she left, the young men carefully observed Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 975, Deadly Silver Wings.
Chapter 975, Deadly Silver Wings. Many people wanted to marry the members of the Yangshi clan to mix their blood with theirs. Many people heard about the Xian Yuan Shi prince.
His goal was to marry Yang Ziyi, which made other people feel dispirited.
The only way to conquer her heart was to make her fall in love. Using violence or power was impossible, it seemed. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng enviously in the garden around the palace.
Yang Ziyi and Lin Feng seemed quite close when they arrived together.
He was young and handsome, but in the world of cultivation, the most important thing was still strength. Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Tian Qi layer. How could Yang Ziyi be friends with him?
Where are you from? I've never seen you before, said the young man with blue clothes while smiling. He was smiling obsequiously.
His name is Lin Feng, so he's probably from the Lin clan in the northern part of Bahuang. I heard that Lin Ruotian was the leader of the Lin clan's army.
Who are you compared to Lin Ruotian? Asked someone else.
After all, if Lin Feng was friends with Yang Ziyi, he could only be a member of a rich and powerful family. Lin Feng remained speechless. He found it funny that there was a Lin clan in Bahuang.
I'm not a member of that clan and I don't know Lin Ruotian,
said Lin Feng, shaking his head.
You're not?
The crowd was very surprised.
Are you joking? How did you get to know Yang Ziyi then? Asked the young man in blue clothes. We met accidentally while traveling and finished our trip together. Do I have to be a member of the Lin clan to meet someone while traveling? Said Lin Feng, annoyed. You're really not a member of the Lin clan?
The young men glanced at each others.
We'll see if you're not,
said a young man with silver clothes coldly. He walked forwards and released energies. 2 gigantic silver wings appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. The young man with the silver wings was smiling. Indeed, they would quickly see if Lin Feng was lying or not. If he was a member of the Lin clan, he would use the special abilities of the Lin clan.
Lin Feng was surprised, those guys were rough.
He had been invited by the Yang Ziyi and people attacked him as soon as she left him.
It seemed like hospitality was different in these settings. Dazzling silver lights hurt people's eyes and sharp sounds invaded the atmosphere.
Slash, slash. Lin Feng released a sharp sword energy towards the silver wings.
Gotcha. Metallic sounds spread in the air.
Lin Feng's sword energies were destroyed by the silver wings and continued moving towards him. Lin Feng jumped backwards and the young man with silver clothes smiled coldly. He moved his hands and the silver wings moved towards Lin Feng even faster. Your Excellency, I told you I am not a member of the Lin clan, no need to act that way,
shouted Lin Feng while jumping backwards.
The cultivator with silver wings had the strength of the 5th Tianqi layer.
If you're not, then I can kill you,
said the young man with an indifferent smile. His silver lights were dazzling.
If you're not, then I can kill you?
Lin Feng was furious. He released Sword Intent, which emitted whistling sounds. Level 7 Sword Intent. The crowd was surprised. A cultivator of the 2nd Tianqi layer had a level 7 Sword Intent, impressive. You're not a member of the Lin clan, said the young man with silver clothes.
The members of the Lin clan weren't sword cultivators.
Since Lin Feng had a level 7 Sword Intent, he was a real sword cultivator. The others thought the same, he wasn't a member of the Lin clan.
Level 7 Sword Intent, so what? You'll die anyway,
said the attacker coldly. He condensed more silver sword energies and instilled them in his silver wings. At the same time, he released his spirit, 2 gigantic dazzling wings. Every part of his body seemed as sharp as a blade. Silver wing spirit, fast, sharp, scary,
thought the other young men.
Even without using his spirit, that guy could kill Lin Feng, but using his spirit was safer, and on top of that, that was a good opportunity to show everyone how strong he was. Lin Feng was starting to feel nervous, that was a strong spirit. But Lin Feng knew cultivators in Bahuang province were even crueler than those from his homeland.
He was prepared to see many cultivators with strong spirits. Your Excellency, I am a guest here. Attacking me is not very respectful, said Lin Feng. The young man smiled and looked at Lin Feng in a despising way. Do you think they don't know we're fighting?
Lin Feng was astonished. Since the beginning, the Yangshi clan knew they were fighting.
They were strong and powerful. He had seen Zun cultivators pick up Yang Ziyi at the door.
The Yangshi clan didn't care about such battles because it had nothing to do with them.
If Lin Feng got killed, so what? If he was weak, dying was inevitable.
While Lin Feng was fighting, Yang Ziyi was in a room in the depths of the palace. An old man was sitting on a throne. He looked at her and asked, "Who's the young man who came with you?"
His name is Lin Feng. We met in the middle of the Huang Sea,
said Yang Ziyi respectfully.
She didn't look as proud as a moment before.
You had troubles in the middle of the sea. After that we lost contact.
What happened? Asked the old man. Great-grandfather, the pirates chased me. They wanted to kill me.
My servants almost all got killed trying to protect me. Later on, 2 of my servants and I escaped and the boat broke.
We ended up on an island and we were stuck there for a few days. Yang Ziyi smiled wryly.
It was her fault if the boat had broken. She wouldn't have thought that the pirates would send Zun cultivators to kill her.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 976, with freezing irony and burning satire. Chapter 976, with freezing irony and burning satire. The boat broke and you ended up on an island in the middle of nowhere. Ze, how did you manage to come back? Did a powerful group rescue you?
Asked the old man coldly. He was furious at the pirates.
I met Lin Feng. I was alone with the 2 bodyguards who betrayed me. They wanted to rape and kill me.
Lin Feng killed them both and fixed the boat,
said young Ziyi.
The old man frowned. He looked outside with his awareness but surprisingly didn't care about Lin Feng. He's not an amazing fighter, but he managed to fix the boat. Show me the boat, said the old man.
Young Ziyi didn't know what to say, she remained silent. What's wrong? Asked the old man.
Lin Feng fixed the boat and saved me, but in exchange, he wanted to keep the boat,
said young Ziyi in a low voice.
The old man frowned and suddenly looked angry.
How dare he steal our items?
Great-grandfather, that boat was broken, I didn't care about it anymore and I was stuck on the island.
Lin Feng managed to fix it and save me. Giving him that wrecked boat is not big deal when you look at it that way, explained young Ziyi. Humph, why did he come here with you?
Asked the old man coldly.
I don't know, said young Ziyi shaking her head.
Everybody wants to marry you to mix their blood with ours.
You're extremely beautiful. In the northern part of Bahuang province, everybody is interested in you,
the old man reminded her.
Yang Ziyi remained silent.
Lin Feng had saved her, but he had obtained a boat, that was great already.
Now, he had come with her to her clan. Why?
Great-grandfather, he saved me after all. Give him the boat and a few abstruse crystals, I owe him that at the very least,
said young Ziyi. Ziyi, you are too generous,
said a young man coming inside.
That young man was handsome and looked like young Ziyi. It was her elder brother, Yang Zilan. The old man looked at young Zilan and smiled. Zilan, Ziyi is right, since he saved Ziyi, we can't let anything happen to him.
Give him some abstruse crystals and ask him to leave.
Great-grandfather, I understand, said young Zilan. He looked at young Ziyi and said, Ziyi, let's go.
All right. The siblings left and saw the young man with the silver wings. He wanted to kill Lin Feng.
Brother Junluo, stop, said young Zilan.
He turned around and recalled his spirit.
You're lucky, if Zilan hadn't intervened, I would have killed you,
said the young man mockingly.
Lin Feng nodded at young Ziyi. He had saved young Ziyi and brought her back home, safe and sound.
He had helped her a lot. However, being friends with her seemed too inconvenient. It was better for him to leave. Yang Ziyi acted as if she hadn't seen Lin Feng at all, which made Lin Feng's smile turn rigid.
Brother Lin, I've heard about you. Thank you for helping my little sister.
You can consider the boat as a gift, besides, here are a few abstruse crystals as a gift.
Thank you. Yang Zilan gave a ring to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was surprised, but took the ring. He felt uncomfortable.
The boat could be considered as a gift as well? What did he mean by considered?
Lin Feng had fixed the boat, could he give it back after fixing it?
Could he have brought young Ziyi back if he hadn't fixed it? Besides, what were those crystals about? Were they asking him to leave? Young Ziyi looked cold and detached, even emotionless. Lin Feng understood. Brother Zilan, what is that boat story about? Asked someone.
Zilan smiled indifferently and said, My little sister was in danger in the middle of the Huang Sea. Brother Lin helped her, but asked for her boat in exchange. He also brought her back home, safe and sound. We can't be mean to him, so the boat and the abstruse crystals are a gift to express our gratefulness.
Hee, I see. That's empathy, helping people, and stealing their items,
said the young man in silver clothes mockingly. He came here only to steal the items of the Yang clan, said all the young men mockingly.
Lin Feng looked at young Ziyi and said, Is that what you think or is that what he thinks? Young Ziyi looked at him and said, Lin Feng, thank you for having taken me back. Please take the abstruse crystals and leave. Hee, I understand, said Lin Feng.
He felt ridiculous for acting so nice. He threw the ring away and said, You can keep your abstruse crystals.
Yang Zilan caught the ring with the crystals.
Then, he frowned and said, If that's not enough, tell me what else you need.
Nothing,
said Lin Feng indifferently.
Humph, are those crystals not enough for having saved my sister? Could it be that you're a bit too greedy?
said Yang Zilan while groaning coldly.
So you think your sister's life is worth a few abstruse crystals? How ridiculous,
said Lin Feng indifferently.
He turned around and left.
I hope that if I'm in trouble someday, you'll be there to help.
I'm leaving for now, I hope you don't mind.
Brother Lin, we don't mind you leaving, but please accept the abstruse crystals.
Refusing a gift is impolite, said Yang Zilan. Who was Lin Feng to ask them if a life was worth a few crystals? Yang Zilan threw the ring at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng suddenly turned around, condensed chi in his hand and grabbed the ring.
He looked at Yang Ziyi and her brother and said, "All right then, I'll take it. I'm off now."
After that, Lin Feng disappeared in the crowd. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng coldly. After a few minutes, he calmed down, smiled at the crowd and said, "Let's be happy, everyone."
Zilan, you're too nice.
You even gave him abstruse crystals.
He helped Ziyi after all. Now, he's got her boat too, I'm not happy about that,
said Yang Zilan indifferently. The young men looked at him.
Yang Zilan continued, Ziyi loved her boat. What a pity. Brother, I have something to do. See you later, said the young man with blue clothes as he left. Me too. Let's go together, said the young man with silver clothes.
Very quickly, the young men left.
Yang Zilan smiled in a cold way. Brother, what are you doing, said Yang Zilan.
The young men were all smart. They knew what Yang Zilan wanted. Now Lin Feng was in danger.
Ziyi, he doesn't care about you, why would we need to be polite? Said Yang Zilan.
Then, he sat down on a stone bench and said coldly, how could he steal our treasures?
He looked furious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 977, Yan Di going insane. Chapter 977, Yan Di going insane.
Lin Feng felt relieved as he arrived outside. He had Xiong-Chi come out.
Xiong-Chi glanced around and smiled, what? Are you going through hard times? You told me not to go there. Did you know what was going to happen? Asked Lin Feng.
You just need to use your brain. In this world, if you're weak, nobody respects you.
You're not as strong as those people.
Even if you saved Yang Ziyi, going in with her was a mistake.
People will think you expect something from them. On top of that, you already had her boat, whispered Xiong-Chi.
Lin Feng was too naive. He didn't expect anything from her, he just wanted to be friends and go to Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu with her.
What was the problem? Lin Feng didn't understand. In the world of cultivation, weak cultivators were bullied.
Only the strong were respected. You should have explained those things to me earlier,
said Lin Feng. You're still growing up. You have to learn from your mistakes, said Xiong-Chi. What if I had died? Are you not worried about me? Impossible. You saved Yang Ziyi, that's a fact. You were perfectly safe there. They wouldn't attack you themselves or let people kill you. If they wanted to kill you, they would do it secretly. You're mean, Emperor, said Lin Feng.
Xiong-Chi was old and smart.
He knew more things than him. Call me Yan Di, said Xiong-Chi.
Lin Feng looked at him and remembered that he was an emperor who had turned into an old beast. Letting Xiong-Chi act arrogantly and proud was the least he could do.
Xiong-Chi sighed and said, some people are following you. I know, not just one or two, said Lin Feng. How shameless. He saved Yang Ziyi and now they were chasing him. What did they want? To kill him? Lin Feng ran to the city center of Tianyuan City very quickly. Many people sensed the wind from his quick movements. The ones chasing Lin Feng were fast as well. 5 people were following him and they weren't trying to hide. Lin Feng could sense their energies.
They were implicitly telling him that they weren't scared. Besides, those people were all stronger than him. Lin Feng wasn't running at full speed so those young men could easily catch up with him if they wanted, but they didn't. They kept a distance between him and them. They are waiting until you end up in a place where there aren't too many people. Don't do something stupid. When you see a big crowd, stop there, said Xiong-Chi. He understood what those kind of people thought. All right, nodded Lin Feng. He then ran towards a crowd. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived on a public square. There were many palaces and people were everywhere. This looks like a good spot, said Lin Feng with a smile. Those who were following him frowned. They arrived in the crowd too and released energies to oppress Lin Feng. Die. The one with silver clothes moved very quickly and arrived in front of Lin Feng. He opened his silver wings and attacked. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved back with the wind. However, the silver wings reached him and tore apart his clothes. Lin Feng stopped. They wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. There were people everywhere, but they didn't care, they just glanced at them. Battles in the middle of the street were normal in Tianyuan City. Was it the Yang clan who sent you to kill me to prevent secrets from being disclosed? Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Everybody heard him in the public square. Yang clan? Prevent secrets from being disclosed? What Yang clan was Lin Feng talking about? There was only one Yang clan in Tianyuan City, the Yangshi clan. Lin Feng's question drew many people's attention. Was he really talking about the Yang clan from Tianyuan City? How could the Yang clan send people to kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer? Zhou Junluo, that Zhou Junluo from the Zhou clan. He's been interested in Yang Ziyi for a long time, said someone who recognized the young man with silver clothes. Many people were whispering. That's Jiang Ning, he was staying at the Yangs these days, said some people who also recognized the young man with blue clothes. Many people recognized those 5 young men. They belonged to large and rich families. Even though their clans weren't as strong as the Yang clan, they were rich and powerful. However, why were those 5 strong cultivators chasing a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer? Bzzz. A silver light flickered and a fireball exploded. Roasted wings, my new specialty, said Xiongqi, spitting out a fireball at the silver wings. Slash, the silver wings were burning from Xiongqi's flames and started melting. I'll increase the temperature, said Xiongqi with a cold smile and spat out more flames. Zhou Junluo was fearless, he ran forwards as if the fire couldn't harm him. But at that moment, he frowned, a dark red fire appeared which contained a terrifying strength. Piss off. The silver wings moved towards the dark red fire, however, crackling sounds spread in the air as the silver wings burnt even more rapidly. The fire continued moving towards him. Zhou Junluo frowned and ran back. At the same time, Xiongqi swallowed his fire back. The fire disappeared as if it never existed. Eh? The crowd was surprised. A Tian-level beast had made Zhou Junluo flinch. Even though Xiongqi was only a Tian-level beast, his fire was incredible, especially that dark red fire. Was that fire his own? Ancient beasts were, as expected, very strong. You're all annoying. My buddy just had fun with a girl, why try to kill him? Said Xiongqi. The crowd was astonished. Zhou Junluo was petrified too, had fun with a girl? Bastard! Lin Feng was angry and swore at Xiongqi using telepathy. I'm helping you. You saved a girl because you're a nice guy and people want to kill you because of that? We should make them even angrier. You're furious, I'm furious too, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was furious indeed. If those people had just insulted him, no problem, but those people are shameless. He saved a young woman and they tried to kill him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 978, Mad Words. Chapter 978, Mad Words. Stupid animal. How dare you pronounce such words here? Said Zhou Junluo furiously. That Tian-level beast actually ruined Yang Ziye's reputation. Everybody would hear about that, what a humiliation for the Yang clan. Well, why are you chasing my buddy then? To kill him? You're pathetic. My buddy rescued Yang Ziyi from an island in the middle of the Huang Sea. They found each other attractive and had sex, so what? Don't hate him for that. We just paid a visit to the Yangs, we left 20 minutes ago and you're already chasing him, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was petrified. What was Xiongqi doing? Emperor, said Lin Feng using telepathy. Xiongqi interrupted him and said, Don't worry, little boy. I'm the one who asked you to travel the world with me. I won't let anything happen to you. I guarantee I will bring you back safe and sound. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Was Xiongqi suffering from the side effects of some drug or what? Why was he going insane in Bahuang province? Stupid animal, bastard, you're tarnishing Ziye's reputation. The 5 young men were furious. You're the animals. You're acting like slaves because you want to have sex with young Ziyi. But you know what? She doesn't give a shit about you guys, you're just dirty little animals. At most, she would be willing to have you as slaves," said Xiongqi while staring at those 5 people intensely. When he saw how furious they looked, he said, "Attack, kill us, nobody will know what happened on the island then." Chou Junluo and the others' faces turned deathly pale. They were wondering if it was the truth. Killing Lin Feng and Xiongqi was difficult now. If they killed them both to prevent a secret from being disclosed, Yang Ziya's reputation would be ruined. People would think it was true. On top of that, Yang Ziyi wouldn't be that grateful, and even worse, they would never be able to marry her. Xiongqi was willing to say anything. Lin Feng looked at them and glanced at Xiongqi. Xiongqi's game had turned dangerous. "What are you guys doing here?" At that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi had appeared. Yang Ziyi pulled a long face. Lin Feng and Xiongqi had surprisingly tarnished her reputation. However, Yang Zilan was smiling gently as if nothing had happened. "Brother Lin, I wouldn't have thought Junluo and the others would be angry at you because of the boat." "Please don't be angry," said Yang Zilan. He then added, "Brother Lin helped rescue Ziyi and took her back. We're infinitely grateful. We gave a boat to Lin Feng to express our gratefulness. How dare you attack Brother Lin without our consent?" When the crowd heard that, they remained silent. They were still wondering if Lin Feng had actually had sex with Yang Ziyi. Lin Feng looked at Yang Zilan indifferently. He was a good actor, he even remained calm and nice. That was admirable. By saying that, people would think that because he asked Yang Ziyi for her boat, the others were attacking him. "Brother Yang, he's insolent and shameless. If you want to give him your boat, fine, but we won't let him off," said Chou Junluo. He didn't know what to say, so he just tried to imply that Lin Feng had, indeed, asked for the boat because he was greedy. Lin Feng felt annoyed. Those rich kids were annoying and evil. "You see? The Yang clan doesn't care about you having saved Yang Ziyi, you don't need to be polite," said Xiongqi to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng remained calm and even smiled indifferently. Many people were evil in the world. He had to get used to it. They weren't the only ones, many people would be like that in the future. "Master Yang, Miss Yang," said Lin Feng while smiling. The siblings were surprised, but looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Yang Zilan said, "Are you alright, Brother Lin? May I ask you a few questions?" asked Lin Feng. "Please do not hesitate," said Yang Zilan very politely. "I want to ask Miss Yang something," said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. He then asked Yang Ziyi, "Please tell me if I'm wrong, your boat broke and you ended up on that deserted island, then your servants betrayed you and almost raped you. They even attacked you, right?" "Indeed. They didn't rape me though," said Yang Ziyi. "They didn't, indeed. But you were injured. Do you know why they didn't rape you though?" asked Lin Feng. "You saved me," said Yang Ziyi. "Indeed. I saved you," said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng had saved Yang Ziyi from being raped by her own people. The news would spread around the city quickly. "Let me ask you something else. Have I ever been mean or disrespectful to you?" "Never, of course," said Yang Ziyi. Lin Feng smiled. With that question, he was already showing others that he hadn't tarnished her reputation. "Well, your boat was broken, so how did you come back?" asked Lin Feng. Yang Ziyi was annoyed but still replied, "You fixed my boat and took me back, but..." "Thank you for exposing the truth, Miss Yang," said Lin Feng. He slowly turned around and looked at Yang Zilan. "I want to ask you, Master Yang. If I hadn't been there, what would have happened to Miss Yang after her boat broke? Would she have been able to come back at all?" "Brother Lin, the Yang clan will always remember what you've done for Ziyi," said Yang Zilan in a gentle way. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I could have fixed the boat and abandoned Miss Yang on the island. I could have left alone with the boat and Miss Yang would still be on the island. I didn't do that though, I took her back. Since I fixed the boat, isn't it normal that I keep it?" "Of course," said Yang Zilan with a gentle and warm smile. He already wanted to kill Lin Feng deep inside though. He couldn't bear hearing his voice anymore. "Is that so? But it's not what you said before," said Lin Feng coldly. He then said mockingly, "I took Miss Yang back, I was attacked, then you said I was the one who asked to have to the boat. Then you made me leave by giving me abstruse crystals. That's how you express your gratefulness?"
That's a misunderstanding, Brother Lin. We just wanted to give you something to express our gratefulness, said Yang Zilan, who wasn't smiling anymore. Is that so? I just left your palace. Why are those people chasing me? Why do they want to kill me? Asked Lin Feng. People started whispering again. They finally understood what had happened. I wouldn't have thought they would do that for Zi. Concerning the boat, it's all my fault. I didn't express myself clearly, said Yang Zilan. He didn't mean what he was saying though. Interesting, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Everything is very clear now. If you hadn't said those things on purpose, then they wouldn't even know about the boat. Without you, would they have come out to kill me? No need to lie. You're disgusting. No need to find excuses, people now understand clearly what happened. If you want to kill me that bad, just come and attack me directly. The Yang clan is such a great clan, said Lin Feng mockingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979, Silver Wings Battle. Chapter 979, Silver Wings Battle. Lin Feng's laugh pierced through people's eardrums. Yang Zilan wasn't smiling anymore though, he was furious. The Yang clan is quite shameless. How could they do such a thing? Whispered many people. Lin Feng had saved Yang Ziyi and now, the Yang clan wanted to kill him. But he's ungrateful too, why would he take their items, especially a precious boat? Even if the boat was broken, I don't think the Yang clan would have given it to him. People were whispering and gossiping. The Yang clan was prestigious in the Bahuang province. People respected and admired them. Even though he had rescued Yang Ziyi, taking their boat wasn't a good idea. In the world of strong cultivators, it's always better to be careful, sighed some people. Lin Feng had been careless. He had saved Yang Ziyi because he was nice, but he hadn't planned the rest wisely. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? You misunderstood us, so how can you talk that way? Said Yang Zilan. Everybody knew Lin Feng was right, but at the same time, they thought that offending the Yang clan wasn't a good idea. Lin Feng was going to talk, but Xiongqi talked first, is that so? Since we misunderstood you and since you want to show us your gratefulness for having saved Yang Ziyi, then I think that a ring with 1,000 abstruse crystals and a map of the northern part of Bahuang province would be fair. Xiongqi smiled coldly, but everybody else was speechless. How audacious. 1,000 abstruse crystals? That was extremely expensive, however, for the Yang clan, that wasn't too much. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Indeed, Yang Zilan kept trying to find excuses, now he could pay for his excuses. What? You said it yourself, you're very grateful. Unless you think your sister's life is worth 1,000 abstruse crystals? Continued Xiongqi. Yang Zilan started shaking from the anger. His eyes twinkled, but he smiled and said, what do you think, Brother Lin? I think it's fair, if you give us the abstruse crystals and the map, you won't owe us anything anymore, said Lin Feng indifferently. All right. Take the map first, said Yang Zilan, throwing a jade ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it and then Yang Zilan continued, I don't have 1,000 abstruse crystals, I need to go back to the clan to get them. Wait for me here. How long? Asked Xiongqi coldly. Yang Zilan was getting angrier and angrier, he glanced at Xiongqi and said, 2 hours. If you haven't made your way back by then, we will come to the conclusion that you didn't come back on purpose and that all you just said were empty words, said Xiongqi coldly. All right. I'll be back, said Yang Zilan. He then turned to Yang Ziyi, Ziyi, come with me. Then, both of them left. After they left, Zhou Junluo and the others walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at them, then he glanced at the siblings who were leaving and thought, how shameless. If you come back in 2 hours and that your friends haven't killed me, I wonder how you'll react. Everybody understood what was going on. Yang Zilan was just looking for an excuse to give Zhou Junluo and the others time to kill Lin Feng, that's all. Otherwise, why would he have asked Yang Ziyi to come back with him? If a member of the Yang clan had stayed, Zhou Junluo and the others wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng. That would show that they were ungrateful. Even though everybody perfectly knew that it was an excuse and that Yang Zilan was just pretending, at least, the Yang clan could still pretend they didn't know. Master Yang just left, what are you guys doing? Asked Lin Feng with a cold smile. We don't care. It has nothing to do with the Yang clan. You and your animal humiliated us, we'll teach you a lesson now, said Zhou Junluo, releasing silver energies again. You still need more excuses? Said Lin Feng.
He then added, you're rich and noble disciples and yet act like slaves for other people. You're nothing more than animals.
Come and attack, all of you at the same time.
Ridiculous, I don't need any help to kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer.
Said Zhou Junluo in a despising way. He then said to the others, look at me guys. I'll teach you how to end a life in just a second.
That guy is trash, brother Junluo can take care of it.
Let's watch. Said the others.
Kill him, I've never seen such an arrogant cultivator of the second Tianqi layer.
Ridiculous.
They all despised Lin Feng.
Was it that easy to kill Lin Feng though?
Zhou Junluo looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, I've rarely seen such idiots. If he wants to bring about his own destruction, then I'll help him. Then, Zhou Junluo released even more dazzling energies towards Lin Feng. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Zhou Junluo raised his hand and sharp silver wings appeared. As Zhou Junluo attacked, Lin Feng released his own sharp, ice-cold energies. Lin Feng seemed like he was unsheathing a sword.
Die! Said Zhou Junluo.
His wings appeared in front of Lin Feng.
Slash, slash. Whistling sounds spread in the air.
A sword appeared in front of Lin Feng and energies rolled in the air. The sound of the sword colliding with the wings made metallic ring. At the same time, Zhou Junluo released his spirit.
Thousands of sharp silver lights shot towards Lin Feng.
The atmosphere seemed to be riddled with gaping wounds.
Silver Wing Spirit, it's so powerful. Fought the crowd gasping with amazement.
But the lights hurt their eyes as they could barely look.
People who were too close were even suffocating. Boom boom boom.
The silver lights crashed onto the sword. The sword stayed there though, it was becoming even more dazzling.
Gotcha.
More metallic sounds were heard. Zhou Junluo flapped his silver wings and appeared in front of Lin Feng.
He looked at Lin Feng in a despising way and said, you're an insect, the world will be better off with you dead, so die.
He flapped his wings and lights emerged from his wing spirit and moved towards Lin Feng.
Your cultivation level is higher than mine, is that you acting proud?
Said Lin Feng coldly. The earth and sky became cold as snowflakes started floating around.
Lin Feng released bestial chi and suddenly looked like a beast. Empty space bestial illusion technique.
Said Lin Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, he disappeared and a snowy path in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 980, Better Together. Chapter 980, Better Together. Zhou Junluo was surprised. He couldn't reach Lin Feng. What was going on? The crowd was surprised too.
Lin Feng was supposed to die, but what were those bestial lights?
Die! Shouted Zhou Junluo furiously.
His wings shot towards Lin Feng again, but stopped in front of him. Slash, slash, the silver wings turned into blades.
Zhou Junluo was trying to cut everything around Lin Feng.
His energies were so oppressive that the crowd was suffocating. However, his energies split in two and moved past Lin Feng.
Had Lin Feng turned into an illusion?
Lin Feng was still in his snowy tunnel, but he looked like an animal now.
We can't kill him. Zhou Junluo was furious. Was Lin Feng in an illusion? How is that possible?
He has just broken through to the second Tianqi layer. How could he use illusion skills?
The crowd was gasping with amazement. The 5 young men were even more dumbfounded.
Lin Feng was in an illusion, only extremely strong cultivators could cast illusion spells.
How could they kill Lin Feng now? Zhou Junluo pulled a long face.
His silver wings were still attacking Lin Feng.
But just as before, Lin Feng seemed unaffected.
Lin Feng stared back at him coldly.
Die!
Sword chi emerged from Lin Feng's hands and popped out of the illusion.
Bzzz. Zhou Junluo moved with incredible speed and dodged the attack. How fast? Thought Lin Feng.
Zhou Junluo then immediately came back. This time his silver wings were dazzling, more so now than before.
That's useless.
Said Lin Feng with a cold smile.
He stepped back into his snowy tunnel. The silver wings slipped on the illusion again. I don't think I can't kill you. Said Zhou Junluo pulling a long face. Die, 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 shouted Zhou Junluo.
His voice was so loud that it echoed all around.
He was furious.
Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, he probably couldn't use that kind of spell for too long. The crowd looked at the dazzling silver wings.
Lin Feng's illusion was starting to crack. If Lin Feng hadn't hidden in the tunnel, he would have died in a second. Lin Feng raised his head and saw a silver light. Then, he looked at Zhou Junluo. Lin Feng smiled coldly, his face looked like an animal now. The snowy path slowly led towards Zhou Junluo. Zhou Junluo frowned, but didn't try to escape. That happened very quickly as suddenly, he was in the snowy tunnel with Lin Feng. You allowed me inside? You will die now, said Zhou Junluo coldly. He opened his wings and threw himself at Lin Feng. Roar! Lin Feng roared. The earth and sky shook violently. The tunnel seemed like it was going to collapse under this pressure. Zhou Junluo was suddenly petrified. It felt like he was in hell, as if he was being chased by a demonic beast. How come I sense demon energy? Thought Zhou Junluo. Lin Feng was sometimes a beast, sometimes a demon, sometimes a human. What was going on? He opened his wings and continued attacking. He had to destroy those demon energies first. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he took out a stone which contained a terrifying sealing strength. If you don't die today, at least I'll peel your skin off, said Lin Feng coldly. His demon seal stone shook violently as its strength surrounded Zhou Junluo. Zhou Junluo's silver wings moved towards the demon seal stone. Was he insane? Did he think he could destroy a demon seal stone? Seal. Boom boom, dot. Demon marks appeared on the silver wings and its lights faded. Zhou Junluo frowned. It was as if his wings were stuck in some kind of glue. It seemed like he would have to rely on other skills to attack Lin Feng. Seal! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his demon seal stone again and rumbling sounds spread in the air. It felt like his wings were being crushed by two mountains. Arg! Zhou Junluo shouted furiously. You want to die? Shouted Zhou Junluo furiously. He opened his third eye and dazzling silver light shot out towards Lin Feng. That silver light quickly turned into a pair of silver wings as well. Zhou Junluo's godly awareness was just like his spirit. I can seal your spirit and your godly awareness, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He released demon sealing strength again. Zhou Junluo looked like an enraged beast. How? How come Lin Feng had so many demon seal stones? Seal, said Lin Feng. Zhou Junluo was petrified as he recalled his godly awareness. However, the demon seal stone continued moving towards him and crashed onto his forehead. Now he could barely move. Lin Feng rose up and condensed energies into his hands. Punch! Lin Feng condensed strength and demon sealing strength into his fist. Die! Zhou Junluo looked like a stone as he tried using his winged spirit again. But, he was oppressed by the strength of 3 demon seal stones. How? Said Lin Feng. He punched Zhou Junluo, but it felt like he was punching a stone block. What kind of spirit is that? Lin Feng was annoyed. That enemy was difficult to deal with. The illusion disappeared. Zhou Junluo had been crushed into the ground by Lin Feng's punch and a large crater appeared around Zhou Junluo. Everybody was astonished. What an incredible fight! Zhou Junluo was incredibly strong, even Lin Feng's illusion had disappeared. Even with 3 demon seal stones, Zhou Junluo was still fighting. You're genius, didn't you say you'd kill me in a second? Why are you still here, hiding in a crater like a turtle in its shell? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng then punched the demon seal stone which forced Zhou Junluo out of the crater. You're shameless. Surprisingly, you actually used demon seal stones, said Zhang Ning. 30 minutes had passed and Zhou Junluo hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. 1.5 hours later, Yang Zilan would come back, so they had to hurry and kill Lin Feng now. What you mean to say is that I should only use the strength of the 2nd Tianqi layer to fight cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer? Said Lin Feng glancing at Zhang Ning. You can attack together if you want, that'd be more fair. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 981, Blood Strength. Chapter 981, Blood Strength. You can attack together, if you want, that'd be better. Zhang Ning was speechless. Lin Feng was asking them to attack together. If 2 cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer fought against a cultivator of the 2nd Tianqi layer, that would be a complete humiliation for them. The Silver Wings cultivator had already lost face. He had used his spirit, which counted as a special attack, and hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood empty space spells and had demon seal stones. Killing Lin Feng wasn't so easy. Gotcha! A sound spread in the air.
Zhou Junluo was trying to flap his wings, but Lin Feng smiled coldly and walked forwards. He coldly looked at the wings. Lin Feng shook his hand and a stone appeared. That stone became bigger and bigger, like a mountain, on Lin Feng's hand.
The crowd was surprised again. Another treasure? Was Lin Feng going to use that stone to crush Zhou Junluo? A strong wind started blowing. The crowd sensed the strength Lin Feng was condensing in the stone. It contained the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Feng raised his Tianxian stone and calmly sensed the energies inside of it. The strength of the earth and sky were very mysterious. Lin Feng's robe violently fluttered in the wind. Lin Feng then took the 3 demon seal stones back from the silver wings.
Kacha, kacha. Zhou Junluo opened his wings again and saw Lin Feng above him. He was in the air and was smiling at him in a bestial way with a mountain in his hand. Lin Feng continued walking towards him. The strength of the mountain was already oppressing him. He could barely move his wings.
Boom, boom, boom. Things looked bad for Zhou Junluo. Just try and dodge, shouted Lin Feng.
Fissures appeared in the ground as the Tianxian stone fell from the sky.
Kacha, boom, boom, boom.
An explosion sounded as the mountain fell on the silver wings. The ground exploded and a gigantic crater appeared. Fissures appeared all around and covered a huge distance.
Observers jumped away to avoid falling in the valley like fissures.
There was a gigantic hole where Zhou Junluo was before. Lin Feng rose up in the air, still holding his stone. He coldly looked at the crater. There was no sound coming from the hole.
Zhang Ning and the others were wondering where their friend was. Was he okay?
A silver light appeared and streaked across the sky.
Zhou Junluo then appeared.
His wings were wide open, his clothes were completely torn apart, and he was soaked in blood. Zhou Junluo stared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes.
Your wings are really solid, said Lin Feng coldly.
Zhou Junluo was beat up, but his wings didn't seem hurt.
I will kill you, said Zhou Junluo.
Lin Feng frowned and smiled. You've been saying that the whole time.
Let's try again. I will show you what strength is. Strength is when you don't rely on treasures to fight, said Zhou Junluo.
Suddenly, he released blood strength like a furious ocean. What an incredible blood strength! Thought the crowd. A strong wind started blowing and emitted whistling sounds. Zhou Junluo was suddenly surrounded by a very sharp qi. He opened his silver wings again and started flapping them very quickly. His wings created a wind that blew hundreds of meters around.
His spirit was extremely powerful thanks to his blood strength. Get back now, shouted many people while running away. Zhou Junluo was furious.
Lin Feng, a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer, had humiliated him and even injured him. He was covered with blood now. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. That's blood strength. Cultivators who had strong parents have a better blood than others, and de facto, a better spirit.
Killing ordinary people of the same level is easy with a good blood strength.
With everything I've learnt, killing ordinary people of the 5th Tianqi layer is easy, but Zhou Junluo is no ordinary cultivator. Thought Lin Feng, sensing the strong wind. Lin Feng could kill Zhou Junluo if he used his full strength, but there were some tricks he couldn't use easily or carelessly. He had just arrived in Bahuang province. If he didn't have any problems with the Yang clan, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this mess. Lin Feng had saved Yang Ziyi and now people wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to fight.
The crowd looked at Lin Feng.
They didn't know who he was or where he was from, but he was a good fighter. Lin Feng looked like a beast, his robe was fluttering in the wind, and his qi was incredible. He was a real genius.
However, what could he do against Zhou Junluo's blood strength now?
You have some demon seal stones, unfortunately for you, they will become mine now,
said Zhou Junluo.
His wind became even stronger. Lin Feng shook his hand and snowflakes appeared again. He was using his empty space bestial illusion technique again. You have only broken through to the second Tianqi layer, your illusion spells can't handle my attack,
said Zhou Junluo.
Besides, even if I can't break it, I don't think you can hold out for that long. Lin Feng smiled in a bestial way and said, You're very confident.
Illusion spells can be broken, but I don't think you can break mine.
Lin Feng used Ling Long's holy celestial qi to cast the illusion spell this time. Zhou Junluo couldn't break it.
On top of that, holding the spell for 2 hours wasn't a problem for him.
But he need to hide the whole time anyways. Zhou Junluo was too confident in himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 982, You Can't. Chapter 982, You Can't.
His silver wind was becoming even scarier. With the sun reflecting off of it, it looked like a silver rain.
You think I can't break it? Said Shojun Luo with a cold smile. Let's try then.
He flapped his silver wings and created tornadoes all around. Slash, 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 sharp sounds spread in the air.
The crowd was running even farther away.
They were already very far now, but the chi was so sharp that they couldn't stand it.
Large blocks of stone were flying around now.
With just that wind, the dust and the stones flying around, the crowd couldn't see Lin Feng and Shojun Luo anymore. He was flapping his wings so fast that they looked like an illusion.
Shojun Luo looked proud.
He was looking down at Lin Feng in a despising way.
Let's see how long you can hold out.
I'm sure you will die soon,
said Shojun Luo coldly. Lin Feng was definitely going to die.
Lin Feng's heart was pounding inside his snowy tunnel.
Shojun Luo was really strong. Like Prince Tianlin, he had received teachings from a Zun cultivator.
He also had a powerful blood strength and spirit. But Prince Tianlin had only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer, not the 5th like Shojun Luo. Yang Zilan had the blood of the Yangshi clan and was a man. He must have had a lot of women, so his blood must be even more powerful.
Thought Lin Feng watching Shojun Luo.
There was also that guy, the one who wanted to rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process, the Xian Yuanshi prince. He had imperial blood and was probably incredible as well.
Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me,
said Lin Feng coldly while staring down Shojun Luo.
Is that so? Silver wings, kill, said Shojun Luo. He attacked the snowy tunnel with his wings directly. The tunnel shook violently. Shojun Luo was so strong that he had managed to make the tunnel shake.
You poor cultivator, you will never understand what it's like to have a strong blood spirit. Even if you practice cultivation to the best of your abilities, you will always remain at the bottom of the cultivation world. You will realize that there are always cultivators who are stronger than you,
said Shojun Luo calmly. He was trying to destabilize Lin Feng's focus.
However, Lin Feng just smiled and remained determined.
Shojun Luo's threats didn't affect him.
Lin Feng was determined to become stronger and stronger.
There are many people who are stronger than me, but you are not one of them,
said Lin Feng indifferently. He then added, since I started practicing cultivation, I've never been afraid of people who are at the same level as me. Even with the strength of the 5th Tianqi layer and a powerful blood strength, you still haven't managed to kill me. If you were at the same level as me, I wouldn't even look at you. Even now, you are nothing compared to me. Lin Feng shook his hand inside his snowy tunnel and unsheathed a sword. That sword was sharp and seemed to absorb light. It emitted lights which looked like stars. It seemed like he was going to crush his own tunnel with that sword. Even in the middle of those silver lights, it still looked impressive.
A treasure, again. Shojun Luo looked at Lin Feng's sword, another treasure?
He couldn't sense the sword energies because Lin Feng was in his snowy tunnel, but it looked precious.
Lin Feng had used 3 demon seal stones in his Tian Shen stone. How many treasures did Lin Feng have? Recall.
Lin Feng stopped using his empty space bestial illusion technique. His snowy tunnel disappeared and Lin Feng appeared in the middle of the hurricane. However, thanks to his sword, the wind was weakened around him. There was a type of small world around that sword.
What an incredible sword, thought Shojun Luo.
His wind couldn't affect the space around Lin Feng's sword.
Die. Shojun Luo's wings moved towards Lin Feng without hesitation.
Lin Feng was calmly standing there as he started releasing his level 7 sword intent and instilled his strength into the Tianji sword. He shook his hand and buzzing sounds spread in the air. The atmosphere then became calm again around him as the wind couldn't reach his Tianji sword.
Shojun Luo was annoyed. What kind of sword was that? And how could he deal with it?
Lin Feng had so many precious items.
You're using items again, said Shojun Luo mockingly. I have many treasures to fight you with.
However, you're a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer and you're using your blood strength.
You're incompetent and I don't respect you.
Lin Feng mocked as he shook his sword and starlights appeared. They slowly broke the wind energies around him.
Die! Shouted Shojun Luo annoyed.
His blood strength was emitting furious whistling sounds. His wings were extremely wide and sharp. At the same time, Lin Feng slowly raised his sword. It contained incredible energies, both pure and dazzling.
Slash, slash.
It looked like his Tianji sword was dancing, it left beautiful trails behind it. Lin Feng was cutting through the wind as if he was chopping vegetables.
The crowd was captivated by the battle.
They were all trying to understand why Lin Feng wasn't dying from the wind. Even with precious items, it was hard to imagine that Lin Feng could resist such attacks.
How come Zhou Junluo hadn't managed to kill him yet? There isn't much time left, thought Jiang Ning while frowning. He could sense Zhou Junluo's strong wind. How come Lin Feng was still alive? Jiang Ning couldn't believe his eyes, the others either. They wanted to see Lin Feng die.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 983, Treading On. Chapter 983, Treading On.
Zhou Junluo's wind was being destroyed by Lin Feng's sword.
What a high-level sword, thought Zhou Junluo.
There were mysterious marks on the sword which seemed to be protecting Lin Feng.
Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. A dazzling dragon appeared in the middle of that wind.
Zhou Junluo flapped his wings even faster, but the wind faded immediately in the middle of that starlight.
Bzzz.
Zhou Junluo jumped back and released a silver light to block the sword lights. However, the sword lights were faster.
His silver light turned into two beautiful glimmers. Silver wings. Zhou Junluo's facial expression changed drastically.
He added even more blood strength to his attack. He condensed his wind energies, trying to protect himself. He closed his wings to wrap himself up in them.
Slash, slash.
Explosions sounded as his protective layer was broken.
There were cracks everywhere in those wings. Arg! Blood appeared on his wings and Zhou Junluo was looking desperate. Slash, slash. The sword lights were slowly breaking Zhou Junluo's wing spirit. Finally, it disappeared.
Zhou Junluo, wrapped up in his wings, and soaked in blood, fell from the sky.
He fell to the ground with a loud thud.
Lin Feng came out from the silver wind and didn't have his Tianji sword out anymore.
The crowd looked at Lin Feng.
Then, they looked at Zhou Junluo on the ground.
What's going on? Lin Feng wasn't dead and Zhou Junluo had collapsed? How had Lin Feng done that?
He had only broken through to the second Tianji layer.
Jiang Ning and the others were dumbstruck. They knew how strong Zhou Junluo was and his incredible silver wing spirit. However, he hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. He wasn't even able to hurt him. It seemed like he had almost died. If he hadn't protected himself with his blood strength, he would be dead right now. Lin Feng looked at the silver wings covered with blood and swore. Those wings were really solid. That was a hard battle.
Lin Feng landed on the wings and stomped on them, pushing him into the ground. The crowd shivered. Lin Feng was stepping on a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer who possessed a powerful blood spirit.
The crowd could only imagine how humiliating and infuriating that would be. You make other people feel weak. You think you can easily kill anyone. But you see? I'm stepping on your friend. Does anyone else want to try me as well?
Said Lin Feng mockingly, looking at Jiang Ning and the others.
Jiang Ning said nothing.
He previously thought it would be easy to kill Lin Feng. Yang Zilan thought the same. That's why he had said he would come back 2 hours later.
That was a safe bet to kill Lin Feng. Now, their 2 hours were almost up.
Not only had Lin Feng survived, but now he was standing on top of Zhou Junluo.
Little boy, move. He insulted me too. I need to teach him a lesson as well, said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes.
Xiongqi liked to push it. Lin Feng moved away.
Xiongqi smiled coldly while looking at those bleeding wings.
He said mockingly, "You thought you'd be safe wrapped up in your wings? Let's have some roasted wings for lunch."
He opened his mouth and spat out fire and the blood on the wings started boiling. The fire was getting hotter and hotter.
Xiongqi's eyes were twinkling as he made fun of Zhou Junluo. Lin Feng raised his head and said, while gazing into the distance, "It's been 2 hours already."
Lin Feng barely finished talking before two silhouettes appeared in the distance, Yang Zilan and his sister. Yang Zilan was smiling when he arrived, but his smile turned rigid when he saw Zhou Junluo's wings burning on the ground. Lin Feng hadn't died and on top of that, he was humiliating Zhou Junluo.
"Brother Lin, what's going on?"
said Yang Zilan coldly.
"Give me the abstruse crystals, you're late,"
said Lin Feng ignoring Yang Zilan's question.
Yang Zilan couldn't say anything. Xiongqi was getting his revenge. He could only give Lin Feng the crystals he owed him. Yang Zilan remained silent and took out a ring.
He threw at Lin Feng and said, "You can count them.
There should be 1,000. 1,000.
The crowd was envious. Lin Feng examined the content of the ring and counted the crystals.
"Brother Lin, what are you doing?" said Yang Zilan. He was furious when he saw Lin Feng count the crystals. "Don't you trust me?"
"You're right, I don't trust you at all," said Lin Feng, laughing. He put all the crystals in his own ring and threw the other ring away on the ground. "You're shameless and not trustworthy. We all saw untrustworthy you were with your 2 hours.
"No need to keep pretending now,"
said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. "Don't tell me that you didn't say you'd come back 2 hours later just to give them time to kill me.
You didn't want to give me those abstruse crystals.
You were thinking, oh, Lin Feng should die for asking me for abstruse crystals. You intended to go home and stay there not to lose face while your friends killed me.
Anyways, thank you for your crystals. Brother Lin, there are some things which are better to keep to yourself," said Yang Zilan. "No need to threaten me. Even since I brought your sister back, you've wanted to kill me. I don't know why, maybe because you wanted to have your boat back. Now your plan is ruined."
"I can't do anything against your clan anyway, I can only say a few words."
"I don't like people like you. And you miss Yang," said Lin Feng, looking at Yang Ziyi.
He smiled indifferently and said, "You helped me in the past, so I helped you too.
I came to the Yang clan because I wanted to be friends with you.
After all, we've gone through hardships together on the Huang Sea.
Unfortunately, you made me understand that we belong to two different worlds.
As my social status isn't as high as yours, we can't be friends."
"Thank you, now I'm off."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 984, Talented Cultivators. Chapter 984, Talented Cultivators.
After that, Lin Feng and Xiong Qi left.
Yang Ziyi looked at Lin Feng.
She regretted what had happened. She hadn't known Lin Feng for long now, but in that little time she found him to be brave and honest. Lin Feng wasn't interested in her blood strength at all, unlike what her brother had said. If Lin Feng really harbored evil intentions, he would have raped and killed her in the middle of the sea. He didn't need to take her back. However, she regretted what happened for only a few seconds. She remembered she had a high social status and that her clan was rich and powerful. She didn't need to be friends with someone like Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng had won, but her brother wouldn't let him off so easily. Lin Feng would die soon. She shouldn't regret being friends with someone who was going to die soon. She would regret it if, someday, Lin Feng had a higher social status than her, but that day would never come.
Yang Zilan calmed down. He didn't chase Lin Feng. You helped Ziyi and we paid you back for that. However, you're going to pay for what you did to the Yang clan," said Yang Zilan.
Lin Feng couldn't hear that, but everybody around heard.
They needed a reason to kill Lin Feng. "Next time we see each other, you'll die," said Yang Zilan coldly. He looked at the crowd and said, "If you bring his corpse back to the Yang clan, we will give you a woman from the clan so that you can mix your blood with ours." The crowd suddenly looked very interested. Blood strength was very useful. Chou Junluo had demonstrated how useful it could be. If he hadn't used his blood strength, he would have died. After that, many people rose up in the air and started chasing Lin Feng. Even if they had compassion for Lin Feng, they still wanted to kill him. Having a woman from the Yang clan was too tempting. They couldn't catch up with Lin Feng though. Lin Feng was using his boat to fly across Tianyuan City. "I helped you confront those people. How do you intend to thank me?" said Xiong Qi nonchalantly. "Except at the end when you spat out fire at that guy, you didn't do much," said Lin Feng. "You're lucky you have that void fire. You haven't really used your fire in a battle yet. I wish I had seen you fight that guy. It wouldn't be a problem to burn you alive, you know," said Xiong Qi. "Why don't you fight? If you battle more, you'll probably become stronger," said Lin Feng. Xiong Qi was becoming stronger much faster than Lin Feng even though he didn't fight. Was he slowly assimilating the void fire? "I'm an emperor. It's normal for me to become stronger faster. Why don't I fight?" "It's because I don't need to. I want you to become stronger, so you need to fight. Strong people humiliate you all the time right now. Back in my day, such people were nobodies. If, someday, you become stronger, those people will never humiliate you again. That girl would have even offered herself to you. She wouldn't look at you in such an indifferent way," said Xiong Qi looking at the sky. Xiong Qi had a way of avoiding questions. "I would be curious to see their face if I became really strong," said Lin Feng laughing. He then said to Qiongqi, "This boat is extremely useful. If we don't want to fight, we can easily run away."
"Enough with the nonsense, if you're truly in danger, I'll help you,"
said Qiongqi proudly. "You could die too though," said Lin Feng while kicking him.
Qiongqi roared and spat out flames. A cold wind started blowing in a small village in the northern part of Bahuang province.
A boat appeared in the air.
Qiongqi opened his eyes and had a strange facial expression on his face.
"Little boy, wake up!" Qiongqi shouted. Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at Qiongqi.
There were holes in Lin Feng's clothes from the flames on Qiongqi's body.
"How come it's so cold?"
asked Lin Feng confused.
"Look at the map." "Where are we?" said Qiongqi.
Lin Feng nodded and took out the jade stone with the map.
The northern part of Bahuang province appeared in his head.
Lin Feng said, "We're in Black Crow village, not far from where we want to go."
3 more days left to travel, said Lin Feng.
Their destination was the place where Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were organizing the recruitment process.
Black Crow Village. Qiongqi's eyes were twinkling. It's an ancient village where many talented cultivators reside. Put the boat away. Many talented cultivators? Lin Feng obeyed.
He jumped on Qiongqi's back and they flew down. Of course, they weren't as fast as the boat.
"Why do I feel so cold?" asked Lin Feng. "Do the strong cultivators of the village release ice chi?" "No, it's an ancient town. No strong cultivator can release ice energy on the streets like this," replied Qiongqi. Lin Feng didn't understand. "Little boy, good things are happening. Look above you," said Qiongqi.
A silhouette passed in front of the bright moon and landed in a pitch-black place. Lin Feng was surprised. Another silhouette passed in front of the moon and landed, just like the first one.
Qiongqi looked at the moon. More silhouettes appeared and landed.
Lin Feng was feeling colder and colder.
"Are they human beings?" asked Lin Feng. "I don't know,"
said Qiongqi shaking his head. The wind was blowing as more silhouettes passed in front of the moon and then disappeared.
"How fast?" thought Lin Feng. They seemed to be as fast as his boat.
They were probably high-level Zun cultivators. It seemed like Qiongqi was right.
There were many strong cultivators living there.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 985, Dragon Chant in the Middle of Nai. Chapter 985, Dragon Chant in the Middle of Nai. It seems like something is happening here, thought Qiongqi, seemingly excited. Qiongqi likes it when unusual things happen, thought Lin Feng. Qiongqi simply thought of such things as opportunities. "Brother, what was that shadow?" "It looked scary," said someone at that moment.
The voice came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around. Lin Feng recognized the 2 people behind him. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Their chi was incredible.
"Brother Hua," said Lin Feng. The other one was surprised. He glanced at Lin Feng but didn't recognize him.
Then, Hua Zhangfeng looked at Qiongqi and suddenly looked very surprised.
"Brother Lin?"
He knew Lin Feng with his other face.
"Indeed,"
said Lin Feng nodding. Hua Zhangfeng was very surprised. "Brother Lin, I knew you'd come to Bahuang province, but I didn't imagine that we'd meet here," said Hua Zhangfeng smiling wholeheartedly. They had met in Ganyu, so meeting in a village in Bahuang province was a coincidence. After Lin Feng left the Great Sect meeting, he had heard a lot about Lin Feng. He hadn't thought the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would organize a meeting to kill the young man he had befriended.
"What a coincidence. Where are you going, Brother Hua?" asked Lin Feng.
"Here.
Black Crow Village," said Hua Zhangfeng.
Lin Feng was surprised.
"Was something happening in that small village?"
"Brother Lin, I heard about what happened in Tianqi. You're amazing.
You cut off the Xiao sect patriarch's arm and forced an entire army to run away. It's a pity that I couldn't witness that," said Hua Zhangfeng laughing.
He hadn't participated in the Battle of Tianqi because Yu Xiao and Prince Tianlin were there.
"Don't mention it," said Lin Feng laughing. "Don't mention it?" Hua Zhangfeng laughed.
Lin Feng had caused so many troubles at the Great Sect meeting, then he had killed so many strong cultivators from Ganyu.
Then, he disappeared in the middle of the crowd again.
He had cast an illusion spell, disrupted the Great Sect meeting, injured so many people.
Hua Zhangfeng hadn't forgotten about Lin Feng. By the way, Brother Hua, how come there are so many strong cultivators in Black Crow Village? Is anything happening? Asked Lin Feng. I know a few things about what is going on. There are many strong cultivators here, a few of my fellow disciples intended to join as well. Are you interested too? Said Hua Zhangfeng smiling. I need to know what's going on before I can be interested. Some people heard dragon chants in the middle of the night, said Hua Zhangfeng. It wasn't a secret, many people had heard about that. Dragon chants in the middle of the night? Lin Feng asked. Dragons were considered as extremely rare and powerful beasts in the cultivation world. According to legends, dragons had the same status as emperors in the animal world. Can we be sure that they were dragon chants? Said Lin Feng. Many people heard the dragon chants at night, we're quite sure, said Hua Zhangfeng. Besides, everybody knows where they came from. Everybody knows where they come from? Lin Feng didn't know. Was a dragon going to appear? No wonder so many strong cultivators had come. My fellow disciples and I came here out of curiosity because it's on our way. Strong cultivators came here as well, some of my fellow disciples are extremely strong too. I'm not much use here, said Hua Zhangfeng laughing. He could only observe if a dragon appeared. Lin Feng nodded and remembered Hua Zhangfeng was also an imperial cultivation disciple. He was probably from another part of Ba Huang province. Brother Lin, look over there, said Hua Zhangfeng pointing at something. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a tower. That's the Black Crow Tower, it attracts many crows, hence the name. There's black water all around it which contains desolate qi, I don't know why. To get to the Black Crow Tower, you have to cross that water. The dragon chants are coming from that tower, said Hua Zhangfeng. Lin Feng was surprised. There was desolate qi in the water? The Huangxi used to be a battlefield in the antiquity, and that water contains desolate qi. Could it have formed during battles in the antiquity as well? Whispered Lin Feng. Maybe, said Hua Zhangfeng smiling. Some people think the same way as you, but some others say that strong cultivators who understand desolate qi came here to practice cultivation and polluted the water. These are only guesses, of course. By the way, Brother Lin, you crossed the Huangxi, but since you took a boat, you didn't sense the desolate qi. The desolate qi from the water isn't as dense as the Huangxi. Let's go, I'll show you, said Hua Zhangfeng. It seemed obvious that Lin Feng had taken a boat to cross the sea. Lin Feng couldn't tell Hua Zhangfeng that he had learned how to use desolate qi, he couldn't tell anyone that. Awesome, let's go, said Lin Feng smiling. Both of them chatted and laughed while walking. It didn't take long before they arrived at the foot of the tower. The water was really dark but not like the Huangxi, and it did contain desolate qi. That qi didn't affect Lin Feng at all though. If he opened his bestial eye, he could swallow it easily. Hua Zhangfeng shook his hand and a boat appeared on the water. Brother Lin, after you, said Hua Zhangfeng. The siblings, Lin Feng and Xiong Qi, jumped on the boat to sail across. Even though the desolate qi is not as strong as the one in the Huangxi, it still affects cultivation. Cultivators of the bottom of the Tian qi layer won't come here. Of course, Brother Lin, you are different. If that desolate qi was a bit stronger, maybe it would affect you then, said Hua Zhangfeng when he saw that Lin Feng was smiling indifferently. The same applies to you, said Lin Feng laughing. Another silhouette appeared and flew across. Hua Zhangfeng looked at that person and joked in a low voice, why not drink a sip of desolate qi when you're bored? The boat was slowly going across. Lin Feng lied down and took this time to relax. Woo, a sound spread in the air. Lin Feng suddenly stood up, startled. His blood started boiling as if it was going to explode. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Asked Hua Zhangfeng. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't heard him, his blood was boiling, his body felt like it was going to explode. A dragon chant in the middle of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 986, The Crows Call When the Moon Goes Down. Chapter 986, The Crows Call When the Moon Goes Down. Lin Feng looked at Hua Zhangfeng. Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. Lin Feng looked at the siblings. They were both looking at him strangely. They didn't understand. They didn't hear it, thought Lin Feng. He was the only one who had heard the dragon chant. Yan Di, did you hear anything? Asked Lin Feng using telepathy. He wanted to make sure. Zhongqi looked at him and said, I haven't heard anything. What did you hear, little boy? The dragon chant, said Lin Feng. He had nothing to hide from Zhongqi. Zhongqi was surprised. Lin Feng had heard a dragon chant? It's nothing. I suddenly thought about something important, that's all, said Lin Feng to Hua Zhangfeng, smiling. He didn't want to tell them he had heard the dragon chant. It was better to keep some things secret. He trusted that they wouldn't ask anyways. Hua Zhangfeng was skeptical, but thought it wouldn't be polite to ask for more information. He just looked back at the tower. There were many people flocking to the tower. Little boy, are you sure you really heard a dragon chant? Asked Zhongqi in a grave and serious way. Dragons were imperial creatures. I'm not sure, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. You're not sure? Asked Zhongqi. I've never heard anything like that, so I can't be sure. But my body started shaking and my blood was boiling. It felt like my body was going to explode. It felt like blood strength, said Lin Feng. You've never had that kind of feeling before? Never, replied Lin Feng immediately. Your blood is very weak, said Zhongqi. Because Lin Feng's blood wasn't strong enough, the dragon chant had caused a painful reaction in Lin Feng's body. Even those who had poor blood could have powerful reactions if the cause was intense enough. What type is your blood strength? Asked Zhongqi. I don't know. I've heard that my mother's ancestor was a Zun cultivator who had swallowed the strength of a 9-headed dragon. Then, he turned it into blood strength before transmitting it to us as the 9-headed dragon spirit, replied Lin Feng. The 9-headed dragon. Zhongqi's eyes were twinkling. No wonder your blood is so weak. Your ancestor was a Zun cultivator, but since you have the 9-headed dragon blood strength, you reacted to the dragon chant. However, it wasn't a long chant, because anyone can hear those. Oh. Lin Feng understood. A small shout like that had already caused him to react in quite a strong way though. Lin Feng looked at the Black Crow Tower. The cultivators who were going there had probably reacted like him. But they were probably stronger than him and didn't react so strongly. With a strong blood, cultivators could do things like Prince Tianlin and Chou Jun Luo, like directly mixing their blood strength with their spirit. Brother Lin, something is happening, said Hua Zhangfeng. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Even more people were approaching. They had probably heard the dragon chant before, so they were going there now. Anything could happen, so people thought staying together was safer. Woo! Lin Feng started shaking and his blood started boiling again. Another dragon chant. That one was more intense than the one before. Lin Feng hid his reaction this time, so Hua Zhangfeng didn't notice anything. Brother Lin, there are so many strong cultivators going there, should we go as well? Why not? Yes, let's go. Those strong cultivators don't care about us, said Lin Feng calmly, even though his heart was pounding violently. 2 dragon chants, was something happening? Zhang Feng, shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng and Hua Zhangfeng raised their heads and saw several people who all looked extraordinary. Brothers, you're here already, said Hua Zhangfeng. Zhang Feng, there were 2 dragon chants. Something might happen. You should leave with your sister, it's too dangerous for you guys, said someone in the sky and then left. Hua Zhangfeng was surprised. 2 dragon chants? Hua Zhangfeng looked at Lin Feng. He was going to say something. Brother Hua, wouldn't it be a pity not to see what's going on there? Said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Of course, if you want to leave, I'll go alone. You're brave. How could I disappoint you? Said Hua Zhangfeng with a nice smile. They continued moving forwards. Lin Feng smiled but remained speechless. Lin Feng heard a 3rd dragon chant and his reaction was the same as before. Suddenly, the atmosphere became eerily calm. A pale light appeared. Lin Feng raised his head and saw people gathering in front of the moon. Craw, craw, crows cawed and flew away from the tower. What's going on? Said Hua Zhangfeng. What's wrong? Asked Lin Feng. Hua Zhangfeng looked at Lin Feng and said slowly, the crows caw when the moon goes down. The crows caw when the moon goes down? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what Hua Zhangfeng meant. Brother Lin, when dragons chant in the middle of the night, it is an auspicious sign, it means good things will happen. When the crows caw when the moon goes down, it is an inauspicious sign, it means death. Explained Hua Zhangfeng. He looked grave. Tonight, the dragons are chanting and the crows are cawing,
that sounds like a battle between good and evil. I'm not familiar with those expressions, whispered Lin Feng.
Could those expressions be taken seriously anyway? Indeed.
In the past, people firmly believed those sayings.
It's about cultivators fighting against the earth and sky,
explained Hua Zhangfeng.
Oh, it comes from the antiquity. Two forces emerging from the night. Lin Feng looked at Qiongqi. Indeed. Qiongqi nodded. Even an emperor believed in those things.
Lin Feng felt excited, impatient and scared at the same time.
What was going to happen? At that moment, the boat arrived on the land surrounding the tower.
There were so many strong cultivators gathered there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 987, Flowing Backwards. Chapter 987, Flowing Backwards.
There were many other towers on the island, but the Black Crow Tower was at the center. At the top of the towers surrounding the Black Crow Tower were many extremely hard black stones. They were so hard that it would be difficult for Tian-level cultivators to break them. Lin Feng was near the river, observing from a distance. There were 100 people gathered all together. The fact that the crows were cawing didn't seem to scare the cultivators away.
How could they miss an opportunity?
Of course, they were all high-level Zun cultivators.
Tian-level cultivators should stay below because nobody knew what was going to happen.
They could just watch from the bottom and see if they could get lucky with some treasures, if there was even an opportunity. When the crows caw, bad luck is bound to appear.
Someone said from the distance. Several more people landed on the tower.
3 chance, yet you're still so calm, I admire you, guys. The leader looked very young. His chi was unfathomable.
Lin Feng frowned.
That guy had the same smile as Yang Zilan. Brother Yang Zhan, you already started causing trouble even though you just arrived.
Someone said. Was that person a member of the Yang clan?
Who's that guy, Brother Hua?
Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. Yang Zhan from the Yang clan.
He's a potential candidate to become the leader of the Yang clan in the future. Of course, there are other incredible cultivators our age in the Yang clan who could become leaders. They have to see how strong they will become in the future before deciding.
There are many people in the Yang clan.
Nobody can predict the future, but at this moment, he's the best. Replied Hua Zhangfeng.
What is his connection to Yang Zilan? Asked Lin Feng.
His elder brother, but basically they're of the same generation. You've been here for a short time and have already made friends with the people from the Yang clan, I see. Said Hua Zhangfeng with a smile.
Made friends?
Lin Feng shook his head, but said nothing.
No wonder Yang Zhan was considered the best for his age.
Yang Zilan and he were of the same generation, but Yang Zhan had already broken through to the Zun Qi layer.
He. Yang Zhan laughed.
They hadn't waited for him. They started because of the crows, nothing more.
3 chance, should we attack? Asked Yang Zhan. 3 chants have been heard.
The veins of the earth are strong enough now, let's start. But, be careful not to damage the veins. Lin Feng frowned and whispered, why don't they start?
What's the problem? Ignorant.
Said Qiongqi in a despising way. He used telepathy to say, the earth has veins. The force of the earth and sky we use comes from those veins. That's a precious treasure the gods have given us.
The chance of the dragon is a sign.
Making the forces of the earth and sky unbalanced could lead to huge problems.
I see. Nodded Lin Feng.
It was no wonder those strong cultivators were gathering, but not doing anything.
The veins are solid enough now, so why not start? Shouted someone extremely loudly.
That person then immediately landed on the Black Crow Tower, the highest one.
What an arrogant guy. Thought Lin Feng. Nobody was on the highest tower, not even Yang Zhan. The Black Crow Tower was the highest one, so it meant he despised everyone else.
The most surprising thing was that cultivator had only broken through to the Tian Qi layer.
They weren't even a Zun cultivator. Brother Xian Yan.
Yang Zhan nodded at that guy.
That guy was Xian Yuan.
Xian Yuan looked at Yang Zhan and nodded indifferently.
He was just being polite. Oh no, he's here too. Thought many people.
He wasn't a Zun cultivator, but he had amazing fighting abilities and his social status sufficed to scare people.
Xian Yuan, sure. That's him. Thought Lin Feng. He's the one who wants to rank first at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. He also wants to invite the 2 emperors to his wedding when he marries Yang Ziyi. They keep talking, blah blah blah. When will they start, damn? Xiongqi looked impatient.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes. There were so many strong cultivators there. Lin Feng didn't feel safe. Lin Feng, when you start later, beware of those people and also of the guy on the northern tower, said Xiongqi using telepathy. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the northern tower and saw a silhouette. It was a cultivator in a black robe, but it was as if nobody had noticed him. Lin Feng nodded. That person was probably very dangerous.
Do you think I'm going to participate?
Lin Feng rolled his eyes.
Are you afraid? An emperor is helping you and will protect you. Don't forget that I'm with you at all times, said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng turned to Xiongqi and pet his head with a smile.
I'm just doing that so that nobody notices you, said Lin Feng. Xiongqi could secretly protect Lin Feng, how kind. Will you? Asked Xiongqi. Lin Feng smiled and said, I will. Since Xiongqi could protect him, why not participate? Everybody, let's start, said Xian Yuan. Everybody nodded. Alright, let's start, Yang Zhan added. Everybody nodded again and they started releasing qi. Break! Break! Shouted people furiously. The ground started shaking and a tsunami appeared on the gigantic river around the island. Bzzz. There were gigantic waves. Hua Zhangfeng used a technique so the water couldn't get into his boat. Lin Feng looked at the waves. Boom! The crowd saw some qi rise up and were surprised. Ah, a horrible shriek spread in the air. Up! Shouted Hua Zhangfeng loudly while taking his sister up into the air. Lin Feng and Xiongqi rose up in the air too. The boat had broken in that exact moment. Ah, no, a horrible shriek spread in the air. Lin Feng and Xiongqi jumped onto a tower and looked at the river. Desolate qi was rising quickly. Desolate qi. The river was flowing backwards and that desolate qi was concerning. The crows caw when the moon goes down, thought the crowd. How inauspicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 988, Dragon Palace. Chapter 988, Dragon Palace. Many people who were standing above the river died when the waves touched them, especially those who were weaker. In just that moment, around 100 people died. The crows were still cawing. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded as people realized something was appearing where the water was previously. The water was flowing away and something appeared on its bed. Lin Feng was at the top of a tower. Just like the others, the distance between the towers was increasing, they were moving in every direction. The desolate qi was becoming even more intense as this was happening. A terrifying cloud rose up in the air. People raised their heads. They felt they couldn't breathe anymore. A silhouette appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic pitch-black dragon. A dragon, there is an actual dragon. People's hearts were pounding. That was an imperial animal. Boom boom. The water of the river was slowly being evacuated. But even though Lin Feng was standing on a tower, he was already at the same level as the water. The island with the towers had sunk about 100 meters into the water. The surroundings looked incredible yet inauspicious. It's not over. The tower on which Lin Feng was standing was still moving. It was sinking and moving outwards. At the beginning, the towers were lofty and not so far from each other. Now, there was a huge distance between the towers. Boom boom. An explosion sounded. A palace was slowly appearing from the water. It is a palace. Lin Feng was astonished. It was a gigantic dragon palace and there were carvings on it. It looked so old that Lin Feng couldn't guess its age. The carvings represented dragons. A dragon palace, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. A dragon palace. It was actually a dragon palace. Lin Feng could only imagine what happened. The dragon palace had sunk in the water a long time ago and people had forgotten about it since. Desolate qi. The crowd was speechless. Dragon chants, a dragon palace, desolate qi. It meant that the legends were wrong. The desolate qi had neither appeared because of battles in the antiquity nor because strong cultivators had practiced cultivation there. It was because of the dragon palace. Lin Feng turned around and saw that after the water flowed out of the hole where the dragon palace had appeared, it stopped flowing out as if the towers had acted as plugs. No, someone else gave a horrible shriek.
That person fell from the sky, dead. They weren't able to withstand the power of the desolate qi either. Even though the desolate qi wasn't as intense as in the Huang Sea, it was still desolate qi. Cultivators of the Tian qi layer who weren't strong could barely survive.
Why is there desolate qi here? Why is there desolate qi in the Huang Sea too? Whispered Lin Feng. Some people say that desolate qi is the most primitive form of destruction energies. Replied Xiong Qi. You want me to put you back in the animal tower? Nah, that's fine. Don't worry about me, said Xiong Qi looking at the palace. He then said, don't do anything yet. That dragon was been attacked a lot in the past, that's why it's acting like that. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't need Xiong Qi to tell him that. There were so many strong cultivators there, he clearly wasn't the best choice to do anything. The crows caw when the moon goes down. Of course there are people who'd die. Many people will die today, said Xiong Qi. He was seemingly talking to himself as he continued, but dragon chants in the middle of the night, it means there will be opportunities. Who will seize them? Little boy, it won't be easy for you to seize such an opportunity, you'll have to be perseverant. I'll do my best, said Lin Feng. He didn't understand what it had to do with determination, making these efforts was enough. Xian Yuan took this moment to jump towards the dragon palace. He had only broken through to the Tian qi layer, but he had balls. Xian Yuan arrived in front of the entrance, he raised his hands and a celestial golden axe appeared. Then, Xian Yuan hit the entrance of the dragon palace with his axe. Kacha! Crackling sounds spread in the air. Maybe because Xian Yuan was strong, or maybe because the dragon palace was old and not solid. The attack worked anyway. Golden light surrounded Xian Yuan's body and his blood spirit emitted whistling sounds. He jumped forwards and broke through the desolate qi. Then, he entered the dragon palace. Xian Yuan is so strong, his blood strength is amazing, thought the crowd. Xian Yuan, just like the rumors stated, was incredible and fearless. He was the first to enter the dragon palace. Let's go! Shouted a voice loudly. The Zun cultivators released a powerful qi and followed him. Let's go in, said Lin Feng to Xiong Qi. They also followed. Brother Lin, it's dangerous, said Hua Zhangfeng. He was surprised that Lin Feng wanted to go into the palace. Lin Feng was brave. Hua Zhangfeng could barely withstand the oppressive power of the desolate qi and surprisingly, Lin Feng wanted to go inside the palace. Brother Hua, this place really seems dangerous. Leave if you can, said Lin Feng. Then, he turned around and went into the dragon palace. Hua Zhangfeng was astonished. Xian Yuan and Lin Feng were the only two Tian-level cultivators there. But Xian Yuan had imperial blood, he had a powerful family, he had also broken through to the 7th Tian qi layer. However, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 2nd Tian qi layer, saying he was brave wasn't even enough anymore. If Lin Feng hadn't previously impressed him, he would think that Lin Feng was insane and suicidal. The desolate qi was incredible inside that castle. Lin Feng didn't mind though, he could control it. Xiong Qi released fire which burned the desolate qi slowly. Piss off! Some people passed in front of Lin Feng very quickly. Dead animal ghosts, damn! Something was attacking Xiong Qi but he avoided the attack. Then, Lin Feng turned around and saw some people fight the animals. Those animals were dead, but their ghosts were very active. Little boy, help me. They are not afraid of fire, said Xiong Qi. Lin Feng attacked the dead animals which were attacking Xiong Qi. He punched one of them, as if the dead animal had sensed it, it also punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Boom boom! The strength of the ghost made Lin Feng groan with pain. Shit! Swore Lin Feng. Xiong Qi was so strong yet couldn't do anything. Boom! A sound spread in the air. A dead animal had exploded when Xian Yuan crushed them. He looked like an overlord. Damn cultivator of the 2nd Tian qi layer, piss off, said Xian Yuan tat Lin Feng. He was furious. His voice was so loud that Lin Feng thought his blood was going to explode, he even started bleeding. Xian Yuan didn't look at him again and continued moving towards the depths of the dragon palace. The dead beasts couldn't stop him. Xian Yuan, you're so cruel, thought Lin Feng looking at him, but he didn't leave. He followed the crowd into the depths of the palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 989, Dragon's Heart. Chapter 989, Dragon's Heart. Imperial Blood. Did you sense it?
Xiongqi was terribly excited and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi angrily.
Was Xiongqi gloating over his misfortune? Of course he sensed it.
Xian Yuan had shouted and Lin Feng's blood started boiling because of that imperial blood strength. Xian Yuan had a strong blood, which some low-level Zun cultivators couldn't even compete with.
Don't look at me that way. It's good for you to see those kinds of people, said Xiongqi smiling. He continued, let's follow them. If we're the last ones, we won't be able to get any treasures.
Lin Feng nodded. They followed Xian Yuan and the other Zun cultivators into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Soon they arrived in a room with several gigantic dragon scales inside that contained a terrifying qi.
Dragon scales.
Lin Feng also had some dragon scales. He obtained a couple of them back in the mysterious world. However, his dragon scales weren't as big. Those dragon scales were as big as 2 hands.
Boom!
The Zun cultivators' silhouettes flickered, a few of them started picking up dragon scales. Roar, a very loud and terrifying dragon sound shook the palace.
It made everybody shiver. Xiongqi didn't say anything, but instantly grabbed Lin Feng and pulled him back.
They very quickly retreated. Roar, roar, the dragon sounds came from the dragon scales. Lin Feng realized that the Zun cultivators who had picked up dragon scales had collapsed and were now motionlessly lying on the ground.
They're dead.
Lin Feng was astonished. Luckily, they had ran backwards and hadn't touched the dragon scales themselves. The dragon shouts were incredible, they contained an obscure strength which could kill people's souls. Those who had thrown away the dragon scales hadn't died though. Their blood just started flowing with an incredible speed and their hearts started pounding.
They couldn't calm down.
An incredible strength had been sealed in those dragon scales. A Zun-level beast must have done that. He hadn't turned into an imperial beast yet, otherwise, nobody could have escaped. Dragons are imperial beasts in the sense that they're noble, that Zun-level beast had already reached the top of the Zun Qi layer and very few Zun-level cultivators or beasts could defeat him.
Explained Xiongqi to Lin Feng using telepathy.
Apart from emperor-level beasts, that Zun-level beast probably had no equal.
We can't take the dragon scales. People were furious.
There were treasures in front of them, but they handled them. At that moment, Xian Yuan continued. His blood was emitting roaring sounds. A blood-like red light illuminated the atmosphere and it came from Xian Yuan's hand.
The light then turned into an actual dragon. Capture, roar. A dragon scale flew into Xian Yuan's hand. Roaring and whistling sounds spread in the air. Everything felt like it was going to collapse.
His blood strength had turned into a dragon and grabbed the dragon scales.
Then, they disappeared.
He put them in his ring. Brother Xian Yuan, no wonder you have imperial blood, said Yang Zhan.
Xian Yuan could do what Zun cultivators couldn't do. Let's go. I don't want to waste any time here, said Xian Yuan.
The crows had cawed, but the dragon kept chanting. They were wondering where the chant came from.
The remaining Zun cultivators followed Xian Yuan.
Lin Feng remained motionless though. One person was left in the room, it was the black silhouette Xiongqi had warned him about. He glanced at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, a cultivator of the second Tian Qi layer can surprisingly survive in such a dense desolate Qi. Then, he turned around and released a strange and enigmatic strength which surrounded the dragon scales. He opened his hands and the scales suddenly appeared there. Lin Feng was aghast. Especially since that the cultivator had managed to grab the dragon scales without them emitting any sound.
You're an animal, said Xiongqi.
The cultivator was about to leave, but stopped again. He turned his head, looked at Xiongqi and said, there are some things you shouldn't say, even if you know you're right. His tone was ice cold. He released an ice-cold qi which suddenly enveloped Lin Feng and Xiongqi.
There's no need to be like that, we're the same,
said Xiongqi, turning into a human being as well. He was surrounded by beautiful red lights.
We? Said that person looking at Lin Feng.
Xiongqi was a beast, Lin Feng was clearly a human being.
Show him,
said Xiongqi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was nervous, what did Xiongqi mean? However, he looked at the cultivator and opened his bestial consciousness.
Strange, you're a beast but I didn't sense it, said the cultivator looking at Lin Feng.
He had a bestial consciousness, he definitely had to be an animal. No wonder the desolate qi didn't affect him. It was his secret as well. We're brothers, since we're here and since we're the same, let's join hands and benefit from these opportunities,
said Xiongqi. All right, I agree, said the dark shadow and then he left.
He's a beast. Lin Feng was still thinking it over. He looked at Xiongqi, who had turned into a human being. Xiongqi was a bit careless sometimes. "Little boy, we're weak, but now we have a new friend, isn't that great?" said Xiongqi, who looked handsome as a human being. He had a friendly yet strange smile. Lin Feng wasn't used to that smile. Lin Feng and Xiongqi continued moving into the depths of the Dragon Palace. There were some dead bodies, and all of them were marine animals. Lin Feng even saw the skeleton of a flood dragon. Unfortunately, there was nothing left to take from it. They continued moving along and arrived in a dazzling palace. The desolate Qi was incredible there. Lin Feng was surprised. There was a real dragon there, but it was dead. It was a dozen meters long. Even though it was dead, it looked majestic. Its claws were in the ground as if it had dug into it. Its head pointed upwards as if it were chanting. There were gigantic crystals in its mouth which contained bestial Qi. There were grey dragon illusions around it, as if they were protecting the crystal. A dragon heart. People were astonished. It was an actual dragon heart. It absolutely contained an incredible strength. The Zun cultivators didn't try to take it, but they looked greedy. Surprisingly, there was a dragon heart in the Dragon Palace. Even though they all wanted it, nobody moved. It contained an incredible strength, and they were all wondering how powerful it was. That kind of strength could possibly kill them instantly. Even Xian Yuan didn't act carelessly. He didn't know how powerful the strength it contained was. He couldn't evaluate it. However, Xiongqi's eyes were twinkling. Nobody could know what he was thinking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 990, I didn't kill you though. Chapter 990, I didn't kill you though. Yan Di, can we take it? Asked Lin Feng.
His eyes were twinkling as well. The heart of a Zun-level beast was extremely precious.
If you want to die, go and try. If you touch it, you'll instantly die, said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng smiled wryly. Even the Zun cultivators who were there didn't dare touch it.
What can we do? Asked Lin Feng, annoyed. Could they only enjoy looking at it? Wait, they're not in a rush, why are you? Replied Xiongqi.
Lin Feng remained silent and observed. At that moment, a black silhouette slowly walked towards the heart.
He was surrounded by grey Qi.
Everybody looked, but nobody prevented him from trying. The grey Qi surrounded the heart.
Kacha. A terrifying thunderclap light illuminated the atmosphere.
The grey Qi turned pale blue like a lightning, and thunder energies penetrated into the heart, which caused everything to start shaking violently.
Boom, boom, boom.
The whole room started shaking violently, as well as the people inside.
Kacha, boom ka.
The thunder kept emitting roars all around. Roar, 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 the dragon was shouting furiously. An explosion sounded as people's blood suddenly started boiling.
Xiongqi and Lin Feng were very far.
However, Lin Feng was injured and groaned with pain. Blood splashed out of his mouth and his face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng raised his head, speechless. If he had tried to get the heart, he would have died. Slash, slash. The thunder lights were dazzling and the heart was still shaking.
A dragon shadow appeared around the heart.
The grey energy seemed like it was alive as well.
Let's do it together. Otherwise, nobody will get the heart, said Xian Yuan at that moment.
His blood strength started rolling in the air and a blood spear appeared.
Die!
Shouted Xian Yuan furiously while throwing his spear at the dragon shadow.
Roar!
The dragon moved towards Xian Yuan and turned into a terrifying desolate Qi shadow.
Boom!
Blood like red lights enveloped Xian Yuan's body. He was using his blood strength to protect himself. The desolate Qi couldn't affect him, so it dispersed.
The other strong cultivators also started moving.
However, 2 Zun cultivators died because of their carelessness.
They had underestimated the desolate Qi. Those dragon shadows are trying to kill all of us, thought Lin Feng.
He had thought that the dragon shadows were just protecting the heart, he hadn't thought they could also attack people.
Die, die! Shouted the cultivators furiously while jumping towards the dragon shadows. Bzzz.
A terrifying wave of energy emerged from the heart as the whole area was filled with bestial energies. It was as if time and space were frozen.
The cultivators suddenly felt petrified, they could barely move. Dragon constriction strength, whispered Xiongqi.
The lights which surrounded the cultivators turned into dragon shadows.
That was dragon constriction energy, was a special ability dragons had.
Little boy, that heart contains extremely pure dragon strength, they can't get to it. They will die if they keep trying," said Xiongqi using telepathy. They were stuck there, even though they were standing far away and didn't participate in the battle. "Break!" shouted Xian Yuan furiously. His blood emitted whistling sounds again and surrounded the dragon constriction energy. Xian Yuan's blood was powerful, but it alone couldn't break the dragon constriction energy. Everybody was constricted as if they had fallen into quicksand. Xian Yuan seemed like he understood something as he slowly moved away. All-embracing power, capture. Dazzling lights appeared behind Xian Yuan. The dazzling light suddenly surrounded the heart, mysterious marks appeared and started flowing inside the heart. Holy marks, holy weapon. Xiongqi was surprised and angry. Oh no, he's got a holy weapon, a very powerful one at that. Boom boom. The holy marks flowed into the heart. The whole room started shaking violently again. It seemed like it was going to collapse as water started flowing into the room. Xian Yuan continued using his weapon. He mixed his blood strength with the holy weapon and slowly moved his hands. He wanted to capture the heart with the all-embracing power spell. The heart kept shaking violently. "Stop him!" shouted someone furiously. "Yang Zhan, help me!" shouted Xian Yuan furiously. His blood strength seemed like it was going to explode. He was barely handling it. "All right," said Yang Zhan, jumping forwards. He arrived behind Xian Yuan and released sword energies which lacerated everything. Cut marks appeared everywhere on the walls. He was protecting Xian Yuan from those who wanted to attack him. "Piss off!" Black energies appeared and moved towards Yang Zhan. "Go back!" shouted Yang Zhan. Two mountain shadows appeared and moved towards the attacker. Boom boom. The black energies and the mountain-like energy collided. The room shook even more violently. Water was flowing everywhere now, it covered everybody, but nobody paid attention to it. "It's mine, fuck off!" shouted Xian Yuan furiously. He jumped forwards and tried to grab the heart with his all-embracing power spell. Snowflakes suddenly appeared in the room. Many people were wondering what it was and where it came from. Empty space bestial illusion technique, thought Lin Feng. His snowy tunnel appeared. In a flash, Xian Yuan was in the tunnel. He stretched his hand, but he was moving farther and farther away from his all-embracing power weapon. He was losing control. Slash, slash. The holy marks disappeared and the bestial strength contained in the heart broke the constriction of the all-embracing power weapon. Boom! Bestial lights invaded the room again. Who did that? Xian Yuan was furious. He released his qi. Surprisingly, someone had gotten to him at the very last minute. The snow disappeared and the heart attacked Xian Yuan. Piss off! Xian Yuan was furious. His blood strength was boiling. However, he couldn't block the strength from the heart which crashed onto him. Blood splashed everywhere. Boom boom boom. The heart started to shake violently again, it seemed furious. A few people's godly awareness were even attacked and they died instantly. Boom boom. The heart was attacking the dragon palace which seemed like it was going to collapse. Roar! Xian Yuan shouted furiously and glanced at everybody. Who attacked him by surprise? He didn't have time to look for the guilty one now, it was more important to get the heart. He would settle accounts later, though. I didn't kill you though, thought Lin Feng with a cold smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991, Chanting and Talking Dragon. Chapter 991, Chanting and Talking Dragon. The other strong cultivators started breaking the palace. They wanted to leave by any means they could, the heart was too dangerous. Let's go, said Lin Feng while starting to run. He wanted to leave too, but Xiongqi suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lin Feng stopped and looked at Xiongqi, perplexed. "We're not leaving. You can use your demon seal stones to oppress the room," said Xiongqi, annoyed. Wasn't the palace going to be flooded and the cultivators going to drown? Lin Feng was surprised. Loud sounds kept blasting in the palace. The statues and the skeletons were shaking and breaking apart, and they were already almost submerged. The room was going to collapse. What did Xiongqi intend to do? Are we not leaving? Asked Lin Feng. We're not leaving. Hurry up and seal the room. If we leave, we won't obtain the heart. Those idiots don't understand how the dragon heart functions.
said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng was speechless. Xiongqi despised those people too much.
Interesting, said Lin Feng, but he didn't hesitate anymore. He took out a demon seal stone and used it on the walls of the room. The water stopped and then continued following.
Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi and asked, "What's going on, Nut?"
"The dragon left his heart there on purpose to draw those idiots' attention," said Xiongqi, walking towards the heart.
Xiongqi looked at the claws of the dragon.
"If the dragon had anything really important, it's in his claws under his belly on which he's lying," said Xiongqi.
His eyes were twinkling.
"You mean that there's something in his claws?" Lin Feng was staring at Xiongqi. "Let's see if we can move the carcass," said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng released sword chi.
"Break!" he shouted furiously.
Lin Feng's hand turned into a sword which he used to cut into the skeleton. Metallic sounds clanked as the arm of the dragon was cut, but the claws were still firmly stuck in the ground. His body decomposed from the desolate chi, even though he used to be more resistant. It is only because it was weakened from the chi that you can cut into him, otherwise you wouldn't have had such an easy time,"
said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng was trying to move the claw, but it was firmly stuck.
"It really looked like it was protecting something." "It's not that solid, break it," said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng nodded. His hand turned into a sword again. He was now trying to saw the claw off, which he was succeeding, bit by bit. There was nothing in the ground, only the dragon's footprint.
Lin Feng frowned and looked at Xiongqi.
Xiongqi walked over and inspected the footprint intensely. Then, he started carving things in the ground.
He was drawing a dragon.
Lin Feng was wondering what Xiongqi was doing.
Mysterious marks appeared, dragon marks. "As expected, there's a dragon language technique hidden in the ground," said Xiongqi.
His eyes were twinkling.
Fortunately, Xiongqi understood those things.
Lin Feng would have never been able to find them on his own. What was hidden under the dragon was probably more precious than his heart. The heart was there just to distract people.
"Can we break it?" asked Lin Feng. "If you break it, you'll ruin everything the dragon did,"
said Xiongqi in a despising way. He then added, "Those marks connect the whole palace, I need time. I hope those idiots won't find out what I'm doing, otherwise, the whole plan will be ruined." At the same time, Xiongqi was opening the marks. Lin Feng was very nervous. He was scared that the others would find out what they're doing. The others were only interested in the heart at the moment, so Lin Feng and Xiongqi still had time. Xiongqi was using his full strength to draw things into ground with his fastest speed. More and more marks were appearing.
It seemed like something was sealed underneath them. What's hidden underneath?
The dragon made such great efforts to hide that treasure.
Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. Waves of energies kept coming out of the heart and making the whole room shake. Water was still flowing into the room.
The dragon had used various methods to prevent most people from finding his treasures. What was he hiding precisely?
Boom, boom, boom. The palace shook even more violently as a magnificent and dazzling light illuminated the atmosphere which contained bestial strength. The dragon had used various special and deadly methods to distract people. He had fooled everyone but Xiongqi. The palace was shaking even more violently.
As Xiongqi discovered the carvings, the lights were becoming more intense.
Boom!
The whole room started collapsing.
The demon seal stone couldn't keep the room together any longer.
Roar! The dragon roared. Lin Feng collapsed from the intensity of the sound. The voice had actually came from the skeleton.
Kacha, kaboom!
The skeleton started breaking apart and falling into ashes. The skeleton is breaking apart. The last sound the dragon had emitted sounded like he wasn't happy at all, as if he hadn't thought that Xiongqi would find out about his secret. "We don't have much more time, hurry up,"
said Lin Feng.
The dragon palace was falling apart and people outside wanted to come back and see.
"All right," said Xiongqi.
The ground was breaking apart following two marks in two directions. There's another cave underneath it, Lin Feng realized. With the room collapsing, they would soon be buried in that room if they stayed any longer.
Roar!
Lin Feng started shaking violently.
Dragon chants in the middle of the night.
Lin Feng's blood was boiling even more intensely than before.
That was a real dragon chant. A dazzling red light appeared.
This time, the chant of the dragon didn't stop. Lin Feng's blood was boiling.
He couldn't calm down. What a scary sensation.
At the same time, he kept looking at the underground room which was appearing in front of him.
"Little boy, let's get down quickly," shouted Xiongqi. He grabbed Lin Feng and jumped into the underground room. The dragon voice was stopping the other cultivators in their tracks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992, I am Yen Di. Chapter 992, I am Yen Di. Lin Feng and Xiongqi jumped into the underground room. They were wrapped up in bestial qi and Lin Feng's blood was still boiling. A small room appeared. There was also blood-red light which was now in front of him. It looked alive as it illuminated the entire room red. It contained a terrifying bestial qi and seemed to have been there for a very long time. Alright, seal the blood and don't let a drop spill over. Let's see what it contains, said Xiongqi. That was pure dragon blood after all. Little boy, hurry up, swallow that blood, said Xiongqi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. Swallow? That blood was even thicker than the one he had seen in the mysterious world. Could he swallow that? Hurry up, it would be a waste not to swallow it. Hurry up, shouted Xiongqi furiously. He then tapped Lin Feng's back and Lin Feng tripped and fell into the blood. Lin Feng's blood seemed like it was going to explode. He could even hear the sound of his own blood boiling. He raised his head and sensed the strength of that blood. He could still see Xiongqi, but it felt surreal. Hurry up, little boy. You want to die? Do you want to be bullied and humiliated your entire life? That's an incredible opportunity you have now. Don't make me feel like I wasted my time with you, shouted Xiongqi. Lin Feng was still hesitating. How annoying. Some others wouldn't have hesitated. You're pissing me off really bad, shouted Xiongqi furiously. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Did he want to be bullied and humiliated his entire life? Did he like being despised by other people? Of course not. No matter who, Prince Tianlin, Zhou Luo, they all have a powerful blood strength. They are strong and despised Lin Feng with their inherited strengths. Even Xian Yuan was like that, he inherited an emperor's blood strength. However, the Zun cultivator in Lin Feng's family had existed thousands of years before him. Their family's blood strength had faded with time. I'll take the risk. Lin Feng opened his mouth and started swallowing the blood. He could sense its power in his throat. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, like he was going to explode. His veins were getting bigger, his visceral organs were burning. Use your blood strength to absorb it. Make your blood strength fuse together with it. You have a little bit of dragon blood, absorb as much as you can with it and try to waste as little as possible. You can also make the rest that you can't fuse with your blood energy, fuse with your flesh, shouted Xiongqi. Xiongqi looked at the blood and raised his hands, he started absorbing too. Lin Feng couldn't absorb all the blood by himself anyway. They couldn't afford to waste any of it. Roar, the dragon was still changing as more marks appeared. Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were closed. A crystal appeared, a dragon blood crystal which contained life and bestial strength. It's a heart. Xiongqi shouted furiously, stop. However, Lin Feng didn't stop. He was still swallowing everything as if the world around him didn't exist anymore. Because he didn't stop, he swallowed the heart. Xiongqi's eyes were wide open in shock. You bastard. Animal. You're useless, shouted Xiongqi. He was fuming with anger. Lin Feng had swallowed the whole heart. The dragon heart contained incredible energies. Xiongqi wanted to use a part of it too, but Lin Feng took it all for himself. Xiongqi was really annoyed. Roar. The dragon chant was making the whole room shake now. Lin Feng was shaking so violently that blood splashed out of his mouth. He opened his eyes and felt confused. Xiongqi was astonished, a dragon shadow appeared in front of them and it had murder in his eyes. You ate my child, said the dragon while staring at Lin Feng. Roar, the dragon roared furiously. Lin Feng was still bleeding. His child? Xiongqi was astonished too. He suddenly understood everything though. The dragon spirit had used its last remaining strength to protect his child. Everything was clear now. No wonder the dragon didn't want other people to discover his secret. However, Lin Feng had carelessly swallowed his child whole. Damn human being. Die, shouted the dragon. If you kill him, you'll kill your child too, said Xiongqi. The dragon was already in front of Lin Feng. He was about to crush Lin Feng to death with his claws, but stopped and turned around. He coldly stared at Xiongqi. There are many strong cultivators outside right now.
If you kill him, even if your child comes out, the strong cultivators will come in and kill your child all the same.
All your efforts will have been in vain,"
said Xiongqi in a solemn and respectful way. Xiongqi's words affected the dragon.
"Indeed, that would be pointless. You'll both die though. No matter what," said the dragon. "You're a dragon. He swallowed your blood. He'll have your blood in his body from now on.
Even though he ate your child, he didn't kill him. Now, with his blood strength, he can raise your child.
He can protect him. That's better than being stuck in here for eternity," said Xiongqi.
The dragon looked perplexed, but still looked furious. He looked at Xiongqi and said, "I don't believe you, you'll kill my child. I guarantee you will do our best to make your child come back to life."
"You're a stupid animal, how can you guarantee anything?" said the dragon. "Bullshit, look at me carefully, do I look like a Tian-level beast? Could a Tian-level beast understand dragon language and carve dragon marks?" said Xiongqi.
His hair was fluttering with energies. He looked majestic and powerful as stared back at the dragon, fearlessly and proudly. Xiongqi looked aggressive, powerful, dignified and majestic at that moment. Lin Feng was astonished.
Xiongqi even looked extremely handsome.
But at the same time, Lin Feng still couldn't realize he had eaten a baby dragon.
"Who are you?" asked the dragon. He could sense that Xiongqi was extraordinary. That kind of qi couldn't be feigned.
It was a power that resonated from deep in someone's bones.
"I am the Flame Emperor Yendi. I lost my cultivation level because of an incredible war a long time ago, so now I have the body of a Tian-level beast. But I guarantee you, you can trust us. Don't worry,"
said Xiongqi, whose hair was still fluttering.
The dragon looked at Xiongqi calmly and respectfully. Even an incredible dragon respected Yendi.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 993, More and more people around the dragon. Chapter 993, More and more people around the dragon. Yendi. Yendi was a great emperor back in the day.
Xiongqi looked domineering and majestic.
His qi looked extraordinary. Even the dragon felt like he could trust Yendi.
Even though Xiongqi had lost his cultivation level and his powers, maybe he could recover them in the future. If such a day came, Xiongqi would easily be able to kill and destroy some of the strongest living beings in the cultivation world.
"You guarantee that you won't kill my child and will protect him?" said the dragon. "I, Yendi, promise you. Whenever we have the opportunity, we'll even make your child come back to life," said Yendi again in a solemn and respectful way. The dragon remained silent as his shadow became less and less distinct, as if he was going to disappear. "Roar!" The dragon raised his head and roared. He had no choice. He had to seize that opportunity.
Yendi was a great emperor. Even though the dragon couldn't be 100% sure Yendi would protect his child, he had no choice but believe him.
What could he do anyways? As Yendi had said, even if he took his child out of Lin Feng, what could he do? Keep him imprisoned in a cave? With Yendi, the dragon child would have many opportunities. He had no choice. "I believe you, please take care of my child," said the dragon while lowering his head. He was submitting to Yendi, for his child. "Let me ask you one last thing. Without the seal, your blood could disperse and then you'd disappear. Can you put all your blood in his and make your blood and his fuse together, as well as all your strength? That way you'll also be in his blood and you'll even be able to protect your child forever," Yendi said in a solemn and respectful way.
Lin Feng was on the sideline here, but was receiving all the benefits.
At least the dragon didn't want to kill him anymore.
Lin Feng admired Yendi. He was audacious, brave, and strong.
Yendi really looked like an emperor at that moment. He's a great emperor after all, I must remember to be nice to him in the future, thought Lin Feng.
If Yendi had heard Lin Feng's thoughts, he would have slapped him. That's also a way of showing your gratitude. Lin Feng will remember that forever and take good care of your child,
continued Yendi. The dragon nodded and bowed in front of Yendi. "Take care of my child." "Thank you." Then, he looked at Lin Feng, roared, and in a flash, all his blood started flowing into Lin Feng's body. Roar. His roar sounded a bit sad.
The illusion slowly disappeared as it penetrated into his body. Lin Feng started shaking violently again.
"Cherish my child,"
said a voice in Lin Feng's head.
The sensation was completely different this time. His blood felt like it was changing.
The dragon blood and strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body. He was helping Lin Feng assimilate his blood. His blood was becoming Lin Feng's blood. Boom boom. The palace was already destroyed. That small room seemed like it was going to collapse as well. They're here. Xiongqi and Lin Feng glanced at each other. The dragon had roared so loudly that it drew people's attention to them. They hadn't come earlier because they were trying to take the heart. Lin Feng and Xiongqi didn't know if they had managed to take it or not by now. She opened his mouth and spat out fire. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by flames. Xiongqi was masking the dragon chi around him. Hurry up and get to the surface. Wait for me there, I'll clean the room in the meantime, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng nodded and rose up in the air. Xiongqi continued spitting out fire everywhere to clean the room, removing any evidence of dragon energies. Even if someone found the room, they wouldn't be able to tell what there was before. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng took back his demon seal stone. His blood was still boiling, but it was properly covered up with the fire. Then, Xiongqi came out too. They mingled in with the crowd again. There were many Tian-level cultivators in the room now. They had come in afterwards. They looked at Lin Feng and Xiongqi unhappily. The heart was still shaking violently. No wonder nobody had paid attention to what was happening underground. The water and the dragon shadow had also disappeared. It was no wonder that it had attracted so many people. Nobody could take the heart though, only Zun cultivators could try taking it. What did you steal? Show it, said one of them coldly. If you want to steal our treasures, come and fight us. We're at the bottom of the Tian Chi layer. But, we only fell into that room when the room collapsed. What could we get with our cultivation level? Said Xiongqi pointing at the ruins around. However, those people smiled coldly. If those two couldn't get treasures, why would they have come out then? We all heard the dragon chant and you're telling us you didn't get anything? Who would believe you? Said those people with cold smiles. That came from the dragon scales. If you don't believe us, go and see for yourself. Authentic dragon chants and scales can kill people, we would never get near, said Xiongqi pointing to some dragon scales. I'll go and see. At that moment, someone's silhouette flickered. That person moved to the dragon scales, put some stones away and grabbed it. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar spread in the air. In a flash, that person was dead. Everybody was speechless as they looked back at Xiongqi. I told you that those dragon scales could kill people instantly. I didn't try to fool you. If you're too greedy, go and take a risk, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was calmly standing there. He had to pretend to be calm even though his blood was boiling. If he showed that he wasn't feeling normal, people would guess he obtained something. They all stared at Xiongqi. He did warn them that touching those scales could kill people. We believe you for now, said someone. He moved towards the scale. That was annoying, there were treasures, but they couldn't take them. Then, they all left but a middle-aged man. He looked at Lin Feng and Xiongqi coldly. What's wrong? Asked Xiongqi. If I kill you both, I'll know for sure if you got treasures or not, said the cultivator with a cold smile. Without saying anything, he threw himself at Lin Feng. You want to die? Shouted Xiongqi furiously. His red hair fluttered in the wind as he released fire energy. The cultivator's facial expression changed drastically. He suddenly turned around, but it was too late, he was already surrounded by fire. Ah, he gave a horrible shriek and suddenly looked terrified. That fire was burning him alive. In a flash, he turned into ashes. Xiongqi stopped next to Lin Feng and said, Hurry up, you obtained such great treasures, and I still need to protect you. Lin Feng remained speechless. What was happening to him right now wasn't his fault after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 994, Muqin. Chapter 994, Muqin. You're really strong. That guy had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer and you killed him in less than a second, said Lin Feng smiling. Of course I did. I'm an emperor, said Xiongqi proudly. Alright, you'll fight from now on, said Lin Feng. Xiongqi rarely fought after all. Dream on. Back when, I was an ordinary cultivator. Only after I fought a lot and became an imperial cultivator did I become a great emperor, a Zun emperor. You and I are different. You've only broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer.
You can't afford to act lazily.
You need to fight and suffer to become a Zun cultivator.
Qiongqi explained.
Qiongqi then thought, I still need to improve my fire, I can't waste energy.
You're not nice, said Lin Feng.
Qiongqi used to be a great emperor, then he had lost his power and had taken Qiongqi's body. He was even aggressive and impatient. Later, Lin Feng had helped him obtain the void fire, and now Lin Feng couldn't even see how strong he was anymore. If he helped him anymore, Qiongqi would become too strong.
Roar! Lin Feng and Qiongqi raised their heads.
The dragon heart was dazzling. Many dragon shadows appeared and started roaring. They suddenly surrounded all those Zun cultivators.
No wonder that dragons are the emperors of the animal world. They're so strong, sighed Lin Feng.
2 cultivators were trying to steal the heart, but the dragon shadows swallowed them and killed them.
That heart contains authentic dragon strength.
The dragon heart you swallowed belonged to a newborn baby, luckily.
It didn't contain much dragon strength, otherwise, you'd have died on the spot,
said Qiongqi to Lin Feng using telepathy.
Do I really have to raise the dragon baby now? Whispered Lin Feng.
I personally promised that to the dragon.
In the future, you'll have a dragon pet for yourself, that's not bad, said Qiongqi smiling. Lin Feng understood.
With the dragon, both would become much stronger. Yan Di might even become an animal emperor with the help of a dragon. Lin Feng sometimes didn't understand some of the logic behind some events.
What would it feel like to raise a dragon though? Was it the same feeling as being pregnant? I swallowed your blood and you made your blood fuse together with mine, dragon.
I must remain faithful,
thought Lin Feng. That was a fact.
The dragon heart is going to become weaker and weaker. They'll manage to take it sooner or later, but it is already not so useful anymore.
What a bunch of idiots, thought Qiongqi watching the crowd.
At that moment, there were even more people surrounding the heart. They wanted to steal the dragon heart.
Xian Yuan, Yang Zhan, and the one in black clothes.
The one in black clothes seemed particularly interested in the dragon heart. He was ready to risk his life for it even. He was a beast after all, the dragon heart could be extremely useful to him.
I know what kind of beast he is,
said Qiongqi while staring at the man in black clothes. At that moment, he had gigantic black wings emitting thunderous sounds which contained a terrifying strength.
What kind? Asked Lin Feng.
He had the wings of a gigantic rock and thunderous energies. Lin Feng had never seen such an animal. Mixed breed, lightning vulture and great rock.
He's a lightning rock. He's extremely strong and fast. It's a rare race to encounter, whispered Qiongqi.
Lin Feng calmly listened. He had never heard of such animals. There were many breeds in the animal world and Lin Feng wasn't familiar with zoology in the slightest. Lin Feng came from Shuiyu, but there weren't even that many Tian-level beasts there.
If we give that dragon heart to our teachers, they'll probably be very happy, said someone indifferently.
He hadn't arrived yet, but the people who were there could hear him.
The crowd glanced around to see who that person was. Was he insane? Giving the heart to his teachers.
They had been there for such a long time, trying to get the dragon heart. That would be a great gift for our teachers.
You precisely wanted to offer a gift to our teachers? Said someone else.
The ones who had been trying to get the heart for a long time were getting angry.
Come out and talk, shouted Xian Yuan furiously, making the atmosphere shake. 3 silhouettes appeared from above.
When the crowd saw those people, they immediately calmed down.
Those people looked extraordinary.
Xian Yuan frowned when he saw them. The leader of the group was wearing a simple yet very clean white robe. He wasn't releasing any qi either, but he seemed special. The second person was wearing a simple silver robe and had a sword in his back.
He was handsome and looked indifferent.
The last one had a black robe and he looked both powerful and majestic.
Lin Feng actually recognized him.
Xian Yuanshi's little boy, you're very proud, said the leader in white clothes with a smile.
Shut up, who are you?
Said Xian Yuan coldly. Those people were calling him little boy, how disrespectful. Even if they were strong, they still had to show respect.
Mu Chen, like wood and dust. Translator's note, Mu means wood and Chen means dust here, said the one in white clothes with a smile. Everybody was scared, Mu Chen. Many people had heard that name.
In the past, few people had ever heard that name or seen him, but recently, more people were hearing about him because of the Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's first recruitment session. Many people were researching about Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's very own disciples. The most famous one was Qing Lin. He was Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's second disciple. He could use reincarnation spells which were incredible to behold, so many people remembered him. According to rumors, Mu Qian was Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's first disciple.
Mu Qian.
The crowd was shivering. So his teachers were Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu.
Silver clothes, handsome, that's Ho Lin. The crowd looked at the second one and suddenly remembered that name.
He was indubitably Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's second disciple, Ho Lin.
Oh, I see.
Fellow disciples, hello,
said Xian Yuan a bit baffled. Then, he smiled nicely and politely.
Little boy, we're not your fellow disciples,
said Mu Qian with a smile.
Xian Yuan already considered himself as an imperial cultivation disciple.
But Mu Qian wasn't of the same opinion.
Xian Yuan was getting a little ticked off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 995, Xian Yuan feels humiliated. Chapter 995, Xian Yuan feels humiliated.
For many people, it was a sure thing that Xian Yuan was going to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciple, but actually, he was applying in hopes of becoming the first imperial cultivation disciple of the Tianqi layer. Xian Yuan, by considering himself as an imperial cultivation disciple, was acting very confidently.
Calling Mu Qian a fellow disciple was disrespectful. Mu Qian didn't appreciate it and contradicted him immediately.
Xian Yuan smiled coldly and sighed.
Mu Qian looked at Ho Lin and said, "Brother, since they can't take the heart, you can take it."
It would, indeed, be a great gift for the teachers, especially after all the efforts they're making to organize the recruitment process.
Even if they don't like it, they'll be happy because it comes from you.
All right, said Ho Lin, nodding. He jumped to the heart.
That heart contained an incredible strength. Mu Qian followed Ho Lin.
They weren't ordinary cultivators, they were Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's own disciples. They had a very high social status and were very gifted. Even the leaders of the biggest sects and clans respected them. Even without talking about their social status, they were very strong indeed. If they wanted to take the heart, nobody could compete with them here. They released qi which slowly moved towards the heart.
Ho Lin looked calm as if the heart's energies didn't affect him. "We found that heart first, do you think you can simply take it?" said Xian Yuan to Ho Lin.
The others had the same thought, but weren't actually going to say anything.
Nobody talked, but Xian Yuan. Ho Lin glanced at Xian Yuan indifferently and said, "I never said you couldn't take it. Come and take it from me if you have balls to back up that mouth of yours."
Ho Lin sounded very calm. Xian Yuan pulled a long face. Usually, people never talked to him that way, he was the one who talked to others like that.
Did he have the balls?
Ho Lin sounded calm, detached and indifferent.
If Xian Yuan dared attack, what would Ho Lin do? Nobody wanted to imagine the scene. In terms of strength, Xian Yuan was infinitely weaker than Ho Lin.
In terms of social status, Ho Lin was a real and genuine imperial disciple, Xian Yuan just had imperial blood.
Everybody remained quiet, the atmosphere became very calm.
Xian Yuan always relied on his social status and strength to humiliate others, but now he couldn't do much.
Awesome! Thought Lin Feng, standing on the ruins.
He had a huge smile. Ho Lin was truly amazing. He had helped him in the past and now he was humiliating someone he didn't like. How perfect was that? In the Dragon Palace, Xian Yuan had humiliated Lin Feng. Now, his karma was playing him. Ho Lin had arrived.
What is awesome?
It would be awesome if you were Ho Lin.
Xian Yuan despises you and even humiliated you.
I hope someday you can act like Lin, said Lin, indifferently, making Lin Feng come back to his senses. His heart was filled with ardor and hope. Zhongqi was right though, Lin Feng had to become stronger and someday he'd be able to shame arrogant people the same way Ho Lin just did.
I told you last time, that guy is a real genius.
Xian Yuan has imperial blood, but nothing more,
said Zhongqi. He looked over at Lin Feng and continued, "Little boy, when will you become strong and act like them? Too bad that you're not that strong yet. Telling you these things is useless it seems."
Lin Feng smiled wryly.
Indeed, what a pity.
Lin Feng raised his head, his blood was filled with ardor, hope, determination.
Someday, you will see. I will be stronger than them.
I will despise people who have despised me, who have humiliated me.
I will become incredibly strong, whispered Lin Feng.
His blood was flowing with incredible strength now, especially since he had swallowed the dragon blood. Nobody knew what had just happened to him and nobody could know how he felt. The dragon blood had become his own power. Xiongqi smiled and said, I hope I won't have to wait too long to witness the change. At that moment, Ho Changlin jumped to the heart and grabbed it. A strength appeared and enveloped the heart.
Boom! The heart shone brightly, dragon roars invaded the atmosphere.
In a flash, lights with reincarnation energy appeared and enveloped the heart.
Reincarnation strength.
The crowd was amazed.
Ho Changlin didn't need to use his sword, he could easily use reincarnation energies to take the heart. Bzzz. The atmosphere was filled with reincarnation energies right now.
He jumped up and opened his hand, there were reincarnation energies radiating from his palm and the heart was sitting there. It looked like an ordinary crystal. It was difficult to imagine that just before, so many strong cultivators had tried to take the heart and died trying. There was a huge difference between them and Ho Changlin.
How strong? Thought Lin Feng, gasping with amazement.
It was the second time that he saw Ho Changlin, and just like the first time, it was amazing.
I told you he's a genius.
To him, a dragon heart is nothing exceptional. He will definitely become an emperor, maybe even a great emperor. After you become an imperial cultivation disciple, you'll be Mu Qian and Ho Changlin's fellow disciple. Be friends with them and learn from them,
said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng nodded. Mu Qian and Ho Changlin seemed very strong, but also reasonable. Lin Feng would probably become their fellow disciple soon. At that moment, Ho Changlin lowered his head and looked at Xian Yuan. You're weak, you might be talented, but nobody really cares about you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 996, Chased, so what? Chapter 996, Chased, so what? Xian Yuan was furious and looked very upset. Xian Yuan was humiliated twice in the same day.
Ho Changlin was openly making fun of him. Xian Yuan had imperial blood and he was proud of it.
There were many people who admired him.
Ho Changlin turned around and looked at Mu Qian. Brother, let's go.
All right, said Mu Qian with a smile. Then, the three left as quickly as they came.
The crowd sighed.
I am afraid of Xian Yuan, but they aren't.
They're domineering, majestic, imposing, strong, proud. If someday I become Emperor Sure and Emperor Yu's disciple, I'll despise people like Xian Yuan just like them,
thought several people from the crowd.
They were impatient to become imperial cultivation disciples and receive Emperor Sure and Emperor Yu's teachings. At that moment, everybody was even more determined to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Xian Yuan looked at Mu Qian and the others leaving.
He thought, someday, I will trample you.
I will become the Emperor's most dangerous weapon. But until then, he had to rank first amongst Tian-level candidates, then he had to break through to the Zun Qi layer. Then, he could trample them. He turned around and glanced at the crowd. The dragon had chanted, the crows had cawed, a dragon palace had appeared and in the end, Xian Yuan had obtained nothing. His all-embracing power weapon was even broken.
Who plotted against me?
Said Xian Yuan furiously. Surprisingly, someone had used a skill against him in the dragon palace, causing his all-embracing power weapon to break. Then, he had lost control of the dragon heart.
What a tragedy!
He had lost a precious weapon and he lost the dragon heart. Now he was furious, other people had even taken the heart as he sat there and watched. Nobody replied to Xian Yuan though.
The cultivator in black clothes stepped on the ruins and looked at Lin Feng and Xiongqi.
Then, he ran to the dragon scales. He hadn't obtained the heart, but at least he could get some dragon scales.
Does he know it was me? Thought Lin Feng when the guy looked at him.
He had observed him in the dragon palace as well. Maybe that cultivator in the black clothes had used his empty space bestial illusion technique to watch Lin Feng after sensing another bestial qi.
Bzzz, some people left, some people came back to the ruins.
Xian Yuan turned around and looked at the ruins. He glanced at Lin Feng too, but for less than a second, Lin Feng was just an ant after all.
Little boy, are you good to leave now?
Said Xiongqi using telepathy. They had been there for a long time now.
Almost. Whispered Lin Feng.
The blood was still fusing with his. If the dragon hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have been able to swallow everything, let alone with this speed.
We should go now.
There are bestial marks in the ruins and people could find something in the small room that we opened,
said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng nodded.
He knew those things, of course.
I'm not worried anyways, you're here to protect me after all,
whispered Lin Feng. Are you sure? Said Xiongqi.
Lin Feng said nothing.
He just stared back at Shang-Chi. I'm so weak, how could I protect you? Ha ha. If I don't tell you such things, will you actually take risks? Said Shang-Chi laughing.
Lin Feng remained speechless.
Shang-Chi had to be joking, right? All right. I'm good. Said Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and said to Shang-Chi, let's go. Avoiding the others, they left.
2 cultivators at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. Strong cultivators would want to attack them and steal their treasures if they could.
Above the water surrounding the ruins of the towers, someone was observing Lin Feng. He and a few others had followed Lin Feng.
Above the water, there were still many strong cultivators and they were all leaving one after the other.
There was nothing interesting left in the ruins. Many people had died and so on. Was Ho Chang Lin the only one who obtained great treasures? Boom! At that moment, an explosion sounded.
Xian Yuan was standing in the air, his hair was fluttering, and his facial expression looked ice-cold.
He just made the ground explode and found a small room under the rubble. An underground room, precisely where the claws of the dragons were guarding. Apart from that room, there were marks written all over the ground. The crowd looked at him. Xian Yuan had just discovered a secret room with marks all around it. Was there anything in that room?
Those who had entered the palace at the very beginning with Xian Yuan all looked furious. While they were taking huge risks to take the heart, someone had secretly been stealing precious treasures. When they thought about the consecutive dragon chants, they only now understood that they were coming from inside that room. Nobody knew about what was inside, even the chi had been hidden.
It's him.
The 2 cultivators of the bottom of the Tianqi layer. Thought the crowd suddenly.
Only 2 people had stayed in the back the whole time.
Those 2 were despicable insects, so nobody paid any attention to them. Xian Yuan looked at Lin Feng, who was already very, very far away in the horizon, and rose up in the air. He then turned into a beam of light and chased Lin Feng.
He had to catch up with him.
Lin Feng was moving with incredible speed towards a mountain at that moment. Lin Feng knew that he was being chased at that point. When he found out that people were chasing him, he smiled coldly. The people who were chasing him stopped. The leader was a young man whose chi was extraordinary.
He looked about as angry as could be.
You cause troubles everywhere you go, even in Bahuang province, said the young man.
Lin Feng smiled and said, Prince Tianlin, it's so good to see you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 997, Killing Tianlin. Chapter 997, Killing Tianlin. Surprisingly, you're laughing, said Prince Tianlin, who was laughing as well. He laughed in a very strange way though. What could Lin Feng do to him in Bahuang province? 4th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng inspected Prince Tianlin's cultivation level. Last time he had seen him, he had the strength of the 3rd Tianqi layer. The other cultivators who were with him had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer as well. Without your deployment spells and without Ho Chang Lin, what can you do? Said Prince Tianlin coldly. Now that Prince Tianlin had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and they were in Bahuang province, Lin Feng didn't stand a chance. You forgot that back when Ho Chang Lin and Yu Xiao hadn't arrived yet, you attacked me, but in the end, you were the one left hurt. You lost to me and used Yu Xiao to save you. It seems like you have forgotten how we ended things, said Lin Feng with a mocking tone. Prince Tianlin looked at his friends ashamed. Lin Feng had injured him. You have a glib tongue. This time, I will slaughter you, said Prince Tianlin while throwing himself at Lin Feng. Roar, roar. Without hesitating, Prince Tianlin threw himself at Lin Feng and released his wind spirit. His spirit was even more powerful than the last time Lin Feng had seen him. Die! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. A terrifying strength surrounded Lin Feng. People like you can only rely on the blood strength from their ancestors. You seemingly only know how to release your spirit. Without your spirit, you'd be even worse than trash, said Lin Feng in a despising way. He slowly rose up in the air and looked down on Prince Tianlin. Back then, at the Great Sect meeting, I was wearing a mask. You came to Ganyu as an Imperial Cultivation disciple and thought everybody admired you. If you weren't an Imperial Cultivation disciple and didn't possess a strong spirit, I would have killed you in the blink of an eye, said Lin Feng while releasing terrifying energies. I will teach you something today. Being an Imperial Cultivation disciple makes you proud, but it alone is not enough. Lin Feng sensed the new blood flowing in his body. He was so much stronger. It felt like an ocean was flowing through his veins. The others looked at him surprised.
Prince Tianlin's wind brushed against Lin Feng, but he realized that Lin Feng was surrounded by some kind of strength.
The wind wasn't even affecting him. Prince Tianlin pulled a long face. Lin Feng now had a powerful blood strength. How come? Don't think that I can't kill you, said Prince Tianlin.
At the same time, he released his own blood strength. The atmosphere was assaulted by whistling hurricanes and dust flew around. The wind was as sharp as a blade's edge.
Die! Shouted Prince Tianlin.
Black lights appeared and a terrifying sealing strength rolled in the air. Lin Feng condensed some strength in his hand. It was as if the force of the earth and sky. Lin Feng moved his blood strength towards the palm of his hand. That sensation made him feel even more confident and stronger.
Prince Tianlin's facial expression looked worse and worse.
His wind spirit was strong, but when he sensed Lin Feng's strength, he didn't know what to do.
How had Lin Feng become so strong?
He was so much stronger than last time.
You're pathetic.
Poor you, said Lin Feng when he saw that Prince Tianlin's facial expression had changed drastically. He then added, coldly, I was hiding my strength last time. If I hadn't, I could have killed you instantly.
You're much weaker than Shou Jun Luo, said Lin Feng. Finally, he was attacking. Boom boom.
An incredible amount of strength and force streaked across the sky. Those energies surrounded the wind spirit and suppressed them with sealing strength.
Boom.
A loud sound spread in the air and Prince Tianlin groaned with pain. His face turned deathly pale. His spirit was propelled away by Lin Feng and a sealing strength had even constricted it.
Imperial cultivation disciple, ridiculous, said Lin Feng coldly. He then walked towards Prince Tianlin. Prince Tianlin was scared, he couldn't beat Lin Feng. Kill him, shouted Prince Tianlin furiously while running back.
His friends immediately released their own spirits.
Just stop and make things easier for the both of us, said someone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him and continued running towards Prince Tianlin while saying, You can't kill me, so you're asking me to back down? How ridiculous is that? Since that's what you think, die, said one of the bodyguards.
5 cultivators threw themselves at Lin Feng at the same time.
Roar! Lin Feng opened his mouth and released a demonic chi. A demon shadow appeared along with whistling energies.
An explosion sounded as the demon energy crashed into the group of people.
Kaboom!
The earth and the sky were shaking as well as those people. They immediately fell down from the sky and crashed onto the ground, dead. All those people were dead. Prince Tianlin looked at them, his heart was twitching, he looked scared yet dumbstruck, he couldn't believe his eyes.
Demonic energies. That was you on that day, said Prince Tianlin.
The one who had stolen the void fire was Lin Feng, disguised as a demon.
Indeed.
If I didn't need to stay incognito, I would have killed you easily, just by slapping you,
said Lin Feng while condensing demonic energies in his palm. Prince Tianlin was horrified as he ran backwards. He wanted to escape.
Lin Feng was playing with him, he was moving his hand around as if he were dancing.
Demonic energies had condensed at this point. Assassin spell, said Lin Feng. The demon energies suddenly stabbed Prince Tianlin. He couldn't even see them coming.
His corpse fell down from the sky, dead as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 998, Degenerate. Chapter 998, Degenerate.
Lin Feng looked at Prince Tianlin's expressionless corpse. Then, he turned around and walked into the desolate mountains.
Buddy, I need to practice cultivation somewhere for a few days, said Lin Feng to Qiongqi.
I know, you need to understand your new blood strength,
said Qiongqi. They arrived somewhere uninhabited and found a cave.
Lin Feng activated his consciousness and found that it was larger than before. There were golden colors mixed into the blood-red colors. He found a heart in his blood strength, it was a baby dragon. It had a powerful chi and the vitality of a newborn. The dragon fused its blood together with his, but it hadn't spread everywhere in Lin Feng's body yet. Lin Feng took this time to make the blood flow faster. There used to be no sound when Lin Feng circulated his blood, but now, it emitted loud sounds. Lin Feng could sense how strong his new blood was.
Loud roaring sounds echoed in the cave.
2 days later, Lin Feng's entire body was surrounded by golden lights.
The sounds he emitted when cultivating were even louder. They even echoed out into the valley outside of the cave.
A silhouette was approaching from the sky at that moment. It was a woman in snowy white clothes. She had a veil covering her face, but it was hard to look the other way. She had an incredible body. Lin Feng's blood chi dashing to the skies and emitting roaring sounds made the woman stop. She gazed into the distance, dazzled.
What was that sound? It sounded like a tsunami.
Roar, a dragon chant spread and echoed across the valley. The woman was surprised.
Was there a dragon in the valley?
Was a dragon practicing cultivation in the valley? She heard that in Black Crow Village, a dragon palace had appeared and that many strong cultivators had gone there to find a dragon heart, but that in the end, Ho Chang Lin took it.
How come she could now hear a dragon chant in the valley?
Besides, it was very intense.
She ran in the direction of the roar, but then the dragon chant stopped. She was surprised, excited, and curious.
Her silhouette flickered and she arrived near the entrance of a cave. That was where she heard the dragon chant come from.
There were two silhouettes outside of the cave. A human being and a Tian-level beast.
The young man looked handsome but ordinary. He had only broken through to the third Tian Chi layer.
Nothing spectacular.
The beast with him was astonishing though.
It was an ancient beast.
She couldn't take her eyes off of it.
Did you hear a dragon chant?
Asked the woman gently to Lin Feng.
I heard it. I came here because of it, but I didn't see anything.
Replied Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. He hadn't thought that breaking through to the third Tian Chi layer would cause his blood to emit a dragon chant. Fortunately, nobody had found him while he was still practicing cultivation in the cave, otherwise people might guess what was going on.
The girl frowned and looked at him.
She couldn't have been wrong, but she was scouting the cave with her consciousness and there was nothing inside, just like Lin Feng had said. She couldn't think that it was Lin Feng either.
After all, she had heard an actual dragon.
She shook her head slowly and turned around to leave.
We should go too,
thought Lin Feng as a boat appeared next to him.
If he didn't use it, he would be late. The girl sensed the boat and looked at Lin Feng.
She was surprised.
She went back to him and asked, "Are you the one who stole the Yang's boat in Tianyuan City and asked them for 1,000 abstruse crystals?"
Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect a random person he encountered in the mountains to have heard about that already.
That boat was broken at first.
I fixed it with special tools and Yang Ziyi agreed to give it to me.
I didn't steal anything,
said Lin Feng annoyed.
Sorry, I didn't express myself properly,
said the girl with a smile. You're quite strong, you defeated Zhou Jun Luo even though you have only broken through to the third Tian Chi layer.
Not bad, said the girl interested.
She smiled and said, "Can you take me on your boat?"
I don't have anything to go faster. She was wrong again.
Lin Feng had broken through to the second Tian Chi layer when he had fought Zhou Jun Luo. He had just now broken through to the third Tian Chi layer in the cave.
Are we going to the same place? Said Lin Feng. I don't think I'm wrong. We're both going to Tian Tai, said the girl gently.
Lin Feng nodded. As expected, many people were going to Tian Tai to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciples.
No problem, you can come with me. I just hope that you're not like Yang Ziyi.
I rescued her from the Huangxi and when we arrived in Tianyuan, she humiliated me and pretended I was interested in her.
How could you compare me to her?
Said the girl shaking her head.
Don't worry. Nothing like that will happen with me. All right then. Come on, said Lin Feng.
The boat was quite big. One more person wasn't a problem, especially a beautiful woman like her. According to her behavior, Lin Feng felt like she didn't really like Yang Ziyi.
Her chi and cultivation weren't bad either. Her social status probably was extraordinary. What's your name? Asked the girl to Lin Feng with a smile.
You should at least show me your face if you want to know my name, said Lin Feng laughing and looking at the landscapes around.
You're a proud person, said the girl giggling.
She took off her veil. She was extremely beautiful. Beautiful cheeks, beautiful eyes, beautiful skin. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched her cheeks, very gently. However, the girl wasn't happy at all and released an ice-cold chi.
Degenerate.
She immediately slapped Lin Feng.
Surprisingly, that guy actually touched her. Did he want to die?
Lin Feng came back to his senses and stepped back. An energy sharper than a sword was moving towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 999, Tian Tai. Chapter 999, Tian Tai.
Lin Feng suddenly stood up and released some demon sealing strength. The girl released even more qi. She was close to Lin Feng now. Wait, said Lin Feng, grabbing her hand and preventing her from moving. She coldly looked at him and said, no wonder the Yang clan humiliated you. You're a degenerate. Can you listen to me first, please? I can explain, said Lin Feng. He knew that he had made a mistake. But he couldn't help it, they were so similar. Almost the same, like twins. Her qi was different, otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have come back to his senses. Explain? Said the girl with a cold smile. You have an explanation for such odious acts? Indeed, I do. You look like my wife, said Lin Feng. That girl looks like Xin Yi. It's just that their qi is different. That's why Lin Feng had felt so strange. Don't you have a better excuse? Said the girl. She didn't believe him. You can ask my friend, said Lin Feng, pointing to Xiongqi. Xiongqi looked at the girl with twinkling eyes. He was aroused too. He said, indeed, the very same. Apart from the qi, you could be twins. You think I'll believe you? Said the girl, frowning. She still didn't believe Lin Feng. I can prove it to you. Look! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. When she saw that Lin Feng was shouting, she shouted even louder and said, how? Stop using your qi and I will show you, said Lin Feng. The girl begrudgingly stopped using her qi. Lin Feng shook his hand and the snowy tower appeared, then the great rock appeared. The great rock looked at Lin Feng and then looked at Duan Xin Yi. He was very surprised. He looked happy too. Obviously, he thought that was Xin Yi too. Miss, you also came to Bahuang province, said the great rock in a low voice. Lin Feng looked at the great rock and said, she's not Xin Yi. I promised you I'd stop putting you in the animal tower, but sometimes I have to because it's better to hide you. Lin Feng looked at the girl and said, do you believe me now? The girl's eyes twinkled. She was still angry, but she believed him. The great rock didn't know what had just happened, but he also thought that she was somebody else. But you touched me indecently, said the girl coldly. You should marry him too, he's very responsible, said Xiongqi impolitely. Lin Feng looked at him and said, you shut up. He was going to cause trouble. The girl was very strong and Lin Feng couldn't defeat her. Little boy, that girl is really nice, trust me, she could be a great wife. It only benefits you that she looks like Xin Yi. Back then, I had so many women too, said Xiongqi using telepathy. Lin Feng sighed. It wasn't on purpose. If you want anything, please feel free to ask me, said Lin Feng. The girl looked at him, remained silent for a few seconds and laughed. Alright, let's forget about it. You still haven't told me your name, said the girl. Lin Feng, and you? Replied Lin Feng naturally while putting the great rock away. Xiu Xin, said the girl, smiling. She looked like she was a completely different person when she was happy from when she was angry. Lin Feng was sitting next to her and looking at her. He still couldn't tell her and Xin Yi apart. Their qi was different though. I look like your wife that much? Asked Xiu Xin while giggling. Only your qi is different, otherwise, you'd be twins. Well, could you be interested in me then? Said Xiu Xin with a gentle smile. Lin Feng gulped down. Of course he would. He had to chase that thought out of his mind. He was trying to convince himself that it was a fake copy. If I face dangers, will you help me? Asked Xiu Xin. Same smile, same voice, different qi. Many men were probably crazy about her. Actually, she was even better than Xin Yi in some ways. Maybe, sighed Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. All this made him think about Shuiyu and Xin Yi and his parents. Lin Feng wanted to be next to Xin Yi, but the world was too big and he needed to become stronger. He had to face many dangers and go through hardships to become stronger. The boat stopped 3 days later when they arrived in Tiantai. There were strong cultivators all around. There were many geniuses in Bahuang province and most of them wanted to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciples. Apart from the candidates, there were also many people who wanted to watch. Of course, there were many people who were accompanying their children. Tiantai wasn't a town. It was the biggest moat in Tianjing city. It was a symbol, a geographical symbol, a social symbol. According to rumors, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu lived there. According to legends, there were 18,000 steps to get to Tiantai. At that moment, a boat streaked across the sky and stopped above Tiantai.
Then, it landed, slowly.
That's incredible, imperial strength,
said Xiuyuxin looking at Tiantai.
She could sense the incredible qi.
The recruitment process had attracted so many people. Lin Feng put the boat away.
Xiuyuxin and he were similar, they both enjoyed the beautiful things of life, like the landscape sitting in front of them now.
18,000 steps, leading to the sky. That's how you get to Tiantai. It looked like an ancient town and it possessed a strange illusion like qi around it.
No matter where they went, to their left, on their right, behind and before, it was always an illusion.
The steps even looked like an illusion. Yendi, what's that?
What do emperors use to cast such spells?
Asked Lin Feng.
Yendi raised his head and remained silent for a long time. He didn't reply to Lin Feng either. Back then, he was an emperor. Now that he was looking at an emperor's work, he was feeling sad again. Practice as hard as you can and someday I'll tell you.
Step by step,
said Xiongqi after a very long time.
Lin Feng was speechless.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1000, Celestial Steps. Chapter 1000, Celestial Steps.
There were some people trying to get up the stairs, but they were very slow.
Those stairs contain a very intense energy. Going up them is the only way to access Tiantai, said Xiuyuxin while smiling at Lin Feng.
All right, said Lin Feng nodding. He then started walking up the stairs. But very quickly, a strange strength oppressed him. Xiuyuxin looked at Lin Feng who smiled and said, that flight of stairs can sense my qi. It seems to sense if we're strong or weak.
It's difficult to control those stairs.
Controlling that kind of incredible invention was difficult.
Let's try to get up, said Xiuyuxin laughing.
She then tried to walk up the stairs as well and reached the second step. Then, she started running. She was running with incredible speed. Lin Feng did the same. As expected, the oppressive strength was intensifying with each step they took.
Lin Feng, you're too slow. There are 18,000 stairs in total.
If we manage to get up, that will be our first test to becoming Imperial Cultivation disciples. With your speed, you'll need millions of years to arrive,
said Xiuyuxin jokingly.
She wasn't as cold as when he had touched her before.
She was fun and enjoyable.
All right, said Lin Feng smiling.
Her smile was warm and gentle, just like Xianye's. Lin Feng remembered Xianye back then in the palace. Bzzz.
Lin Feng used wind energy and started moving extremely fast. It seemed like he was flying, but in fact his feet were touching every single step. In a flash, he ran up 300 steps. However, 300 out of 18,000 wasn't much, especially given that the force was becoming even more oppressive.
18,000, that was a frightening number. Becoming an Imperial Cultivation disciple wasn't easy. Lin Feng, hurry up,
said Xiuyuxin and while smiling indifferently. Lin Feng used wind intent.
His wind intent was already level 6 now.
Even those who had a higher intent level weren't as fast as him because he had also mastered the Xiaoyao agility technique. He was faster than most cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer.
In a flash, 1,000 more steps. 1,000 steps, I'm so tired, said Xiuyuxin.
She looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, not bad, level 6 wind intent.
Should we continue playing? Said Xiuyuxin while smiling. You play and I'll watch, said Lin Feng giggling.
Xiuyuxin frowned and stopped smiling. She suddenly looked cold and detached, the same as when he had first met her.
Let's continue. We don't know how much more we'll have to do before the exam, said Xiuyuxin.
Then, she continued running up the stairs. She didn't stop this time and didn't turn around to look at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng frowned and didn't understand what was wrong with her. Was she suffering from mood swings?
However, Lin Feng remembered each second she had smiled. Her smile was unforgettable.
3,000 steps. Xiuyuxin stopped again and took a deep breath. She was feeling the weight now. The oppressive force was getting quite heavy.
Lin Feng stopped next to her.
He was still smiling and was feeling relaxed. Bzzz.
A strong wind started blowing and Lin Feng's clothes were torn. Xiuyuxin started running even faster than before and didn't stop for a while this time.
Who is she? Whispered Lin Feng looking at Xiuyuxin. She was very beautiful. They couldn't be the same, they couldn't even be sisters, But then, why did he have the feeling he knew her? They had known each other for such a short time. Her smile was so... Well, it gave Lin Feng an unusual feeling. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it though. He continued running up the stairs using wind intent and following Xiaoyuxin. He was a few dozen steps behind her. Xiaoyuxin. Someone said. The voice came from the sky. Xiaoyuxin and Lin Feng stopped. What? Said Xiaoyuxin looking at that person coldly. A few people had arrived and looked at Xiaoyuxin. I'm happy to see you here. Said that young man smiling and nodding at Xiaoyuxin. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, what a coincidence, brother Lin, you're here too. What a small world. Whispered Lin Feng coldly. It was Yang Zilan. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at the people next to him, Yang Ziyi, Zhoujun Luo, Zhang Ning. Zhoujun Luo glared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. He had humiliated him and injured him in front of everybody, and that was not something he would forgive. Now, Yang Zilan and his friends were there. They weren't surprised to see Lin Feng behind Xiaoyuxin though. Brother Lin, you're right, it's a small world. Said Yang Zilan smiling, but that smile was hypocritical and made Lin Feng feel uncomfortable. Yang Zilan looked at Xiaoyuxin and said, what a coincidence to see you, Miss Qiu. You should come with us. The more the merrier. And you'll have people to talk with. I'm not interested. Said Xiaoyuxin coldly. Yang Zilan didn't mind. Xiaoyuxin was known for being cold in Bahuang province. So he expected her to act like that. We're not bothering you any longer then. Said Yang Zilan as he moved away to let her pass. Xiaoyuxin turned around and said to Lin Feng, let's continue, Lin Feng. Eh? Yang Zilan was surprised. Did they know each other? Besides, they seemed close and were traveling together. Xiaoyuxin was with a guy? Yang Ziyi, Zhoujun Luo and the others were all surprised. Xiaoyuxin was known for her beauty. She was an aristocrat too. According to rumors, very few people had seen her face because she rarely came out. And now, surprisingly, she was with Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.